Synopsis: thrown into a dull world of cursed techniques, bound by an inescapable binding vow that never lets the drowsiness fade. Born into the equally dull Zenin Clan, Akira Zenin lives a monotonous life, quietly observing a caste of thoroughly uninteresting people. A wave of sleepiness crashes straight into Akira Zenin's mind. So sleepy. This is a slice-of-life story, focused on the people shaped and affected by the protagonist. If you're worn out from all the fighting and killing out there, this might be worth a try. Chapter 1. Boring, boring, boring. A 6- or 7-year-old boy with spiky, hedgehog-like black hair leaned against a tree, muttering under his breath. Akira Zenin gazed up at the clouds overhead, shifting endlessly as the wind pushed them along, his eyes dull and unfocused. Everything is so boring. The unhinged classmate from his previous life, who insisted on calling him some nobody. That dump truck that somehow avoided everyone else with uncanny precision, its headlights glowing red as it barreled straight toward him. And that old driver who, apparently worried he wasn't quite dead yet, got out with a wrench and smashed his head again. Then there was reincarnating into the world of Jujutsu, only to discover he'd been born into the Zenin Clan, a decaying family steeped in suffocating oppression. Akira Zenin covered his mouth and yawned. All of it is unbearably boring. A wave of drowsiness surged through his head, sudden and overwhelming, like a toilet flushing. It's not even 11 yet, right? I woke up way too early today. I could still sleep for a bit. He had just closed his eyes, on the verge of drifting off, when a voice rose from beneath the tree. Young Master Akira, your breakfast is ready. Born with a slightly excessive amount of cursed energy, and having awakened the Zenin clan's most prized technique, the 10 Shadows technique, which allowed him to summon Shikigami through his own shadow, Akira Zenin ranked just below the clan head, Naobito Zenin, in status. A dedicated team of maids handled his daily needs, while specialized guards protected him at all times. Among them were even members of the High Organization, composed entirely of Grade 1 sorcerers from within the Zenin clan. Akira Zenin cast a lethargic glance down at the maid. It's still early, let me sleep a little longer. The maid didn't reply. She placed the crystal tray on the ground and knelt toward the tree. Seeing this, Akira Zenin pressed a hand to his temple, a dull ache forming. Seriously. He knew that if he refused to eat, the maid would be subjected to inhumane punishment. After 6 years in this rotten family, his pampered lifestyle had seeped into his every habit, helped along by the constant sleepiness that plagued him. The fact that he still retained even a shred of basic conscience was already proof of his firm moral backbone. No matter how he looked at it, someone's life over something this trivial was absurd. With a quiet sigh, Akira Zenin interlaced his fingers and slowly formed a hand sign, a bird-shaped shadow spreading across the ground. New. The shadow began to boil. A Shikigami the size of a house emerged, resembling a purple owl. Upon spotting Akira Zenin in the tree, it rolled its eyes in a distinctly human way, then carefully and expertly lifted him with its beak and set him down on the ground. Once steady, Akira Zenin reached out and gave the owl's fluffy face a few strokes. Go back. Nu melted into a liquid form and sank back into Akira Zenin's shadow. All right, is there soy milk, the kind I like? The maid lifted the tray above her head, bringing the cup close to the boy. Akira Zenin took several large gulps, downing half the cup in one go. Moi, the texture's good, much better than yesterday. Young Master Akira, this batch was made from soybeans specially sourced from Fukushima Prefecture. The sorcerers handled the preparation and heating themselves, so it's absolutely fresh. Akira Zenin spat, spraying soy milk straight out of his mouth. Fukushima. What year is it now? Young Master Akira, it is currently the 7th year of Heisei. 1995 then, looks like the leak incident hasn't happened yet. Still, it feels uncomfortable. Without changing his expression, Akira Zenin set the remaining half cup of soy milk back onto the tray and grabbed the rice ball beside it, taking a bite. After he finished eating, the maid spoke softly. Young Master Akira, the clan head instructed me to inform you that the latest batch of cursed spirits has arrived. Tomorrow, You are also scheduled to attend the banquet of the three great families. Please make the necessary preparations. Got it, Yuki Kagure, right? You're done for today, go get some rest. Yuki Kagure gave a light bow and left at an unhurried pace. Her steps were even a little light and cheerful, something practically impossible in a place as rotten as the Zenin Clan. To her, young Master Akira was the easiest master she had ever served. He spent most of his days sleeping, and when he did eat, he only wanted simple, easy-to-find food. He never lashed out without reason, nor did he arbitrarily punish servants who lacked cursed techniques. He merely looked at everyone with the same lifeless, dead fish stare. After the maid left, a shirtless, spiky-haired young man walked into the courtyard, rubbing his hands together like an eager fly. Junichi Zenin, by virtue of being Akira Zenin's father, had easily become the leader of the high organization. "Kiddo, I'm here to take you to training." Visible resentment gathered around Akira Zenin, one after another. Did nobody intend to let him sleep? Why the rush? Can't the cursed spirits just stay in the cellar for now? Junichi Zenin nodded repeatedly. Sure, sleepy again. Want a rest in your room? The bed there's comfortable. Forget it, let's just go train. Junichi Zenin nodded again. All right, we'll train first, then rest. Akira Zenin's face twitched slightly. He still found it hard to respect a father who had insulted and beaten him simply because his mother was an ordinary person who hadn't passed on a cursed technique. And Junichi Zenin was far too young. This rotten, disgusting family. That said, ever since Akira Zenin awakened the 10 Shadows technique, Junichi Zenin's attitude toward him had changed so drastically that Akira didn't quite know how to deal with it. Akira Zenin pressed his right hand against his left palm, forming a hand sign. A dog-shaped shadow appeared on the ground. Divine Dog. At his slow, lazy command, the canine Shikigami hidden within his shadow emerged. It was a white wolf dog standing 5 or 6 meters tall. Awotilda. After a hearty howl, the divine dog enthusiastically licked Akira Zenin all over, then lowered its head, picked him up, and tossed him onto its back. It followed behind Junichi Zenin at an unhurried pace. 10 Shadows Technique, a technique capable of summoning 10 types of Shikigami, namely Divine Dogs, 2 Shikigami dogs that pursue and devour curses. New, an owl-like Shikigami capable of releasing electrical currents. Great Serpent, a massive serpent Shikigami. Toad, a toad Shikigami that can latch onto opponents with its tongue and drag them down. Max Elephant, an elephant Shikigami that can spray massive amounts of water from its trunk. Rabbit Escape, a rabbit Shikigami used to distract enemies and facilitate escape. Round Deer, capable of healing through the reverse cursed technique. Piercing Ox, deals greater impact damage the farther it charges, but can only move in a straight line. Tiger Funeral, a tiger-shaped Shikigami. 8-handled Sword, Divergent Sila Divine General Mehoraga, the strongest Shikigami summonable through the 10 Shadows technique. The ritual wheel above its head allows it to adapt to any phenomenon. Aside from the divine dogs granted at the outset, all other Shikigami must be subdued before they can be commanded. At present, Akira Zenin had already subdued New, Great Serpent, Toad, Max Elephant, and Rabbit Escape. As for the rest, excluding Mehoraga, they could still be subdued, but he couldn't be bothered. The moment Akira Zenin lay down on Divine Dog's back, he closed his eyes. Boring, everything's boring, I'm so sleepy. Chapter 2. When Akira Zenin opened his eyes, he found himself standing before the entrance to a cellar. He pushed open the door, still plastered with sealing talismans, and immediately sensed the cursed spirits lurking below. This place was a training ground used by the Zenin Clan to temper sorcerers, as well as a forbidden area reserved for punishment. Thanks to his abundant cursed energy, even using Max Elephant posed no strain for Akira Zenin. With nothing better to do, he often experimented with different ways to apply his technique. To activate the 10 Shadows technique, 3 components were required. First, forming the complete hand signs. Second, the shadow projected by the hands. Third, speaking the name of the Shikigami. If 2 sets of hand signs were completed in rapid succession, it was possible to force an expansion of the Shikigami summoning ritual. However, this kind of fused ritual structure was inherently incomplete, making it difficult to push the expansion any further. Under normal circumstances, the hand signs and the shadows they cast matched perfectly. But what if the shadows were manipulated with shadow techniques to take the shape of a different Shikigami? What would be summoned then was a merged beast. After realizing that Shikigami could be fused, Akira Zenin often combined them in pairs, curious to see what kind of strange results he could produce. Akira Zenin awakened his technique at the age of 4. After 2 years of experimentation, he had already discovered several interesting combinations. Divine dogs could pursue and devour cursed spirits. After feeding, they stored a tiny amount of cursed energy, though under normal circumstances the increase was negligible. However, using Great Serpent as the base and fusing it with divine dogs and toad, Akira Zenin created a burrowing tunnel worm he named Bug Eater. After consuming cursed spirits, it could store their cursed energy inside Great Serpent. While this did not increase his maximum cursed energy capacity, it could serve as a hidden reserve to be tapped when needed. Akira Zenin swiftly formed the hand signs for divine dogs and toad, then reshaped his shadow into the form of the Great Serpent. Merged beast, Bug Eater. A massive worm burst forth from the shadow, surging skyward. Its gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth, swallowed every cursed spirit along with the entire cellar in one gulp. After briefly savoring its meal, it slipped back into Akira Zenin's shadow. At the sight of this, Junichi Zenin trembled with excitement. This was it. This was the power that would support his continued ascent. The surrounding guards swallowed hard as they stared at the empty space, where only a lone doorway remained. There's a bit more cursed energy in Great Serpent now. Barely worth mentioning, but it'll do. Akira Zenin turned around and gave the nearest guard a pat on the outer thigh. I wasn't in great condition and lost control. Rebuild the training grounds. Call me again when you've got spare cursed spirits. The guards nodded stiffly. Who knew how long it would take to gather another 20+ grade 1 cursed spirits anyway? Akira Zenin summoned the divine dogs again, lay back against them, and headed toward his courtyard. Halfway there, a boy around 6 or 7 years old blocked the divine dog's path. His face was filled with unrestrained admiration as he shouted loudly. That huge noise just now. Were you training, Akira? You really are the strongest. The boy ran up to the divine dogs, jumping up to pat their lower legs. Every time I see your Shikigami, I can't help but be amazed. They're just too perfect. Akira Zenin looked down helplessly at the boy sprawled on the ground. By seniority, this child was actually his uncle. Naoya Zenin, the son of clan head Naobito Zenin, had an almost fanatical obsession with strength. Ever since he witnessed Akira Zenin summon a max elephant larger than the entire training ground, he had begun to worship this nephew of his who was close to him in age. To be honest, Akira Zenin didn't particularly like Naoya Zenin as a person, but no matter what, he was still his uncle. Where are your followers? Naoya Zenin curled his lip, disdain flashing in his eyes. Those guys are too weak and only know how to flatter people. You were right before. You can't keep growing or gain real strength by drowning in flattery. Akira Zenin, his dead, fish-like eyes rimmed with dark circles, gave a small nod. Good, then what exactly are you blocking my way for? Naoya Zenin scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. I was going to find some cursed spirits to train with, but now the training grounds are gone. So I want to fight you. Sparring with a strong person is the only way to grow and make progress. Not interested, I overdid it just now. I'm going back to sleep. Naoya Zenin didn't move, just lowered his head and stared at the ground. Seeing him like that gave Akira Zenin a headache. All right, I'll point you toward a better path. Otherwise, I probably won't even be able to sleep properly. There are still plenty of strong people in our clan. Who else is there? Other than you and the old man, aren't all the remaining grade 1 sorcerers in the high? The people in high are responsible for the clan's security. They don't have time. Akira Zenin shook his head. My second uncle, Tgthegood. That useless trash who doesn't even have cursed energy. Naoya Zenin let out a scornful laugh. He might worship Akira Zenin, but he had inherited his father Naobito Zenin's projection sorcery. In the future, he was bound to become the Zenin Clan's second strongest. Asking him to spar with a mere ordinary person was nothing short of an insult. Akira Zenin watched Naoya Zenin, whose expression was starting to show the telltale arrogance of a spoiled prodigy, and quietly laughed to himself. This guy probably had no idea how much he would one day worship the very ordinary person he was mocking now. Still, Akira Zenin believed Naoya wasn't beyond saving yet. If someone has no cursed energy, but is extremely strong, would you respect them? Naoya Zenin answered without even thinking. Without cursed energy, it's impossible to become strong. Those who are not Zenin are not sorcerers. Those who are not sorcerers are not human. You really remember those conservative, stubborn fallacies well, but I won't blame you. Everyone around you thinks the same way. Now listen carefully to my question again. If there were someone who possessed overwhelming strength but couldn't use cursed energy at all, would you respect them? Naoya Zenin fell silent, sinking into thought. Seeing him standing there with his head lowered, Akira Zenin had divine dogs circle around the boy and head back toward his courtyard, leaving Naoya Zenin with nothing but his gradually receding back. If you want to become strong, you'll have to change the way you think first, little uncle. Chapter 3. Today was the banquet of the three great families, hosted by the Gojo clan. On the surface, it was said to be a gathering meant to let the younger generation of the three families interact. In reality, it was nothing more than a show of force by the Gojo clan toward the other two. It was a chance for the Gojo elders to flaunt their six-eyes divine prodigy, and a personal stage for Satoru Gojo, the existence who had shattered the balance of the Jujutsu world the moment he was born. Six eyes were eyes that could perceive cursed energy with extreme clarity. Not only were there no blind spots, but by gathering vast amounts of information, they could also see through the structure of other people's techniques. With this alone, Satoru Gojo was already a nightmare for curse users and cursed spirits alike. As a result, even though he carried a bounty of 100 million from birth, very few idiots were foolish enough to come courting death. On the stone-paved path outside the Gojo clan estate, a white-haired child wearing a blue haori patterned with dragonflies walked leisurely through the falling snow, holding his mother's hand. The boy seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned his head, his pale blue eyes locking onto a tall silhouette. Having been noticed, Toji Zenin's pupils shrank sharply. Born without any cursed energy, he was extremely difficult for sorcerers to detect. This was the first time anyone had sensed his presence from behind. Satoru Gojo lifted his gaze upward once more. On a tree branch above, there was a black-haired, spiky-haired boy about his own age, curled up tightly into a ball. It looked like he was sleeping. After taking a long, deep look at that figure, Satoru Gojo turned away and walked into the inner courtyard of the Gojo estate. Toji Zenin kicked the tree beside him. The snow piled on the branches came crashing down with a loud rustle. "Hey kid, you've been spotted." Startled awake, Akira Zenin rubbed his eyes and jumped down from the tree. "Second uncle, I thought you didn't want to come." Toji Zenin glanced at the boy. Although Akira Zenin was a sorcerer, he hadn't yet been tainted by that rotten stench. Of course, that only meant he was slightly less annoying than the rest of the trash. "Did you send Naoya Zenin to pester me?" "No, I just told him you're really strong, second uncle." Toji Zenin froze for a moment, the words he was about to say getting stuck in his throat. "Enough, I don't have time to play house with you kids." With that, Toji Zenin's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the footprints where he had been standing. Akira Zenin stretched lazily. Looks like Naoya Zenin has been properly educated. Until he catches up to second uncle, he probably won't come bother me anymore. That's great. Man, that nap wasn't very comfortable. There's clearly sunlight, yet it's still so cold. I, Akira Zenin, hereby formally accuse the son of throwing the match. Grrr tilde. Hearing his stomach protest, Akira Zenin hurriedly rubbed his belly. Looks like I slept a bit too long this time. Time to find something to eat. When Akira Zenin entered the banquet hall, the feast was already well underway. Everyone was gathered in layer after layer of circles centered on Satoru Gojo, raising cups, exchanging toasts, and chatting happily. A young man was feeling frustrated that he couldn't squeeze into the center to get acquainted with the big names, when he suddenly noticed a child at a table on the edge of the hall, clutching a chicken leg and licking the plate clean. Which family's kid is this? Never taken an etiquette class. And that was indeed the case. Ever since awakening his technique, Akira Zenin had been focused entirely on learning how to use the 10 Shadows technique, with no time set aside for any other lessons. Sensing the young man's gaze, Akira Zenin grabbed another plate and held it out to him. "Are you hungry too? Here, have a chicken leg. This banquet is so boring." The young man walked over, took the plate, and set it down on the table. "Don't speak so loudly. Which family are you from? Can't find your elders. The evaluation showcase for the younger generation is about to begin. It's an important opportunity, so go get ready." Akira Zenin gave the unfamiliar teenager a dead, fish-eyed glance. He hadn't expected that someone from the 3 great families would still bother reminding others of things like this. He lowered his head and continued eating, replying perfunctorily. "Oh, okay." The teenager shook his head and continued squeezing toward the center of the venue. After Akira Zenin had eaten and drunk his fill, the formal evaluation before the elders finally began. The first to step forward were Naoya Zenin, who had arrived together with Naobaido, and the teenager who had just forced his way into the center, Kazuhito Kamo. Although Kazuhito Kamo was already 12, his generation rank was relatively low, so he was still considered part of the younger generation. The two stood within the specially designated sparring area. Kazuhito Kamo spoke first. "My technique is flowing red scale. By altering the composition of my blood, I can greatly increase my speed and strength for a short period of time." Naoya Zenin crossed his arms. For some reason, his left eye socket was badly swollen. "Strengthening your technique by publicly revealing it. Sounds like a castrated version of your blood manipulation techniques." Kazuhito Kamo's eyes flew wide open, 2 crimson markings surfacing on his face. "Aren't you going to reveal your own technique? I can wait. Against small fry like you, I don't need to go that far." Even someone as even-tempered as Kazuhito Kamo couldn't help but feel anger after being mocked again and again. He reinforced his body and charged straight at Naoya Zenin. The two clashed head-on. With the advantage of age and the boost from his technique, Kazuhito Kamo forced Naoya Zenin back step by step. Just as Naoya Zenin was about to be driven out of the ring, Kazuhito Kamo's movements suddenly stiffened. His entire body froze, turning into a glass photograph. Naoya Zenin shattered the glass-like image, and with the momentum, tossed the rigid Kazuhito Kamo out of bounds. He brushed a few specks of dust from his clothes with his hand. "My technique is projection sorcery. It divides 1 second into 24 segments, using my field of vision as the frame. I predesign a sequence of movements within that frame and then replicate them. And when I touch you, your next second is also divided into 24 parts. If you don't follow the movements I've laid out, your whole body freezes." Kazuhito Kamo stood up and let out a sigh. "I lost." The head of the Kamo clan spoke to him sternly. "The preferential treatment for you and your brother is revoked. Go back and train properly." Kazuhito Kamo lowered his head in response. "Yes." Naoya Zenin stood there with his arms crossed, clearly intoxicated by his victory. He even turned his gaze toward the main seat where Satoru Gojo sat. "If you want to become stronger, you have to challenge the strong. Toji told me that myths and rules exist to be broken." Naobaido Zenin immediately sensed what his eldest son was about to do. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he hurriedly tried to stop him with his eyes. "This banquet is meant to intimidate us with the 6 eyes prodigy. Don't go making yourself a stepping stone." But in Naoya Zenin's eyes, his father's look translated to something entirely different. "Go for it, Naoya. You actually have the courage to challenge Satoru Gojo. I'm proud of you." Chapter 4. The Gojo clan head seized the rare opportunity and quickly said to Satoru Gojo, "Satoru, why don't you move around a bit? sitting too long isn't good for you. The young Gojo nodded, stepped into the field, and looked straight at Naya Zenin. Seeing Satoru Gojo standing opposite him, Naya Zenin instinctively took a step back. Soft laughter rippled through the crowd. Embarrassed and furious, he lunged at Satoru Gojo. Even if you're Satoru Gojo, once I touch you, you'll have to move exactly the way I decide. Naya Zenin was unbelievably fast, his movements carrying a strange sense of lag, as if the scene were advancing frame by frame. But when his strike reached Satoru Gojo, his hand stopped dead in midair. No matter how much strength he poured into it, he couldn't press any farther, as though an invisible barrier stood in front of him. Limitless technique. By interfering with matter at the atomic level, it governs space itself, bringing the abstract paradox of Achilles never catching the tortoise into reality. It requires extraordinarily precise control of cursed energy and must be used in conjunction with the 6 eyes. Its applications include bringing infinity into reality to form the untouchable force of stasis, strengthening negative energy through the limitless technique to generate attraction, blue, infusing the positive energy created by the reverse cursed technique into the limitless technique to produce repulsion, red, and the imaginary energy purple, born from the collision of blue and red. Watching Naya Zenin strain helplessly against the force of stasis, Satoru Gojo regarded him with calm indifference. Is that all? That utterly flat tone made Naya Zenin grit his teeth. He lashed out with a flurry of punches and kicks, all of them stopped short, blocked outside the force of stasis. Satoru Gojo shook his head. A blue vortex formed in his palm. A powerful pull dragged Naya Zenin straight toward him, and with his other hand, Satoru Gojo punched him away. Naya Zenin crashed to the ground, now proudly sporting 2 swollen black eyes. Satoru Gojo didn't spare him another glance. He raised a finger and pointed toward Akira Zenin, who was watching from the edge of the field. You. Following Satoru Gojo's gesture, Naobito Zenin spotted Akira Zenin, who had disappeared earlier, finally reappearing. He let out a relieved breath. At least if it was him, the loss wouldn't look too ugly. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Akira Zenin scratched his head, completely confused. Me? Satoru Gojo nodded. Akira Zenin hurriedly shook his head. No way, I'm too weak and fighting is exhausting. Let's just end this early and go home to rest. Satoru Gojo pointed to his own eyes. Nothing can be hidden from my sight. Don't try to fool me. Spar with me and the banquet will end right away. Akira Zenin shook his head again. I refuse. This made Naobito Zenin anxious. If word spread, once everyone's techniques were out in the open, people would think the Zenin clan's 10 shadows heir was afraid of the Gojo clan's 6 eyes. Naobito Zenin urgently communicated with Akira Zenin through their eyes. Go fight. When we get home, you can sleep as much as you want. No one will bother you for 3 days. Akira Zenin replied. Too short, 7 days. Naobito Zenin, deal. Naya Zenin, helped back to his seat by attendants, stared blankly at the two of them exchanging looks. Akira Zenin stepped forward to the center and took his place in the arena. I've thought it over. I guess we should spar a bit. Just so we're clear, I'm really not good at fighting. Ever since attending the 10 Shadows Theory Master's lectures as a child, he had come to a conclusion. Throughout history, 10 Shadows users focused on developing their Shikigami's combat capabilities, pouring cursed energy into strengthening them while personally deepening their understanding of shadows. Every 10 Shadows user had pinned their hopes on that final, untamable Mehuraga. But when he summoned Max Elephant and directly expanded it with cursed energy until it was as large as a small mountain, the sight of Max Elephant's pained expression made him realize the truth. His cursed energy had already reached the limit his Shikigami could withstand. It wasn't that he lacked power. It was the 10 Shadows Shikigami themselves that were restricting his output. After witnessing that out-of-spec Max Elephant, the Theory Master stopped seeking out Akira Zenin for instruction. And so, once the inherited teachings proved useless to him, Akira Zenin began exploring the various possibilities and applications of the 10 shadows on his own. To use the 10 shadows technique, 3 components are required. Forming the complete hand seals, the shadow projected by the hands, the Shikigami's name. But what if the full ritual wasn't performed? If the incantation was only chanted silently in one's mind, the Shikigami would be unable to find a shadow to anchor itself to for manifestation. In that case, the Shikigami would directly attach itself to the user. That way, the user could wield the Shikigami's techniques directly and even develop them further. Akira Zenin looked at the white-haired figure in front of him, focused his mind, and silently chanted. "Nu." Lightning erupted in an instant, making the onlookers flinch as the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. A shadowy owl formed from lightning seemed to wrap around Akira Zenin before vanishing in a flash. Crackling electricity coiled around Akira Zenin's hands as he bent his knees and adjusted his stance. Most of my techniques only exist in theory. I've never actually used them before. So, I'm kind of sensitive. If it doesn't work out, don't make fun of me, okay? Hearing such childlike words, the surrounding spectators burst into laughter. The Gojo clan head, however, looked somewhat surprised. Lightning techniques on this scale. When did the Zenin clan bring in a bloodline like that? But when he noticed that Naobito Zenin wore the same stunned expression, his own face took on a subtle, complicated look. Satoru Gojo narrowed his eyes as he looked at Akira Zenin, then glanced at the oblivious crowd around them. A bunch of idiots. Do they really think this hedgehog head just released a technique? He's wrapped the entire arena in his cursed energy. Everyone here is already inside it, which is why no one noticed. What an absurd amount of cursed energy. The corner of Satoru Gojo's mouth lifted unconsciously. His technique involves shadows and Shikigami, and with this level of complexity, it has to be the Zenin clan's 10 shadows technique. I've always wondered how the Zenin clan had 400 years ago managed to kill the 6 eyes with nothing but an untamed final Shikigami. So that's how it was. This world is finally starting to get interesting. Seeing Satoru Gojo grow serious, Akira Zenin suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Using lightning-wrapped cursed energy, he formed a pea-shooter-like mask over his face, then let out a soft puff as he fired a solid sphere of lightning forward. As expected, the explosion occurred outside the force of stasis. Within the Kamo clan's group, a woman wearing a hat to conceal the stitched seam across her head watched the scene with mild curiosity. Lightning, huh? It's acceptable, but still completely lacking in charm. Just to be safe, I'll keep him in the plan. After finishing her assessment, the woman nodded. While everyone's attention remained fixed on the spar, she turned around and quietly left the Gojo clan estate. Satoru Gojo spoke calmly. I imagine the techniques you've envisioned aren't limited to this kind of fooling around, are they? Chapter 5. Akira Zenin scratched his head. Just messing around, I thought that looked pretty cool. Satoru Gojo suddenly turned around and caught sight of Akira Zenin sprinting up behind him in a flash of lightning. He proactively released his limitless technique, drew blue around his right hand, and met the incoming punch head-on. With a thunderous boom, both of them were forced back several steps, though Akira Zenin was pushed much farther. Among the onlookers, several tense members of the Gojo clan's upper echelon finally let out the breath they had been holding. Moments earlier, when Satoru Gojo had voluntarily released his immobilizing power, they had nearly leapt to their feet in alarm. Thankfully, he was still in control. Satoru Gojo glanced at his right hand, the one that had just taken the attack. A faint purple mark lingered on his palm. Punishment. Dark clouds formed from cursed energy rapidly converged overhead. A bolt of lightning tore through the air and crashed straight down onto Satoru Gojo's position. Dust exploded upward, and the deafening roar echoed throughout the Gojo clan's inner courtyard. The elders' hearts, which had only just settled, immediately shot back into their throats. Even for a grade 1 sorcerer, choosing whether to block or dodge lightning like that depended heavily on affinity. Had Satoru Gojo actually activated Limitless or not? As the lightning faded, spiderweb-like black cracks spread across the ground. Only the area around Satoru Gojo was untouched, a white circle clearly visible beneath his feet. Akira Zenin showed no surprise at all. Only he, as the caster, understood just how low the cursed energy conversion efficiency of the 10 Shadows technique truly was. On top of that, the technique had to be relayed through new spell structure, which dragged the efficiency down even further. A lightning technique of that scale was only possible because of Akira Zenin's abnormally vast cursed energy reserves. It was sheer brute force bordering on a miracle. So even a normal attack really can't break through limitless mode, not a scratch on it. Satoru Gojo, whose cursed energy had dropped significantly, stared at the fading mark on his palm, lost in thought. First, release the technique's target lock and use that as a binding condition to amplify its power. Then apply a second mark, weak but long-lasting, to guide the enhanced technique's direction. That way, there's no need to worry about the directional control of high-destructive abilities. It drastically reduces the complexity of cursed energy calculations. And now that I understand the principle, with the 6 eyes, I can refine it even further. A small, pleased smile tugged at Satoru Gojo's lips. You didn't rush to release the technique. Instead, you split its operation into 2 phases. That takes some imagination. Blue. Satoru Gojo released the force of stasis, once more. Blue gravitational vortices coiled around both his hands as he lunged at Akira Zenin. Akira Zenin met the assault head-on with fists reinforced by cursed energy, neither side gaining an advantage for a brief moment. Suddenly, Akira Zenin felt something was off. Outside the boundary lines of the field, he spotted a tiny, easily overlooked blue dot floating quietly in midair, emitting an extremely faint gravitational pull. When did that get there? Satoru Gojo pointed toward the blue dot. Phase. Twilight. Eye of Wisdom. Blue. The blue dot abruptly expanded, erupting with overwhelming gravitational force. The sudden surge yanked Akira Zenin straight out of bounds. Unable to keep his balance, he dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. The Gojo clan's upper echelon settled back into their seats. The tension from earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by expressions of quiet superiority. Akira Zenin stood up, rubbed his backside, and yawned with his other hand. "Ha, I told you I'm weak." That was terrifying. He learned it just by watching. "I lost, heh. Time to go home and sleep." Satoru Gojo shook his head. "I relied on some rule-based tricks, and you still haven't used a lot of your abilities, right?" Akira Zenin hurriedly cut him off. Hey, don't say that. That was already my strongest output. If we keep going, it'll just turn into us grinding down each other's cursed energy. That's way too time-consuming. Winning or losing doesn't matter. You agreed to a quick spar, so we're done. Time to go home. Satoru Gojo swallowed the words that had been about to come out and nodded blankly. Akira Zenin brushed the dust off himself, then turned to the seated head of the Gojo clan. "No need to end the banquet. I'll head out on my own. Your divine child said it himself, so no takebacks." Then he waved toward Neobaido. "I'm off, eat well and have fun." Even though he had technically lost under the rules, Neobaido didn't look upset at all. He quickly nodded and had the attendants see Akira Zenin off. Satoru Gojo glanced in the direction Akira Zenin had left. For someone like him, blessed with the overpowered combination of the 6 eyes and the limitless technique, using cursed energy was practically a game. Normally, sorcerers his age couldn't even survive a single exchange with him. But today, he might have found his first real playmate. The Gojo clan head turned to Neobaido. "I never expected the Zenin clan to produce someone like that, only slightly inferior to our divine child. A true genius. Though I do wonder, when did you bring in a lightning technique?" The Zenin clan really is running out of people. Now they have to rely on outside bloodlines just to keep up appearances. No matter how hard they struggle, they still can't compare to our Gojo clan's 6 eyes. Neobaido tipped his head back and gulped down a mouthful of sake. We'd love to show off stronger techniques at a banquet too, but you know how rare the awakening of the 10 Shadows technique is. Heh, you tactless old fool. If our 10 Shadows user had gone all out, who would win wouldn't be so certain. but since he chose not to expose it, I'll keep my mouth shut. Off to the side, the Kamo clan head drank in silence as he watched the two of them, his face twisted with envy. Why? The Kamo clan clearly had the purest bloodline. So why, after all these years, had not a single blood manipulation techniques user appeared? The Gojo clan produced a 6 eyes after 400 years of nothing, and even the Zenin clan, with its mixed bloodline, had brought in a new and powerful technique. This wouldn't do. Once he got back, he would issue an order. Increase reproduction efforts. The entire clan would increase reproduction efforts. Chapter 6. Naobito kept his word and let Akira Zenin rest properly for a full week, but the congenital, lingering drowsiness showed no real sign of easing. After that banquet, the once openly hostile Gojo clan and Zenin clan began finding all sorts of excuses for friendly sparring matches, all for one simple purpose: to keep Satoru Gojo entertained. And just like that, 11 years slipped by. Akira Zenin was sprawled atop a familiar tree, resting. The hedgehog-like hair of his childhood had grown into smooth, long black locks. Unfortunately, the ever-present dark circles beneath his eyes and his lifeless, dead fish stare somewhat undermined his otherwise handsome features. A figure suddenly appeared in his courtyard. Satoru Gojo dragged over a chair from the side, deliberately scraping it across the ground with an ear-piercing screech that made Akira Zenin grit his teeth. Then Gojo flipped himself onto it backward, perching there like a stick insect. Akira-chan tilde, interested in coming with me to Tokyo Jujutsu High. The moment he heard that nickname, a vein popped on Akira Zenin's forehead. This guy used to be so aloof when they were kids. Did he take the wrong medicine at some point? How did he end up like this? This is the Zenin clan residence. Sneaking in like this isn't exactly appropriate. They won't notice. And even if they do, they won't dare catch me. And even if they dare, they still won't be able to. How could he say something like that with such confidence? Akira Zenin had no desire to meet Satoru Gojo's gaze and stared at the ground with his usual dead fish eyes. Boring. The word had barely left his mouth when a flash of white appeared in front of him. Satoru Gojo was sprawled on the ground, using blue to pull himself directly into Akira Zenin's line of sight. Hey Tilda, why so cold? What, are you hungry and out of energy? Joining Jujutsu High would get a lot more people to acknowledge your strength. You'd have way more freedom at home, too. Akira Zenin rolled his eyes helplessly and turned his head away. Do you really need other people's approval? Satoru Gojo, swaying back and forth on the chair as if he hadn't heard a word, drew a quiet sigh from Akira Zenin. You've already been in school for 2 months. Why come looking for me now? I don't need a school to get a sorcerer's status. And going to school means early mornings and early nights. Satoru Gojo slid down the tree like a snake, straightening his upper body until he formed an odd L shape, then met Akira Zenin's eyes again. It's not a big deal. He pushed his sunglasses down slightly, peering over the frame at Akira Zenin as his tone turned more serious. I just think staying in the Zenin clan like this is pretty pointless. And with how extreme the Zenin clan is, it'd be a shame if you accidentally picked up the stench of those old fossils. Akira Zenin covered his head. So what you're saying is, if I don't go, you'll keep coming over here and annoying me to death, right? How could I do something that cruel tilde? Take a guess. Tokyo Jujutsu High, officially known as the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical College, is one of only 2 jujutsu educational institutions in all of Japan. On the surface, it operates as a private religious school. Many jujutsu sorcerers begin their careers here after graduation. Beyond education, it also handles missions and provides support, making it a critical hub of the jujutsu world. At this moment, homeroom teacher Masamichi Yaga frowned as he looked over the new student file Satoru Gojo had just handed him. The pressure was almost identical to when he first accepted Satoru Gojo, shooting straight to the top of his head. Even though Gojo claimed this student didn't have the usual baggage of a major clan, just hearing Zenin and 10 shadows was enough to make anyone's head ache. Downstairs in the Jujutsu High building, Satoru Gojo was introducing Akira Zenin to his 2 classmates. He first introduced the students to Akira Zenin. pointing at a short-haired, lethargic-looking girl with a tear mole at the corner of her eye and a cigarette dangling from her lips. He said, "This is Shoko Iiri. She was born with reverse cursed technique and can even heal others externally. A national treasure-level talent." Then he pointed at a black-haired boy with a top knot, side-swept bangs, and perpetually narrowed eyes. "This is Suguru Gito. His technique is cursed spirit manipulation. Just like it sounds, it lets him absorb and control cursed spirits." Suguru Gito's face darkened as he listened. He squinted, tilted his head, and even his bangs seemed to curl into the shape of a question mark. Satoru Gojo ignored him and pointed straight at Akira Zenin. "Ta-da! Behold, the legendary heir of the Zenin Clan's 10 Shadows technique, a perpetually unmotivated detail-obsessed shut-in, and a caretaker so trusted by small animals that they'll literally entrust their bodies to him. Zenin, Akira. Hey, you're really just flipping all my cards face up like that, and your wording is seriously weird. Tilde you don't mind anyway, right?" Akira Zenin lifted a hand and gave the two of them a listless wave. "Hi, don't listen to him spouting nonsense. I'm really weak, so please don't think about relying on me for anything." Shoko Iiri let out a soft sigh. "Why does the new student sound so negative? And wow, did you not rest properly at all?" Suguru Gito narrowed his eyes, a faint smile on his face. "Don't sell yourself short. Getting a positive evaluation out of Satoru's mouth is already no small feat." Satoru Gojo suddenly grabbed Suguru Gito and leaned in, whispering loudly right next to his ear. "This guy's understanding of techniques is really interesting, and you both specialize in numbers-based tactics. Wanna spar a bit and trade a few moves?" Suguru Gito's ears rang from the shock. He rubbed them hard, clearly suffering. "What happened to your sense of decorum? Don't shout right into someone's ear." "I am a little interested in sparring, but the new guy did just arrive." Satoru Gojo deliberately lowered his voice. "It's fine. Once everyone's tired, we can just take him to the dorms together. Haven't you always wanted to exchange experience with Shikigami users and that type of sorcerer?" Even with his voice lowered, Akira Zenin had already leaned in. "Oh, I get it now. You dragged me here just to make me sparring practice for this squinty-eyed bangs guy, huh?" Suguru Gito put on a polite smile. Why were people from major clans always so careless with their words? Still, he wasn't as stiff as expected. He looked at Akira Zenin. "Then I'll be counting on you." Sensing the tension in the air, the laid-back girl Shoko Iiri immediately left the training grounds. But she wasn't going to find a teacher. Instead, she headed into the school building, sprawled against a window, ready to enjoy the show. Chapter 7. Akira Zenin silently recited to himself. Piercing Ox. Power flooded his body, and he charged straight at Suguru Gito. Under the effects of Piercing Ox, a technique where damage increases with the length of a straight-line charge, the threat carried by Akira Zenin's direct punch grew more intense with every step. Rainbow Dragon. A white, dragon-shaped cursed spirit appeared, clamping Suguru Gito within its jaws to shield him, only to be smashed flat and sent tumbling across the training field, rolling all the way to the far end. When Rainbow Dragon finally stopped, a slightly dizzy Suguru Gito crawled out of its mouth. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a deep fist imprint left in its body. This is Rainbow Dragon. It's supposed to have the highest durability. Seeing Rainbow Dragon look up at him with watery, aggrieved eyes, Suguru Gito stood up and immediately recalled it. "You're a Shikigami-type sorcerer. Don't tell me Satoru's messing with me, trying to watch me get beaten up at close range." Akira Zenin withdrew Piercing Ox from his body and scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot we were supposed to use Shikigami for sparring. I acted on instinct and tried to end it quickly." He lowered himself into a half-crouch and began activating his technique. To use the 10 Shadows technique, 3 steps are normally required. So what would happen if he only formed the hand seals and projected the shadow, without calling out the Shikigami's name? The result was a partial summoning. The Shikigami manifested as an irregular, jagged shadow. This prevented the Shikigami from being completely destroyed, but without consciousness, it couldn't act on its own. Its offensive power was also reduced, something that could only be compensated for with an enormous output of cursed energy. Fortunately, cursed energy was the one thing Akira Zenin never lacked. He formed a hand seal, and under the sunlight, its shadow took the shape of a great serpent. Using the shadow of the hand seal as an anchor, 5 massive shadow serpents emerged beneath Akira Zenin. He submerged his consciousness into them, using 2 to guard his physical body, while the remaining 3 lunged towards Suguru Gido. Suguru Gido's eyes lit up at the sight. He summoned 2 sandworms, sending them into the fray alongside a dense swarm of green centipedes to clash with the shadow serpents. During the entanglement, Suguru Gido noticed that the shadow serpents coordinated with uncanny precision, as though they shared a single mind. Only when cursed spirits drew close to Akira Zenin's body did their movements falter slightly. Is their attack rhythm-breaking, because he has to redirect them to protect his main body? Suguru Gido suddenly forced his eyes wide open. No, the tails of those shadow serpents have never left his shadow, and his body has stayed in that same weak state the whole time. He's controlling the Shikigami directly with his consciousness. The moment he realized this, Suguru Gido changed tactics. He shaped his hand like a gun and fired several blue squid cursed spirits as bullets toward Akira Zenin's physical body. Just as expected, the 3 shadow serpents at the front visibly stuttered, while the 2 behind them moved nimbly, blocking every cursed spirit projectile. If his consciousness isn't inside his body, then no matter how strong his close combat is, he can't use it properly. Suguru Gido had Rainbow Dragon intercept the now disjointed shadow serpents and threw a punch straight at Akira Zenin's body. To his surprise, Akira Zenin instantly recalled the shadow serpents. Suguru Gido's fist stopped just short of Akira Zenin's face. He flicked his arm, which had cramped slightly from pulling his strength back too abruptly. Akira Zenin blinked a few times, looking faintly sleepy. Impressive, you noticed that so quickly. Suguru Gido recalled the cursed spirits scattered across the training ground. You trust me that much, canceling a technique so abruptly is dangerous. Akira Zenin shrugged, expression calm, and withdrew the piercing ox shadow that had been on the verge of a partial summoning. It was just a spar anyway. Besides, you wouldn't keep attacking. Just looking at your face, you seem like a pretty gentle person. Suguru Gido smiled and shook his head. Then let me properly introduce myself. I'm Suguru Gido, just call me Gido. Akira Zenin returned the smile. Now that I think about it, as long as it doesn't cut into my rest, Jujutsu High might actually be kind of interesting. I'm Akira Zenin, call me whatever. Satoru Gojo suddenly popped up beside them and coughed loudly a few times. Suguru Gido laughed. Gojo, are you disappointed we didn't actually go all out? Satoru Gojo shot him a look and pointed behind him. Following his gesture, Suguru Gido and Akira Zenin saw Masamichi Yaga standing there, staring at the damaged field with barely contained fury. Masamichi Yaga raised both hands. No fighting on school grounds. Bang! Suguru Gido dropped into a crouch, clutching his head where a bright red bump had formed. Akira Zenin, pushed by Masamichi Yaga's force, also ended up squatting on the ground. Satoru Gojo clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. It was his first time watching someone else get lectured up close. Bang! Satoru Gojo clutched his own head and slowly crouched down. You think I don't know you? If these 2 start fighting, you're definitely the one egging them on. Masamichi Yaga glanced at the person squatting on the ground, who looked moments away from falling asleep. Akira Zenin right, come with me. Masamichi Yaga led Akira Zenin to a black wooden door. When he pushed it open, a spacious room was revealed inside. The floor was spotless. Masamichi Yaga walked over to a pile of plush dolls, sat down among them, and began observing Akira Zenin. Satoru Gojo, who had secretly followed along, suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Sensei, tilde your cursed corpse dolls are still just as ugly tilde. Masamichi Yaga took a moment to suppress the vein twitching on his forehead. They don't need to be cute. Appearance itself is one way to collect cursed energy. After that, he ignored Satoru Gojo entirely and continued studying Akira Zenin. Looks like he didn't rest well. Did he sacrifice sleep for entertainment? Still, his physical condition is good. Maybe he trains hard at night. He might actually be normal. Why did you come here? Akira Zenin pointed at the white-haired man beside him. He dragged me here. Satoru Gojo immediately raised his hand high. Teacher Tilda, he's telling the truth. Masamichi Yaga covered his face. Shut up. He looked back at Akira Zenin. Then let me put it another way. What do you want to do here? Akira Zenin looked genuinely lost. I don't know. Masamichi Yaga subconsciously rested his hand on a Triceratops plush. The doll seemed to understand, standing up and eyeing Akira Zenin with eager intent. He kept reminding himself inwardly, over and over. This is the Zenin Clan's 10 shadows. This is the Zenin Clan's 10 shadows. Then let me ask you this. Why do you want to exorcise curses? No matter the grade, they're all noisy. And the taste is especially disgusting. Taste? Masamichi Yaga sounded puzzled. Satoru Gojo, meanwhile, stared at Akira Zenin with eyes sparkling in curiosity. Like rotting organs mixed with intestines packed full of excrement. With his curiosity satisfied, Satoru Gojo fell into thought. Masamichi Yaga didn't ask how Akira Zenin knew that. Akira Zenin wasn't going to mention it either. He wasn't about to explain how, out of curiosity, he had once attached divine dogs to himself and taken a bite out of a curse. The taste had made him unable to eat for 2 days. If not for his personal guarantee, the attendant at the time probably would have been humanely dealt with. Then one last question, Masamichi Yaga said. If you and your companions were facing a life-or-death crisis, would you risk your life to protect them or abandon them and survive alone? Akira Zenin answered without a second of hesitation. I'd pull my companions in front of me. No, I'd definitely go protect them. Of course, that's assuming the crisis is something I can handle easily. If you can handle it easily, does it even count as a life-or-death crisis? Masamichi Yaga had no desire to keep asking questions. He rubbed his throbbing temples. All right, Gojo, take him to see the dorms. Chapter 8. This is the dormitory. With Tenjin's barrier protecting it, you can come and go pretty freely. If you want to order food, go to the resident manager on the first floor. This is your room. It's stocked with the basics, but yeah, it's not as comfortable as your place. My room's right next door, and over there is Sugiru's. Got it. Akira Zenin looked around the clean, spacious room and nodded, unconcerned. Doesn't really matter. Back home, I spent a lot of nights sleeping in trees anyway. Satoru Gojo suddenly leaned in close. Akira-chan Tilda, I've always been curious. Why do you like hanging out in trees so much? They're higher than most of the Zenin Clan buildings, and the air's fresher. Exactly. You can't stand that rotten stink coming off those old people either. I just didn't think the smell would be denser than air. Akira Zenin nodded weakly, forcing his eyes open. Sure, interpret it however you want. We're here now, so leave. I'm going to sleep. Tilda. Satoru Gojo glanced at the bright sun outside. It's still morning, don't sleep yet. Come next door, there's a surprise. Akira Zenin wasn't interested in any surprise, but he couldn't win against Satoru Gojo when he got like this. Still looking half dead, he let himself get shoved into the neighboring dorm. The moment the door opened, there was a loud pop, and colorful streamers stuck to everything in sight. Suguru Gito jumped out with a hand-twisted party popper, and Shoko Yiri popped out too, whistling. Welcome to Jujutsu High. Some of the sleepiness in Akira Zenin's eyes cleared. This felt different from the Zenin Clan. People at home treated him well, sure, but there was always some kind of agenda behind it. A little more light returned to Akira Zenin's dull stare. Maybe it was emotion. Maybe it was just because Suguru Gito had practically blasted his face with confetti. Akira Zenin peeled a streamer off his head and looked at Suguru Gito. Seriously, you're not supposed to fire those point blank at someone's face. What, are you getting revenge for that punch earlier, Suguru Gito? Suguru Gito tilted his head, putting on an innocent look. Wow, this is actually pretty good. It's way too sweet. The two by the door turned toward the noise. only to see Satoru Gojo and Shoko Iiri already sitting there, happily eating pastries. Suguru Gito guided Akira Zenin over to the table. Akira Zenin took a bite, then glanced at Shoko Iiri. "Did you make this? It's surprisingly good." Shoko Iiri shook her head. "The one behind you did." Akira Zenin turned and saw Satoru Gojo wearing a smug grin, like he was silently demanding, "Go on. Praise me." He looked back at Suguru Gito. "Do you have coffee? I think I was so tired earlier that I completely lost my sense of taste." Suguru Gito nodded and stood to get it, but Akira Zenin stopped him. "And don't add sugar." Satoru Gojo shot to his feet, planting one foot on a stool. "Huh, is that aimed at me? Akira-chan tilde, the last time we sparred was 2 years ago, right? You picked up any new moves? Come on, let's go outside and practice." Akira Zenin slumped forward on the table and waved him off. "Not interested." Suguru Gito returned and handed over the coffee. Satoru let Akira-kun rest. If we'd known he was this wiped out, we should have saved the welcome thing for tonight. Satoru Gojo was just about to argue when Shoko Iiri cut in, deadpan. "Can you stop spraying that overflowing puberty energy everywhere? Also, don't we have a mission? Maybe put that energy into something useful." Satoru Gojo rolled his eyes. Those missions are way too easy. They're not even exciting. Besides, we're the strongest." Shoko Iiri popped another pastry into her mouth. "Then, Mr. Strongest, don't forget to pay the bill." Satoru Gojo clicked his tongue. "Do we really need that? Even if normal people bump into us, who cares? They can't see cursed spirits or cursed techniques anyway." Suguru Gito shook his head. "No, if we want to reduce the number of cursed spirits, the most important thing is keeping the public calm. So even threats they can't see need to stay hidden as much as possible." Yeah, I know what you're going to say." Satoru Gojo waved a hand. "Babysitting weaklings is such a pain." Suguru Gito didn't look annoyed. He answered seriously, laying out his beliefs. "The survival of the weak is what society should look like. We support the weak and eliminate the strong. Remember that, Satoru Gojo. Cursed techniques exist to protect non-jujutsu sorcerers." Satoru Gojo pulled an exaggerated face of disgust. "You're lecturing me? I hate lectures the most tilde slapping some reason or responsibility onto power. That's what weaklings do." He even mimed Suguru Gito, swallowing a cursed spirit orb. "Just don't get so moved by your own speech that you start believing it." Off to the side, Akira Zenin's head was buzzing from the noise. He smacked the table and stood. The two who looked ready to start swinging turned toward him. "Listen. This is just our job. Doctors treat patients. Police keep public order. Chefs feed their customers. The right person in the right place, that's all. And what we're protecting isn't just some label like non-sorcerers. It's real people living their own lives. They're doing their best with their own lives and responsibilities too. We're jujutsu sorcerers, not some kind of saviors." Chapter 9. Masamichi Yaga's level of jujutsu was beyond doubt. The discipline he studied, puppet cursed technique, originated in the Heian period. It developed from the practice of imbuing objects with cursed energy to make them move, eventually branching into countless specialized applications. Masamichi Yaga was the undisputed master of puppet sorcery in the modern era. Whether his classes were interesting, however, Akira Zenin had no idea. During one lecture, he heard Masamichi Yaga say, "A student's duty is to read and to learn how to exorcise curses." After that, Akira adopted the same approach he used at home. "You teach your class, I'll sleep. We won't interfere with each other." With only 4 students in the classroom, Akira Zenin's behavior was impossible to miss, but Masamichi Yaga didn't make an issue of it. Leaving aside the fact that Satoru Gojo had already said, Akira was sent to school mainly to keep him away from the influence of his clan's upper ranks. As a direct descendant of one of the 3 great families, Akira should already be familiar with most of the basics of the jujutsu world. And although Akira Zenin was the heir to the 10 Shadows technique, the Zenin clan was nothing like the Gojo clan, where Satoru Gojo alone dominated everything. In the Zenin family, there were countless high-ranking figures eager to make use of him. Constant open and covert infighting like that was bound to be mentally exhausting. On top of that, Akira Zenin's performance during Q and A sessions in other standard classes was unexpectedly solid, so it was fine to let him rest. And just like that, time flew by. More than 3 months had passed since Akira Zenin enrolled. During that time, one of Akira Zenin's most frequent activities was laying out a mattress in front of the training grounds and watching Suguru Gido and Satoru Gojo fight hand-to-hand, both of them under strict orders not to use any techniques. The three of them also took turns doing routine, street sweeps, meaning scheduled patrols to clear out cursed spirits. Generally speaking, nearly all jujutsu sorcerers were assigned specific areas to manage, and this was part of the daily work dispatched by Jujutsu High. Since all three of them were far above average in strength, and Suguru Gido also needed to stock up on one-time-use cursed spirits, they proactively volunteered to go out and grind experience. That day, Satoru Gojo and Akira Zenin were about to head out with Suguru Gido to collect squid cursed spirits to use as bullets, when Masamichi Yaga suddenly called out to them. "There's a mission that may need to be assigned to you." Satoru Gojo sounded a little impatient. Don't tell me it's another fly head cleanup. Though, I guess that's fine. We were heading out anyway to help Gido gather some disposable cursed spirits. Masamichi Yaga shook his head. "This incident is urgent. The target has already caused over 100 deaths. 2 Grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerers sent as backup have lost contact. The cursed spirit has been registered. For now, it's designated as Special Grade Cursed Spirit, Skeleton Woman." Special grade. The moment he heard the mission's classification, Satoru Gojo's face lit up. He immediately grabbed Akira Zenin with his left hand and Suguru Gido with his right, then bolted straight out of the school gates. "What are we waiting for? I can't wait." Masamichi Yaga stood there holding a notebook with the mission address written inside, watching the three of them vanish without a trace, and fell silent. "I'll just contact them by phone later." Among Tokyo's 23 wards, Adachi Ward ranked 3rd in terms of area and had a sizable population. As for notoriety, Adachi Ward was actually more well-known than its neighboring Kita Ward, largely because of its disorderly reputation. After all, when most Tokyo residents thought of Kita Ward, their only impression was usually, from the name, it sounds like it's somewhere north of Tokyo. Disorder naturally bred underworld culture. Walking through Adachi Ward, it wasn't unusual to occasionally spot openly displayed Yakuza elements. Sachi Kusayama and Monzan Keiji, 2 underlings, were watching a restaurant called Shinkawa Aji. "Business looks pretty good. Seems like charging only 20,000 a month for protection is a bit low." Monzan Keiji scratched his ear when he heard that. "Protection money, don't forget what we're here for." "Of course I remember. It's the usual story, right? Gambling debt with high-interest loans. We finally tracked the guy down in that slum over in Sanya. After a beating, he personally told us to come here to collect. But legally, that man doesn't seem to have any connection to this place anymore. Can we really get anything out of them?" Behind them, the underlings Yashimoto and Kazuhiro rolled up the newspapers in their hands and smacked Sachi Kusayama on the head. "What are you talking about? Remember who you are. What you're describing, chasing down legal family members for repayment, is a judicial process. That's how the police operate. Our organization is different. We follow a related party compensation system. We don't need legal consent." The 2 underlings quickly agreed. Sachi Kusayama asked again. "But there has to be a method, right? That guy's relationship with his family is terrible. Using him to threaten that mother and daughter won't work, will it?" Yashimoto and Kazuhiro stroked their chins and nodded. For someone who hadn't even finished junior high, being asked to think up strategies beyond throwing punches was really a bit much. "Looks like we'll have to use force." "Force?" Sachi Kusayama felt a flicker of unease. "Are you sure this is really okay?" They were called underlings and underling heads, but in reality, they were just street thugs with a bit of backing. They had set up loan shark traps and used brute force before, but only after receiving direct orders from higher-ups. Acting like this, based solely on their own boss's decision, was a first. Kazuhiro narrowed his eyes. Didn't you say it's just a widow and her child? What kind of tactics do you even need for targets like that? Got any photos? Let me see. Tusk. With looks like this, whether we send her to the higher-ups or shove her into a movie, she could make tens of millions. And if the higher-ups are happy, do you really think our cut will be small? Even if something goes wrong, we can pull you back out. Sacha Kusiyama and Monzin Keiji nodded hard, vicious light flashing in their eyes. Big brother, we're with you. Bang! The restaurant door was kicked open violently. Startled customers inside reacted with practiced efficiency, quickly setting down their food and leaving in a hurry. A middle-aged man in a suit sitting near the entrance pulled out his phone to call the police, only for Sachi Kusiyama to press a dagger against his throat. Don't get involved. Sachi Kusiyama glanced at the employee badge the man hadn't taken off. I am interior, got it, now get out while I'm still feeling generous. As the tall brute pulled the dagger away, the middle-aged man fled the restaurant at full speed. Hearing the noise, Niyakawa Masami came out from the kitchen, spatula in hand. What do you think you're doing? Kazuhiro stepped out from behind the underlings, squinting as he looked her up and down. Madam, your hairstyle is a bit dangerous. Niyakawa Masami gestured for her daughter behind her to go inside and call the police, then faced the three burly men on her own. If this is about security fees, we already paid last month. We even paid double. Kazuhiro put on what he clearly thought was a gentle smile. Madam, we're a short-cycle, high-turnover enterprise. Our organization focuses on industry-leading strategies, zeroing in on core pain points, and achieving rapid value conversion through swift and precise action. In other words, there's no advance payment. You just get more attentive service for that 1 month. Chapter 10. Officer Kiyotaka Ejichi was halfway through a beef sandwich when an emergency call came in. A teenage girl's voice came through the line, panicked and trembling, her words catching as she spoke. Even so, she managed to give the address and explain what was happening. 3 people had broken into her family's shop. One was holding a dagger, another a curved blade, and the third had a gun. Kiyotaka Ejichi barely had time to ask a follow-up question before the sound of a phone hitting the ground rang out, mixed with the sharp crash of shattering glass. Then came waves of agonized screams. He immediately set the sandwich aside, pulled on his clothes, and got ready to leave. Just then, another officer grabbed his wrist. Under Kiyotaka Ejichi's confused stare, Hyde Nizawa shook his head. You've only been here a week, right? Around here, getting by depends on connections. You heard them mention a gun? That pretty much means the Matsuri gang. Hyde Nizawa pointed upward with one finger, then made a counting money gesture. Our bosses have ties with the Matsuri gang. Everyone just keeps one eye open and one eye closed. Don't take the wrong road. Those words hit Kiyotaka Ejichi like a shock. The sense of justice he carried as a police officer seemed to wither before it had even had a chance to take root. Don't take the wrong road. Who are you talking about? Me. Since when do we, as police, have to bow to gangsters before saving people? Seeing his reaction, Hyde Nizawa let go of his wrist. SHH, I'm only going to say this once. Every young person has dreams, and that's fine, but you need to tell ideals and reality apart. You'll want to start a family someday, right? Have a wife and kids, support your parents. The Matsuri gang's members are usually still somewhat rational. It's nothing more than high-interest loans. Nothing more than high-interest loans. Kiyotaka Ejichi knew better. If a loan shark really set their sights on something you had, even scraping together the full amount wouldn't save you. They would find ways to stop you from paying. They might block your transfers, give you invalid accounts that money couldn't be sent to, all kinds of tricks. Then they would keep throwing up obstacles until you missed the deadline. Once that happened, the terrifying interest would snowball, leaving you completely unable to repay. Until it came to selling your sons and daughters. As his thoughts churned, a scene from his childhood suddenly surfaced. He remembered being surrounded and bullied by 3 classmates, the helplessness and despair of that moment still vivid even now. Kiyotaka Ejichi took off his outer coat and headed for the door. This is my own personal action, not Officer Ejichi's. Hyde Nozawa picked up the clothes Kiyotaka Ejichi had dropped on the floor, placed them on the table, and let out a quiet sigh. When Kiyotaka Ejichi finally arrived at the scene, all that greeted him was devastation. For this incident, he might have sacrificed his future career, yet fate offered him nothing in return. He stood there in a daze, staring at the wreckage before him. He reached for his phone, then stopped, unsure of who he could even call. "I'm too late." Early the next morning, Monzon Keiji and Sachai Kusayama stepped out through an opulent doorway, carrying a human-shaped figure as they headed for the scrap room to take care of it. Sachai Kusayama shook his head. "I thought we'd just scare them into handing over the money. Who would have guessed that a real big shot from above would show up yesterday?" Monzon Keiji cut him off at once. "SHH, that's a good thing. Think about it. Once the reward comes down, forget about reputation or status. Just our share alone is enough for a few nights at the bar." Maki Shinagawa, lifted casually between the two of them, stared blankly upward. Her gambler father had already left home. The family business was finally starting to improve. The class president had accepted her stuttering confession. Today was her birthday. Everything had been moving in the right direction. So why? After witnessing her mother's brutal death and enduring utter humiliation, Maki Shinagawa suddenly felt something awaken inside her. A power born from extreme rage and despair surged through her body. It felt as though she could make her own bones grow. She forced every last bit of strength she had into her neck, trying to make bone push outward. Even piercing the hands of these two demons would have been enough, but the power she had left was nowhere near sufficient. Too late, I came too late. Her eyes, completely dried of tears, were wide open as she stared at the two men carrying her. With the very last of her strength, she forced her cracked lips apart. "I curse you. May you die miserable deaths." "Hi." Startled by a sudden sound beside him, Monzon Keiji flung the girl in his hands onto the floor. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on him. Even someone as experienced as he was felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Dead." He kicked the corpse's head a few times, then looked over at Sachai Kusayama, who was still holding her by the ankles. "Looks like she just ran out of strength. Want to take advantage while she's still warm? I remember you're into that." Sachai Kusayama rolled his eyes. "Give me a break. I'm not some beast that gets horny over anything. Those big shots really know how to have fun. There's probably not a single good piece of flesh left on her." Monzon Keiji clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Tisk, still, when the big shots make a move, they're generous. Over 100 million. When the boss is happy, we get some leftovers too. No need to dump her in the scrap room this time. Just bag her and have the driver take her to the coast." Sachai Kusayama nodded and tossed the corpse to the floor. "I'll go get the bag. Once we're done, how about a drink?" "Sure, we'll go once the boss's reward comes in." Left alone in the corridor, Monzon Keiji didn't notice the shadow of the corpse behind him starting to ripple and twist. Slowly, a black skeletal hand emerged, followed by an entire black skeleton taking shape. The skeleton woman stared fixedly at the man in front of her. "May you die a miserable death. May you die a miserable death." A chill crept up Monzon Keiji's back. He turned around and saw a slender beauty dressed in a kimono. As a low-level underling, he'd never seen anything like this. The bar girls and kidnapped women he knew couldn't even compare. That aura, she had to be someone important. Maybe the boss's woman? Was she here to check on things? Monzon Keiji immediately bowed. "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for?" He felt the woman place a hand on his head. Did my luck finally turn around? The skeleton woman reached up, grabbed his hair, and yanked. A violent tearing pain exploded in his neck, and panic set in. "Hey, what are you?" Before he could finish, a series of sickening ripping sounds rang out as the skeleton woman tore his entire spine free, vertebra by vertebra. Blood sprayed everywhere in an instant, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench. Sachai Kusayama returned with the bag just in time to see the scene. In that moment between life and death, he saw the skeleton woman's true form. As a member of the Yakuza, he wasn't afraid of fights or shootouts. But things like this, things beyond reason, terrified him. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. He couldn't even scream or run. The skeleton woman appeared in front of him in an instant. With a wet snap, the lower half of his face was cleanly severed by bone. His teeth and lips, still stuck together, twitched rhythmically. The skeleton woman plunged her hand straight into Sachi Kuseyama's chest. His bones began to grow wildly, spreading and multiplying until his entire body collapsed into a grotesque sphere of bone. With her target gone, the skeleton woman slowly turned her gaze toward the luxurious doors at the other end of the corridor. There were still humans there. Chapter 11. The skeleton woman, also known as the skeleton maiden, is said to have once been a young woman. After being betrayed by her lover and abused by her family, she ultimately chose to take her own life. After her death, her resentment and suffering transformed into a skeletal form. She is usually depicted as a tall woman with a haggard face, dressed in a long white robe, wearing a conical hat, and carrying a lantern. Her bones are pitch black, giving her an unnaturally gaunt appearance, and a putrid stench constantly emanates from her body. She most often appears in graveyards or forests at night, deliberately seeking out solitary travelers and luring them toward deadly traps. She uses her beauty and an enchanting voice to draw them in, only to suddenly reveal her true skeletal form, either terrifying her victims into madness or killing them outright. High in the air, atop a pink manta ray-shaped cursed spirit, 3 people were packed closely together as Suguru Gido explained the situation to Satoru Gojo and Akira Zenin. Satoru Gojo spoke up immediately. Looks like a special grade imaginary cursed spirit. It should be pretty similar to that Kuchisei Kana you and I subdued a while back, right? Suguru Gido nodded. Probably. Still, since it's a special grade, we should be careful. Satoru Gojo closed his eyes, his face full of confidence. What's there to be afraid of? We're the strongest. Suguru Gido chuckled softly. That's true. Akira Zenin slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that while he had been asleep, those 2 animals had actually been using him as a seat cushion. His eyes flew open. Hey, that's seriously unethical, you know. Satoru Gojo looked completely baffled. Gido, did you hear someone talking just now? Suguru Gido shook his head. The wind's too loud, I can't hear anything. Akira Zenin, damn it. Gojo is one thing, but I never thought you'd be like this too, Suguru Gido. Suguru Gido dismissed the manta ray cursed spirit, and the 3 of them jumped onto a massive roof beam inside the building. We're here, this cursed energy really is special grade. Satoru Gojo nodded. This place feels pretty retro, though the styles are kind of all over the place. Akira Zenin pointed toward the cursed spirit, rampaging through the hall below. That's our target this time, right? Satoru Gojo nodded again. Yeah, over 200 people dead in just 2 days. Looks like most of them were Yakuza, though. He turned to look at Suguru Gido. Gido, none of the people down there are good guys. Should we step in now and stop the cursed spirit? Honestly, I don't really feel anything either way. If you look at the essence of it, Suguru Gido replied calmly, it's still a cursed spirit killing non-sorcerers. No matter how vile their actions are, non-sorcerers should face social condemnation and legal punishment, not be slaughtered by a cursed spirit. Watching this exchange, Akira Zenin finally understood. Back during their Jujutsu high days, Satoru Gojo's overwhelming strength had left him without much of a concept of other people. Even though he constantly complained about big moral principles, he had always treated Suguru Gido as his compass for right and wrong. If we're really talking about the essence, Akira Zenin said, then I think the cursed spirit down there is just the world's rules delivering karma to evildoers. If it's trash like that being influenced and killed by a cursed spirit, I'd actually call it a natural death. Akira Zenin lifted his head and met the gaze of Suguru Gido, who had turned to look at him. Suguru, do you know what this place is used for? A gang hideout. This whole area makes money through loan sharking and forcing people into the adult entertainment industry, and not the kind of performers you'd ever see on NHK. Seeing Suguru Gido frown, Akira Zenin knew that, at that moment, he had already lost any desire to save the non-sorcerers below. Akira Zenin continued. As for how I know all this so clearly, it's because I'm the heir to the 10 Shadows technique. My family lets me review many of their sources of income. The Zenin Clan also earns part of its revenue from this place. In their eyes, non-sorcerers are nothing more than objects, with no rights as human beings. Letting those objects generate profit is just making use of waste. In the end, good and evil aren't determined by what someone is born as, but by their actions and nature. As for people like this, I choose to ignore their existence. Akira Zenin had always wanted to change Suguru Gido's belief that sorcerers exist solely to protect non-sorcerers. Extreme thinking often led to extreme actions, especially for someone as perceptive and prone to overthinking as Suguru Gido. While they were speaking, the skeleton woman had already slaughtered almost everyone below. She plunged her hand into the body of the final victim. The man collapsed like a stress ball, skin barely containing his bones as they bulged and caved, writhing through his body before bursting apart with a dull bang. The surrounding walls were smeared with red, white, soft, and hard matter, as if an unruly child had dumped bucket after bucket of paint across them. With no targets left, the skeleton woman slowly raised her head toward the 3 figures on the roof. May you die a miserable death. Satoru Gojo spread his hands. Oh wow, we've been spotted. Suguru Gido looked exasperated. You weren't hiding at all, were you? Akira Zenin noticed that the 2 of them, who were about to jump down, seemed to have forgotten something. With no choice, he pressed his fingers together and spoke. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. A black, hemispherical barrier completely sealed off the area. Satoru Gojo pulled a face, narrowing his eyes as he mimicked Suguru Gido's usual tone. To suppress the birth of cursed spirits, the most important thing is keeping the public's hearts at peace. That's why even threats invisible to the eye must be concealed as much as possible. Suguru Gido rubbed his temples, a headache coming on. I really was careless. Good thing Akira was here. After the 3 of them landed on the ground, the skeleton woman suddenly dropped to all 4s, letting out a low, beast-like snarl. From her back, scorpion-like bone tails hooked 5 corpses, then launched forward as she charged at them with explosive force. Even while dodging, the 3 of them continued exchanging observations. Suguru Gido glanced at the shattered ground, then turned to Satoru Gojo. It can naturally use a technique, and with this level of power, it barely qualifies as special grade. But it can only speak in fragments and can't communicate at all. It's basically a wild beast. Satoru Gojo blocked the skeleton woman's sudden strike with the limitless technique and observed her carefully. When the technique activates, it's surprisingly clear. Doesn't it look a bit like what forms when a Jujutsu sorcerer is killed in an irregular way? Suguru Gido dodged a bone whip and fired an octopus-cursed spirit to force her back. If that's the case, it should retain some degree of consciousness. Akira Zenin blocked a bone blade with the piercing ox shadow and nodded. That would explain why a newly born cursed spirit can leave its birthplace and attack with such clear intent. Maybe the pain at the moment of death was so intense that it subconsciously refused to regain awareness. Because the skeleton woman's technique could control bones through direct physical contact, Satoru Gojo and Akira Zenin, both capable of isolating attacks outside their bodies, instinctively positioned themselves in front of Suguru Gido. Not that it was really necessary. Satoru Gojo used blue to pull the skeleton woman into midair, while Suguru Gido summoned a sandworm to slam her down into the rubble. Akira, weren't you planning to test a new technique? Akira Zenin nodded. I didn't think you'd remember. Silently, he chanted in his mind, Max Elephant. The moment he felt the technique for Max Elephant become available, Akira Zenin extended his hand forward. Cleansing, rain of 1,000 needles. Dense raindrops appeared around Akira Zenin, so pure and clear that they were easy to miss if one wasn't paying close attention. Like countless needles, the rain instantly pierced the skeleton woman as she tried to rise, riddling her body with holes like a honeycomb. Chapter 12. For high-grade cursed spirits formed from densely concentrated cursed energy, Minor piercing damage could heal almost instantly. After regenerating, the skeleton woman dropped back to the ground. The surrounding corpses began to tear apart with wet, cracking sounds as one pitch-black skeleton after another crawled out of them, closing in on the three. Satoru Gojo let out a scornful laugh. "Oh, playing clones right in front of me. There's only one skeleton here that can actually activate a technique." Cursed technique lapse, blue. A blue orb appeared to Satoru Gojo's left, instantly pinning the skeleton woman against the wall. At the same time, Suguru Gido wiped out the remaining skeletons with Rainbow Dragon. Akira Zenin settled into his stance and focused his mind. Water Spirit. Ford Feathers. Netherworld Torrent. Impurity, Ink Abyss. Water, heavily clouded by dense cursed energy, spread outward from the shadow beneath Akira Zenin's feet. From within the shadow of the water, more water surged forth again and again, repeating until a blackened zone formed around them, with a slow, swirling vortex at its center. Is this the embryonic form of a domain? Suguru Gido's eyes widened in shock. Satoru Gojo immediately dismissed the idea. It's just one way of expanding a technique. There's no barrier involved. More importantly, playing with shadows doesn't suit Akira's style. This doesn't look like the domain he'd be born with. Hey, what a waste. From within the blackened area, several enormous columns of water packed with cursed energy burst upward. The skeleton woman dodged the first few, but the following strikes hit her in rapid succession, smashing her body apart under the overwhelming force. Right, this is a failed product from my earlier research into domains, Akira Zenin said calmly. I figured it would be a waste to throw it away, so I repurposed it into this. Still, this cursed spirit feels like it doesn't know how to use a technique at all. It keeps relying on its body to tank attacks, and it's not very agile either. As the skeleton woman's head continued to snarl and thrash, Satoru Gojo reached out and dragged it aside. With his other hand, wrapped in blue, he crushed the body that had just begun to regenerate. Gido, want to absorb it. This one looks pretty decent. Though cursed spirits don't exactly taste good, right? Suguru Gido walked over in silence and answered without a second's hesitation. Like a rag wiped through vomit. Perhaps because he possessed cursed spirit manipulation, he could faintly sense the pain and despair hidden within the skeleton woman's howls. Suguru Gido stopped using cursed spirit manipulation, placed his hand gently on top of her skull, and lightly stroked it. Several bone spikes suddenly burst out, piercing straight through his hand, yet his expression never changed. Forget it, Satoru, let her go properly. Satoru Gojo nodded. A blue point appeared inside the skeleton woman's body, and her entire skull collapsed inward until it disappeared completely. Seeing that Suguru Gido's mood had darkened, Satoru Gojo's expression grew serious as well. He didn't ask why Suguru Gido had given up on absorbing her. Your hand's fine, right? I didn't expect you to be that impulsive. What if that thing could use a technique through its head? Suguru Gido shook his head. It's fine. I protected the bones with cursed energy. This kind of injury just needs Shoko to patch it up when we get back. Akira Zenin walked over. Did you forget about me? He silently chanted, round deer, then placed his hand on Suguru Gido's shoulder. As the positive energy generated by the reverse cursed technique flowed in, Suguru Gido's hand gradually healed. The 10 Shadows techniques really are versatile. At this rate, Shoko's going to be out of a job. Akira Zenin shrugged. We hardly ever get hurt on missions. She just wants to stay at the school now and doesn't even feel like coming along anymore. Besides, I don't actually understand medical theory. I just brute force it and let miracles happen. In any case, you can never have too many med kits. Suguru Gido shook his head, recalling the days when he was still inexperienced with cursed spirit manipulation. Before he had any stockpile, when he had to subdue cursed spirits alone using nothing but hand-to-hand combat. When we do missions together and exorcise curses, it feels like we're just messing around. There's not even a hint of tension. Satoru Gojo pushed up his sunglasses. Well, obviously, after all, we're the strongest. Wrapped in a light haze, the three returned to Tokyo Jujutsu High. They could have gotten back much earlier, but Satoru Gojo insisted on dragging the other two to try a so-called once-in-a-lifetime delicacy, buttered potatoes. They hadn't expected a random street snack to be that popular. Exhausted adults after a full day of work stood in line with their kids, the queue folding back on itself twice. It took over an hour before the three of them finally got their food. When they reached the school gates, Yutaheim, dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit, was holding Shoko Ieri's hand. "I'll be graduating soon. You really need to smoke less. Even if you can use the reverse cursed technique, it still takes a lot out of you." "Yes, yeah." Shoko Ieri nodded half-heartedly. She and Yutaheim actually got along pretty well, but every time they met, Yutaheim would nag her about quitting smoking and drinking. Shoko subconsciously pulled out a cigarette, then immediately switched it for a lollipop after noticing someone's gaze. Well, if it isn't Yutaheim, going on a mission by yourself, have the old guys finally gone senile? Don't tell me you're going to cry out there. Yutaheim's face turned bright red as she stiffly twisted her neck, joints cracking audibly. "Gojo, can you show some respect to your senior for once?" Satoru Gojo flashed a grin. "Raging cotton candy." Suguru Gito smoothly followed up. "Savage dandelion." "Furious fluffball." "Noisy soap bubble." Being mocked nonstop, Yutaheim's face flushed completely red, steam practically rising from her head as she transformed into a full-fledged steam princess. Just as her anger meter kept climbing, she suddenly noticed Akira Zenin nodding off beside the other two. As part of the trio, he hadn't joined in on mocking his senior at all. Wow, that was so touching. Of course, everything was relative. Standing next to Satoru Gojo, anyone would look gentle and well-mannered. Akira Zenin was probably just too sleepy to bother joining in. Akira Zenin. Startled by the sudden shout, Akira Zenin jolted awake, dark circles under his eyes as he struggled to take in what was happening. "Huh, Yutaime-senpai, what's wrong?" "Senpai, just listen to that. What a title." There was absolutely no way those words would ever come out of the white-haired demon or the weird bangs guy. Aside from Shoko, only Akira Zenin would talk like that. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing. You look so tired, so your senior brought you something nice." Yutaheim tossed a can toward Akira Zenin. Coffee. Pretty sweet and low on caffeine, but better than nothing, I guess." After thanking her, Akira Zenin gulped the drink down in one go. Suguru Gito propped his chin on his hand, looking puzzled. "Akira, does that actually work? I thought coffee only helps if you're not already exhausted. If you drink it when you're sleepy, doesn't it stop working?" Satoru Gojo nodded vigorously. "Exactly. That's for stacking armor, not restoring HP. Weak people really don't think things through." Akira Zenin summoned divine dogs and had them toss the can into the trash. "Maybe it's just psychological. Anyway, I've grown to like the taste of coffee, preferably without sugar." "Exactly, sweet stuff is the worst." Finding another ally against sweets besides Shoko, Yutaheim chimed in enthusiastically. "But senpai, are you really okay going on a mission alone?" "It's fine, I'm just investigating something, and I'm not going by myself." Shoko quietly walked over. "Yutaheim-senpai, you've got a call. Mei-san has been waiting for you for quite a while." Chapter 13. Originally, a company owner and his family lived here. He ran a local chain of barbecue restaurants. But starting last July, because of mad cow disease, his restaurants took a devastating hit. With debts piling up at home, the entire family eventually committed suicide. After that, this house became a well-known haunted spot in the area. Local middle and high school students, college students from out of town, and even freelancers all came here to play courage-testing games, only to disappear one after another. The rumors kept escalating, and the range of victims kept expanding. Yutaheim was sitting in the car, reading through the materials provided by the assistant supervisor while reporting the mission details to Mei-Mei. Mei-Mei, her pale blue hair that was nearly white tied into a simple ponytail, typed on her phone as she replied. "He used real beef for his barbecue. No wonder he went bankrupt." "What?" "Nothing. I mean, rumors about haunted locations always spread especially fast. Lately, they've been spreading at an unbelievable speed through the internet, which has really increased our workload as sorcerers. There are already multiple victims. We need to cut off the source as soon as possible. Mei glanced at the balance displayed on her phone, then closed it. That's why the higher-ups commissioned me to investigate. The appearance fee they offered was pretty generous. As they spoke, they arrived at a sinister-looking haunted house. Mei stopped Udaheim from lowering a curtain. I don't sense any cursed energy. The source should be inside the house. Fighting indoors won't be easy to detect, so we'll put up the curtain when we need to strike from the outside. Mei tossed a flashlight to Udaheim. You'll probably need this. Sweep the whole building first. I'll check the first floor, you take the second. Just me. Is that a problem? And no, not at all. Then I'll leave it to you. Udaheim held the flashlight and shakily searched the second floor. After checking the final room and finding nothing but a few rats, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Yeah. Udaheim spun around and saw Mei standing behind her. Mei-san, don't scare me like that. You scared yourself. Have you finished checking the first floor? This is the first floor. Mei pointed with her umbrella at the soda cans, chip bags, backpacks scattered on the ground, and the markings carved into the walls with cursed energy. I've seen all of this 3 times already. Looks like we're already inside its belly. The two continued walking down the corridor for a while longer. Udaheim stopped to catch her breath. This isn't an innate domain, is it? Mei shook her head. We've already been walking for 30 minutes, and an innate domain is the physical manifestation of a mental landscape, which means a barrier technique. Exactly, but judging from the nature of the technique, the cursed spirit itself shouldn't be very strong. As long as we leave the barrier, this can be resolved. So, Udaheim, how would you get out of here? This corridor loops, but I've been counting. Each loop takes a different number of steps. That means if we sprint through the corridor at full speed, the barrier is bound to collapse somewhere. Good thinking. Unfortunately, 90 points. If we run in opposite directions at the same time, the barrier will collapse even more easily. Then let's do it. If this works, I'd appreciate it if you'd recommend me for a promotion. How much savings do you have? Never mind, I'll think about it. Now run. The two of them took off in opposite directions. After a while, Udaheim felt the floor beneath her feet begin to crack as the entire corridor started collapsing. Just as she was about to fall into the rubble, the outside was suddenly wrapped in a black curtain. A gigantic owl swooped in, caught Udaheim, and gently set her down on the ground. Udaheim had barely managed to relax when a massive cursed spirit appeared behind her. But the moment it emerged, it was torn apart and devoured by a huge white hound. Still shaken, Udaheim watched as the animals dissolved into shadows and disappeared. A figure with dark circles under his eyes slowly walked over. It's Akira. That's a relief. If it were Gojo, there's no way it would have been this quiet. Akira Zenin nodded lightly. I'm glad you're okay, senpai. In truth, Akira Zenin's mood was terrible. What was happening now was already beginning to diverge from the storyline he remembered. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Gido had been called away a day early to protect the star plasma vessel. The principal had sent him here to look for the two who'd gone missing. Still, that was fine. Once this mission was done, he could catch up with them. At the very least, he had to save Riko Amanai, who was supposed to die, and his uncle had to survive as well. Mei was sitting on a nearby rock. Oh, you're that laid-back student from the Zenin Clan. Why are you here? Akira Zenin closed his eyes and answered in a flat, almost recited tone. You've been out of contact for 2 days, so I was sent to find you. Looks like this barrier affects time as well. If that's the case, my actual working time was 2 full days. I'll have to charge a higher appearance fee for that. Akira Zenin had no interest in continuing the conversation. Since the mission is complete, I'm heading back. That fast? Akira, why don't you come have coffee with us? Consider it my way of saying thanks. I'll pass, maybe next time. A phone suddenly rang from inside Akira Zenin's clothes. After answering it, his face filled with disbelief. What? You want someone like me, who's always out in the field, to go back to the Zenin clan and handle internal affairs? Chapter 14. Old man, what's going on? Naobito Zenin lounged back in his chair with his usual carefree posture. Though unusually enough, he wasn't holding any alcohol this time. The Kamo clan wants you to become the master of their legitimate heir. Huh, are you serious? You want me to teach blood manipulation techniques? And since when do the Kamo have that kind of relationship with us? Not blood manipulation techniques. To be precise, the child hasn't awakened a technique yet. They believe that a disciple of the 10 Shadows technique has a higher chance of awakening a clan technique. Honestly, we didn't want to involve you, but the Kamo clan offered cursed tools worth 10 billion as a formal apprenticeship gift. Is it Noritoshi Kamo? Who? That stain on the Kamo clan from 150 years ago. Akira Zenin shook his head. Right now, Noritoshi Kamo likely hadn't awakened his technique yet, which meant he hadn't been replaced by the Kamo clan as their legitimate heir. Strength alone did not define power. The Zenin clan did seem to have changed somewhat, but that was from the perspective of someone seen as the 10 Shadows' divine child. Most people hadn't changed at all, and those at the lower levels still wouldn't view things positively. That said, Akira Zenin had always been treated carefully within the Zenin clan. At the very least, they maintained proper appearances. Whether it was politics or personal feelings, the clan was something no one could simply step around. Then let me meet him, let's get it over with, I have my own matters to deal with. That's fine, but you should understand this. A master isn't the same as a teacher. According to the apprenticeship rituals of the 3 great families, it'll take about 3 days. Old man, have you noticed something? Naobito Zenin picked up his teacup and took a long gulp. Judging by the motion, it looked more like he was drinking sake than tea. Stalling tactics. Looks like you've gotten yourself tangled up in something pretty troublesome, kid. Yeah, someone's trying to drag things out to remove me as a variable. Once the apprenticeship ceremony ends, there'll probably be more to come. So I've been underestimated. They really think something like this is enough to stop me. Maybe I've never shown my fangs before, so whoever's lurking in the shadows thinks I can be toyed with using trivial distractions. Then it's time to let them see a bit of my strength. And while I'm at it, I might as well take something interesting for myself. If I'm lucky, it might even make that person restrain themselves and prevent a few tragedies. Old man. I'm going to resume Shikigami subjugation. Have everyone in the clan leave the central area. Ideally, have them evacuate the clan grounds entirely. Naobito frowned, confused. Subjugating Shikigami, haven't you already finished? Wait, you mean? Akira Zenin nodded. That's right, I'm going to try Mihoraga. Naobito froze, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Try it, is that something you can just try? The Mahoraga subjugation ritual ends one of 2 ways. You succeed, or it kills you. To hell with this, I'm going to talk to the Gojo clan. Akira Zenin hurriedly stepped in and stopped Naobito. Hey, old man, don't jump to conclusions. Just because the previous 10 shadows couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't. Besides, if I really want to subdue it, you wouldn't be able to stop me anyway, right? Naobito Zenin took several gulps of tea and nodded in silence. All right, if you're that determined, then be careful. But is it really necessary for everyone to leave the clan grounds? The Mahoraga ritual itself shouldn't require such a large scale. At a critical moment, sacrificing a few people might buy some time against Mahoraga. The Mahoraga ritual doesn't need it, Akira Zenin replied calmly, but I do. Naobito immediately issued orders, instructing the guards to gather everyone at the clan's central area as quickly as possible, and then evacuate the grounds together. Within half a day, every member of the clan had withdrawn lightly and efficiently, leaving behind all possessions, as if fleeing a disaster. Some of the higher-ups questioned the sudden drain on manpower and resources, but considering Naobito's close relationship with the 10 Shadows technique user and the likelihood that his faction's status would remain secure, they chose not to press the issue. As for the lower-ranking members, they were mostly just confused, some even excited. Evacuation duty was far easier than waiting on those high-end mighty sorcerer elders. Akira Zenin arrived at the open space in the center of the clan grounds. a place originally meant for various rituals, and likely where the upcoming apprenticeship ceremony would also be held. He formed hand seals and murmured softly, "With this treasure I summon Furub Uriura." The shadow beneath Akira Zenin boiled violently, spreading outward in all directions. Eight-handled sword, Divergent Sila, Divine General Mahoraga. A cocoon-like mass slowly emerged at the center of the training ground. Two neat rows of canine shikigami lay prostrate beside it. As long howls rang out one after another, the massive cocoon began to crack, eventually splitting open to reveal the shikigami inside. Its body was pure white, a ritual circle floating above its head. Its bare upper body was thick with knotted muscle, and its right hand was bound to a massive, unsheathed greatsword. Its face was ferocious. With no lips, jagged teeth were fully exposed, while wing-like flesh extended outward from both sides of its eyes. Akira Zenin drained the coffee he'd been idly holding. It doesn't really help, but I guess it takes the edge off a little. He formed another set of hand seals, projecting the shadow of a bull's head onto the ground. The incomplete summoning left the exterior of Piercing Ox distorted and uneven, its bull-shaped shadow wrapping tightly around Akira Zenin. Among his shikigami, this one possessed the greatest defensive power. At the same volume, Piercing Ox was sturdier than Max Elephant, even more so than an enlarged of it. Mahoraga vanished in an instant. The blade in its right hand came down in a straight, overwhelming slash toward Akira Zenin. The impact was enormous, yet the attack was still blocked by the Piercing Ox shadow, now reinforced with cursed energy. Boom! The collision sent out a terrifying shockwave, flattening every surrounding building in its wake. Akira Zenin silently chanted in his mind, "Max Elephant." As the Max Elephant technique was channeled, the air around him seemed to grow thick and viscous. Akira Zenin brought his palms together, then pointed straight ahead. Convergence, piercing water. As he released the technique, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had someone from the Kamo clan seen him use piercing water during one of those times he'd been playing around with cursed spirits? After all, the inspiration for this move did come from the Kamo clan's piercing blood. A stream of water shot out from Akira Zenin's fingertips, so fast it was nearly impossible to see. It instantly punched through Mahoraga's chest, blasting a massive hole through its upper body. However, against Mahoraga's recovery max, combined with adaptability max, this kind of damage was meaningless. In less than a blink, its body had completely regenerated. Mahoraga closed the distance again and launched a storm of relentless strikes with both hands. Its attacks would never stop until the one conducting the ritual was dead. Every blow slammed into the shadow of Piercing Ox, ringing out with metallic clangs like hammering steel. Cracks spread across the reinforced ground in spiderweb patterns as Akira Zenin's figure slowly sank lower. This is too passive. He hadn't expected Mahoraga's raw strength to be this overwhelming. With no other choice, Akira Zenin switched tactics. Cleansing, Rain of 1,000 Needles. Utterly pure raindrops formed an attack that was almost impossible to track. Like countless blades of water, they continuously sliced into Mahoraga's body. Water Spirit. Ford Feathers. Netherworld Torrent. Impurity, Ink Abyss. Coordinating with shadow techniques, streams of water burst forth from the shadows. Saturated with cursed energy, they appeared pitch black, eventually pooling beneath Akira Zenin's feet like a dark, inky lake. Beams of water shot up from the shadowy pool like black lasers, piercing Mahoraga again and again. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the ritual wheel above Mahoraga's head began to rotate. The wounds on its body grew smaller, and the damage caused by the water streams steadily weakened. The blood splattering from its body regenerated completely in an instant. Just as Mahoraga finished adapting to the continuous assault from Ink Abyss, Akira Zenin spoke again. Water Prison. A massive sphere of water rose from the shadows below, sealing Mahoraga inside. Violent whirlpools churned within, severely restricting its movement. Ding! The ritual wheel spun once more. Mahoraga's silhouette softened slightly as a thin membrane formed over its body. Gill-like structures sprouted along the sides of its chest, allowing it to slip straight out of the water sphere. By the time Mahoraga landed back on the ground, even the surrounding rain could no longer cause any visible damage. Akira Zenin's tired eyes showed no change. This outcome had been exactly what he expected. Escape the water prison that fast. Looks like you adapted directly to Max Elephant's technique. The moment Mahoraga fully emerged, Akira Zenin controlled the shadow of Piercing Ox, slamming it into Mahoraga before it could regain its footing. The impact sent it flying, crashing through an unknown number of buildings once again. Ding! From within the rubble, the ritual wheel above Mahoraga's head rotated yet again. Its figure vanished in an instant, and the sword of extermination came down on the shadow of Piercing Ox. This time was different. The blade cut through it like butter. Akira Zenin immediately recalled Piercing Ox and dodged aside. Hey, did you just adapt to the shadow itself? That's seriously rebellious. Chapter 15. In a blur of motion, Akira Zenin formed the Piercing Ox hand sign, shaping the overlapping hand shadows into the form of Max Elephant. Merged Beast Nether Elephant. A colossal elephant, 7 or 8 stories tall, pure black with a cold metallic sheen and massive horns, crashed down from above. Carrying force well beyond 10,000 tons and enhanced by the Piercing Ox's straight-line impact technique, it slammed down with a thunderous roar, driving Mahoraga straight into the ground. In an instant, the earth convulsed. The ground split apart, jagged fissures tearing open like deep ravines. Because this was a full summoning, there was a real risk of the Shikigami being destroyed. The moment the strike landed, Akira Zenin immediately recalled the merged beast. To him, the number of Shikigami he possessed was the number of techniques he could wield, which meant more options and more possibilities. Before Mahoraga could climb back out, Akira Zenin formed the rabbit escape hand sign with both hands. Shadows on the ground twisted and stretched, taking on the shapes of rabbits. Countless misshapen hairs burst out from within the shadows, instantly surrounding the newly emerged Mahoraga and plunging the area into chaos. Their lower halves remained submerged in the surface shadows, while their upper bodies clung desperately to Mahoraga, yanking at its joints again and again. Should I use a domain? No, that would let Mahoraga come into direct contact with the source of the 10 Shadows technique, and I don't have any way to recover after technique burnout. If subjugation fails, I'll really be done for. Akira Zenin spoke his thoughts out loud, a strange form of public disclosure in its own right. Looking at history, the 10 Shadows technique has never been able to subdue Mahoraga on its own. But those people all treated it like a Shikigami master's art. They turned each part of the 10 Shadows technique into nothing more than 10 separate Shikigami. Mahoraga is the final piece of the 10 Shadows puzzle. The technique's flexibility and the differences between each Shikigami's abilities are exactly what make it effective against Mahoraga. Mahoraga can't adapt to every Shikigami's technique in such a short time. Since Max Elephant had already been adapted to, then he would switch to other Shikigami. Since the shadows themselves had been adapted to, then he would stop using shadows as defense. Akira Zenin first ended the summoning of Max Elephant, then quietly murmured, "New." Mahoraga was still forcing its way through the mass of weak rabbit escape Shikigami. Every rabbit threw itself at it with reckless ferocity, but Mahoraga's body lines were steadily becoming more fluid, more flexible, as if it would soon be able to slip through the gaps between them. For a numbers-based Shikigami like Rabbit Escape, there was little difference between partial summoning and full summoning when it came to preventing destruction. The reason Akira Zenin chose partial summoning was because a shadow was half of a person, a projection of the soul itself. A Shikigami formed from shadows, when incompletely summoned, was effectively a shadow clone of its original body. It could even chant incantations. Akira Zenin shifted his consciousness into Rabbit Escape. Beyond restraining his opponent, he had discovered another way to use it. Under a complete ritual framework, sometimes the number of selves was directly proportional to power. Give this a try. Are you ready to witness my masterpiece, Mahoraga? Several thousand rabbit escape Shikigami suddenly closed in around Mahoraga. Every rabbit let out a childish voice, impossible to tell male from female, thousands of voices weaving together. Different voices, yet perfectly unified. Imperial Soul. Judge and Sever. The Lament of Heaven. A thousandfold chant, lightning punishment. There was no warning at all. Violent, densely packed lightning instantly drowned the entire inner compound. Anyone who saw this scene no longer complained about being evacuated so far from the clan's inner lands. They could only stare blankly at the enormous pillar of light that swallowed half the clan territory, linking heaven and earth. Roaring thunder, shattering impacts, and explosive blasts came crashing in waves, riding on searing heat that tore through the barrier. Within the crowd, Akira Zenin stood frozen, eyes stretched wide as he stared at the scene before him. His lips twitched for a long while before he finally managed to force out 4 meaningless sounds. Aba, Aba. Could something like a natural catastrophe really be unleashed by a single Jujutsu sorcerer? Off to the side of the group, a young girl gazed at the lightning storm with open fascination. She turned her head toward her younger sister, who was crouched on the ground, trembling in fear, and gently placed a hand on her head. "Don't be afraid." Ahem. When the thunderstorm, which lasted a full minute, finally faded, the entire clan grounds had been reduced to rubble. At the very center, the land had collapsed into a perfectly round abyss, its interior completely scorched black. Mahoraga's figure had long since disappeared. Akira Zenin, his entire body charred, let out a heavy breath. He dropped to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blackened blood, then took in the burnt, acrid smell lingering in the air. There's still some cursed energy left, but even reinforcing my body, shielding myself with a domain, and relying on my technique's adaptation, I still took serious damage. The subjugation ritual is barely complete. Mahoraga should be able to protect me properly out in the dangerous outside world. That move drains far too much cursed energy, and the range is massive. It doesn't distinguish between allies and enemies at all. My internal organs and blood vessels took some damage too. Once the burnout period ends, I'll just use Round Deer's technique to recover. I didn't expect the worst injuries to come from my own attack. Looks like I'll need to use it as little as possible in the future. Akira Zenin looked around. There was still a faint, lingering smell of charred flesh in the air. That's right, subjugating Mahoraga was only incidental. Akira's true goal was to use this opportunity to wipe out certain eyes that had been planted within the Zenin clan. Rebuilding might be a good thing. Now there isn't even a place left to take disciples, so certain people won't have anything better to do than come bother me. In that sense, this counts as a kind of rebirth. Chapter 16. At the appointed time, Akira Zenin led everyone back to the clan grounds. Amid the ruins, they saw a terrifying rift carved into the earth. Beside it sat a figure with barely any clothing left, quietly facing away from the group. Even the cursed energy that leaked from him unintentionally was enough to make one's heart tighten in fear. Most of those who were not familiar with Akira Zenin assumed that this 10 Shadows divine child was savoring the aftermath of the battle, waiting for the cheers befitting the first 10 Shadows user to subdue the final Shikigami. Those who knew him better, however, understood the truth. This kid was probably just sleeping. Akira Zenin walked over and discovered that Akira Zenin's eyes were actually open. "You brat, you weren't asleep. Just woke up." Then it really worked. Yeah. That was a terrifying sight. If it weren't for the barrier, the damage wouldn't have been limited to this much, right? Now you can summon Mahoraga. I'm afraid there's no one left who can stand against you. Maybe, but could you get me some clothes first? After his body recovered, Akira Zenin had accidentally fallen asleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized a crowd of people was standing behind him. Nearly naked, he didn't even dare turn his head. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, no one stepped any closer. Akira Zenin quickly ordered the others to go back and start rebuilding the barrier, then told Akira Zenin's maid to bring him some clothes. Finally unsealed, Akira Zenin looked at Akira Zenin. This time, no matter what kind of scheme I get dragged into, I should at least be able to protect myself. Just protect yourself. As a 10 Shadows divine child, when are you going to show some pride? If you keep being this modest, you'll be easy to manipulate once you become clan head. Clan head, I'm not taking it. Ha, you're the 10 Shadows user. If you don't take it, who would dare? Isn't your son Naya eager to be clan head? Besides, I'm not necessarily the only 10 Shadows user. Naobito shook his head, taking Akira Zenin's words as nothing more than a joke. So what's next, going back to Jujutsu High? I'll rest at home for a day. There are a few things I need to prepare. And since I already promised the Kamo family, I'll go handle the handover. They did give quite a lot, after all. Ha ha ha, it was only 10 billion. Do whatever you feel like. Consider it indulging a kid. Oh, right, old man. Have the Kamo family check if there's a 5-year-old named Noritoshi Kamo. I hear he's pretty quiet. Anyway, the Kamo family wouldn't hand over their real heir, so they might as well swap in someone more agreeable. Tokyo Jujutsu High, at the foot of Mountain Zan. It was already 3:00 p.m. on the third day of the Star Plasma Vessel escort mission. Good work, everyone. We're inside Jujutsu High's barrier now, Suguru Gido said. The girl known as the Star Plasma Vessel, Riko Amini, let out a breath of relief and bent forward, resting her hands on her knees. So we can relax now, right? Yeah. The maid, Kure, handed Riko a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. Suguru Gido glanced toward Satoru Gojo, standing nearby. Satoru, you've worked hard these past few days, 2 days without sleep. You can relax a little now. Satoru Gojo rolled his eyes, let out a heavy sigh, and quietly deactivated the limitless technique. Who wants to babysit some brat? I'm done playing along. Hi. The girl being called a brat, Riko Amini, shot Satoru Gojo an indignant look. Just as everyone finally relaxed, a dull thud rang out. A blade suddenly pierced through Satoru Gojo's abdomen from behind. A burly man in a tight black short-sleeved shirt stood there, one hand gripping the hilt, looming at Gojo's back. Seeing Satoru Gojo injured, everyone froze in disbelief. Impossible, this was inside the Jujutsu High barrier. Satoru Gojo tilted his head slightly, glancing back over his shoulder. Have we met somewhere before? The man in black, Toji Fushiguro, replied calmly. Don't worry about it, I'm the same. I'm not very good at remembering men's names. Taking advantage of Toji Fushiguro speaking, Satoru Gojo activated blue from farther back, dragging the man toward him. At the same time, Suguru Gido moved in perfect sync, summoning a white sandworm that snapped its jaws around Toji midair and slammed him into a massive rock. Satoru. Suguru Gido rushed toward Satoru Gojo. That kind of piercing wound looked anything but light. Satoru Gojo raised a hand, signaling him to stop. I'm totally fine, Tilda. I didn't have time to activate a technique, but it didn't hit any vital organs. I reinforced my body with cursed energy and restricted the blade's movement so it couldn't cut anywhere else. It's basically like poking a sweater with a safety pin. He turned his head back toward Toji Fushiguro's position and emphasized again. I'm really fine, don't worry about me. Go protect Riko Amini. I'll deal with this guy. You two head to Tenjin-sama first. Suguru Gido glanced at Riko Amini and Kure beside him. Don't let your guard down. As Suguru Gido led the two deeper inside, Toji Fushiguro had already spat out the cursed spirit storing his weapons, draping it over his shoulder. Holding the split soul katana, he carved the sandworm cursed spirit apart and stepped out from within it, scanning his surroundings. The star plasma vessel isn't here. I was hoping that last strike would take you out. Looks like your skills have slipped. The bounty on Amini has already been revoked. Even if you killed her, you wouldn't get a single yen, idiot. Toji Fushiguro scoffed. I'm the one who revoked it. The bounty was just there to wear you down. If I hadn't set a time limit, you'd have kept your technique running until the very end, wouldn't you? Stubborn little brat. Satoru Gojo locked onto his target and abruptly raised both hands, firing blue toward Toji Fushiguro's position. Under the pull of gravity, rocks and trees were ripped from the ground and dragged toward him. Toji Fushiguro sliced every flying object apart with his weapon, stomped hard against the ground, and vanished in an instant. Satoru Gojo could barely follow his movements. Fast, but it's not that simple. There's something off about him. No cursed energy at all. A heavenly restriction focused entirely on physical ability. If I can't sense him without cursed energy, then I'll widen my field of vision. Blue. 5 tiny blue spheres appeared around Satoru Gojo. As they expanded outward, they rapidly grew in size, erasing every surrounding structure in an instant. This is a 2-stage method I picked up from someone else. No need to fine-tune the output. It saves a ton of processing power. Just as Satoru Gojo searched for Toji Fushiguro, a loud buzzing suddenly filled the air. A massive swarm of grade 4 cursed spirits descended, completely surrounding him. So you're using fly heads to interfere now that the buildings are gone? That does make it harder to pinpoint his position. Fine, I'll just wipe them all out. Satoru Gojo immediately spread his hands and released another blue beside him. This one was smaller, flickering faintly as it pulsed. When I sparred with Akira, I realized a technique isn't necessarily stronger just because it's bigger. And it doesn't have to be fully released to be effective either. An incomplete blue has a shorter duration, but its constantly shifting, unstable gravity tears the target apart from the inside. As Satoru Gojo openly explained his technique, the surrounding fly heads were shredded by the fluctuating gravitational forces. Toji Fushiguro's figure reappeared, but he was dangerously close. A single blue sent him flying into the nearby ruins. So that makes me the winner. Within the rubble, Toji Fushiguro snapped his partially dislocated arm back into place and suddenly bolted toward the interior of the tombs of the star. Damn it, I almost forgot, his target is Ammonai. Satoru Gojo had just turned his head toward the tombs of the star when a chain attached to a strange blade appeared behind him. His nerves were stretched too tight, and his attention had been locked entirely on Toji Fushiguro's movement. He didn't notice the chain in time. With no chance to dodge, Satoru Gojo could only raise stasis power to block. The blade pierced straight through the limitless technique and stabbed through the back of Satoru Gojo's neck. Seeing his strike land, Toji Fushiguro yanked the chain of 1,000 miles, pulling himself toward Satoru Gojo. Gojo clutched his neck with one hand while firing blue at Toji with the other, but the chain had already looped around a nearby tree, returning the strange blade to Toji Fushiguro's hand. Toji Fushiguro used that blade to block the incoming blue, kicked Satoru Gojo to the ground, then pulled out a small dagger and stabbed into Gojo's neck several times before driving it straight into his forehead. Special grade cursed tool chain of 1,000 miles. As long as the other end stays out of sight, it can extend infinitely. Special grade cursed tool, inverted spear of heaven. It nullifies techniques that are currently active. Toji Fushiguro looked down at Satoru Gojo, sprawled in a pool of blood, his eyes unfocused. Well, guess there's no point explaining it now. It's already stuck in his brain. Chapter 17. Perhaps because of their absolute confidence in Satoru Gojo, Suguru Gido and the others entered the interior of the tombs of the star without the slightest hesitation. This was the deepest level of Jujutsu High, where Tenjin resided. But the moment of separation was close at hand. In order for Tenjin to retain his humanity and continue safeguarding the Jujutsu world, Riko Ammonai, as the star plasma vessel, needed to assimilate with him. Once that happened, Riko Ammonai would never again be able to leave the tombs of the star. In fact, whether she would even continue to exist as a person was uncertain. Riko-sama, this is as far as I can go. Misato Kuroi held back her tears. She didn't want Riko Ammonai to feel sad before her assimilation with Tenjin. Riko suddenly ran forward and threw her arms around Misato Kuroi, breaking down in sobs. Cure, you'll always be my family, you always have been, and you always will be. Misato Kuroi could no longer control her emotions. Me too. Suguru Gido didn't urge them on. He simply watched the scene quietly, his expression gentle. After their final farewell, Suguru Gido led Riko Ammonai deeper inside. Just before reaching the main hall of the Tombs of the Star, he stopped and turned to look at her. Go down the stairs, pass through the gate, and reach the roots of that tree. You'll enter a special barrier, different from the ones surrounding Jujutsu High. Only those who are invited can enter it. Tenjin-sama will protect you until the assimilation is complete. Or, you can turn around right now and go home with Kure-san. Hearing words she hadn't expected at all, Riko Amanai stared at Suguru Gido in disbelief. Hi. Before we met you, Satoru and I already agreed on this. If you refuse assimilation, then it won't happen. We're the strongest. No matter what choice you make, Riko, we'll make sure your future is protected. Riko, who had already resigned herself to her fate, had never once imagined she had another option. She closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Ever since I was little, people kept telling me, "You're special. You're different from everyone else." I got used to being special. As I grew up, I avoided danger as much as I could, living only for the sake of reaching this day. So even if I assimilate and part ways with everyone, it should be fine. Her voice gradually trembled, and tears slipped down her cheeks. But I really want to be with everyone again. I want to go to all kinds of places with everyone and see more of the world. Suguru Gido smiled, a sense of relief washing over him, and held out his hand to Riko Amanai. Then let's go back, Riko. Riko wiped away her tears and placed her hand in Suguru Gido's. Clang! A deafening metallic crash suddenly rang out from the path they had come down. Suguru Gido and Riko Amanai both turned toward the sound. Yo, second uncle, long time no see. Akira Zenin, his body wrapped in the shadow of piercing ox, blocked Toji Fushigiro's right hand as it swung toward Kure. Toji Fushiguro immediately pulled his arm back and hopped away, creating distance in a single motion. Who are you again? Akira Zenin. Seeing Toji Fushiguro pause in thought, Akira Zenin turned to look at Misato Kure, who was sitting on the ground. You're Kure-san, right? My name is Akira Zenin. Go inside and tell Suguru Gido not to worry about this area. Just proceed according to the original plan. Misato Kure stood up and hurried toward the interior of the Tombs of the Star. Understood, thank you very much. I'll leave it to you. Toji Fushigiro's voice followed. Oh right, I remember now. It's you, kid. This maid doesn't matter. Just don't get in my way from here on out. Akira Zenin flashed forward, cutting off Toji Fushigiro's path. Second uncle, so you really did leave that place. That trash heap isn't somewhere a human can stay. The stench alone is unbearable. You're passable enough, kid, but just seeing your surname already puts me in a bad mood. Second uncle, leave. This isn't a normal mission. If you keep going, you'll break the fragile balance of the Jujutsu world. The balance of the Jujutsu world? Ha! What does that have to do with someone like me, who doesn't even have cursed energy? You've stopped me again and again. Fine then, let me see just how impressive the Zenin clan's prized 10 Shadows technique really is. Akira Zenin immediately formed hand seals, summoning 2 irregular divine dogs. One of the shadow divine dogs stayed by Akira Zenin's side, while the other rushed straight at Toji Fushiguro. The 5-meter-tall hound was cleaved in half with a single strike, dissolving into shadow and sinking back into the ground. The moment Toji Fushiguro finished his swing, an irregular shadow-piercing ox charged in from the front, ramming into him and sending him flying. As the piercing ox vanished, a massive shadow serpent burst out in an instant, clamping its jaws around Toji Fushiguro in the crater and lifting him into the air. However, Toji Fushiguro drew the split-soul katana in one smooth motion and cut the serpent cleanly in 2. Akira Zenin suddenly frowned. For just a brief moment, he had felt an extremely faint, deeply concealed pain. Toji Fushiguro slowly stood up, rolling his neck a few times. Aside from his upper clothing being slightly torn, there wasn't a single injury on his body. Ah, so this is the ancestral 10 shadows those old fossils keep praising. It's decent enough, but that's about as far as I'd rate it. Zenin Akira recalled all of his partially summoned Shikigami. True, if we're talking about the traditional style of the 10 shadows technique, this is more or less the limit. Toji Fushiguro grinned. So you're saying you're rebellious? Something like that? Just playing with shadows isn't very interesting. It's like playing in the mud as a kid, so I'm going to use something a little different. Toji Fushiguro bared his teeth in a wide grin. Calling shadow techniques playing in the mud, "Kid, you're pretty interesting." Akira Zenin silently recited in his mind. Max Elephant. Cleansing, rain of 1,000 needles. Extremely pure, transparent water blades sliced down like raindrops toward Toji Fushiguro, but he spun the inverted spear of heaven around his body, blocking every single one. So you can see it after all, Ink Abyss. The unchanted, incomplete Ink Abyss sacrificed wide area coverage in exchange for flexibility, appearing directly beneath Toji Fushiguro's feet. From the shadow at his feet, black water infused with cursed energy surged upward, shooting straight for his head. Lacking precision, it only grazed past his face. The target has no cursed energy. Aiming using vision alone really is difficult. Toji Fushiguro touched the thin scratch on his face, a hint of confusion showing. "Kid, what was that water just now? Don't tell me you have two different techniques." Akira Zenin didn't answer. He shifted his stance slightly, resting his left hand naturally behind his back while forming the Vajra fist seal with his right. Domain expansion. A pure white spherical barrier instantly formed, enclosing the two of them. 10 directions sacred realm. Toji Fushiguro's expression didn't change. He merely cast Akira Zenin a faint glance. Hey, you're what, 16 or 17? I don't know whether to call you a genius or just an idiot." Akira Zenin smiled calmly. "I know you don't have cursed energy, second uncle. The domain will classify you as a structure, so the guaranteed hit effect won't apply. You can even freely enter and exit the barrier." Toji Zenin narrowed his eyes. "Oh. Shikigami Load, Divine Dog." The milky white inner walls of the domain suddenly sprouted countless eyes. Inside each eye, a cross formed by endlessly rotating Michikishi, no Tama, and Ashidama, spun without pause. A massive shadow pool spread across the ground. Endless divine dogs poured out from within it, each one locking onto Toji Fushiguro by scent, while countless gazes from the domain walls fixed tightly on him. Toji Fushiguro realized that Akira Zenin had vanished from his sight. Yet in his senses, that kid should be inside the central shadow pool. Akira Zenin's voice echoed from all directions. "When the 10 directions sacred sanctuary is loaded with divine dogs, I can grasp all information within the domain through my 5 senses and command this endless pack of wolves as if it were my own body. Uncle, even if cursed energy can't lock onto you, what about finely honed senses?" The moment his words fell, the waiting wolf pack surged forward all at once. Toji Fushiguro tried to pass through the barrier using his lack of cursed energy, but the eyes above tracked his every movement. The symbols within those eyes formed barriers, blocking his path. Toji Fushiguro could only slice apart the lunging divine dogs with the split soul katana. Unfortunately, once reduced to shadows, the dogs immediately re-emerged from the central shadow pool and rejoined the pack. When Toji Fushiguro tried to cut open the domain barrier with the inverted spear of heaven, his intent was sensed instantly. An endless swarm of divine dogs rushed in, surrounding him and restraining his movements. Toji Fushiguro showed a helpless expression. "Damn, you're a pain. Looks like I'll have to pit what stamina I have left against your cursed energy." Chapter 18. When Suguru Gito returned after escorting Riko Amanai and Kuroi out of the Tombs of the Star and sending them back, he saw Akira Zenin standing beside a water sphere roughly 3 meters in diameter. Toji Fushiguro looked utterly drained, his entire body submerged in the water with only his head above the surface. "Hey kid." "I lost this time, but I wasn't defeated by the Zenin clan's 10 shadows." "Second uncle, what matters is how you see it. What I think doesn't really mean anything." "Doesn't mean anything, huh?" "Second uncle, you hate clans that worship techniques above everything else. Satoru Gojo despises the feudal, corrupt, and rigid higher-ups of the Jujutsu world just as much. I left my family and came to Jujutsu High because of him. We could actually make plans together." "Oh, I'm just a ghost drifting through the world with no real purpose. And besides, Satoru Gojo has already." Suguru Gito ran over. Earlier, Kurai had only said that someone named Akira Zenin told them to retreat to the foot of the mountain from another route. Trusting his companion, Suguru Gito hadn't hesitated to lead the two away, then returned alone to check on the situation. "Akira, what's going on here? Why is he here?" Toji Fushiguro shot Suguru Gito a sideways glance. "It's simple. I killed Satoru Gojo. If it weren't for the kid Akira, the star plasma vessel would probably be dead too." Suguru Gito's eyes flew open, his gaze turning sharp. "Oh, is that so?" The space of cursed spirit manipulation slowly unfolded behind Suguru Gito, curses surging within it. Akira Zenin quickly spoke up. "Gito, calm down. Satoru is most likely not dead." Toji Fushiguro tilted his head slightly in their direction. Akira Zenin continued, "After all, he's Satoru Gojo." Suguru Gito's expression eased a little. He nodded and drew back the cursed spirit manipulation. Boom! A blinding sphere of light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire area. Half the visible sky turned purple, as if some ritual were celebrating the birth of an existence. Akira Zenin pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache coming on. Satoru Gojo had just mastered the reverse cursed technique and restored his brain, and in the middle of his frenzy, finding no one around, he'd gone and fired a high-powered purple straight into the sky. That was completely out of control. Akira Zenin looked over at Suguru Gito. "No need to worry about Satoru anymore. It's everyone else we should be worried about." From Akira Zenin's tone, Toji Fushiguro understood that the disturbance just now had been Satoru Gojo's doing. He hadn't died even after having a blade driven into his head. Reverse cursed technique could explain that, but what the hell was that purple explosion? Toji Fushiguro could tell that was a technique capable of killing him outright. He shook his head with a wry smile. "This generation really keeps churning out monsters. Maybe I should just retire and devote myself to watching boat races." Akira Zenin walked over. "Second uncle, how about taking on missions from Jujutsu High? The pay isn't bad. You've got a kid to raise, don't you?" With that, Akira Zenin released the water prison. Toji Fushiguro dropped to the ground and rolled his shoulders, flexing his limbs. "In another 2 or 3 years, my kid will be sold off to your Zenin clan. You'll probably be the next clan head, so that puts my mind at ease." Akira Zenin shook his head. "Whether he comes back to the Zenin clan or not is up to Megumi himself." "How do you know his name is Megumi?" "Well, I guess with your status, you know things like that, but don't expect me to return the money." Akira Zenin wanted to say that the money was meant as compensation for what Toji Fushiguro had gone through back in the clan, but it didn't feel right to put it that way. "Just think of it as your operating funds, second uncle. How about going back and seeing my cousin?" "All right." Toji Fushiguro shook the water off his body and slowly walked away into the distance. "Second uncle, try living for yourself just once." Toji Fushiguro didn't pause. He simply lifted his left hand and gave a casual wave behind him. "Next, we're reporting on yesterday's Purple Sky incident. The cause has been identified as Yanagiyama Fireworks Company testing their newest firework, the Purple 4-foot shell. Please discuss rationally and do not believe unverified rumors." "That's hilarious. What kind of company tests fireworks in broad daylight?" "Shut up." Masamichi Yaga rubbed his forehead, stiff from constant frowning. These kids managed to cause a major incident every few days. He could feel his reputation as an educator slipping further and further away. When Masamichi Yaga noticed the scar on Satoru Gojo's forehead, he pulled back the fist he'd been about to smash into Gojo's head. "Satoru Gojo." "Yes." "Go run 100 laps." "I tilde." In name, it was 100 laps, but in reality, Satoru Gojo was secretly practicing short-range teleportation. He could now use his techniques freely without worrying about frying his brain with excessive information or processing. If anything went wrong, he could just fix it with reverse cursed technique. After finishing his short-range teleportation practice, an excited Satoru Gojo went off to find classmates to test his technique. 1 year later, tilde. "Huh, what's going on?" Shoko Iiri watched as an eraser, and a pencil were thrown at Satoru Gojo at the same time. The soft eraser hit his head, while the pencil was stopped by the limitless technique. Splash tilde, a can of blue paint was blocked by the limitless technique. Ignoring the person lying in the tree, Satoru Gojo explained to Shoko. I changed the target of the technique to myself, using whether it would cause trouble for me as the criterion. Basically, it used to be manual, now it's automatic. And instead of judging danger only by cursed energy output, it also takes mass, speed, and shape into account. That way, I can keep limitless running almost non-stop, with minimal consumption. Splash tilde, a can of red paint was blocked by the limitless technique. Shoko Yuri frowned slightly. Won't keeping it on all the time burn out your brain? I'll just keep reverse cursed technique active to repair myself. Fresh brain, delivered non-stop. Splash tilde, a can of yellow paint was blocked by the limitless technique. Satoru Gojo looked up at Akira Zenin, who was sprawled across the tree branches, surrounded by bottles and jars of paint. Hey, is this really that fun? Let me try one. Akira Zenin scratched his cheek. I just wanted to see if you could draw on the outer layer of your technique. Theoretically, it should work. Sounds more like you're getting revenge for that time I drew on your face while you were asleep. Not at all. So what if we mixed honey into the paint? Would your limitless stop triggering then? Huh, that actually sounds like something worth testing. Akira Zenin glanced at Suguru Gido, who was standing nearby with a gentle smile. Because the star plasma vessel incident had played out differently, Suguru Gido hadn't fallen into that spiral of self-doubt. Still, with his sensitive personality, it was better to stay cautious. Gido, can you grab me a bottle of iced coffee? Suguru Gido nodded and headed inside. Once Suguru Gido was out of sight, Akira Zenin turned to Satoru Gojo. Gojo, if you've got something to say in the future, just say it, especially with close friends. Opening up might lead to something you don't expect. Oh, tilde, what's this, Akira-chan? Feeling lonely? Want me to tell you a few bedtime stories? If you'd stop pestering me with experiments using your technique, I'd be grateful enough. Akira Zenin set the paint aside and lay back lazily against the tree. Try not to send Suguru Gido on solo missions too often. The Jujutsu world isn't a game. Some things don't have perfect solutions, and with how sensitive he is, you never know what might happen. Haha, Gido, there's no way someone like him would do anything extreme. What, you think he'd start plotting to wipe out humanity or something? Chapter 19. Suguru Gido didn't hate going on missions. If anything, he liked them. They let him observe all kinds of people and situations, and through that, figure out what direction he wanted to take in the future. The only condition was that he didn't have to swallow a cursed spirit ball. At some point, though, Satoru Gojo started dragging him along on missions more and more. Gojo was loud, sure, but it still reminded Gido of how things used to be, back before the star plasma vessel incident. Gido, walking like this is boring. Wanna play the Sendai riddle game? Sure. All right, first question. What's my favorite Sendai dessert? Edamame paste fresh cream daifuku. Huh, then let's go to question 2. You didn't even mention what we're playing for. Then let's play the cream daifuku game. The rule is, whoever likes cream daifuku more wins. Okay, I win. Yes, yeah. Suguru Gido shot an exasperated look at the big kid next to him. But seriously, next time you play a game with someone, maybe look up what the word means first. If you rope juniors into this, they're going to suffer. They kept talking as they wove through the crowd. One of them wore sunglasses, but kept flicking his eyes around anyway, swaying as he walked like his neck was messed up. The other had his hands in his pockets, eyes half-lidded, hunched forward like his lower back was killing him. People around them got spooked by the odd expressions and even odder way they walked, and kept instinctively giving them a wide berth. Still, to 2 jujutsu sorcerers, there wasn't much on the street worth looking at. Resentment, jealousy, anger, hatred, disgust, envy, favoritism, selfish desire, all of it tangled together into a kind of surface-level chaos you couldn't really touch. Even the air felt unusually thick and grimy. Goj. What kind of assignments are they even giving you? At this point, Even a special grade cursed spirit shouldn't be much pressure for you. This one seems like it involves a curse user or something along those lines. The higher-ups are always like that, scared of this, scared of that. They take things that don't really need worrying about and try to turn them into things they never have to worry about at all. So ever since I started taking missions, a bunch of stuff has just naturally landed on my shoulders. Sounds exhausting. Tell me about it. This handsome guy even had to give up his afternoon tea time. It wasn't often that Satoru Gojo complained. Suguru Gido chuckled softly and shook his head. By the way, why do you keep dragging me along? With what you can do now, you shouldn't need my help. To keep you from turning into hollow Suguru Gido, obviously, you need to move around more. If you sit at Jujutsu High all day, you're gonna rust. Be honest, you'd get lonely tilde. Hold on, something's happening. Satoru Gojo suddenly dipped his head, peering through the gap in his sunglasses at something ahead. Suguru Gido followed his line of sight. It was a man with a small child. The man was forcing a black, mud-pill-looking thing toward the boy's mouth. The kid fought with everything he had, twisting away. Kazushi, be good. Eat it, and the two of us will finally make something of ourselves. I don't want it. Don't you always say you want to raise your math grade? I can feel my brain running at full speed right now. It stinks, and just looking at it makes me feel sick. People passing by automatically steered clear. To them, it just looked like a father trying to make his son take some kind of medicine, and the kid refusing because it tasted awful. Aside from how hard the boy was resisting, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and everyone had their own business to get to. Suguru Gido walked over to Satoru Gojo's side. This man's head is giving off a strange kind of cursed energy. It's similar to a newly awakened Jujutsu sorcerer, but he's far too old. No. Satoru Gojo took off his sunglasses and studied him closely. Whether the glasses actually did anything was anyone's guess, but removing them still carried a certain ritualistic weight. It's a cursed corpse. What? Part of his brain has been modified into something closer to a cursed corpse. Looks like some kind of computational interface grafted onto a large-scale cursed corpse. Thinking back to the man's movements, Suguru Gido immediately connected it to that mud pellet. He rushed over and grabbed the man by the forearm. Hey, who are you? What do you want? To the man, Suguru Gido was nothing more than a stranger barging into his life. Gido didn't look like an ordinary person, and for someone as ordinary as him, being pushed around by someone extraordinary wasn't worth dwelling on. As long as Gido stopped getting in his way, that was enough. He didn't show much anger, not calm restraint, but something closer to numbness. Do you know what you're feeding your son? He's my nephew, he just lives with us. Suguru Gido's face twitched slightly. How could this man miss the point so completely? It's poison. To show as much care as possible to someone with no knowledge of jujutsu, Suguru Gido chose words he could understand. Poison? That's impossible. My head has never been this clear in my life, and I only paid after I saw results. Years of grinding away as a corporate drone had conditioned the man to accept what others said almost reflexively. The idea of poison had already taken root in his mind. That's because it's a drug that consumes the brain. If you gave it to your son, your nephew, there's a high chance it would cause him to die young. Consumes the brain. You mean my brain is already being reduced? I'm an official representative. Please come with me immediately to receive treatment. Suguru Gido expected him to latch onto this lifeline without hesitation. Instead, the man suddenly began to struggle. No, I don't want treatment. Give me books. I want to study. I want to become a mathematician, a scientist, anything. Living like this is worse than death. I couldn't understand before, but now I definitely can. While I still have a few days left, send me to any school at all. As his words grew more incoherent and his behavior more unhinged, people around them began to take notice. Suguru Gido found himself at a loss. Satoru Gojo walked over from another direction, holding a cheese ice cream. Hey, hate to say it, but that thing only boosts your surface-level calculation ability. It's not going to turn you into a mathematician or anything. To snap him back to reality, Satoru Gojo stated the truth outright. It was necessary. The man froze. To keep the situation from drawing more attention, Suguru Gito immediately summoned an arm-shaped cursed spirit and clamped it over the man's mouth, reducing him to muffled, MMPH sounds. The moment the cursed spirit appeared, the quiet little boy nearby visibly trembled. Satoru Gojo crouched down in front of him, clearly intrigued. "You can see it. What's your name?" "Kazushi." Satoru Gojo examined the boy more carefully. "Ah, that's a shame. You probably don't have a technique. Just focus on school. Even if you came to Tokyo Jujutsu High, you'd most likely just end up as another casualty." Kazushi didn't understand what Satoru Gojo was talking about. It sounded vaguely like he was being told to study hard, which made him pout. The man with his mouth covered seemed to pass out, either because the cursed spirit was holding him too tightly or because his brain had reached its limit. Suguru Gito frowned. Can he still be saved? Someone actually used living human tissue to make a cursed corpse. Satoru Gojo walked over and casually rested a hand on Suguru Gito's shoulder. "Relax, we're not short on medical expertise or cursed corpse knowledge at Jujutsu High. With Shoko and Yaga-sensei diagnosing him together, he'll definitely be cured." Satoru Gojo turned to Kazushi. "Hey, we're taking you and your uncle for treatment. Stick close and don't wander off." As he reached out for the boy's hand, Kazushi suddenly darted to Suguru Gito's side and grabbed onto his pant leg instead. To him, this high schooler who had stopped him from eating the poop ball felt far more reliable. "Take me with you. I'm scared I'll get lost." "Hey, you little brat." Chapter 20. "I've changed my mind," Satoru Gojo said. "Have Yashiai, the assistant manager, escort those two to Jujutsu High." Suguru Gito reached over and rubbed the little boy's head beside him. "So where's Yashiai?" "I sent him to buy sugar-coated popcorn. That's part of the job too." "Huh? I heard you chewed out the new guy, Ijichi. You even made him follow Yashiai to learn assistant supervision work. Didn't expect you to be that harsh on a junior." "Ijichi doesn't have any talent for cursed techniques to begin with. Even if he really puts in the effort, maybe someday he'll barely manage a grade 3 cursed spirit. And with that conflicted, indecisive personality of his, he's basically cannon fodder. If he keeps working as a jujutsu sorcerer, he probably won't even survive until next year." Suguru Gito nodded. "True, we're short on both sorcerers and assistant managers. Cursed spirits keep appearing nonstop, and there are even curse users who don't do their jobs properly. Reducing unnecessary casualties really is important." As they spoke, Yashiai came walking over with a huge box of popcorn in his arms. More than anything, he wanted a successor right now. As long as it got him reassigned away from Satoru Gojo, he didn't care what job it was. "So, I send them to the infirmary first and then notify Principal Yaga, right? Got it. But if an actual fight breaks out, don't forget to put up a curtain." Yeah, with Suguru here you can relax." Every time you two work together, you forget that part. I really can't put my mind at ease." Still muttering to himself, Yashiai led the victims away. "Satoru, did you notice something?" "Residuals. They cleaned it up pretty well, but in front of my eyes, even the faintest trace can be tracked back to its source." Satoru Gojo casually stuffed the oversized popcorn box into Suguru Gito's arms. Suguru Gito finally understood. So this was the real reason Gojo had dragged him along on this mission. Following Satoru Gojo's observations, the two of them quickly located a hideout without much effort. It was a low, single-story mud house, wedged deep in a twisting alley and trapped between the shadows of two buildings. A crude barrier barely concealed it from view. Still, any proper jujutsu sorcerer passing through would immediately sense something off. A place like this could never be running legitimate business. Satoru Gojo let out a soft laugh. "So this is what they mean by hiding in plain sight, huh? Now I really get how desperate the sorcerer shortage is. Anyone walking by could spot this." Suguru Gito crushed the popcorn box in his hands and tossed it into a nearby trash can. The strength of cursed spirits increases with population density. The strongest ones all gather in Tokyo, and missions are assigned proportionally. Some oversights are unavoidable. The two stopped in front of the door. Hands still in their pockets, they each lifted one leg and kicked it open at the same time. If Suguru Gito had been wearing sunglasses too, the scene would have looked straight out of a gangster movie. Hey, Gojo-sama's here. Surrender while you still can. Unlike the shabby exterior, the inside of the house was unexpectedly clean and simple, even spacious. Perhaps the barrier outside also expanded the interior space. The room held only one person. A gray-haired man wearing a mask hunched over an experiment table, repeatedly tinkering with something. Beside him were 4 glass containers, each holding a brain that had grown grotesque flesh gears and drifted about restlessly. The man seemed completely unaware of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Gito bursting in, fully immersed in his own world. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, that person was right. The most perfect cursed corpse really is the human brain. Hey, old man over there. Shut up. The casual sharpness of his response made Satoru Gojo pause for a moment. Normally, nothing like this would faze him, but for some reason, the way the man handled the cursed corpse and those words he just said reminded him of Masamichi Yaga. A few seconds passed before Satoru Gojo finally processed what had just happened. Damn it, I seriously got rattled by some third-rate curse user. I must have stayed up too late binge-reading manga last night. I'm just wiped today. With the brain tissue spread across the man's desk, Satoru Gojo knew he hadn't come to the wrong place. The person in front of him was a curse user experimenting on living people. Satoru Gojo blinked to the side of the workbench and planted a foot on it. Well, aren't you full of yourself? You know why we're here. Why? Tokyo Jujutsu High sent people to mess with my work, didn't they? After speaking, the masked man fogged up his glasses with a breath, wiped them, and put them back on before taking a serious look at the intruders. You look kind of familiar. I've seen you somewhere. Gojo, Satoru Gojo. Finally figured it out? Then start packing. If you get to the prison barrier early, you might even get a decent spot. You can't destroy my research. This is revolutionary, and I've got the Zenin Clan and Kamo families backing me. Satoru Gojo almost couldn't keep a straight face. Old man, you seriously don't know the Gojo clan and Zenin clan hate each other? You've lived this long for nothing. And you just sold out your backers that easily too. Satoru Gojo pulled out his phone and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. Hey Akira-chan, where are you? At home, sleeping. Noritoshi, you're putting your effort in the wrong place with piercing blood. Focus on compressing your cursed energy. Don't just chase the initial speed. Whatever we're out of blood packs, we'll practice later, go play. Dumping your own work on Naya Zenin again, you really know how to slack off. That's training for him, that's how he grows. Nice excuse, but you didn't pay him a single yen of the commission fee. Why's Gojo-sama calling me again all of a sudden? There's a curse user here claiming he's connected to the Zenin clan. Akira Zenin immediately sat up in the tree. Had some old bastard been pulling strings behind the scenes and gotten caught? Any identifying features? Green Tengu mask, likes human brain flowers, looks like his cursed corpse technique is pretty solid. Akira Zenin flopped back against the branch. Don't know him. If I don't know him, then he's one of that old fossil Ogi Zenin's people. Do whatever you want with him. Okay, Tilda. Seeing Satoru Gojo casually chatting on the phone in the middle of a capture, the masked man started to think all the hype about him was exaggerated. He decided to slip away while Gojo was distracted. Strangely, when he passed right by Satoru Gojo, Gojo didn't move an inch. The masked man shifted his attention to Suguru Gito at the doorway. Cursed corpse research is my gift, but close combat is my hobby. This young Jujutsu High kid's no match for me. Once I'm out that door, I'm gone. But as he approached, he saw Suguru Gito smiling, eyes narrowed as he watched him. Maybe it was his imagination, but for a split second, the masked man thought he saw it. The fox-cursed spirit that had killed his master back when he was studying jujutsu at his teacher's side. Suguru Gito reached out, clamped a hand around his throat, and dropped him with a few effortless punches to the face. After a brief stretch, Suguru Gito tossed the masked man back into the room and stood shoulder to shoulder with Satoru Gojo, who had just ended the call and put his phone away. With the two of them blocking the exit completely, the curse user had nowhere to run. Dazed from the beating, the masked man dropped to his knees at once. Hands braced on the floor with his wrists turned inward, body pitched forward until his forehead hit the ground. Sorry, I was too reckless. Those brains can't be put back anyway, so please, just let me finish my research. Before either of them could respond, he suddenly shrieked, completely hysterical. Giant Cursed Corpse Type 2. Ignore activation conditions and initiate immediately. Chapter 21. As the house shook violently, cracks spread across the floor. The sound of marble collapsing rang out one after another as a reeking liquid surged up from below, and a massive figure slowly rose into view. Several spear-like bones pierced through the creature's head, with brain-like tissue hanging from or embedded into them. Flesh and wiring were interwoven to form its body, while dark red fluid continuously seeped across its surface. It looked as if it had been forcibly awakened before its skin had fully formed. The masked man lifted the upper half of his mask, revealing several ports embedded in his forehead. He smashed a bottle beside him, pulled out the brain inside, and plugged it directly into the ports on his forehead. Whether from absolute confidence in his creation or a belief that victory was assured, he burst into an inhuman, frenzied laugh. A Jujutsu sorcerer's power is limited. In my short life, I've learned this much. The more you research cursed corpses, the more you're shackled by so-called talent. If the range of control and the size of a puppet can't coexist, then why not just turn yourself into a cursed corpse and control it directly? Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow and casually extended his hand. With blue, the massive puppet that hadn't even fully emerged was instantly crushed and dragged into a twisted lump of scrap metal. I've completed this great, epic-making creation, proof that Jujutsu sorcerers can break past their physical limits. Ah. The masked man's manic laughter froze the moment his giant puppet was compressed into a ball. He could never have imagined that the creation he'd devoted his entire life to would be so utterly fragile. Satoru Gojo cupped a hand to his ear, as if listening. Go on, I'm listening, Tilda. I mean, maybe I never really understood what a Jujutsu sorcerer is. Satoru Gojo waved his hand in front of his nose a few times. There's dust everywhere and the stuff you made stinks. I only stuck around this long because I didn't want to make too much noise. Suguru, you take it from here. Suguru Gido nodded and summoned a worm-like cursed spirit, which swallowed the masked man whole. His face was blank, all traces of ambition gone. Don't digest him. Let the higher-ups in the Jujutsu world decide his sentence later. The worm let out a series of gurgling sounds, as if answering him. Satoru Gojo clapped his hands together, brushing off dust that wasn't there. We still need those people to keep things running for now. Let them act smug for a while longer. Once we have enough manpower, we'll just pull them all down. The fight had ended so quickly, and the affected area was so small that there was no need to lower a curtain. Or maybe they had both simply forgot. When Satoru Gojo and Suguru Gido left, the small earthen house remained wedged in the shadows of the surrounding high-rises. With its barrier intact, it was still impossible for ordinary people to notice it. As Suguru Gido walked down the street, a worm-like cursed spirit followed behind him. Passers-by couldn't see it, only feeling an inexplicable chill in the air. Satoru Gojo suddenly received a call from Masamichi Yaga. Hello, he's been saved already. That was fast. What? His intelligence will drop. That's fine. I don't think it makes much difference whether his intelligence goes up or down. After hanging up, Satoru Gojo looked at Suguru Gido. It's all settled. The victim's been rescued too. Looks like the mission was a complete success. Though, since I stepped in personally, success was a given. Suguru Gido nodded. That's good. Another one done. Let's find a place to grab some desserts, then head off to the next mission. They stopped beside a car. Suguru Gido had the worm-like cursed spirit spit the masked man out and hand him over to the personnel waiting to take custody. Then he turned to Satoru Gojo. Satoru, you're so strong now. You probably don't need my help anymore, do you? Why bring that up all of a sudden? It's not really about whether I need it or not, is it? Look at Shoko. Is she strong? but as long as she's around, we can do our jobs without worrying, and we don't have to stress over the victims either. Akira always says everyone has their own role. Besides, I really admire you. Admire? That cursed spirit orb must taste awful, right? I definitely couldn't stand eating something that isn't sweet. Haha. Oh, right. Next time you eat one, want to try dipping it in something, like white sugar or red bean paste. Spare me, forget dipping sauces. The base flavor is already terrible. Adding toppings would just turn it into some bizarre new taste. Then try eating it with cold buckwheat noodles. Let me know next time before you eat one. I'll get everything ready. All right, I'll try it next time. Suguru Gido suddenly felt that maybe the taste of cursed spirits wasn't completely unbearable. Eating something hard to swallow alone was one thing, but eating it amid teasing and understanding between friends felt different. Actually, Akira once told me he dreamed that the two of us disappeared from the world. He was left alone, running around exterminating cursed spirits with no time to rest. He sounded pretty down, but I think he just wanted an excuse to slack off. Still, following that line of thought, if you or Akira suddenly left, and there was no one left to stand beside me, I think I'd be incredibly lonely. That kind of sentimental talk doesn't sound like you at all, Satoru. Then let's go eat buttered potatoes. They're amazing with cheesy milk ice cream. Are you sure eating like that won't give you a stomachache? Chapter 22. As usual, after escorting Noritoshi Kamo home, Akira Zenin returned to Jujutsu High. The place he felt was freer for his mind. It was worth mentioning that Noritoshi Kamo's awakening of blood manipulation technique had completely shocked the upper ranks of the Kamo clan. Back then, their claim that becoming a disciple of the Ten Shadows made it easier to awaken a technique had been nothing more than an excuse. No one expected Akira Zenin to actually make it happen. Akira Zenin lay half-reclined on a bench in the corridor, eyes slightly closed as he tried to ease his drowsiness. Unlike ordinary sorcerers, his cursed energy clearly grew stronger as time passed, yet the fatigue that seemed to originate from his very soul also deepened with each passing day. "Oh, Akira-senpai." A lively voice startled Akira Zenin awake from his light rest. "It's Heibara." Facing this junior who was always loud, open, and brimming with energy, Akira Zenin picked up the extra coffee he'd bought and handed it over. "Want some?" "Yeah, coffee's a really tasty drink too." Seeing the faintly conflicted look on his face, Akira Zenin smiled, shook his head, and grabbed a can of iced cola from the vending machine nearby. "Just kidding, take this." "Oh, you really don't have to." Despite saying that, Heibara immediately took the cola and gulped down a big mouthful before sitting down next to Akira Zenin. "Tomorrow's mission is pretty far away, huh?" "Is it? Finish early, rest early." "It feels like you're tired every single day, Akira-senpai." "Maybe I'm just a lazy person by nature." Time after missions should be free to use however you want. Being able to finish tasks quickly is proof of your ability, senpai. Akira Zenin let out a yawn. "Ha, you're going to praise me into embarrassment." Still a bit groggy from just waking up, Akira Zenin suddenly felt that this scene was strangely familiar. Wasn't this the so-called theoretical trigger that led to Suguru Gido becoming the monkey-slaying war god? It seemed that because Suguru Gido had been dragged around on missions by Satoru Gojo, Akira Zenin had ended up taking his place. Which meant that next. "So you're that student from the Zenin Clan. What kind of women do you like?" A voluptuous blonde beauty appeared in front of them. Yuki Tsukumo. Akira Zenin's impression of her was that she was actually a decent person, but she always showed up at the wrong place at the wrong time. Heibara immediately jumped in to answer. "I like girls who can eat a lot." "Oh, tilde. Akira Zenin leaned back slightly and gently closed his eyes. "What kind of women do I like? In dreams, anything's possible." Yuki Tsukumo pressed on right away. "In dreams, that's just one way. What about specifics like looks or body type?" "Honestly, I think what people call liking is more about a connection of the soul and a resonance in how you live, not just physical attraction." Tilda's still not answering directly. "You're more boring than I expected." Just as their exchange ended, Yuhebara suddenly stood up. Senpais, I've still got a mission, so I won't bother you any longer. Akira Zenin reached out and grabbed Yuhebara by the back of the collar. Losing his balance, Hebara dropped back onto the bench with a loud thump. Wait. Caught off guard, Yuhebara wasn't upset at all. He rubbed the part of his backside that had made intimate contact with the bench and looked at Akira Zenin with confusion. Hey, do you have some instructions, senpai? Oh, right, are you asking for souvenirs? Don't worry, I'll definitely bring some back. I'm coming with you on this operation. Huh, really? You look excited. Of course, all the third-year senpais are super strong, but they're always so busy that I never get a chance to ask them anything. This time, I'm definitely going to observe properly and learn. Then wait for me. I'll ask Yuki-senpai what she came here for first. Okay. Seeing that Akira Zenin clearly had no interest in chatting with her about the state of the Jujutsu world or the future of sorcerers, Yuki Tsukumo decided to state her purpose directly. It's a shame I didn't run into Satoru Gojo or Suguru Gido, but since you were in the same class as them, you can help pass along a message. There's no need to keep worrying about Riko Amanai. Tenjin doesn't want to get into conflict with a special grade either, and although I don't know exactly what happened, Tenjin's condition is currently stable. All right, I'll pass it on, though they probably weren't worried about it to begin with. Yuki Tsukumo put on her helmet, swung onto her motorcycle, and waved at Akira Zenin as she prepared to leave. As fellow special grades, let's get along well from now on. Special grade, huh? So-called special grade Jujutsu sorcerers didn't actually fall within the normal ranking system. They were simply too powerful, possessing the potential to destroy a nation on their own, which was why such overqualified existences were labeled special grade. Akira Zenin took out his student ID and glanced at it. The special grade mark printed on it stirred no emotion in him at all. After all, he believed it was because he had reached this level of strength that those people feared him and granted him this rank, not because a student ID proved he was special grade. Akira-senpai. Well, we should get going soon. Nanami's waiting for me. With his personality, if I'm late, he'll definitely lecture me for a while. Akira Zenin stood up from the bench, bent down to pat the dust off his pants, and slipped a can of coffee into his pocket. All right, you lead the way. Yeah. Chapter 23. After meeting up with Kento Nanami, the three of them boarded the vehicle headed for the mission site. Akira Zenin smoothly slid into the back seat and lay down, while Yuhebara promptly claimed the front passenger seat. Kento Nanami folded his arms and squeezed sideways into the narrow space left in the back, letting out a helpless sigh. Seriously, aside from Suguru Gido, there wasn't a single second-year senior who could be called decent or easy to deal with. The driver introduced herself as Assistant Supervisor Kairi Miyu. During the drive, Kairi kept glancing at Akira Zenin through the rearview mirror. It wasn't that Akira Zenin was exceptionally good-looking. It was just that, when they first met, she had enthusiastically greeted this legendary special grade, only for him to casually wave a hand and lie down on the spot. More importantly, the entire left side of Akira Zenin's face was hidden behind his hair, making it impossible to see his full features. It felt like trying to finish a puzzle in her head with the final pieces missing. With her severe OCD, Kairi was desperate to get a look at Akira Zenin's complete face. Even if Akira-senpai is really strong, you should rein in your curiosity for now, Yuhebara said loudly from the passenger seat. Stop sneaking looks into the back. You're driving. Kairi Miyu's face instantly flushed red. She whipped her head around and shouted at Hebara, Hey, you single-track-minded idiot. Do you ever think before you speak? Even as she turned her head, she guided the car through dense traffic using only her peripheral vision. With a smooth burst of acceleration, they shot straight to the front. Yuhebara stared in shock. Amazing. The noise made Akira Zenin open his eyes. He reached up, casually adjusted his hair, and sat up. Finally satisfying her curiosity, Kairi let out a long breath and refocused on the road. Hebara, Akira Zenin said, give me a quick rundown of the mission. It's a remote mountain village. An intelligence support agent spotted cursed spirits there. Since the local population is extremely small, it's been classified as a Grade 2 incident. The intelligence support agent? You mean an external collaborator, one of those windows? Yeah, you've never seen one before, senpai. My assignments are always the extremely dangerous kind. Akira Zenin, of course, wasn't about to admit that he'd shoved most of his missions onto Naya Zenin. Oh, I get it now, Haibara said earnestly. I heard support personnel can't even get close to those high-risk missions. But, Akira Zenin continued, is it really enough to label it Grade 2 just because there are very few residents? Haibara scratched his head. He never thought too deeply about things like this. He took missions as they came, carried them out, and did everything he could. In the end, he could only look to Kento Nanami, his so-called external brain, for help. Kento Nanami, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. As beings formed from aggregated cursed energy, the strength of cursed spirits fluctuates with human negative emotions. The higher the population density, the more concentrated those negative emotions become. That's why areas with fewer people tend to produce weaker cursed spirits. Based on the support personnel's assessment, the upper limit there shouldn't exceed a Grade 2 cursed spirit. Akira Zenin turned his gaze to Nanami. Sounds like the support team was a bit lazy. Did they consider persistence and directionality? Persistence and directionality. Think about it, Akira Zenin said. Places like schools or hospitals accumulate a huge amount of resentment, right? Right. But does all that resentment really come only from students or patients who are currently there? And do students and patients stay in schools or hospitals forever? If population were the only factor, you couldn't explain why cursed spirits in abandoned hospitals or abandoned schools can still be so strong. Kento Nanami's pupils shrank. So you're saying that even if the mission site is in a remote mountain area, if there's something memorable there, people who have already left might still continue feeding emotions into that place. In that case, the upper limit of the cursed spirit's grade can't be based solely on the local population. Bingo! Kento Nanami looked toward the driver. Talking to the driver while in transit was usually dangerous, but if it was Kairi Miyu, it was probably fine. Supervisor Kairi, are there any notable landmarks in that area? Let me think. Apparently, the memory wasn't very clear. Kairi started rummaging through her briefcase, steering with just her left hand and her peripheral vision. In the process, she even executed a sharp turn with impressive stability, once again leaving Haibara stunned. Found it, let me see. She glanced at the file. There's an abandoned Yubu-Sunagami shrine nearby. It was supposed to be developed into a tourist attraction at one point, but the project was shelved. Yubu-Sunagami Shrine. Kento Nanami leaned back against his seat. Jujutsu sorcerers were garbage. Killing cursed spirits and getting killed themselves were both everyday affairs. Death could come tomorrow, maybe to someone else, maybe to him. As Satoru Gojo liked to say, you had to keep your head crazy. In other words, when something sudden struck, you needed to be ready to switch gears instantly. So, Nanami muttered, even though we haven't actually faced a cursed spirit yet, Haibara and I just brushed past death again, didn't we? Chapter 24. Haibara didn't show a hint of nervousness, still as carefree and open as ever. Isn't Akira-senpai here? He said brightly. Nanami and I getting to exorcise high-level cursed spirits under a senior's guidance? Just thinking about it makes me shake with excitement. Kento Nanami glanced at Akira Zenin, the tension he'd been carrying finally easing. It might be dangerous, he thought, but with a special grade on site, arguing over a cursed spirit's grade is meaningless. In truth, Kento Nanami didn't like relying on so-called special grade jujutsu sorcerers. Those people possessed talents beyond ordinary comprehension, able to turn effort directly into overwhelming strength. And because of that, it was easy for others to overlook the ordinary jujutsu sorcerers. The ones who lived with their lives constantly on the line, whose ultimate goal was simply to reach grade 2 and who could die at any moment. Those ordinary sorcerers were the foundation. They were the majority. Well, Akira Zenin said casually, same as always, don't think of relying on me. Treat me as insurance for when things get out of control. Just do your own jobs. Yuhebara twisted around and eagerly agreed. Right, right. Nanami, for a jujutsu sorcerer, getting a chance like this. No regrets, real stimulation, and turning a fight into experience. That's rare, isn't it? Just thinking about facing a high-ranking cursed spirit gets my blood pumping. Kento Nanami nodded. This idiot had absolutely no sense of a jujutsu sorcerer's constant brush with danger. The fact that he'd made it this far on pure enthusiasm alone was practically a miracle. Still, Nanami's expression softened a little. This senior might seem lazy at first glance, but he didn't appear nearly as eccentric as the rumors made him out to be. Far from the city, deep in the outskirts where human presence was scarce, towering trees stretched overhead and weeds grew unchecked. The four of them had already arrived at the mission site. Supervisor Kairimiu added. This was initially judged to be a Grade 2, wide area roaming cursed spirit. This type can wander freely across a large area. However, these cursed spirits don't appear at random. They follow specific routes. After organizing and reviewing what we discussed in the car earlier, I realized that the distribution of victims in this incident mostly falls along a straight line connecting two Yubu-Sanagami shrines in this area. Kento Nanami responded. 2. More accurately, they're two parts of the same shrine, just located quite far apart. In other words, what's actually happening is very likely the worst-case scenario we were imagining. Kairimiu nodded. That's right. One of the defining traits of cursed spirits is their extreme sensitivity to sight. Wide-area roaming cursed spirits are even more special. They can detect the gaze of people who are able to see curses, that is, those with strong spiritual sensitivity, and treat such people as targets. Akira Zenin leaned closer. I have a question. Why send 2 second-years to exorcise a roaming cursed spirit that's at least Grade 2, 1 semi-Grade 2, and 1 Grade 3? If the cursed spirit's grade ends up being even slightly higher, wouldn't that mean unnecessary losses? Kairimiu replied. Grade 1 sorcerers who can handle Grade 2 cursed spirits with ease are severely understaffed. And more importantly, when dealing with this type of sight-sensitive cursed spirit, the window personnel, who are responsible for monitoring but lack combat ability, suffer extremely high casualty rates. So, Akira Zenin nodded. I understand. Casualties? Yuhebara said indistinctly while chewing on a rice ball. Then we really can't afford to delay any longer. Nearby, Kento Nanami and Kairimiu continued discussing the details of the cursed spirit. Akira Zenin, meanwhile, found himself curious about how Yuhebara could still eat so casually in a place filled with the damp, decaying smell of rotting vegetation. Yuhebara explained cheerfully. My technique is cursed energy storage. I can turn whatever I eat into reserve cursed energy and store it in my body. Normally, I can store about 1/3 of my total cursed energy. But since my technique has been revealed now, I should be able to temporarily push it to around half. Akira-senpai, I'll tell you a secret. Rice has an insanely high efficiency when converting into cursed energy. Can you store cursed energy throughout your entire body? Akira Zenin asked. More or less. A sorcerer's weak points are the head and the abdomen. If you ever master reverse cursed technique, it's basically like having a backup health bar that ignores weak point damage. Yuhebara scratched his head. As for reverse cursed technique, I did ask Senior Shoko for guidance before, but I'm a bit slow and I just couldn't adapt to her teaching style. As if struck by a painful memory, Akira Zenin clutched his forehead. Is there any chance this isn't actually your problem? While they talked, the group followed a decaying wooden fence, walking along narrow paths covered in moss and thick with fallen leaves from years of neglect. At the end of the path stood a structure that looked like it was made to gather resentment, a dilapidated shrine. They stopped in front of the Torii gate. Kairimiu halted and began chanting. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. As the curtain descended, Yuhebara looked puzzled. Kairi, this place is so remote, we didn't see a single person on the way here. Do we really need to put up a curtain? This is an order from the higher-ups, Kairimiu replied. Any mission involving special grade sorcerer Akira Zenin requires a curtain to be deployed. I'm just following instructions. All right, I'll wait here. I wish you all the best. Chapter 25. Ubusanagami refers to a deity in Japanese Shintoism, a guardian god worshipped as an ancestor or as the protector of one's birthplace. For that reason, it is also called a local deity. Human emotions, however, are never simple. Even positive feelings are mixed with impurities. Worship contains reverence, reverence carries fear, and fear often comes with aversion. In this world, positive emotions do not give rise to supernatural phenomena. Only negative emotions accumulate. On top of that, people inevitably make mistakes. When someone believes in a protective deity, those mistakes give rise to guilt and fear toward that god. Under layers upon layers of negative emotion, the so-called guardian deity easily becomes a standardized mold for the birth of a high-level cursed spirit. The three of them moved forward together. One advanced with extreme caution, one constantly scanned their surroundings, and one walked naturally with his head lowered. The instant they stepped into the shrine grounds, a strange sensation washed over them. The surroundings, the smell in the air, even the lighting caused a vague physical discomfort. Yet when they looked closely, nothing had visibly changed. As Uehibara looked around and scratched the back of his head in confusion, Kento Nanami spoke up. We haven't gone very far, but we can't see Kairimiyu at all anymore. Uehibara clapped his hands in realization. He remembered their instructor explaining this situation in class, but the knowledge clearly hadn't stuck. He could only laugh awkwardly. So that means, Akira Zenin said calmly, it could be the external manifestation of an innate domain, but I don't feel enough cursed energy for that. More likely, we've entered the interior of a barrier. Kento Nanami nodded. We didn't encounter any other cursed spirits on the way here. Even if Zenin-senpai were nearby, that would only scare off the more sensitive ones. But there's absolutely nothing. That means whatever's inside this shrine is something big. Uehibara slapped Kento Nanami on the shoulder and pointed straight ahead. Nanami, you probably don't need to analyze it anymore. It's already out. What stood before them was a cursed spirit the size of a house. Its head was an upside-down fox skull, but its face opened outward like the petals of a carnivorous plant. A gaping fissure split its abdomen, from which countless tentacles stretched forth, each one studded with innumerable eyes that blinked and shimmered constantly. 6 limbs supported its massive body. A pair of its front legs were sunken into the ground, their faint bluish tint and the stench of rot making them look like the legs of a corpse trapped in a swamp. The cursed spirit did not advance. It merely watched the Jujutsu sorcerers who had stepped into the courtyard, using the eyes embedded in the gash on its abdomen. From its mouth spilled ceaseless muttering. Offer. An indescribable sense of chaos surged into their minds. Uehibara kept scratching at the goosebumps crawling up his arms. Akira Zenin gave the Ubusanagami cursed spirit a glance. This was clearly not something the current first-years could handle. Do you need me to step in now? Before Kento Nanami could answer, Uehibara spoke up immediately. I think I need this experience. This time you're here with us, senpai, but what about the next time? Kento Nanami nodded as well. We might not make it back on time, but refusing to help a fellow student would be heartless. He drew a blunt blade, wrapped in mottled, spotted cloth. And besides, if every cursed spirit has to be exorcised by a special grade, then people like us have no meaning at all. But Heibara, let's make this clear first. When it's time to retreat, we retreat. Don't force yourself and try to tough it out. With Zenin-senpai here watching over us, don't let your hot blood go to your head. Understood. Akira Zenin nodded. He carved a shallow hollow into a nearby rock, sat down, and gave a light wave of his hand. Go ahead. The moment Akira Zenin finished speaking, Uehibara charged straight at the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit seemed sluggish. Its head slowly turned, trying to aim its mouth at the approaching attacker, but Uehibara's fist, packed with cursed energy, slammed into its face and knocked it violently askew. The Ubusanagami fixed Uehibara with the eyes embedded in the tentacles on its chest. With a heavy rumble, jagged earth spikes suddenly burst up from the ground. Fortunately, the spikes had clear warning signs before emerging, making them easy to predict. As Uehibara dodged the spikes shooting up beneath his feet, he glanced at the gaping wound on the cursed spirit's face and rubbed his reddened, slightly swollen hand. Ow, that really stings. This thing's harder than rebar, isn't it? Taking advantage of the Ubusanagami's diverted attention, Kento Nanami slipped in beneath its feet. My technique divides the target's length into equal segments and forcibly creates a weak point at the 7-3 position. The blunt blade sliced through part of the tentacle extending from the cursed spirit's chest, drawing its attention and reducing the frequency of earth spikes aimed at Uehibara. It works the same on living and non-living targets. Even if something looks like two things fused together, it can still be treated as a single whole. As he revealed his technique, Kento Nanami struck the weak point on the Ubusanagami's thigh, severing the leg cleanly at the root. With its right rear leg gone, the cursed spirit's massive body tilted to one side. It swayed several times before barely managing to steady itself. Its body was hard but not particularly agile. When it came to localized damage, Kento Nanami's technique was surprisingly compatible with it. However, the Ubusanagami's sheer size meant that landing truly effective blows would require techniques like technique extension. But Nanami still couldn't use the ratio technique's extensions smoothly. Kento Nanami used his technique again, cutting off another of the Ubusanagami's hind legs. At the same time, Uehibara was caught off guard and sent flying by an earth spike. Fortunately, his cursed energy reserves were still plentiful, and he wasn't seriously injured. Akira Zenin glanced at the figure that landed beside him. "Hibara, wait a second." As he spoke, Akira Zenin's shadow rippled, and a pair of fist guards emerged from it. Grade 2 Cursed Tool Copper Shock. It produces a bit of vibration on impact, mostly meant to protect your hands. It's not expensive anyway. Use it for now. Uehibara picked up the earth-colored gauntlets and slipped them on. "Thanks, Senpai, but I won't take them for free." "Fine, just give me about 5 million. Nanami's still fighting that super dangerous cursed spirit. I'll go back him up first." In just that brief exchange, Kento Nanami had already been forced to keep dodging the earth spikes erupting from the ground, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Uehibara leapt into the air and punched the Ubusanagami's face again. Whether it was because he used his full strength or because of the cursed tool, the blow shattered half of the parasite-like face. The Ubusanagami let out a shrill roar. A massive stone slab, larger than a house, materialized in front of Uehibara. If it slammed down, he would be crushed into pulp. Seeing this, Kento Nanami slid out from beneath the Ubusanagami. Blue cursed energy flared around his body as he clenched his teeth and drove a punch into the slab. Ratio technique, collapse. Cursed energy surged in, and the slab exploded. The flying fragments, infused with cursed energy, blasted craters into the surface of the nearby cursed spirit. It worked. Successfully pulling off the technique extension, Kento Nanami finally felt a wave of relief. But the next moment, a gigantic carnivorous flower-like mouth suddenly grew from the ground, waiting to be fed. If bitten, it would tear their entire lower bodies apart. Just as Uehibara was about to be swallowed, he grabbed Kento Nanami and hurled him outward with all his strength. No matter what, he would always choose to save others first. Before Kento Nanami could even regain his footing, the Ubusanagami cursed spirit was suddenly shattered into pieces by an unseen attack. A second strike reduced its entire body to dust. The massive mouth vanished instantly, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. Rain of 1,000 needles. Uehibara and Kento Nanami fell to the ground, gasping for breath, both of them still somewhat dazed. Akira Zenin lowered his hand, stood up, and walked over, looking helplessly at the two who were clearly swept up in the heat of battle. "Don't get so tense. You didn't forget about me, did you?" Chapter 26. You guys get worked up way too easily. By the bar, Akira Zenin sat on a stool, holding a glass as he sipped at the canned coffee poured inside. "Not everyone has your kind of strength. where you can stay relaxed even in the middle of a fight. For ordinary sorcerers like us, facing cursed spirits means total focus. We can't afford to miss even the slightest opening, so it's only natural that we forget everything outside the battle. Kento Nanami sat upright at the bar, posture rigid. He was a rule-abiding person. While he was allowed to enter a bar, minors were strictly forbidden from drinking. If Akira Zenin hadn't dragged them here himself, Nanami wouldn't have stepped inside a place like this before adulthood or outside of mission requirements. Even the usually easygoing Yuhebara looked worse off than Nanami. His entire body was stiff, not daring to move an inch. For a kid who had never done anything remotely wrong, this was a serious mental shock. Seeing his reaction, Akira Zenin narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of his mouth lifted on their own, as if some idea had just occurred to him. Leaning back in his chair, Akira Zenin said, "Relax. This is a place Satoru Gojo once brought me and Suguru Gido to. I thought it was decent, so I just bought it outright. It's private now. There's no one else here." He slid a glass, filled with orange liquid, toward Yuhebara. "This is called Florida. It's a cocktail invented during America's Prohibition era in the 1930s. No alcohol, you can try it." Huh. Yuhebara accepted the glass, hands trembling, and took a cautious sip. It really doesn't taste weird at all. After that, Yuhebara remained stiff as before, the only difference being the glass now clutched in his hands. Kento Nanami seemed to be slowly easing out of the lingering tension from fighting cursed spirits. Or perhaps he simply wanted to help Yuhebara out of the awkward situation. "I'm a bit curious, Zenin-senpai. Did you come here just to drink coffee too?" "It's just a habit. I once tried Galliano." The ingredient list was packed with coffee beans, but the taste was bizarre. Not only did it barely taste like coffee, the texture was oddly astringent, like licking a sheet of metal. "Honestly, I don't think you'd ever come to a place like this on your own. It must have been Satoru Gojo who led you astray." "Well, that guy's alcohol tolerance is unbelievably, ridiculously bad, and yet he loves hanging around places like this. Who knows what he's thinking? Has he recovered yet?" So it really was his influence. "Still, you seem a bit more talkative than usual today, senpai, and kind of high-spirited." "Is that so?" Akira Zenin straightened up and rubbed his forehead. "Maybe it's because I've completed a phase of my journey. I saved some people, and from here on, whatever comes next will gradually fade into memory. Life's future is filled with uncertainty and randomness, and to me, that feeling is what it truly means to be born into this world." Faced with Akira Zenin's somewhat illogical rambling, Kento Nanami looked puzzled. "Looks like coffee can get people drunk too. Still, getting this excited over saving people. I didn't expect you to be that type, senpai. Just take it as me talking nonsense. Nanami, do you have any plans?" Kento Nanami subconsciously picked up the glass of water beside him and took a sip, only to realize it was actually sake. He calmly set the glass back down, his expression unchanged, as if alcohol suited him quite well. Catching the look of satisfaction in Akira Zenin's eyes, Kento Nanami immediately felt a headache coming on. These special grades really were all troublesome in their own ways. Suguru Gido was about the only one who was easy to deal with. "My plan: work properly, take on tasks within my abilities, keep going until retirement, save some money, then settle down somewhere with nice scenery. Finally get around to reading all those books I never had time for." Akira Zenin nodded. The vague surge of excitement he'd been riding finally faded, and fatigue washed back over his mind. At some point, Yuhebara had already finished his juice and leaned in close. "I think any jujutsu sorcerer who's still out there exercising cursed spirits is amazing. Strong people have their own kind of greatness, and ordinary people have theirs too. Nanami's plan is great as well." Akira Zenin handed Yuhebara a rice ball, which he took instinctively. "There's food here too. I told you, it's a private place. Looks like you've calmed down too, Hebara. What about you? What's your plan?" Seemingly used to the atmosphere by now, Yuhebara slipped back into his usual carefree self. He finished the rice ball in a few bites before answering. "My plan is, no plan." "No plan." Whatever task comes up, I do it. I'm not the type to think too deeply about things, and I don't plan that far ahead. As long as I'm doing what I can, it feels great. Is that so? Then I have a task I want to give you. Huh? A request from Akira senpai. I'll definitely give it everything I've got. Curses are born from people. Sooner or later, we students will have to face the malice created by humans who have no empathy at all, people who behave like baboons. That was a really long sentence. That's why we sorcerers need to constantly purge the toxins in our hearts, but some people are too sensitive. They don't get a second chance. Once they're poisoned, they break. That's scary. Heibara. Yes. What if the one who breaks is a special grade sorcerer? Seniors turning into special grade curse users. Isn't that a bit extreme? My request to you is this. No matter what, stay alive. When carrying out missions, make your own survival the top priority. Use your way of thinking to guide those who are trapped deep in the mire. Guide them? I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to do that. You don't need to do anything special. Just stay alive and don't lose sight of why you started. I don't completely understand, but I won't let you down, senpai. Kento Nanami frowned slightly when he heard Akira Zenin tell Heibara to stay alive. From another perspective, in certain situations, those words could become a curse, especially coming from a special grade sorcerer. But if I think about it more carefully, is senpai framing this as a request without adding conditions to avoid forming a binding vow? If that's the case, it's not so bad. Chapter 27. That afternoon, Akira Zenin asked the two of them to stay for a simple dinner. Since he had sent away all the staff and Zenin Clan servants, the meal was actually cooked by the ever-capable Kento Nanami using his portable kitchen. Rice, miso soup, a few fried fish, omelette, tonkatsu. True to his reputation as a reliable future adult, Nanami's cooking was excellent, though in the end, he only ate a few bites of omelette and some bread. Akira Zenin himself ate a little out of habit. Most of the food disappeared into Heibara's stomach. Glancing at the sun sinking toward the horizon, Akira Zenin said to the two of them, "We all still have assignments, let's call it a day." Okay. When Heibara reached the doorway, he turned back and bowed. Perhaps he put too much force into it because he accidentally let out a loud burp. Burp tilde. Akira senpai, thanks for the food today. Kento Nanami, standing beside him, looked full of resentment. Yeah, you invite people over, and I'm the one stuck cooking. The ingredients were provided by Akira senpai. Fine, I'm not coming next time. You can't say that. Nanami, your cooking is actually really good. Their voices gradually faded as they walked away. Just before they disappeared from sight, Akira Zenin saw Kento Nanami raise a hand and wave back. Akira Zenin leaned into his chair and closed his eyes. All Jujutsu sorcerers were living people. They had their own dreams and their own lives. But because of how this world worked, those who reached the very top were often either mad or inclined toward violence. Heibara was too straightforward. Kento Nanami was too rational. They were both passionate, but they lacked that innate, reckless madness. People like that were better suited to becoming the backbone of the Jujutsu world, yet were almost destined never to stand at its peak. Still, why did becoming the strongest have to come at any cost? Everyone should live in a way that's true to themselves. Akira Zenin opened his eyes. To him, the most interesting thing about this world was cursed techniques themselves. The techniques he used most often were those of Max Elephant, and knew, since these two Shikigami were the easiest to develop further. At its core, Max Elephant's technique only did two things: convert cursed energy into water and spray it. Because of that, developing new moves relied heavily on shadow techniques. Rain of 1,000 Needles worked by shaping a showerhead-like shadow at the base of the water jet using shadow techniques, then applying the convergence method from blood manipulation techniques to fire off a dense spray of fine water streams. Ink Abyss was even more direct. It unfolded something akin to a barrier, using shadow techniques to infuse the sprayed water with cursed energy and assist with targeting. The principle wasn't much different from pulling objects out of shadows. Nu's technique was simpler still. It discharged electricity, with no ability to finely control the current. Interfering with cursed energy to create ball lightning was already the limit of what could be controlled. Beyond that, development amounted to one thing: release electricity, release more electricity, and then release even more. On top of that, there were only so many places on the human body where techniques could be engraved. Akira Zenin had once tried engraving 2 Shikigami techniques at the same time, but all it did was leave him bloodied and torn up. Lost in thought, Akira Zenin stayed like that alone. When the fatigue finally caught up to him, he didn't resist it, slumping forward onto the desk and falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon the next day. Maybe, next I could try alternating the engraving between 2 Shikigami, or find a way to project one Shikigami's technique onto another that's only partially summoned, then control it from there. If that works, the possible combinations would really open up. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Akira Zenin stood up and prepared to head to Jujutsu High. As for why he was going to school, because for some reason, sleeping there was always better than sleeping at home. The trip back was uneventful. After getting off the train, he soon arrived at the entrance to the school. As Akira Zenin walked onto campus and passed by the basketball court, he heard rapid, yet rhythmic footsteps coming from inside. With footsteps like that, even the whole school wouldn't be enough for a game. Did Kyoto Jujutsu High send people over? Curious, Akira Zenin walked to the court entrance, only to find Suguru Gito alone, apparently engaged in something new. For example, playing basketball with the cursed spirits he controlled. Hey, what is this, playing against yourself, Gito? You're controlling the cursed spirit's actions directly, right? Suguru Gito stopped, and the other cursed spirits froze in place as if they'd received an order. Oh, it's Akira. When you use cursed spirit manipulation, you only need to give rough instructions. The details depend on the nature of the spirit itself. Where's Satoru Gojo? I heard you've been working together lately. Why haven't I seen him? I heard the Gojo clan is purchasing a batch of cursed tools. The scale is pretty large, so they needed Satoru to go back and oversee it. Then he should be back soon. He can do long-distance teleportation now. He's been hopping back and forth non-stop. Suguru Gito nodded. But it sounds like Satoru also picked up 2 nearby missions, one grade 1 and one special grade 1. That should take at least a day, though he'll probably spend most of that time eating. I had a mission of my own, so I came back first. A mission. There's been a kamikakashi in a small mountain village. Children and women have been vanishing for no apparent reason. They've had legends about it since the Edo period, but the incidents have become more frequent lately, so someone finally asked for help. Chapter 28. After getting a clear picture of Suguru Gito's situation, Akira Zenin headed to the wooded area beside Jujutsu High's athletic field. He set up a hammock with practiced ease, lay back, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. It belonged to Kobayashi Chai, his assistant supervisor back at Jujutsu High. Hello, Chai-san. Well, if it isn't the Zenin Clan's special grade young master, what made you think of calling me all of a sudden? Aren't you the assistant supervisor assigned to me? Of course I'd contact you if something came up. Don't give me that. I see Naaya Zenin more often than I see you. In almost 2 years, you've only done, 3 missions? Cough, cough, special circumstances, special circumstances. He could clearly hear her let out a sigh on the other end. Honestly, all right, what do you need? I want you to help me check the details of a mission. It goes like this. Great, more work for me. Fine. The efficiency of Jujutsu High's assistant supervisors really spoke for itself. By that afternoon, Akira Zenin had already received a letter from Kobayashi Chai. Even though computers were far more convenient these days, sorcerers oddly still relied heavily on pen and paper work. Mission: Mountain Village Kamikakashi Incident. Client: Kiyotaka Inakiya, 43, affiliated with the Fire Brigade. Confidentiality level: none required, already widely known within the village. March 19, 1998. A 26-year-old woman went missing. May 7, 2001. A 67-year-old man died of unnatural causes. July 24, 2002. A 4-year-old girl went missing. August 4, 2005. The bodies of a 57-year-old man and a 46-year-old woman were discovered, both deaths unnatural. The village has long circulated legends of Kamikakashi. However, based on information provided by the client and investigations by Jujutsu Kaisen, it has been confirmed that unnatural deaths occur intermittently within the village. According to findings by window staff member Ikitsubo Haruko, all disappearances and unnatural deaths occurred within a 50-meter radius of a stalactite cave. The cave entrance has long been regarded by villagers as a sacred domain. According to findings by window staff member Miyama Yumino, young women and children disappear, while middle-aged individuals and men die unnaturally. All victims of unnatural death were found without heads. Based on existing information, this incident is believed to be caused by a cursed spirit inhabiting the area near the stalactite cave. Due to its long period of activity, high level of danger, and strong folkloric presence, this mission has been assigned to special grade sorcerer Suguru Gido. Operation period: September 1820, 2007. Akira Zenin glanced at the client's photo. It showed a middle-aged man with a completely unremarkable, forgettable face. He folded the letter back up and slid it into the envelope. At this point, there was no longer any doubt. This was the mission that would push Suguru Gido into total darkness, the turning point that sealed his fate. Here, Suguru Gido would meet the young sorcerer girls Mamiko and Nanako, who had been imprisoned by ignorant villagers who saw them as monsters. Under relentless provocation, he would come to understand his own true feelings and begin to fully regard non-sorcerers as nothing more than monkeys. For now, however, Suguru Gido's mental state was still relatively stable. He likely wouldn't plunge straight into that level of corruption yet, but the psychological blow was inevitable. Akira Zenin picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Hello, little uncle." "Akira, I've told you how many times now we're the same age. Just call me Naaya." Naaya Zenin didn't put on airs with anyone he acknowledged as strong. But Akira Zenin ignored that entirely and went straight to the point. "Want to team up for a mission?" Great, I knew you'd be interested." "You?" "I'll get to the site tomorrow. Go find Supervisor Kobayashi and meet up with me there." He rattled it all off in one breath, hung up, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and awkwardly rolled over in the hammock. I can still sleep a few more hours." The next day at noon, Akira Zenin met up with Naaya Zenin, and the two of them headed for a remote village. There was no public transportation in or out, and the only way in was a narrow path that cars couldn't use. About a kilometer from the village, at a crossroads, they said goodbye to their assistant supervisor and had her head back to Jujutsu Kaisen on her own. The whole way, Naaya Zenin walked a step behind Akira Zenin, holding a simple Takai-style cursed tool in silence. Over the past few years, Naaya had been out handling the missions Akira Zenin assigned him. The experiences had piled up, and it showed. His personality had settled, steadier than it used to be. As they walked, Akira Zenin spoke casually. "You've gotten a lot stronger." Naaya Zenin's eyes brightened at the praise from someone he admired, but he quickly dropped his gaze to the crisscross scars running along both arms. "Still not on your level, or Toji's." "When did you get hurt?" "Last year, a newly born special grade cursed spirit. That was supposed to be your mission, wasn't it?" Akira Zenin muttered to himself. "Actually, it wasn't just that one. Every mission I handed you was mine." I could heal those scars with round deer." "Forget it, if they don't affect how I move, it's not bad to leave them." "Is that so?" They fell quiet again, and before long they reached the mountain village. It was painfully underdeveloped. Farm tools were scattered everywhere in no particular order. Every so often the wind carried the stink of livestock. The only thing that hinted at the modern era was the sparse web of power lines strung through the place. The moment they arrived, Akira Zenin spotted Suguru Gido talking with a villager. The man looked to be around 40, an average-looking middle-aged guy. From the way he carried himself, he was probably the client, Kiyotaka Inakiya. When Suguru Gido saw Akira Zenin running over with a blonde young man in tow, he looked genuinely surprised. "Akira, what are you doing here?" Akira Zenin immediately shoved the excuse forward like a shield. "This is a sorcerer from the Zenin Clan. Turns out we also have a mission here. Funny coincidence, right?" Suguru Gido liked to think things through, but he didn't doubt his friend. He simply nodded. "I see." Kiyotaka and Nakia cut in before they could say anything else. "Hey, I don't remember hiring any other exorcists." Akira Zenin smiled at him. "Maybe someone else in the village did." The village might have been cut off from the outside world, but news traveled fast on the inside. Just like how Kiyotaka and Nakia's request for an exorcist had become common knowledge almost immediately. If someone else had hired one too, he should have heard about it. Even if someone did, they should have talked to us first. At that, Naia Zenin, already looking impatient, drew his blade and carefully wiped it down with his hand. The reflected light slid across the metal and, by sheer coincidence, flashed right over Kiyotaka and Nakia's face. Then it must have been someone else who hired them. Kiyotaka and Nakia thought to himself, either way, they're here to exorcise things. And the guy with a sword and calluses all over his hands looks way more reliable than the squinty-eyed one. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one coming out ahead. Chapter 29. Suguru Gido smiled at the two of them. "Since you're here, let's go to the site together." Kiyotaka and Nakia opened his mouth like he wanted to object, but when he saw the exorcists already moving, he swallowed the words. In the end, he could only wave over a few middle-aged men carrying farm tools and have them follow along. It didn't take long for the group to reach the mission location, Kamiya Stalactite Cave. The entrance was surprisingly wide, with mist curling and drifting above it. The dark, well-like opening, paired with the faint shapes of stalagmites inside, looked like the gaping mouth of some demon waiting to swallow you whole. Naia Zenin immediately drew his blade and settled into a fighting stance. "Looks like a big one." Akira Zenin nodded. "Yeah, if the stories really go back to the Edo period, it's not going to be small." All at once, an indescribable fear and shuddering dread washed over the farmers who'd come with them. In the sorcerer's eyes, something reached out from the cave mouth. A claw, maybe a wolf's. Then another limb slid out like a spider's leg or some other arthropods. After that came something like an octopus tentacle, then, unbelievably, a human leg. All of those limbs were tangled together on a round, disc-like body as if someone had stitched them on at random. Finally, the thing took shape. An enormous woodlouse-like creature that slowly crept out, half writhing and half crawling, pressed flat against the ground. In the original incident, this cursed spirit had only been mentioned in passing. Akira Zenin had assumed Suguru Gido could subdue it without effort. He hadn't prepared himself at all, and the moment he saw it, disgust crawled up his skin like an itch. "This nasty thing is the culprit behind the Kamikakushi. Gido, hurry up and take it in. I don't want to look at it for even one more second." Suguru Gido nodded. A blue barrier snapped into place around them. Behind him, a woman's voice rose, eerie and drawn out. "Tell me, am I beautiful?" Kuchisei Kana stood at Suguru Gido's back. Beneath the curtain of her hair, countless eyes stared straight at the cursed spirit. In her hands were scissors that opened and closed without stopping, and her split mouth stretched wide, packed with fangs like a beast's. The Kamikakushi, cursed spirit, struggled, its body of tangled legs squirming harder. The air around it seemed to turn unreal, as if an illusion had fallen over the area, twisting everything out of shape. A normal sorcerer would probably have been hit with dizziness from that mind-jarring, absurd sensation. But inside Kuchisei Kana's domain, that kind of resistance was immediately judged as a violent response. Several massive pairs of scissors appeared around the cursed spirit, slicing off part of its limbs. Even after they hit the ground, the severed pieces kept wriggling as if they were still alive. Suguru Gido summoned Rainbow Dragon as well, and it lunged in to bite down on the Kamikakushi, cursed spirit. Under the combined pressure of Rainbow Dragon and Kuchisei Kana, the cursed spirit was finally absorbed through cursed spirit manipulation, compressing into a blue orb. That thing was so revolting. Maybe that was why, in the original incident, Suguru Gido hadn't wanted to swallow it. Akira Zenin walked over, only to find Suguru Gido still smiling. He watched as Gido pulled out a packet of red bean paste, mixed it with the cursed spirit orb, and swallowed it like he was eating dessert. Something about Suguru Gido, like this, made Akira Zenin feel strangely unsettled. Gido, you okay?" Suguru Gido turned to look at Akira Zenin, the smile never leaving his face. "Of course, I've never felt better." After witnessing the massive crater that had suddenly formed in the ground, hearing the sharp scissoring sounds, and sensing the oppressive chill vanish without a trace, Kiyotaka Inakiya and the surrounding farmers visibly changed their attitude. He looked at the group with newfound reverence. "Exorcist Sama, since the unseen great demon here has already been subdued, would you like me to take you to the place where we're holding the other monsters?" Suguru Gido frowned slightly. "Holding monsters, a place?" Naoya Zenin let out a scoff. "You people can hold monsters. If you were capable of catching them, why would you need to call us?" Kiyotaka Inakiya hurried to explain. "Well, it's like this. Earlier, we caught what we believed to be a demon's offspring. The strange thing is, no matter what we did to it, the weird incidents kept happening, so we thought we'd ask you to purify it. We just didn't expect you to come straight here instead." Suguru Gido followed Kiyotaka Inakiya into a dim, cramped room. Inside a crude, makeshift cell, two small girls were curled up together, clinging to one another as they trembled. They were covered in injuries, their clothes torn and filthy, their faces deathly pale. One of them could barely keep her eyes open. Suguru Gido frowned deeply, lifting a hand to rub at his temple. "What is the meaning of this?" "The meaning," one of the villagers said bluntly, "these two are the source of everything that's happened." A slightly overweight villager, oblivious to Suguru Gido's expression, continued loudly. "These two monsters have something wrong with their heads. They keep attacking people with invisible, incomprehensible powers." Suguru Gido already understood what had happened. These were two children born in a remote mountain region who had awakened as sorcerers, only to be labeled monsters by villagers who couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. How ignorant! If you're weak, why not accept protection? Why insist on forcing your own narrow worldview onto others and doing something so needless? Another woman chimed in. "That's right, my grandson almost died because of them." The little girl Nanako shouted back, her voice shaking. "He was the one bullying us." Another farmer shouted toward the cell. "Shut up, monster." Smack! Naoya Zenin appeared beside the farmer in an instant and slapped him across the face. The blow was heavy. The man was sent flying, several teeth scattering across the ground. "If you don't know how to speak, then keep your mouth shut. If you can't manage that, I'll do it for you." People around them instinctively covered their own faces, a phantom ache spreading across their cheeks. A few farmers had raised their tools, but a single glance from Naoya Zenin froze them in place. Naoya Zenin stared at the crowd with open hostility. A bunch of ignorant swine, truly entertaining. Since when did non-sorcerers think they could climb over sorcerers' heads? Even Suguru Gido was momentarily stunned by the scene. "I haven't even acted yet, and someone's already started throwing punches." Chapter 30. Article 9 of the Jujutsu Regulations. Any Jujutsu sorcerer who deliberately uses a technique against a non-sorcerer and kills them will be deemed a curse user and executed. Suguru Gido spoke to the people beside him. "The two you captured simply have the talent of exorcists. They aren't monsters. Detaining them was never going to remove the curse's influence on you." Naoya Zenin planted his foot on the face of the man he had just knocked to the ground, who was now slurring something unintelligible. "Say one more word, you pig. Go on." In truth, he had no intention of killing anyone outright right now. There were too many people watching. Doing it at home would be one thing, but killing someone openly outside would be hard to smooth over, even with the Zenin clan stepping in. He really didn't want to end up locked in a dark room for over a week because of people like this. On top of that, under the influence of Akira Zenin's idea of everyone in their proper role, Naoya Zenin had developed his own line of thinking atop the Zenin clan's belief that non-sorcerers aren't human. Non-sorcerers might not possess full, human rights, but each of them still had their uses. Ordinary people were like pigs, raised by sorcerers for emergencies to satisfy a sense of protection, or to serve as material for forming bindings. Those with skills or specialized knowledge were sheepdogs, used to lighten a sorcerer's workload, some even performing remarkably well. Good-looking ones were simply non-human girls, meant to expand one's tastes. At the very least, it wasn't the same rigid, brainless contempt the rest of the Zenin clan had for everyone else. This approach emphasized species diversity. And besides, Naoya Zenin glanced at Suguru Gido. Even when slaughtering pigs, you still have to consider what the farmer thinks. At this point, Suguru Gido wasn't thinking about anything complicated. There was just one thing he really wanted to say to Naoya Zenin. "I think you're taking this a bit too far." Nearby, Akira Zenin nodded slightly. The broken window strategy was working rather well. By seeing the Zenin clan's more extreme ideology firsthand, Suguru Gido was instinctively pushed to think from the opposite side, which in turn weakened his identification with the idea that non-sorcerers aren't human. What Akira Zenin hadn't expected was that Naoya Zenin had managed to hold back until now. His little uncle really had grown up. With a satisfied look, Akira Zenin walked over and patted Naoya Zenin on the shoulder. "Relax, these people don't deserve to die." As he spoke, Akira Zenin raised a hand. A serpentine shadow lashed out, coiling around the village chief, who had tried to run off for reasons unknown and dragged him back. Akira Zenin looked down at the village chief, now bound by the shadow snake. Imprisoning young girls, abusing children. Ignorance and stupidity alone aren't crimes, but what you did broke the law. The village chief, completely terrified by the situation, dropped to his knees. Even though he still believed Mimiko and Nanako were monsters, he didn't dare say it out loud anymore. Yes, we didn't know they were descendants of exorcists. We were wrong. The village chief cautiously looked toward Akira Zenin again. "But it doesn't deserve death, you'd agree, right?" Akira Zenin didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Suguru Gido. "Gido, sometimes you don't need to be so rigid in how you think. Sorcerer problems should be handled with sorcerer methods. Ordinary people's problems should be handled with ordinary methods." After that, he looked at Naoya Zenin. "Uncle, notify the 7th elder later. Tell him those shady lawyers he keeps around finally have a use. Mobilize the Zenin clan's resources. Every single one of them, send them all in." Naoya Zenin readily agreed. He was actually quite interested in how proper procedures were used to process pork. Suguru Gido nodded as well. True, what they did would still be illegal in the normal world. It should be handled by the authorities. But just handing things over to the authorities isn't always enough, Gido. Suguru Gido looked at Akira Zenin, a little confused. Akira Zenin continued. "I don't think you've really realized what your biggest advantage is." Suguru Gido tilted his head, squinting at Akira Zenin. The lock of hair on his forehead almost seemed to curl into the shape of a question mark. "Your real advantage is that you're friends with me, Akira Zenin, and Satoru Gojo." Suguru Gido laughed. "Of course, we're best friends. I've never forgotten that. What I mean is that behind you, there are the resources of both the Zenin clan and the Gojo clan." Akira Zenin went on. "If you still see me and Satoru as friends, then you can try talking to us about what you're really thinking. Working together is the safest option. At the very least, you won't have to keep thinking about taking shortcuts." Seeing Suguru Gido frown, lost in thought, Akira Zenin added one more thing. "You should respect your own dreams, shouldn't you?" "I understand." Akira Zenin walked over and patted Suguru Gido on the shoulder. "That's good." After Naoya, Zenin secured the main planners and executors of the imprisoned girls' incident. He stepped out to notify the clan and make preparations. Akira Zenin and Suguru Gido moved to free Mimiko and Nanako from the cage. Akira Zenin squatted down and put on what he thought was his gentlest smile. "Hello, I'm Akira Zenin." But from Mimiko and Nanako's point of view, Akira Zenin, the man who had just summoned a shadow serpent, combined with those lifeless eyes and an intentionally forced smile, looked overwhelmingly gloomy. Seeing Akira Zenin standing there completely stiff, Suguru Gido shoved him aside in one motion. There was a sharp crack, as if something had shattered all over the floor. Shaking his head helplessly, Suguru Gido crouched down in front of the two little girls, who had curled up even tighter than before, and spoke in a soft, calming voice. "Don't be afraid, we're the same as you, we're here to save you, it's all over now." The brown-haired girl, Nanako, who was a bit more outgoing, gathered her courage and responded. "Ah, really?" Suguru Gido smiled gently. "Next, I'll help you remove the shackles, don't be scared." He raised a hand and summoned a bull-shaped cursed spirit to gently smash open the cage. Then he called forth several cursed spirits shaped like stuffed rabbits, which carefully gnawed through the shackles around the girl's ankles. "See, everything's all right now." Suguru Gido held out his hand, just as he had once done when saving Riko Amanai, leaving the choice to them. Nanako reached over, grabbed the black-haired girl Mimiko beside her, and cautiously placed her hand into Suguru Gido's. Then she nodded at him firmly. Chapter 31. By late afternoon, the authorities, suddenly operating with astonishing efficiency, had already arrested everyone in the village involved in abusing children and imprisoning young girls. According to the seventh elder of the Zenin Clan, even those whose actions were relatively minor would still be charged separately with crimes such as unauthorized dueling, unauthorized mushroom picking, gathering to plan military exercises, and even theft by using electrical outlets without permission, among others. As for evidence, setting aside the fact that many of them weren't exactly clean to begin with, the Zenin Clan didn't need evidence to make a move. It's finally over. Dismissed, I'm heading back to sleep." Naaya Zenin took out a small notebook and drew a red line across one of the entries. "I've still got missions to handle, I'll get going." "Okay, Tilda." After getting the reply, Naaya Zenin slid his blade behind him and walked back along the path he'd come from. As he passed Suguru Gido, he gave him a slight nod. Clearly, someone who could summon a special-grade cursed spirit right off the bat had secured a place among the strong in his mind. Suguru Gido seemed to pick up on something and leaned closer to Akira Zenin. "Akira, isn't it a bit harsh to work him that hard?" Akira Zenin glanced at him and scratched the back of his neck. Believe it or not, having him constantly run missions is actually for his own good. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, innate technique makes up most of their strength. But experience, technique development, close-quarters combat skills, and real combat exposure, those all come from missions. The second half is undeniable. The first half, I believe you. Putting that aside, think about it. Being away from the Zenin clan for so long because of missions means he's no longer soaked in their rigid ideology or shaped by that environment. He's become a lot more straightforward as a person. His future achievements won't be mediocre, trust me, Tilda. Suguru Gido nodded lightly. The future, huh? Although Suguru Gido had gradually dulled his disgust toward swallowing cursed spirits through friendship and the idea of moving forward alongside his companions, he was still somewhat lost, especially after seeing the ignorant, ugly expressions on those villagers' faces earlier. He had originally intended to sort out his problems on his own, but then he remembered what Akira Zenin had said. Respect your dreams, talk more with real friends. So he decided to voice his doubts. "Akira, why did you become a sorcerer?" "Hi. I've got the talent for it, why wouldn't I become one?" Suguru Gido opened his mouth to respond, only to realize that the answer actually made sense. Akira Zenin smiled at him. "Sometimes you think too much. Planning ahead is important, sure, but your circumstances aren't fixed, so your goals and plans should change with them. It's not that picking a direction and sticking to it is wrong. It's just that the world might present you with a better path." "Akira, you're starting to sound more and more like Satoru." Akira Zenin frowned, his face full of disdain. "Really? Or is it that you see Satoru go on everyone?" "Tusk." Suguru Gido shook his head helplessly. There was no taboo between friends when it came to teasing. "Akira." I do agree with what you said. A jujutsu sorcerer's problems should be solved with a sorcerer's methods. Ordinary people's problems should be solved with ordinary methods. But you know, we live on the fringes of normal society. We're not exactly sensitive to the law. Do you think I should study it a bit so I can use it if necessary? Listen, Suguru. That's not really our responsibility. All we need to do is judge, from a basic human standpoint, whether something is a crime. Leave the rest to the professionals. I know you're used to thinking everything through on your own, wanting to account for every possibility. That's a good trait. Satoru Gojo, Nanami, and the others all say you're reliable. The underclassmen admire you. And Yaga-sensei, well, Principal Yaga now, he says that with you keeping Satoru Gojo in check, he's got a lot more time to make his dolls. But living like that is exhausting. And before you realize it, you start taking on everything, seeing yourself as some kind of savior the world can't function without. Let professionals handle professional matters. As jujutsu sorcerers, we just deal with the supernatural. After saying all that, Akira Zenin felt his throat go dry. Something brushed lightly against his calf. Looking down, he saw Mimiko holding up a bowl of water. He took it and gently rubbed her head a few times, making the little girl squint and shrink her neck slightly. After thinking it over, Suguru Gito nodded. You're right, I probably have been overthinking. Akira Zenin gulped down the water and let out a yawn. Hiya Tilda. Honestly, words alone rarely change a person. Suguru, just keep searching for your own path. As long as you don't stop before finding your answer, that's enough. And like I said, don't look for shortcuts. Satoru and I will both support you. Suguru Gito smiled again and nodded. Then when I get back, I'll consult a few experts in this field. As if remembering something, Akira Zenin pulled out a slip of paper with a phone number written on it and handed it over. I've got someone in mind, Higuruma attorney. Absolutely a man of justice. And a top graduate from Tokyo University, to Tilda. Okay, Tilda. And you say I sound like Satoru Gojo. You're not much different yourself. Haha. Chapter 32. Suguru-sama. A timid voice sounded from beside him. Suguru Gito looked down to see Nanako holding Mimiko's hand as they tugged lightly at his pant leg. He crouched to meet them at eye level. What's wrong? Mimiko gathered her courage and asked softly. Where are we going now? Where are we going, Hus? Suguru Gito paused to think, then smiled gently at them. You both have the talent to become jujutsu sorcerers, but you're still too young right now, so I'll arrange for you to attend school first. As for where you'll live, I'll speak to the principal and have a room prepared for you at Tokyo Jujutsu High. You can stay there. If you ever have questions about jujutsu, or anything you're curious about, you can come find me anytime. Once everything was decided, Suguru Gito summoned a 5 to 6 meter tall avian cursed spirit. It had a pouch beneath its beak and looked somewhat like a pelican, except it had 2 pairs of wings. The cursed spirit scooped Mimiko and Nanako into its beak. Amid the girls' startled cries, Suguru Gito stepped onto the pelican-like cursed spirit's back and ordered it to fly toward Tokyo Jujutsu High. Akira Zenin watched the scene with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. But as their figures gradually disappeared into the horizon, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, hey, I'm not on yet. Up in the sky, Suguru Gito narrowed his eyes, a sly smile spreading across his face as his little scheme succeeded. Perhaps because Nu was faster, Zenin arrived at Tokyo Jujutsu High first. A few minutes later, Suguru Gito's pelican cursed spirit returned as well. Akira Zenin let out a cold laugh. You've got some nerve. Suguru Gito tilted his head and cupped a hand to his ear. What was that? After their utterly childish staring contest ended, Suguru Gito turned his attention back to the 2 little girls beside him. Watching how naturally Suguru Gito slipped into the role of Mimiko and Nanako's guardian, Akira Zenin suddenly felt like he'd forgotten something. Right. A few years ago, his second uncle had entrusted Megumi Fushiguro to him. But it should be fine. With Toji Fushiguro still alive, Megumi Fushiguro ought to have a complete childhood, probably. The next afternoon, Akira Zenin walked down a street in a residential neighborhood and spotted a small figure with sea urchin-like hair walking quietly with a backpack on his shoulders. "You're Megumi Fushiguro, right?" Megumi Fushiguro looked up at the man in front of him, who bore a slight resemblance to him. He showed neither excitement nor nervousness. "Who are you?" Remembering how he had accidentally frightened Mimiko and Nanako before, Akira Zenin thought about why Suguru Gido was so well liked by children. Wanting Megumi Fushiguro to be less guarded, he imitated Suguru Gido and crouched down, meeting the boy's eyes. "Well, your father and I both come from a jujutsu sorcerer family called Zenin. Relatives, I can tell, so what do you want?" "Where's your father? I made an agreement with him before. I came to check on you." Megumi Fushiguro turned slightly to the side. "I don't know. I haven't seen him in years. I can't even remember what he looks like anymore. Tsumiki's mom hasn't come home for a while either. She said we're not useful anymore and told us to live on our own. It doesn't matter, we'll take care of ourselves." At that moment, a window on the second floor of a nearby house slid open. A girl about Megumi Fushiguro's age leaned out. When she saw him, she waved. "Oh, Megumi, you're back." Akira Zenin was genuinely stunned. His second uncle had really done him dirty here. The guy was still alive, wasn't he? And he just left his own kid behind, ran off to do whatever he wanted, and never came back even once. Akira Zenin suddenly turned his head. In his perception, a distant spot that had been completely empty of cursed energy abruptly got filled in with it. His face twitched. Normally, something with absolutely no cursed energy would be a building or some other inanimate structure. But what kind of building could move that fast? It had vanished in an instant. So Uncle really couldn't bring himself to let Megumi go. Still, he seemed like the type who only showed emotion when it truly mattered. As for the rest of the time, let him go off and wander. Akira Zenin shook his head and looked back at Megumi Fushiguro. "All right, here's the deal. You can see cursed spirits, which means you've got talent for cursed techniques, right? You've noticed it yourself, haven't you? Our clan loves talented people. So how about it? Come with me and live the life of a young master in the Zenin Clan." Megumi Fushiguro didn't react at all. "What about Tsumiki? Whether I go depends on whether Tsumiki can be happy there." Akira Zenin thought for a moment. "In the Zenin Clan, I do have some authority. I can guarantee you'll both have everything you need. But Tsumiki might not be able to make any real friends there." "I see." Megumi Fushiguro turned away cleanly, no longer looking at Akira Zenin. The whole aristocratic young master lifestyle clearly didn't tempt him in the slightest. Seeing his decision, Akira Zenin immediately called after him. "Hold on, are you seriously a first-year elementary student?" Megumi Fushiguro looked back at him. He had no idea what this guy was trying to say now. He'd already refused him outright. "All right then, you've already awakened as a sorcerer. You can't just end up drifting around among civilians like this. So how about this? Come study cursed techniques with me, I'll make you strong." "You're still trying to take me back to that Zenin Clan thing." "On my personal authority." Chapter 33. "So you're my cousin." "That's right." Akira Zenin made himself at home, strolling into Megumi Fushiguro's small house and half lying down on the sofa Tsumiki had pieced together from little stools. Megumi Fushiguro looked at him in mild surprise. "You're huge." "That's how big clans are. Sometimes age and seniority don't really line up." "So my father and my uncle aren't that far apart in age." "Not that far." While Akira Zenin indulged Megumi Fushiguro's curiosity, Tsumiki padded in wearing slippers, carefully carrying a glass of water. "I'm sorry, Zenin-san. We've never had guests before, so we don't really have anything to serve." "It's fine, plain water is great." "Well, we're about to make dinner. Would you like to stay?" "Tsumiki." Megumi Fushiguro cut in sharply. After apologizing to Akira Zenin, Tsumiki was gently pushed into the other room. As if worried he might overhear, the two lowered their voices. "I'm telling you, we just met him. We don't even know what kind of person he is. You trust people too easily. Inviting him to stay for dinner is a bit much." "But he's your cousin, isn't he?" That's different. A family that could raise someone who just abandoned us like that. I'm not sure what he's really like. I just thought eating together like a family would be nice. Seeing Tsumaki look a little downcast, Megumi Fushiguro softened. Fine, but he's from some big clan. He might not even be used to our food. Tsumaki brightened immediately. I'll go start cooking. Megumi Fushiguro frowned. I'll keep an eye on that guy, you go. He paused before leaving. Be careful with the stove and knives. If you need help with anything that takes 2 people, call me. I've been in the kitchen more than you have, but thanks for the reminder, Megumi. When Megumi Fushiguro tiptoed back into the makeshift living room, all he heard was a steady rhythm of breathing. Foo. Akira Zenin had already fallen asleep on the bench sofa. From the look of it, he'd been out for a while. This guy, is he really reliable? Hey, that one's Tsumaki's. Dinner was simple: miso soup, rice, and fried vegetables. Since it was usually just the 2 of them at home, there weren't enough extra dishes to properly divide everything. Still, for kids who had been living on their own and surviving, their cooking was already far better than convenience store bento. The rice is really good. I've got a junior who would love this. That's a pretty clumsy way to change the subject. Akira Zenin laughed and ruffled Megumi Fushiguro's hair until it stuck out like a sea urchin. You sure know a lot for a kid. What else was I supposed to do? 2 6- or 7-year-olds get sold off and still help count the money. Megumi Fushiguro spoke calmly, without much resentment in his tone. It was far too mature for his age, but in a way, it suited a future jujutsu sorcerer. Eating without meat every day won't do. From now on, I'll give you 500,000 a month. Instead of cheering, Megumi Fushiguro shot him a wary look. So he really did sell us, huh? Then 100,000 a month. In a place where hourly wages hovered around 1,000, that wasn't exactly a small sum. We can support ourselves. Akira Zenin rolled his eyes. Stubborn kid. Fine, consider it a loan. Once you become a jujutsu sorcerer and start earning from missions, you can pay me back. You can make money as a jujutsu sorcerer. Megumi Fushiguro's question made Akira Zenin laugh. What do you think we live off air? By the way, you can see cursed spirits now. Has your technique fully awakened? Megumi Fushiguro shook his head. I don't know, but I have 2 big dogs now. As he spoke, he formed hand seals. Divine dogs. A white dog-shaped shikigami, over 1 meter long, emerged from his shadow. The moment the white divine dog appeared, Megumi Fushiguro visibly relaxed. He knew how strong it was. The strange, cursed spirits they'd encountered before had all ended up in its stomach. But what the divine dog did next made his eyes widen. The white dog trotted up to Akira Zenin, lay down, rolled onto its back, exposed its belly, and even let out a soft, almost pitiful whine. Akira Zenin smiled and scratched its belly. All right, after dinner, come with me to Tokyo Jujutsu High. We're leaving here. Megumi Fushiguro still looked stunned. Akira Zenin, clearly pleased by his reaction, patiently explained. Cursed spirits are extremely sensitive to sight. Sometimes even the personnel responsible for scouting them have to wear glasses that block their vision. Now that you can see cursed spirits, they'll notice you too. You have cursed energy and shikigami to protect you, but what about Tsumaki? At the thought of Tsumaki being harmed by cursed spirits, Megumi Fushiguro nodded without hesitation. Okay. For now, Tokyo Jujutsu High will just provide you with a place to stay. Support staff will take you to and from school, so don't worry about that. Oh, and 2 lively little girls just arrived there. They'll probably get along well with Tsumaki. Chapter 34. Not long after, Akira Zenin brought Megumi Fushiguro and Tsumaki, who had finished packing their things, to Tokyo Jujutsu High. Since it was break and there were no classes, he took the opportunity to teach Megumi Fushiguro a few basics. Near the grove by the training field, Megumi Fushiguro stood quietly, holding a stick of translucent yellow malt sugar. Apparently, Akira Zenin had dug it out of a classmate's dorm room. Meanwhile, Akira Zenin lay back in a hammock strung between the trees, opening an envelope. Ah, another mission, one after another, it never ends. Almost out of habit, he pulled out his phone and dialed Akira Zenin. Hello, little uncle. Yes. I've got another mission here. Go on. Akira Zenin turned his head and saw Megumi Fushiguro standing there with nothing to do. A new idea suddenly crossed his mind. Never mind, it's fine. How, what do you mean it's fine? Hello. Akira Zenin stared at his disconnected phone, speechless. Great. Another day of Akira Zenin acting up. Akira Zenin hung up cleanly. Hey Megumi, have you ever seen a real curse? Megumi Fushiguro silently pointed at the white divine dog beside him, which was currently swallowing a fly head. Noticing his master looking over, the white divine dog hurriedly gulped down the curse it had been holding in its mouth and wagged its tail happily. Not that kind. I don't mean the fly heads that just make your shoulders stiff and your back ache. I mean the ones that can actually threaten human lives. Megumi Fushiguro's pupils shrank. They kill people. That's right. Every year in Japan, there are over 10,000 cases of unnatural death or disappearance. Most of them are caused by curses, negative emotions released by humans. So the mission you just received, it's to stop that kind of powerful cursed spirit from hurting people. More or less. The moment he heard someone might be in danger, Megumi Fushiguro became even more eager than Akira Zenin. Then we don't have time to waste, let's go. Before leaving, Akira Zenin didn't inform any assistant supervisors. He might step in personally this time, and he wasn't sure whether any of them currently had Kenjaku's spies among them. He had no intention of attracting the attention of that 1,000-year-old brain just yet. The two of them took a taxi straight to the mission site, a remote, abandoned factory. It was worth mentioning that taxis in Japan were truly expensive. When Akira Zenin handed over a 10,000 yen bill with a blank expression, Megumi Fushiguro winced as if it were his own money. Since the factory was built halfway up a mountain, they got out at the base and walked the rest of the way. Surprisingly, despite being near an abandoned factory, the surrounding greenery had been maintained quite well. This used to be a beef canning factory. It went bankrupt after getting caught up in the mad cow disease outbreak. Megumi Fushiguro summoned divine dogs, sending the white one off to scout while keeping the black one at his side for protection. Caught up too. A lot of companies went under because of mad cow disease. Quite a few recent missions have been connected to the aftermath. If canned goods weren't inspected in time then. Who knows, that factory even used children from the orphanage next door as labor. When mad cow disease broke out, they might have secretly dumped the cans they couldn't deal with onto the market. An orphanage? Yeah, part of the factory was converted into one. This mission started because the window personnel discovered that after the factory shut down, the children here weren't evacuated, and cursed spirits were present. Megumi Fushiguro walked with his head lowered, kicking at stones along the way. His calm temperament and newly awakened cursed energy had already made him overwhelmingly strong for his age. He was practically untouchable in elementary school. But that didn't mean he lacked empathy. On the way here, his divine dogs had already devoured one grade 3 cursed spirit and several fly heads. That was the strength of a hereditary technique from one of the 3 great families. Even freshly awakened, it granted power on par with a grade 3 sorcerer. Perhaps because everyone focused on the very strongest, people forgot something simple. Most sorcerers struggled their entire lives just to reach grade 3. Some never advanced beyond cleaning up fly heads. As they talked, the white divine dog returned, this time dragging along a sallow-faced, ragged little girl. Akira Zenin settled the girl inside a roadside phone booth to wait for rescue, then continued toward the mission site with Megumi Fushiguro. After walking a bit farther, Akira Zenin pointed ahead at a dilapidated wooden 2-story building. We're here, the residuals lead to this place. Residuals? Leftover traces of cursed energy. We can use them too. Before he could finish, Megumi Fushiguro pointed at the ground. Is it there? I can already see it. At least let me finish. Akira Zenin smiled faintly. Megumi Fushiguro was even sharper than he'd expected. So then, ready to see what the real jujutsu world looks like, Megumi Tilda. Megumi Fushiguro looked pained. Please don't use that tone. As they approached, a crisp sound echoed from inside the house. Clack, clack, clack. The footsteps drew closer. Then a grotesque figure slowly entered Megumi Fushiguro's line of sight. It resembled a cow in overall shape, but its body was made from several mannequin-like human forms fused together. The skin had been stripped away, exposing dark red muscle, tangled organs, and bone. Akira Zenin glanced at the boy beside him. Almost grade 2. I'm not as gentle as Satoru Gojo when it comes to teaching. Let me see what you're really capable of. Chapter 35. Akira Zenin sat down cross-legged on the ground. Go on, show me what you've got. Megumi Fushiguro was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be him watching how a high-risk cursed spirit gets exorcised? You're telling me to fight this thing myself. I'm 6. Akira Zenin clearly wanted to slack off times and take the opportunity for hands-on teaching. Unfortunately, the cursed spirit didn't get the memo. As if instinctively targeting the strongest presence on the field, it lowered its head and charged straight at Akira Zenin, who was still sitting there. Its fighting style resembled piercing ox, just without the support of a technique. Even so, with that sheer mass alone, the impact was terrifying. The ground cracked, dust exploded into the air as it barreled forward. Akira Zenin raised one hand and stopped it cold. The collision didn't even produce much noise. He grabbed the cursed spirit by the remaining horn and casually flung it back into the abandoned house. Wood and metal screeched as they were torn apart, debris and dust filling the air. Didn't use much force, it should still be alive. Your turn. Understood. Megumi Fushiguro's attitude toward Akira Zenin shifted noticeably. Before, the divine dogs showing submission hadn't been enough to give him a concrete sense of this man's strength. But just now, he'd seen it clearly. No technique, just raw cursed energy reinforcing the body, and he'd done that. To reach that level, you must have gone through a lot of training, senpai. I'll work hard. Yes, I've experienced plenty of inhuman training, so you'd better put in the effort too. And remember, always be ready to reinforce your body with cursed energy. In a fight, even a small injury can change everything. Got it. Megumi Fushiguro steadied his breathing. The two divine dogs took positions, one slightly ahead and one behind, offset just enough to protect him without blocking his line of sight. The ox-shaped cursed spirit staggered back into view. One horn had been snapped off, barely hanging by strands of sinew. It seemed dazed for a moment. Then it smashed through the remains of the wall, forcing its massive body out of the house, shook its head, and charged. It clearly intended to trample the child beneath its hooves. It was fast. Far too fast for the still inexperienced Megumi Fushiguro to react in time. The white divine dog seized him by the back of his collar and leapt aside just as the charge tore through where he had been standing. The cursed spirit didn't slow down. It wheeled around for another headlong rush. This time, the black divine dog threw itself forward, slamming into the creature and knocking its trajectory off just enough. Megumi Fushiguro landed, feet steadying. He forced his breathing into rhythm. Its straight-line speed is incredible, but that kind of charge means it won't turn well. Use the terrain. The thought formed and was executed almost instantly. He dashed through the hole the cursed spirit had just smashed open and ran into the abandoned house. The cursed spirit followed immediately. Akira Zenin summoned new and had it lift him onto the rooftop, where he sat and calmly observed. The battle unfolded almost exactly as Megumi Fushiguro had predicted. The already unstable building was reduced to a near-collapse state under the cursed spirit's reckless charges. But now, with cursed energy reinforcing his body, Megumi Fushiguro could narrowly evade its attacks on his own. Once the situation stabilized, Akira Zenin started talking again, his voice echoing through the half-collapsed house. Megumi, do you actually know what your technique is? Summoning big dogs. Megumi Fushiguro had to dodge while answering. There was no room left in his head to think. Your technique is the same as mine, the Zenin clan's hereditary technique, the 10 Shadows technique. In simple terms, it uses shadows as a medium to summon Shikigami. Shikigami. Let me give you a quick lesson. Shikigami are spiritual entities that don't belong to this world but can be commanded by Jujutsu sorcerers. The concept comes from ancient Onmyoto. Normally they're summoned with talismans, but they can also be subdued and bound through a contract. Oh. Maybe Akira Zenin had talked too much. Megumi Fushiguro slipped for just a second and was sent flying by the cursed spirit, crashing straight through a crumbling wall. Fortunately, he had reinforced his body with cursed energy in time. And with one of the cursed spirit's horns already broken, the impact didn't cause serious damage. Getting distracted in a fight isn't a great habit. Who's the one that keeps talking to me in the middle of combat? The two divine dogs pinned the cursed spirit down for a moment, buying Megumi Fushiguro time to steady himself. Akira Zenin continued, unbothered. Even though our technique relies mainly on Shikigami in battle, what we actually control directly is the shadow. Megumi Fushiguro didn't respond. He focused entirely on the cursed spirit's movements. Shadows can be used in all sorts of ways. You can store items inside them, sink your body into them to avoid attacks, alter their shape to perform chimera summons, and so on. He might not have heard everything, but the words store items and avoid attacks kept echoing in his mind. Megumi Fushiguro immediately shifted his focus inward, trying to sense the nature of his shadow. The two divine dogs clawed and lunged, locked in a fierce exchange with the cursed spirit. Then suddenly, both of them sank into the shadows beneath them. Seeing his technique respond, Megumi Fushiguro didn't even have time to feel pleased before his own body suddenly grew heavy. From the rooftop, Akira Zenin called out, "Your shadow is like an extension of your body. Anything you sink into it, you carry the weight yourself. Momentarily confused when its opponents vanished, the cursed spirit turned toward Megumi Fushiguro, noticing his slightly labored breathing. It didn't notice the shadow beneath its own body writhing. In the next instant, the two divine dogs burst out from the shadow under the cursed spirit and slammed into its abdomen, knocking it off balance. What followed was a clean, instinctive hunt. One divine dog pinned it down, restricting its movement. The other tore into it, dealing lethal damage. Within moments, the cursed spirit began to dissipate. Akira Zenin jumped down from the rooftop and gave a small nod. Not bad. You used the connection between your shadow and your Shikigami's shadow to sink them in. Then you extended your own shadow to overlap with the cursed spirit's shadow and summon them from there. Not nearly as rigid as I remember. That was pretty imaginative. Chapter 36. Please don't call an elementary schooler rigid. Can I? Then I'll just say you're overly mature. Megumi Fushiguro withdrew the divine dogs into the shadows and collapsed onto the ground. That one fight alone had taken almost as much out of him as an entire year's worth of training. It's not over yet. Hi. I brought you here so you could see what a high-ranking cursed spirit looks like. That thing just now was a bonus. Look, the real one's here, Tilda. The moment Akira Zenin finished speaking, heavy footsteps rumbled closer. The ground began to shake under their weight. A cursed spirit nearly 10 meters tall emerged. 60% of its body was taken up by a massive, sculpted human face. Where its hair should have been was a huge cicada chrysalis-like mass, every fold studded with eyes. 2 thick, knotted legs crushed the roof tiles beneath it, and 6 human arms jutted from its torso, swinging restlessly. Its presence, its oppressive aura, the sheer scale of its cursed energy. Everything about it far surpassed any cursed spirit Megumi Fushiguro had ever seen. My child. Why hasn't my child come back? Why hasn't my child come back? As beams of cursed energy shot wildly from the cursed spirit, Akira Zenin explained calmly. A grade 1 cursed spirit, and one of the strongest among them. Megumi-chan, just watch this time. This one's not something you can handle, Tilda. Things like this aren't common, right? If you actually made me fight that, I'd have to say you've seriously lost it. I was wondering earlier. Normally, powerful cursed spirits without intelligence don't coexist easily. But listening to its rambling, maybe it thought that cow was its child. That's just ridiculous. The cursed energy sealed within Akira Zenin's body gradually loosened. This was a binding vow he had placed on himself. By reducing the number of times he acted and limiting his cursed energy usage, he gained a mental state close to that of an ordinary person. Unlike vows made with others, a vow made with oneself could be broken at any time, though the benefits would drop sharply afterward. Just like the vow Kento Nanami set for himself, limiting his cursed energy to 80% during normal hours in exchange for being able to use 120% during overtime. If Nanami used 100% during regular hours, there would be no punishment. But for a while afterward, even during overtime, he'd only be able to push it to 101%. The cursed spirit let out a savage howl and charged. At 3 stories tall, its sheer mass alone made it terrifying. Every stomp sent tremors through the ground. Every swing of its arms carved deep trenches into the earth. Like a compressed spring snapping back, the partial release of cursed energy cleared Akira Zenin's mind for a brief moment. He reinforced his body with cursed energy and rushed forward head-on. With his bare hands, he grabbed the cursed spirit, and, incredibly, began lifting its enormous body off the ground. Given the huge difference in their size, there was really only one way to describe it. Like a delicate maiden lifting an entire tree straight out of the ground. Given the difference in their size, there was only one way to describe the scene. Lin Dayu uprooting a weeping willow. A crazed grin spread across Akira Zenin's face as he hurled the cursed spirit like a javelin. The cursed spirit tumbled violently across the ground, and the house collapsed completely into rubble. This thing really can't handle a fall. Megumi, next I'll show you how our cursed techniques are actually used. The 10 Shadows is an extremely versatile technique. How could it possibly be something so clumsy? To make it easier for Megumi to get used to it, I'll use a more conventional 10 Shadows method, something closer to standard Shikigami usage. I'm honestly touched by my own thoughtfulness. Akira Zenin raised his hand and formed the hand sign for divine dogs. Unlike before, however, 2 shadow-formed arms extended from beneath him. Each shadowed arm coordinated with one of his real hands, forming separate seals at the same time. Compound Shikigami, Self-Chimera, Divine Dogs Heavy. A massive figure, at least 20 meters tall, rose from Akira Zenin's shadow. It was a gray giant wolf with 2 heads. Its eyes were hollow and pitch black, devoid of pupils, ghostly blue flames flickering outward from within. With every breath it took, immense cursed energy surged and billowed around its body. Megumi Fushiguro's eyes widened. Huh, what did I just hear? This thing, is that really divine dogs? Despite its enormous size, the 2-headed wolf moved with shocking speed, pinning the cursed spirit to the ground in an instant. Just as the spirit tried to fire off a beam of cursed energy in retaliation, the wolf casually exerted a bit of force and tore it cleanly in half. As the cursed spirit screamed in agony, the wolf devoured it alive. A long, resonant howl echoed through the night. Then the giant wolf slowly dissolved into shadows, disappearing beneath the dark sky. Watching the scene, Akira Zenin frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, divine dogs heavy should be around 10 meters tall, and their eyes should be sharp and lively, not so hollow. What he had just summoned looked more like some evolved zombie tyrannoman. Maybe he had used too much cursed energy. It seemed his cursed energy had grown stronger again, so strong that it was becoming difficult to control. He began establishing new binding vows to seal his cursed energy once more. For the next while, I'll start teaching you how to subdue Shikigami, along with the various ways to use them. Ways I'll try my best. After completing the binding vow, Akira Zenin returned to his usual lazy demeanor, looking even more drained than before. The 2 of them began clearing the rubble as they normally did, though Megumi Fushiguro handled most of the work. Inside one of the partially collapsed rooms, they found several children huddled together, trembling. Beside them were bowls made from cut soda cans, filled with a mushy substance resembling mashed potatoes, if one ignored the wires and screws mixed into it. Raised as children by a cursed spirit, That's unfortunate, and yet, in a way, incredibly fortunate too. Chapter 37. Masamichi Yaga stared at Akira Zenin with a numb expression. You caused that much destruction and didn't even put up a curtain. Well, this mission involved a lot of children connected to cursed spirits, right? Since they were already discovered by others, putting up a curtain wouldn't have made much difference, would it? Looks like you've been out of the field too long and forgot the proper procedure. Mentally and physically drained, Masamichi Yaga had no energy left to argue with Akira Zenin. Bring me a 1,000-word self-reflection tomorrow. Not that you'd be able to write more than that anyway. Got it, Tilda. It was worth mentioning that Akira Zenin really did submit a self-reflection the next day, though the handwriting was unmistakably childish. At the training grounds, Akira Zenin lay sprawled across a tree branch, idly shaking it as if reminiscing about something. Megumi Fushiguro had just finished his running drills and was sitting nearby to recover. If you keep shaking it like that, you're going to fall. It's fine, I've got plenty of experience with this sort of thing. Akira Zenin flipped over and looked down at Megumi Fushiguro. Since we've got some free time, I'll explain how to subdue Shikigami. Okay. Akira Zenin rolled upright and sat on the branch. There are two ways to subdue a Shikigami. One is defeating it within a ritual. The other requires completing a special task set by the Shikigami itself. The first one's easy to understand. As for the second, I'll give you an example. Take Rabbit Escape. Individually, it's not very strong. It's mainly used for scouting and interference, so defeating it doesn't mean much. Its task is that when the ritual begins, a certain number of rabbits will pour out. Within a fixed time limit, you have to catch every single one of them. Megumi Fushiguro nodded to show he understood. Then he looked at Akira Zenin with open curiosity, his hands gesturing in the air as he tried to visualize it. Only at times like this did he actually look like a 6-year-old child. What is it? So, the one you summoned earlier, that was divine dogs. That's right, Tilda. How did you do that? That was self-chimera of a Shikigami. It's an application of fusion, an extension of the 10 shadows technique. It's simple. Try shaping your hand's shadow into a 2-headed dog. Then use your shadow to form additional hands and coordinate them with your real hands to complete the seals. Megumi Fushiguro gave it a simple try, but quickly realized he could only enlarge or shrink his shadow. Forming shadow hands was out of the question. At most, he could stretch 2 elongated strips out from the main body of his shadow. After practicing the entire morning, Megumi Fushiguro realized his control over shadows couldn't reach the level of precision Akira Zenin had described at all. In the end, he could only look at Akira Zenin for help. How do you even do that? Isn't it just using your hands? Akira Zenin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When he had first awakened the 10 shadows, he had been able to reshape his shadow freely from the very beginning. He had always assumed that was simply the foundation of the technique. Could it be that not everyone could do that? As for the line he used to say as a child, playing with shadows is just like a kid playing with mud. That had only been because the elders teaching him the theory behind the 10 shadows had annoyed him to no end. They kept painstakingly explaining how to use something he could already do instinctively. The whole thing felt like a Chinese student being taught Mandarin by a foreigner who could barely speak it. Boring and exhausting at the same time. All right, if you can't shape your shadow with that level of precision, try this method of technique extension instead. Form 2 hand seals in succession to fuse the Shikigami. Self-chimera is a little different, though. You have to use your own shadow to forcibly suppress the Shikigami from the first summoning, hold it down until the fusion is complete, and then release it. Let me tell you something quietly. Self-chimera creates a kind of resonance effect. The increase in the Shikigami's cursed energy is pretty obvious, Tilda. Forcibly suppress. But Megumi Fushiguro wasn't thinking about the boost in strength. He glanced at the big dog circling around him and lowered his head again. The 2 dogs were fierce in battle, but in everyday life they were like a pair of goofy sled dogs, his main source of happiness. And after being rendered through the 10 shadows, layered with that inkwash aesthetic, their cuteness had gone up several levels. Akira Zenin quickly understood the problem. Unlike him, who treated his Shikigami more like pets, Megumi Fushiguro saw them as equal partners. He didn't want to use any forceful methods on them. Akira Zenin suddenly felt like he was trying to feed a picky kindergartner. This won't do, that won't do. Well, there is another way. You can communicate with your divine dogs and ask them to delay their manifestation voluntarily. Then afterward, just feed them a few extra fly heads as compensation. Okay, I'll go try it right now. Watching Megumi Fushiguro head toward the training grounds, Akira Zenin flipped over on the tree branch. All of a sudden, a thought crossed his mind. Had his domain 10 Directions Sacred Realm and Megumi Fushiguro's Chimera Shadow Garden somehow been reversed? Or maybe once Megumi Fushiguro completed his domain, his control over shadows would naturally become more refined. Still, if he kept treating his Shikigami so gently, he'd probably end up more like a Pokemon master. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, that would come with a lot of limitations. Forget it, young people have their own ideas. Taking care of kids is exhausting. I want to raise a kid too. A familiar, cheeky voice rang out from the distance. In the next instant, a white-haired figure teleported beneath the tree where Akira Zenin was lying. Satoru, long time no see. You think everyone's as free as you. I'm exhausted to death over here. And you still want to raise a kid. I don't care. Sugiru's got 2 little girls and you've got a little sea urchin. Something this fun, I want in too. As he spoke, Satoru Gojo's tone even carried a hint of petulance. But Akira Zenin, as his old friend, was completely immune to it. He simply pressed his fingers to his forehead, looking slightly annoyed. Then go find one. The Gojo clan can't even get their hands on a kid. I'm aiming for a high-level development route. I can't fall behind you guys. Then go see if there are any distant relatives out there. The bloodline of the 3 great families shouldn't be weak. Satoru Gojo's eyes lit up instantly. Right, I'll investigate whether the Gojo clan has any distant relatives living outside. Hey, I'll definitely surpass you guys tilde. Yes, yeah. Chapter 38. Yuta, why aren't you wearing the ring I gave you yesterday? Inside a modest 2-story house, Rika Orimoto lay sprawled over the table, staring unblinkingly at Yuta Akatsu as he cleaned. Yuta Akatsu pulled a cord from around his neck. A ring hung from it. You said you were coming over to clean, so I figured I'd keep it from getting dirty and wore it around my neck. Nope, a ring is supposed to be worn on your finger. After repeated urging from Rika Orimoto, Yuta Akatsu finally slid the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. That's better. Yuta Akatsu set down the broom and took a sip of water Rika Orimoto handed him. By the way, isn't Grandma coming back soon? Yuta Akatsu had a strong impression of Rika Orimoto's grandmother. For some reason, every time she saw him, she looked at him with a trace of pity. Rika shook her head. She went to Sensoji Temple to pray today. She won't be back for a while. I see. Isn't that great? At least we don't have to deal with that disgusting stewed eggplant. That's not very nice, Rika. Grandma made it with care. Okay. Rika Orimoto smiled and didn't argue. As long as it was something Yuta said, she believed it without question. If Yuta liked something, she liked it too. If Yuta said it wasn't bad, then it wasn't bad. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were talking, someone knocked on the door. Rika Orimoto walked over and opened it, only to see a tall figure striking an exaggerated pose outside. And you are? Hearing the question, Satoru Gojo bent his arms into wavy shapes and swung them around dramatically as he answered. Haha tilde, since you've asked so sincerely, allow me to introduce myself. I am the invincible spicy high schooler, Satoru. Bang! Rika Orimoto slammed the door shut. Rika, what's wrong? Rika Orimoto suppressed the twitch at the corner of her eye and forced a smile. Nothing, there's just some white-haired guy in sunglasses acting like a creep outside. Huh, should we call the police? Yeah, maybe. The knocking started again. Hey, I'm here to see Yuta Akatsu. It's about his school, hey. Rika Orimoto slowly lowered her phone. For safety's sake, she really should call the police. But what if it actually was related to Yuta's future education? Satoru Gojo eventually made his way inside and sat down, studying Yuta Akatsu. This kid has serious potential. His technique is well hidden, but his capacity for cursed energy is ridiculously high . Well, I come from a very prestigious family. I'm here to invite you to attend a noble academy . Yuta Akatsu looked completely confused. Me? Why me? Satoru Gojo leaned back in his chair. Because we're relatives. And just like that, Satoru Gojo switched into full nonsense mode. You're the nephew of the son of my third, uncle's second, granduncle's third, nephew's second cousin, who lives out there somewhere. That relationship sounds kind of distant. It's fine, it's fine. Our family has more money than we could ever spend anyway. We can't let a single clan member slip through the cracks. I see. Seeing that Yuta Akatsu clearly didn't buy it, Rika Orimoto quietly picked up her phone as if about to dial someone. Satoru Gojo suddenly straightened up, planted his hands on his knees, and leaned forward, practically shoving his face toward Yuta Akatsu. All right, kid, I'll just say it straight. Have you ever noticed that your intuition is a bit strong? Intuition. I mean being unusually sensitive to other people's emotions, sometimes even seeing things other people can't. Yuta thought for a moment. I can definitely sense other people's pain. He glanced at Rika Orimoto. That was how he'd first met her. Back then, in the hospital, he had seen her lying in bed, her whole body radiating loneliness and sorrow. But ghosts or spirits that no one else can see, I've never seen anything like that. That's fine. Satoru Gojo lifted a hand. A bowl from another room flew straight into his palm. Seeing the two children's stunned expressions, Satoru Gojo broke into a smug grin. He looked like a kindergarten kid, proudly showing off to younger classmates that he had just learned how to read a B, C, D. Hi, see that? Magic. It's Jujutsu. Satoru Gojo gave them a brief rundown of the Jujutsu world, from where cursed energy comes from to how cursed spirits are born, from the situation of Jujutsu sorcerers to the helplessness of ordinary people, and from the three great families to those old higher-ups. The proof was right in front of them. The man before them clearly possessed supernatural abilities. Yuta Akatsu and Rika Orimoto had no way to refute it. Satoru Gojo pointed at Yuta Akatsu. And you are a genius among Jujutsu sorcerers. Yuta froze. He had never once imagined that the word genius could be used to describe him. Satoru Gojo then pointed at himself. And I am your future teacher, the genius among geniuses. Ha ha. Rika Orimoto cut in expressionlessly. No, if Yuta goes to learn that jujutsu stuff with you, he'll have to leave here, right? Yuta and I can't be separated. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow. You can come along with Yuta. We'll provide accommodation and living expenses. The school will also explain everything to your grandmother. That way, you can leave here in a perfectly reasonable way . HMPH. Before I came, I had the family investigate. Rika Orimoto doesn't exactly like a grandmother who constantly suspects herself of killing people, and she hates her grandmother's stewed eggplant too. She must be eager to leave this place . Just a little girl. Easy win. Still no. Hi. Satoru Gojo instantly turned into a big-headed cartoon version of himself, staring blankly as he tried to process what had just happened. Rika Orimoto suddenly found strength from nowhere and shoved the petrified Satoru Gojo straight out the door, slamming it shut with a bang. After recovering, Satoru Gojo shouted at the door. Just you wait, I'll definitely be back. Inside the house, Rika Orimoto threw her arms around Yuta Akatsu, wrapping them around his neck. Her eyes looked slightly unfocused. If you go study with them, the time you spend with me will definitely decrease. No one is allowed to take you away from me, no one. Yuta Akatsu's face turned bright red as he coughed desperately, struggling to breathe. Rika cough too tight, cough you're hugging too tight Rika. Over the next few months, Satoru Gojo kept coming back to talk with the two of them. In the end, he finally persuaded Rika Orimoto by promising that when they were old enough, the Gojo family would use its wealth to hold a grand wedding for them. Haha, Suguru, Akira. This time I'm definitely winning the Pokemon Grand Battle. Heh heh heh. Chapter 39. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Akira Zenin became a teacher at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School, of all places. As he liked to say, Jujutsu sorcerer resources shouldn't all be concentrated in one location. Only by cultivating them more evenly could they one day overthrow those old higher-ups. Besides, gathering the next generation together from the start was better than letting them split into opposing camps later on. Akira Zenin, homeroom teacher for second years and school doctor at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. As for Megumi Fushiguro, he stayed at Tokyo Jujutsu High, using the excuse that he had to escort Tsumaki to and from school every day. Now very much a teenager, Megumi Fushiguro walked with his hands in his pockets toward a small wooded corner of the campus. There stood a louvered, weather box used to house temperature and humidity instruments. Normally, hardly anyone came here, let alone paid attention to it. But this particular box was different. There were no instruments inside. Instead, it stored a powerful cursed object used for exorcism, one of Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. Megumi Fushiguro opened the box with a helpless expression. Akatsu-senpai, whom he was fairly close to, had gone off on a special grade mission and hadn't returned yet. And just like that, the task of retrieving dangerous cursed objects had quietly fallen onto his shoulders. To be honest, when Akira Zenin had left, Megumi Fushiguro had actually been happy for a while. He genuinely waved him off back then. At least he wouldn't have to push a wheelchair around during missions so someone could nap in it anymore. But once he truly began living at Jujutsu High without Akira Zenin around, Megumi Fushiguro realized what real hell felt like. Even Gido-sensei, who seemed the most normal on the surface and was in charge of the third years, was actually a huge troublemaker at heart. Kusakabe, who handled the second years, was completely laid back to a fault. And Gojo-sensei, in charge of the first years. Even if nobody really comes here, leaving a special grade cursed object somewhere like this is way too careless, isn't it? Muttering to himself, Megumi Fushiguro pulled the weather box fully open. However, there was nothing inside. Under the moonlight, only the empty, bluish interior walls of the box stared back at him. Hi. Megumi Fushiguro immediately dialed Satoru Gojo's number. There's nothing here. Seriously. Oh, this is great tilde. Did Sukuna's finger get bored and sneak out for a midnight walk? I'm seriously going to punch someone. You're not allowed to come back without that thing, tilde so you can't hit me. Hee tilde. Then I'll go find Akira-sensei. Go ahead, but just a reminder, that lazy bum probably put you on his blacklist ages ago. Hiya. Megumi Fushiguro hung up without a change in expression. Next time I see him, I'm definitely hitting him. Damn it, there are too many cursed spirits passing through. The residuals are too complicated. I can't lock onto it. No choice, I'll just have to search slowly. The next afternoon, after being busy all night and all day, Megumi Fushiguro arrived at an ordinary high school in Miyagi Prefecture. Sigh, just a few more residual trails left. This should be the end. Damn it, the cursed energy reaction is way too strong. I can't pinpoint the exact location. As expected of a special grade cursed object. What a headache. On the field, students were sweating it out in the glow of youth. Around them, quite a few mid-level cursed spirits roamed openly, drifting across the surface as if dancing alongside the humans. Seriously, what's with this rugby field? Did they bury someone who died unjustly under it or something? Or is it because of that cursed object? After checking the rugby field, Megumi Fushiguro stepped over the railing and moved to the adjacent area. A voice nearby suddenly rang out in an exaggerated announcer tone. Come take a look. Track Club's Takagi-sensei is going up against the Tiger of West Junior High. As soon as the announcement ended, a brown-skinned adult who looked like a gorilla launched the shot put to a distance of 14 meters. Japan's record was 18.85 meters. Takagi was clearly satisfied with his performance and began striking a dramatic pose with intense focus. A pink-haired boy stepped forward, caught the shot put, casually tossed it up and down a few times, then threw it in the relaxed motion of a baseball pitcher. Bang! The shot put slammed into the nearby soccer goal, bending the metal frame. The person measuring the distance stood there in a daze for a moment before walking over to check. About 30 meters. Setsuko Sasaki stepped forward and let out a soft sigh. Itadori, you're better suited for a sports club. There's no need to force yourself to stay in the occult research club. Yuji Itadori looked confused. You two clearly love horror stories. But if I'm not around, you won't even dare go near places related to supernatural stuff. It's because we like them that we're scared. Yuji Itadori shook his head. I've got some personal stuff, so I need to be home by 5, and the school requires us to join a club. Didn't you say the occult research club doesn't really do anything? I did say that. Besides, I really like the atmosphere in the occult research club. All right, time's up. See you tilde. Nearby, Megumi Fushiguro was still stunned by what he had just seen. He did that without using any cursed energy, just pure physical strength. As Yuji Itadori walked past him, Megumi Fushiguro suddenly sensed the presence of a cursed object on him. But by the time he reacted, Yuji Itadori had already disappeared around a distant corner. Megumi Fushiguro stood there, shocked. What was that? That's way too fast. Chapter 40. Yuji. You're strong. When you go out to save people, just do what you can, that's enough. Save whoever you're able to save. It's okay to feel lost, and don't worry if no one thanks you. Above all, keep trying to save as many people as you can. And when your time comes, you should die surrounded by others. His grandfather, who had always been so full of energy, passed away just like that. Yuji Itadori held back his tears as he cleaned up the hospital room, watching the medical staff wheel his grandfather's body away. After signing the death certificate, the nurse studied his face, clearly worried. Are you really okay? Yuji Itadori gave her a smile, though his voice trembled faintly. Yeah, it's my first time going through something like this. It hasn't really sunk in yet. But if I keep walking around with a gloomy face, Grandpa would get mad. He forced the corners of his mouth up. I'll make sure to smile when I send him off in flames. The nurse let out a helpless laugh. That's a strange way to put it. A calm, steady voice cut in. You're Yuji Itadori, right? I'm Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High. I need to speak with you. Yuji Itadori scratched his head. I'm still in mourning, you know. Sorry, we really don't have time. I'll get straight to the point. The cursed object you're holding is extremely dangerous. Please hand it over immediately. Cursed object? Megumi Fushiguro took out his phone and showed him a photo for confirmation. Yuji Itadori stared at the long, strip-like item in the picture. He didn't sense anything dangerous about it. It wasn't like it was a grenade or anything. I picked it up. I don't really care about it either way, but my senior's pretty interested in it. What's the problem? Seeing how unconcerned he was, Megumi Fushiguro let out a quiet sigh and began explaining some basic knowledge about cursed techniques. If it's for exorcism, doesn't that make it a good thing? Exorcism is just the surface explanation. In reality, a cursed object claims its own territory. By sealing even more malevolent things inside it, it keeps other curses from coming near. Megumi Fushiguro suddenly stopped speaking. He fixed Yuji Itadori with a hard stare, his expression turning deadly serious. That thing you picked up is in an extremely dangerous state right now. Its seal has started to loosen after being left for too long. At this point, it's become bait that draws in curses. Yuji Itadori clearly didn't buy Megumi Fushiguro's one-sided explanation. He took out the box that had originally contained the cursed object and tossed it over, still sounding unconcerned. I told you I don't care. Go ask my seniors. Megumi Fushiguro immediately opened the box, and a sudden sense of dread washed over him. It's empty. Was I only tracking the residuals left on it? One unexpected turn after another finally shattered his composure. His voice grew sharp and urgent. The longer that thing remained out there, the more victims there would be. Where's what was inside? Yuji Itadori frowned as well, irritated by the sudden outburst. His grandfather had just passed away. He was already in a bad mood, and now some stranger had shown up, rambling about things he couldn't even confirm were real. I've told you over and over, it's with my senpais. They even said they were going to peel off that talisman tonight. Megumi Fushiguro snapped out of his anger in an instant. Shocked, he took several steps back without realizing it. Yuji Itadori wasn't someone who lost his temper easily. He was just completely lost about what was going on. Is something really that serious? Serious, it's more than that. They'll die. Megumi Fushiguro moved along the direction where the residuals were growing heavier, following the trail down a narrow path. Yuji Itadori, who knew the area better, kept pointing out shortcuts along the way. Lives were on the line. Compared to that, everything that had just happened didn't matter. If the thing he'd picked up had really put his seniors in danger, Yuji Itadori would never forgive himself. They reached the school's back gate. A suffocating pressure, as if pressing down from the sky itself, suddenly made both of them stop in their tracks. Unlike Yuji, who looked confused, Megumi Fushiguro immediately understood what it meant. The seal had been removed. Megumi Fushiguro stepped forward, patted Yuji Itadori on the shoulder, then walked past him toward the classroom building. Stay here. Facing the iron gate ahead, he silently called out in his mind. New. Once he felt the electric current respond to his control, Megumi Fushiguro first reinforced his body with cursed energy, then made the electricity coil rapidly across the surface of his skin. He walked straight through the iron bars. The metal melted on contact, as though exposed to extreme heat, offering no resistance at all. Amazing Tilda. Seeing that, Yuji Itadori finally believed that cursed techniques were real. Though this might not be the best timing, you could have just climbed over it, right? He's already gone. After the initial shock wore off, Yuji Itadori suddenly realized something. If cursed techniques were real, then the cursed spirits that Sea Urchinhead had mentioned had to be real too. That means the senpais are really in danger. While Yuji Itadori was still thinking, Megumi Fushiguro had already reached the corridor inside the school. To be honest, he'd already started regretting going through the iron fence like that. He'd been influenced by someone's "the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line" way of thinking. But now's not the time to think about that. As he ran, Megumi Fushiguro formed the rabbit escape hand sign with both hands. The sign held for an unusually long moment, yet no rabbits appeared. Instead, the shadow beneath his feet began to churn violently. Something within it seemed to be gathering, converging toward the center. Everyone, I'm counting on you. Composite Shikigami, Overlord Rabbit. A pure white giant rabbit over 4 meters tall leapt out of Megumi Fushiguro's shadow. It wore a pair of crimson gauntlet-like cursed tools on its fists. When it landed, the entire floor trembled. The moment it appeared, the rabbit smashed a cursed spirit covered in eyes, shaped like a standing earthworm, flat into the ground. With a backhand swing, it sent a centipede-like cursed spirit flying. These cursed spirits weren't even close to grade 2. They were hardly worth mentioning. It was hard to see why Megumi Fushiguro had even summoned it. Crack, crack, crack. The giant rabbit lifted its head proudly, only to smack it against the ceiling because of its height. It hunched down in grievance, rubbing its ears and head. Megumi Fushiguro had no time to comment. He turned to the rabbit. The ones ahead are yours. The rabbit sensed the situation briefly, then revealed a confident expression. It bumped its gauntlets together and nodded firmly. Clack, clack. Chapter 41. Clack, clack, clack. The white, plump rabbit kept throwing punches, smashing apart the cursed spirits rushing at it, carrying itself with an air of absolute dominance. Megumi Fushiguro followed close behind, striking the cursed spirits with his bare hands, the electric current running across his body, clearing out any that slipped through. The number of curses is increasing. We're getting close to the finger. Turning a corner, Megumi Fushiguro spotted a grotesque cursed spirit ahead. Its body was covered in irregularly scattered eyes, arms sprouting from all over. It had grabbed two students and was trying to force them into its own body. The Sukuna finger is with them. They're still breathing, we can save them. But in this situation, Overlord Rabbit found itself restrained. For something of its size, the corridor was far too narrow. Whether it attacked to exorcise the cursed spirit or accidentally brought the hallway down, the two humans would inevitably be caught in the damage. Megumi Fushiguro saw what the cursed spirit was doing and immediately cast aside his hesitation. No, there's no time. We can't hesitate. It's about to swallow the humans and the cursed object together. Lightning flickered across his body as Megumi Fushiguro charged forward. After his secondary modification, Nu's technique could no longer tear through the air to produce lightning bolts, but it greatly enhanced his close quarters power instead. Every punch Megumi Fushiguro threw left a charred fist mark on the cursed spirit's body. The blows forced it to stop feeding, and it began howling wildly. But this cursed spirit, being one that had taken root in the school, possessed a certain level of intelligence. It resisted the urge to continue devouring its prey and grabbed the student without the Sukuna finger, using them as a shield in an attempt to block Megumi Fushiguro's attacks. Megumi Fushiguro had no choice but to carefully control the intensity of the current while throwing punches, all while avoiding the person the cursed spirit held up as cover. That student wouldn't survive even one direct hit, and fighting like this left Megumi Fushiguro deeply frustrated. Outside, Yuji Itadori listened to the constant explosion-like sounds from ahead and watched the school building tremble without end. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Am I really just supposed to wait here like he said? What am I scared of? Yeah, death is closing in. I'm scared of dying too. Yuji Itadori clenched his fists. Am I really afraid? Then why don't I feel it at all? Grandpa's death, and the death about to happen right in front of me, they're not the same. As if he had finally reached an answer, Yuji Itadori lifted his head, his eyes firm. I think Grandpa's natural death was right. But this kind of unnatural death, it's wrong. With his resolve clear, Yuji Itadori sprang into motion. He leapt up, kicked through the window in one swift strike, and sent the cursed spirit locked in combat with Megumi Fushiguro crashing to the ground. Reaching out, he caught the two people the cursed spirit had spat out. Seeing that there were no longer any humans attached to the cursed spirit, the giant rabbit seized the chance and shattered it with two heavy punches. Then it clapped its paws together and shot Megumi Fushiguro a smug look. Megumi Fushiguro let out a long breath. It must have been uncomfortable all cramped together. Good work, you can head back now. Watching the giant rabbit sink back into his shadow, Megumi Fushiguro turned to Yuji Itadori, who had suddenly barged into the fight. I was going to ask why you came, but what you did just now was pretty solid. Yuji Itadori scratched the back of his head. That thing just now, was that a curse? Yeah, normally, ordinary people can't see cursed spirits. Though when someone's about to die, or in situations like this, that's another story. Oh, that makes sense. Yuji Itadori nodded. I've never seen a ghost my whole life. Megumi Fushiguro found it strange how calm Yuji Itadori was after seeing a cursed spirit for the first time. You're not scared. At first, yeah, I was really scared. But you know, people really do die. Huh. So I was thinking, at the very least, the people I know should get a proper death. Though, I don't totally understand it myself yet. Megumi Fushiguro gave a small shake of his head and pointed at the Sukuna finger in Yuji Itadori's hand. That's the Sukuna finger, a special grade cursed object. It's honestly a miracle it wasn't eaten. Why would anyone eat it? Does it taste good or something? What kind of stupid question is that? People eat it to gain stronger cursed energy. It's dangerous. Hand it over. Yeah, yes, Tilda. Without thinking much, Yuji Itadori tossed the cursed object toward Megumi Fushiguro. But just as the Sukuna finger was midair, a cursed spirit, 3 to 4 meters long, with 4 arms, 4 eyes, and a blue, lizard-like body, sprang from its long-hidden ambush. It burst through the wall and snapped its jaws toward the finger. Megumi Fushiguro didn't panic in the slightest. Compared to Akira Zenin's training, this kind of sudden encounter was nothing. No one knew how insane that guy could be, but right now, that experience was finally paying off. Megumi Fushiguro swiftly mobilized his technique, forming the seals for the Great Serpent, Toad, and Divine Dogs in quick succession. Technique expansion, Shikigami Chimera, Swallow. This was the Chimera Shikigami Akira Zenin had discovered in his childhood, capable of storing cursed energy. However, Megumi Fushiguro's swallow wasn't a writhing worm packed with fangs. It took the form of a great serpent. The difference was that this serpent bore the intelligent head of a wolf, and from time to time, it flicked out a toad's tongue. That was why it wasn't called Bug Eater. If anything, Megumi Fushiguro's swallow fit the idea of chimera far better. The 15-meter-long swallow surged out from Megumi Fushiguro's shadow, lunged once like a splash of water, and swallowed the grade 2 cursed spirit whole before flipping back into his shadow. As for why he hadn't used swallow to clear out the earlier cursed spirits, the reason was simple. Activating it drained him quickly. Using it just to consume low-grade curses wouldn't be worth the cost. Megumi Fushiguro caught the Sukuna finger, carefully checked his condition, and for once allowed himself a faintly confident smile. Phew, not bad. My cursed energy reserves went up quite a bit. Chapter 42. Sensing no immediate threat nearby, Megumi Fushiguro let out a quiet breath. He placed the Sukuna finger back into its box for safekeeping, rolled his shoulders, and stood there with his hands in his pockets. Hey, get those students settled first. I'll call an ambulance. Yuji Itadori nodded, flashing a broad grin that showed off his big front teeth. The moonlight seemed to bounce from his cheeks to his eyes like tiny flickers of light. Got it, don't worry. I know these seniors. I'll make sure they're taken care of. Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help finding him strangely carefree. After everything that had just happened, how was he not shaken? He had just turned to leave when Yuji Itadori called out to him. Hey, can I become a Jujutsu sorcerer? Hi. Megumi Fushiguro looked back at the pink-haired boy. You saw what happened, right? You know what Jujutsu sorcerers do. I've never seen anyone volunteer for this after witnessing something like that. You can really die doing this. I know. Yuji Itadori clenched his fist, then slowly opened it again. His gaze grew even steadier as he looked at Megumi Fushiguro. I'm not afraid of danger. Maybe that's easy to say now. When the moment comes, who knows? But I'm strong. I want the people I know to have a proper death. Megumi Fushiguro thought it over seriously. Once those two make it to the hospital, I'll help you get in contact with them. Whether you're accepted or not depends on you. Yeah, thank you so much. No need. Megumi Fushiguro turned away again, preparing to notify the support staff to handle the cleanup. He pulled out his phone. And froze. No signal. Was there already none before? He scanned the area again. The atmosphere had grown heavy. The light reflecting off the ground no longer felt lively. It was as if something was pressing it flat, forcing it to crawl along the floor. Megumi Fushiguro's pupils shrank. Setting aside the sudden loss of signal, he had seen this kind of distortion before. Back when he sparred with Akira Zenin as a child, whenever Akira Zenin failed to properly control his cursed energy, the surroundings would react like this. Feel it? Hurry. Has the cursed energy around us changed? Something's wrong. No. Megumi Fushiguro spun around to look at Yuji Itadori. The boy was carefully lining up seat cushions on the ground, trying to make things more comfortable for the two injured students. This isn't right. Get those two out of here now. Boom. With a violent tremor, a black figure tore straight down through the rooftop and slammed onto the ground beside them. Its voice grated like an old, damaged cassette tape, forced through a loudspeaker and amplified hundreds of times over. You realized it a little too late. Humans. The voice paused, as if reconsidering. No, Jogo said that we are the humans. Before Megumi, Fushiguro could even turn to see what it looked like. A massive black pillar burst up from below, launching all four of them onto the top of the school building. Megumi Fushiguro reinforced his body with cursed energy just in time. Aside from choking slightly on the dust from the collapsing walls, he was fine. But Yuji Itadori and the others were still flesh and blood. They couldn't endure that kind of crushing force. Megumi Fushiguro quickly looked over. Yuji Itadori had thrown himself over the two students, shielding them with his own body. Other than some bruising on the limbs that had been sticking out, they didn't seem seriously hurt. Cough, cough. You okay? Yuji Itadori got to his feet and rolled his shoulders. I'm fine, there wasn't even any rebar here. Is that really the point? Megumi Fushiguro muttered, at a loss. Why didn't that cursed spirit keep attacking? He turned to look at the speaking cursed spirit. Its head was shaped like a slightly slanted black circular platform. A ring of crimson light encircled it, likely serving as its eye. Its torso and limbs were made of black, sand-textured cylindrical segments. Each hand had 4 rough metal fingers. Black chains wrapped around its entire body, binding a coffin to its back. Megumi Fushiguro could hardly believe the pressure coming off it. This thing felt far more oppressive than any of the special grade cursed spirits Akira Zenin had once taken him to fight. Why was something like this here? And why had it stopped attacking? A sudden realization struck him. He reached for his pocket. The box containing Ryomen Sukuna's finger was gone. Megumi Fushiguro looked up again. Sure enough, the box was in the cursed spirit's hand. It had already taken out the Sukuna finger and was examining it closely. If that thick red ring really counted as an eye. That human called Kaori said that today, someone with pink hair would appear and allow Sukuna to manifest. But what exactly is pink? In this cursed spirit's vision, the world existed only in black and white. It couldn't distinguish colors at all, which meant it couldn't tell which of them was Ryomen Sukuna's vessel. And so it hesitated. The entire cursed spirit simply stood there, frozen in thought. Yuji Itadori, completely unaware of the level of danger in front of him, spoke up first. Hey, who are you supposed to be? If you keep wrecking the school like this, it's gonna be condemned. Kakyu. Hi. My name is Kakyu. The cursed spirit called Kakyu casually tossed the Sukuna finger onto the ground. If it couldn't tell who the vessel was, it would just test them one by one. I answered your question, now, can you eat this? Kakyu. A cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of coffins and the corpses within them, combined with fear of the iron weapons that kill. One of the cursed spirits formed by this world to balance the birth of Akira Zenin. Chapter 43. Absolutely not. Megumi Fushiguro immediately stepped in front of Yuji Itadori. That's Ryomen Sukuna's fingers. It's lethal poison. If you eat it, you'll die for sure. I'll hold it off, take those 2 and get out of here. But won't that put you in danger too? Megumi Fushiguro knew Yuji wouldn't just obediently run, so he changed his approach. Then at least get the civilians somewhere safe first. If you still want to come back after that, please. Get Yuji Itadori out first, then find a way to draw the cursed spirits away. Yuji Itadori glanced at Sasaki and Eguchi beside him and gave a firm nod. He bent down to pick them up, ready to leave. But the instant he lifted his foot, the floor around them was suddenly covered in blood-stained steel nails and razor-sharp blades. The abrupt trap left him with nowhere to step. Which one of you wants to eat this finger first? The blades and nails, and that black pillar that brought us up here earlier. Is that this cursed spirit's technique? What exactly is this thing? If you're going to kill us, just say it. There's no need to play these pointless games, cursed spirits. Megumi Fushiguro swiftly formed the hand signs for Max Elephant and Piercing Ox. Chimera Shikigami, Nether Elephant. A 5-meter-tall elephant rose from Megumi Fushiguro's shadow. Its skin was dark, its eyes glowed red, and 4 massive tusks jutted from its mouth. The moment it appeared, it charged toward Kakyu like a bolt of lightning. Kakyu quickly assessed its size and momentum, confidently raising one hand to stop the attack. He miscalculated. Nether Elephant carried an overwhelming, inexplicable force. The impact blasted him backward, and with a thunderous crash, the cursed spirits was smashed deep into the nearby wall. Got him. Megumi Fushiguro immediately turned to urge Yuji to go, then dismissed Nether Elephant. He stayed calm. That attack alone wouldn't be enough to kill the enemy. The previous strike had borrowed the power of the piercing ox technique, but now the Shikigami and the cursed spirits were too close together. There was no way to recreate the same setup. Yuji patted Megumi Fushiguro on the shoulder. Emma, why aren't you leaving? We can't. Megumi Fushiguro turned around. Kakyu, who should have been embedded in the wall, was now standing at the staircase leading downstairs. When did he get there? This time, Kakyu didn't speak. The steel sand beneath him surged and gathered, forming 4 massive hands that instantly seized the 4 of them. Since none of you will volunteer, I'll try you one by one. Megumi Fushiguro's body was already mottled with bruises from the crushing grip of the black hands. He gritted his teeth and tried to break free using the new technique. If that still didn't work, just as he was about to move, a figure suddenly dropped from above, the takai in his hand flashing as it cleanly severed the 4 massive hands. Megumi Fushiguro looked up. A man dressed in white stood there, his expression faintly melancholic. Relief finally washed over him. The excessive use of cursed energy and his injuries made his vision blur. Akatsu-senpai. Yuta Akatsu flicked the blood from his takai with one hand while holding a phone in the other. Yeah, Rika, I'll hang up now. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He only ended the call after a soft emwa came from the other side. Yuta Akatsu crouched down and quickly checked their condition. Sorry, I'm a little late. Not at all, you came at the perfect time, but weren't you on a special grade mission? Yuta Akatsu smiled. It's already done. Actually, Gojo-sensei was worried since you hadn't been back to school for so long, so he asked me to stop by and take a look. He told me not to mention that part though. Hi. Gojo-sensei cares a lot about his students' safety. He just doesn't always say it out loud. Honestly, the 3 senseis stopped seeing us as just students a long time ago. Yuta Akatsu found himself thinking back to when he was younger. Gojo-sensei had guided his cursed energy control and cursed technique development. Gido-sensei had drilled him in taijutsu. Akira Zenin had taught him barrier techniques and the principles of binding vows, even explaining the Zenin Clan's internal barrier systems. They liked to joke that they were playing Pokemon battles, but in reality, they had poured everything into teaching them. Hey, you over there, human. Yuta Akatsu didn't even turn around. He only tilted his head slightly, glancing at the cursed spirits from the corner of his eye. What is it? Kakyu instinctively took a step back at that glance. The overwhelming cursed energy radiating from Yuta told him immediately that this Jujutsu sorcerer wasn't on the same level as the one before. What he hadn't expected was that a single look could carry this much pressure. Yuta Akatsu stood up and gently kissed the ring on his left hand. An almost transparent barrier expanded outward from him in an instant, enveloping the entire school building. Anchored by the ring and powered by the love he shared with Rika Orimoto, this was a memory-based recognition barrier. Under normal circumstances, it was used to record the cursed techniques Yuta Akatsu had copied. When Akira Zenin and Gojo-sensei had designed this barrier together and said its source would be love, Yuta Akatsu hadn't understood. Wasn't a Jujutsu sorcerer's cursed energy born from negative emotions? Gojo-sensei had casually offered his own view. In my opinion, the essence of love is the collapse of reason. It's completely irrational. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, love is the most twisted curse of all. After it formed, the barrier appeared as a faintly glowing white hemisphere. 6 points of light were positioned at 6 directions, with 1 point at the center. Standing at that center, Yuta Akatsu reached into the light and pulled out something resembling a megaphone, its surface etched with strange incantations. Blow away. Before Kakyu could react, he was sent flying straight into the distant forest. Once the battlefield had been moved away from the school and nearby residential area, Yuta Akatsu followed. Kakyu shook his head, trying to piece together what had just happened. But Yuta Akatsu was already upon him, giving him no time to think. A blade plunged into his arm. Yuta Akatsu reinforced the sword with cursed energy, pinning Kakyu in place. At the same time, his other fist smashed toward the cursed spirit's head. In Kakyu's understanding, weapons should always be stronger than bare hands. But that punch felt like it could kill him outright. It was lethal. Without hesitation, Kakyu severed the arm that had been pinned, barely dodging the strike. Seeing the attack miss, Yuta Akatsu withdrew the externally projected reverse cursed technique from his hand. It had been too obvious. With his current mastery, he only needed to activate it right before impact. Kakyu immediately realized how bad the situation was. Unlike Jogo, the one who fancied himself the strongest and constantly sought high-level fights, he knew his limits. If your attacks barely scratch the opponent, but one hit from them means death, how are you supposed to fight? The moment Yuta Akatsu saw Kakyu turn and run, he reached out and touched the ring on his left hand. A small barrier appeared, enclosing only his hands. If the large one was gone, he would simply deploy another. If a large barrier was inconvenient, then he would use a small one. When had barriers ever been something troublesome? Akira Zenin's teaching. Another megaphone materialized in Yuta Akatsu's hand. Get down! A crushing pressure slammed Kakyu to the ground mid-escape. He turned his head, just in time to see Yuta Akatsu rapidly closing the distance. So be it, you forced me into this. If I can't touch you, then I'll kill you from a distance. Kakyu began forming hand seals. The coffin behind him creaked open, and endless black particles poured out. Domain expansion. The black particles gathered and formed a sphere, enclosing both of them. Inside, it looked like a once prosperous town. But on closer inspection, every building was made of coffins linked together by iron chains. The sky was dim, the sun pitch black, and crimson rivers flowed across the ground, releasing waves of heat. Mantra of the Vengeful Dead. Chapter 44. Yuta Akatsu, newly pulled into the domain, didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He turned his head and spat out something faintly metallic and bitter. The air's full of these fine steel particles. They'll enter my lungs with every breath. In the distance, Kakyu seemed to vent all the frustration he'd built up from being completely overpowered. I was already planning to leave. Who told you to keep chasing me? Then just die. The moment his voice fell, the black iron sand covering the ground inside the domain was swept aside by a sudden gust, exposing one opening after another. Only then did it become clear that even the ground itself was made of coffins. One by one, the corpses of the wrongfully dead began to stir, as if reborn. But this time, their rebirth had a single purpose: to kill the Jujutsu sorcerer standing before them. The corpses swarmed forward, clawing and tearing. Within the domain, their movements were impossible to predict. The instant they raised their hands, their attacks had already landed on Yuta Akatsu. A small number of them could even use cursed techniques. Were these people once real? Or are they all victims this cursed spirit's killed? Yet just as their attacks were about to take effect, they were blocked, and in the next instant, the corpses were cut cleanly in half. Endless blood-stained weapons surged from the Crimson River. But like the corpses before them, none of those weapons managed to injure Yuta Akatsu in the slightest. An immeasurable flow of cursed energy circulated around him, intercepting every incoming strike with precision, like a flawless defense system. Secret technique, Falling Blossom Emotion. This was a domain countermeasure passed down among the three great families. Unlike a simple domain, it released cursed energy at the exact moment a sure-hit technique activated and made contact, neutralizing it through a precise counter. Yuta Akatsu stared at Kakyu without expression. His own domain was still only half complete, but at the moment, he likely wouldn't need it. Thanks to the countless sparring sessions with Akira Zenin, his mastery of Falling Blossom Emotion was exceptionally refined. He only needed to drain the cursed spirit's cursed energy and finish it off. After all, domain expansion, the ultimate secret of Jujutsu, consumed an enormous amount of energy. There was no way the opponent could sustain it for long. As for sparring with Satoru Gojo, could Unlimited Void even be blocked by Falling Blossom Emotion? Seeing that he couldn't bring Yuta Akatsu down quickly, Kakyu suddenly slammed his palms together. The metallic clash rang sharply through the domain. Technique release, Nirvana's demonic cavern. In the town at the center of the domain, the coffins forming the buildings began to open one after another in response to Kakyu's voice. Corpses rose from within, their deaths even more gruesome than before. Some had only half their heads remaining. Some had been mutilated into human stumps. Some were flayed alive. Others had been executed by slow slicing. Yet they all shared one trait. If they still had eyes, those eyes were terrifyingly clear. Clear enough to suggest they were about to relive the inhuman agony they had suffered before death. Their wails carried a strange amplification, as though empowered by some technique. Even Yuta Akatsu, hardened by countless battles, felt a sharp pain bloom in his head. For a brief moment, the circulation of his cursed energy faltered. In the next instant, a blue circle appeared beneath his feet. As soon as falling blossom emotion lost its effect, he seamlessly transitioned into a simple domain. Then, once more, he layered falling blossom emotion over it, blocking the enhanced corpses and the storm of flying weapons. Now he only needed to remain vigilant against the corpses of fallen Jujutsu sorcerers. If one of them suddenly unleashed some strange cursed technique, that would be troublesome. If their techniques were also granted sure-hit properties by the domain, then things would become genuinely difficult. Kakyu's mindset began to crack. Even without deploying his own domain, Yuta Akatsu had taken no visible damage, not even a superficial wound. Doubt crept in. Could it be I'm really that weak? He had never harbored ambitions like Jogo, nor constantly sought out stronger opponents. Mahito had mocked him as a shallow soul, obsessed with manipulating flesh and appearances. But even so, on his own turf, inside his own domain, he shouldn't feel this powerless. Once self-doubt sets in, meaningless thoughts have a way of quietly stealing time. Suddenly, Kakyu sensed that the curtain surrounding the outside had been broken. That human had warned them. Once the curtain disappeared, they were to flee at top speed. And since this had only been an experimental model, there was no way to predict exactly when it would collapse. Kakyu immediately dispelled his domain and sprang into the nearby forest, diving straight toward the location where his backup was supposed to be waiting. Retreat. The surroundings returned to normal. Yuta Akatsu stood there for a moment, puzzled. Why had the cursed spirit suddenly run? An intelligent and highly dangerous cursed spirits like that couldn't be allowed to escape. But when Yuta Akatsu chased after it, he couldn't detect even a trace of residuals or lingering aura. Was I affected by its technique after all, and lost my ability to sense residuals? Or did it completely erase its presence? With a quiet sigh, he sheathed his blade and returned to the rooftop of the school building to check on the others. Using the reverse cursed technique derived from Shoko's method, he treated each of them in turn. After giving Megumi Fushiguro a nod, Yuta Akatsu turned to Yuji Itadori. How are you? Any discomfort left? There was something about Yuta Akatsu that naturally put people at ease. Yuji Itadori, however, hadn't been afraid at all earlier. He rotated the arm that had just been crushed. Amazing, amazing, it's really better. Yuta Akatsu was just about to ask what had happened earlier when his phone vibrated. Could it be Rika? It hasn't even been 10 minutes since our last call. She shouldn't be that anxious. But when he looked down, the message was from the second years at Jujutsu High. Satoru Gojo, spread the word, spread the word. Yuta Akatsu is crouching over there crying because he didn't catch the cursed spirit's tilde. Attached was a photo, the back of Yuta Akatsu crouching while healing Yuji Itadori. Because of the angle, only he was visible. Maki, spread the word, spread the word. Yuta Akatsu is squatting there reviewing the fight because he couldn't beat the cursed spirits. Panda, spread the word, spread the word. Yuta's squatting there eating dirt after getting beaten by a cursed spirits. Yuta Akatsu, humans don't eat dirt. Inumaki, salmon. Akira Zenin, I suddenly have a question. Is typing considered normal speech? Maki, why are you even here? Inumaki, salmon. Panda, because Toad's afraid that if he gets used to typing normally, he'll accidentally say it out loud. Yuta Akatsu let out a helpless breath and slipped his phone back into his clothes. Then he turned to look at a certain stick-like figure standing under the moonlight. Gojo-sensei. Ah, you caught me. Why are you here too? I wasn't planning to come tilde. But when a special grade cursed object goes missing, the higher-ups start nagging. So I figured I'd swing by. And I happened to see something interesting tilde. Megumi Fushiguro walked over and placed the Sukuna finger he had retrieved into a storage box, before handing it to Satoru Gojo. Gojo casually tucked it away, then pulled out a bag. Kikyufuku Machi, a Sendai specialty, edamame and fresh cream flavor. Super tasty tilde. But I'm not sharing, hee tilde. Chapter 45. So can I have one? A voice drifted up from the ruins below. Akira Zenin glanced around, then headed toward the rooftop where the others were gathered. The school building was even more thoroughly destroyed than he'd expected. At this rate, who knew how many extra days off these students would end up with? Hey there tilde Akatsu, Satoru. Megumi Fushiguro had just stepped forward to greet him. It had been about half a year since they'd last met, when he realized Akira Zenin hadn't acknowledged him at all. He froze awkwardly, half-risen, unsure whether to keep standing or sit back down. Akira Zenin caught sight of his expression and laughed. Let me think, and you are. Veins practically popped on Megumi Fushiguro's forehead. Satoru Gojo strolled over and casually high-fived Akira Zenin. Rare sight, you're looking pretty energetic today. Want to spar? Akira Zenin immediately shook his head and waved him off like he was shooing away a fly. Nope, go play somewhere else. Find a cool corner and stay there. Oh, scared. Yeah, terrified. After a brief silence, Satoru Gojo's smile faded. His expression turned serious as he circled Akira Zenin, studying him carefully. Akira, something's off with you. Why is your cursed energy constantly leaking out? Normally, a Jujutsu sorcerer wouldn't release cursed energy this noticeably. I've never seen this before. Akira Zenin couldn't afford to collapse. Setting aside the fact that he was Satoru Gojo's friend and one of the rare special grade sorcerers, he was also the bridge between the Zenin Clan and the Gojo clan. Right now, the two families were cooperating largely because of the relationship between Satoru Gojo and Akira Zenin. But the alliance was still shallow. There hadn't been enough time for real ideological integration. If either of them ran into trouble, the two clans could easily return to their former hostility. That would seriously disrupt the new generation's plan to unite and sweep away the old guard. The reason's simple: I just have too much cursed energy. More cursed energy wasn't always better, and having more of it didn't mean a technique's power would increase without limit. If he had to make a comparison, cursed energy was closer to a mana bar. It affected endurance, not raw output multipliers. Of course, in reality, there were many more variables that required layered calculations. When did this start? About 2 years ago. There were signs back then, but I started losing full control of it around last year. Wow, and it's still increasing, right? You're only in your 20s. At this rate, when you're old, won't you become a walking cursed energy disaster? A natural-born cursed object. Akira Zenin nodded without arguing. In truth, given that his cursed energy almost doubled every year, and considering how absurdly flexible his technique was, he had his own suspicions. Within the Jujutsu system, twins were sometimes treated as a single existence. As someone who had transmigrated, perhaps he was being recognized as two people. And since his soul had already experienced death in his previous life, those two people existed in a state that straddled the boundary between life and death, impossible to categorize cleanly. That created a kind of bug. Every year on his birthday, the system would attempt to evaluate him, only to find it couldn't. It was as if he died once and was born again. Because he counted as two people, his technique had effectively become another vessel for his soul. That might explain why he differed from other 10 Shadows users, why he could develop it with such flexibility. Even his Shikigami, less chimera and more fusion, might not have originated from the same place as the others. Akira Zenin lightly patted Satoru Gojo's shoulder, signaling him not to overthink it. Then he turned to look at Yudara Akatsu. What happened here? It actually left you looking a little roughed up. Yudara Akatsu scratched the back of his head and smiled. I realized how important domains really are. I should find a chance to study them more thoroughly. Akira Zenin seemed to have already guessed the answer, but he deliberately asked anyway. You ran into someone with a domain. Yudara Akatsu nodded. Yeah, most jujutsu sorcerers probably wouldn't stand a chance against it. He paused, then added. And it could talk. Its intelligence was on par with a human's. The usual tactics you'd use against something beast-like didn't work at all. Akira Zenin nodded again and continued his act of asking what he already knew. What was its technique? It could manipulate blades. It also seemed able to control steel sand. Inside its domain, it used corpses to fight. Oh, and once you enter its domain, don't breathe. The air is filled with extremely fine steel particles. Hi. Akira Zenin frowned slightly. That didn't quite match what he had expected. But when he noticed the questioning look on Yudara Akatsu's face, he quickly smoothed his expression. It's fine. A cunning cursed spirits that knows how to run. Let's leave that to our most mobile Gojo sensei. Oh, please tilde. Seeing Akira Zenin's reaction, Satoru Gojo stopped pressing him about his condition. If I run into it again, of course I'll exorcise it, but I'm not making a special trip just for that. I've still got a mountain of missions to deal with. Akira Zenin nodded. He had only been joking. Jujutsu sorcerers couldn't save everyone. Satoru Gojo was already exhausted as it was. He slept, at most, 3 hours a day. Ever since he'd been stabbed in the head and learned to use the reverse cursed technique to repair his brain, his physical structure and mental state had constantly hovered somewhere between perfectly fine and slightly unhinged. Yudara Akatsu, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up. He looked at both of his teachers with steady determination. Since it was my mistake, I should be the one to handle it. Akira Zenin couldn't help but sigh inwardly at that expression. When did this kid start taking things so seriously? Satoru Gojo waved a hand dismissively. All right. Young people should be out praising their youth, not wasting their best years. Leave the rest to us old men tilde. As he said that, he bent forward dramatically, thumping his chest and coughing a few times like a frail grandfather putting on a show. Chapter 46. Old men, if we're the old guys, then what does that make the higher-ups? Hearing Akira Zenin say that so casually, Satoru Gojo straightened up and shot him a sideways smile. At least, you could tell he was smiling even with the blindfold on. You're asking even though you already know tilde. A pink-haired head suddenly popped up between the three of them. Yuji Itadori had clearly overheard Megumi Fushiguro and that gloomy-looking senior addressing the two in front as teacher. Hello, senseis. My name is Yuji Itadori and my type is... Stop. Just get to the point. What do you want? Akira Zenin quickly cut him off. He knew exactly what Yuji Itadori wanted to say. But the truth was, Akira Zenin didn't want Yuji Itadori to become a jujutsu sorcerer. This bright, open-hearted kid belonged in a normal sports anime, playing the kind-hearted protagonist, backed by shy admirers too nervous to confess, making it all the way to the National Baseball Championships. Not standing shoulder to shoulder with people he'd just met, facing death at any moment. The jujutsu world was too cruel for someone like him. I think I can become a jujutsu sorcerer, right? Satoru Gojo nodded without sugarcoating it. Yeah, you can. You can already see cursed spirits. Even without using cursed energy, with your physical ability and some cursed tools, you could exorcise them. In that case, please let me learn jujutsu. Yuji Itadori bowed deeply to the two of them. I didn't know what this world was really like before, but now I do. From now on, when I go home to eat, take a bath, or read manga, if I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll think about how someone out there might be killed by a curse. And maybe I could have saved them. Can I really keep pretending it has nothing to do with me? I don't know what my death will look like, but I don't want to regret the way I chose to live. Akira Zenin didn't stop him. In the end, the road you walk is your own choice. He turned to leave. Satoru, I'll leave this to you. This kid looks loud already. I'm heading back to Kyoto to retire. Megumi, spend more time training in taijutsu with Suguru Gido. Don't rely entirely on your shikigami like you did this time. Satoru Gojo gave a small nod. For some reason, Yuji Itadori's personality fit his tastes rather well. Then come with me. Whether you can become a student at Tokyo Jujutsu High depends on your performance. By noon the next day, Akira Zenin had returned to school with news help. The leaves here seemed to carry a deeper shade of green, a color steeped in time. Compared to Tokyo, where everything changed at breakneck speed, the ancient capital of Kyoto felt heavier, more layered. The older the place, the more its atmosphere blended together, washed over by the long river of time, where good and bad alike had fused into something inseparable. Tradition, clans, the new generation, stubbornness, jujutsu sorcerers, curses. Akira Zenin gave a small shake of his head and let out a quiet laugh. Am I not part of all that too? Ah, Akira Zenin sensei. Hearing a voice far too lively for Kyoto's usual atmosphere, Akira Zenin turned and saw a blue-haired girl jogging over. Miwa, still practicing your sword at this hour? Kasumi Miwa quickly sheathed her blade. We're heading out on a mission soon, so I thought I'd train a bit more. Maybe I can be more useful when the time comes. What mission, can you tell me? Sure, we're clearing out some flyheads inside a school building, plus a grade 3 cursed spirits. Mai and Momo are going with me. Isn't Momo Nishimiya a third year? Why's she assigned to go with you? Akira Zenin attempted to raise an eyebrow, but only managed halfway. Too tiring, forget it. In ordinary schools, the divide between grades was strict. But Jujutsu High had very few students to begin with, and female jujutsu sorcerers were rarer still. Kyoto Jujutsu High, being more conservative than the Tokyo campus, carried even heavier pressure from traditional families and rigid rules. It was only natural for the female jujutsu sorcerers to stick together. Even so, missions were usually assigned based on both grade and rank. That way, resources weren't wasted, and underclassmen wouldn't be sent into situations beyond their ability. Kasumi Miwa seemed a little worried that Momo Nishimiya might get called out for it. She lowered her head, looking embarrassed. We're close, so I asked Momo to come along with us. Since it was technically a minor rule violation, Kasumi Miwa instinctively framed herself as the one who initiated it, quietly removing any responsibility from Nishimiya Momo. But to her surprise, Akira Zenin didn't mention the issue at all. He simply stepped forward and lightly patted her on the head. No need to be so nervous. You're already doing great, go get some rest. If you've got a mission coming up, that's exactly why you should recover properly and be at your best. Yes, sir. Stare. A subtle gaze drifted over from a nearby patch of grass. Akira Zenin didn't even need to guess. Other than that person, who else would have the time to plant so many surveillance devices in the bushes around Jujutsu High? Chapter 47. Heaven never grants a person 2 gifts at once. What he was given was an enormous range for his technique, along with cursed energy output far beyond what his actual strength should have allowed. What he was not given was freedom. For Kikichi Muta, if possessing overwhelming power could be called happiness, then perhaps the world would have felt gentler to him. But what heaven gave him was not hope. It was a curse. His skin was so fragile that even moonlight could burn it. Missing a right hand and a leg, his body confined him to a sealed room connected to life support equipment. To be precise, his entire range of movement was the 3x4-meter space surrounding that machine. Kikichi was the first blessing he had received at birth. Though heaven had taken his healthy body, his parents had never abandoned their broken child. Surrounded by their love, he managed to live until the age of 11. But Kikichi had matured far too early. He understood that he could never do anything useful for his parents. He couldn't care for himself. He couldn't become their future. He couldn't even carry forward their hopes. To 2 ordinary people, his existence was nothing but an endless drain on their savings, a curse without an end in sight. So Kikichi used his cursed energy to manipulate a simple, stick figure construct outside, sending it to exorcise flyheads again and again. He never tried to hide what he was doing. And so, on the day before his 12th birthday, Kyoto Jujutsu High finally discovered him. After a brief exchange with the people they sent, he chose to fake his death and enter Jujutsu High under their protection. At the same time, it freed his parents from being shackled to the child who had been born broken. In that dim room, he lived alone for 4 years. Aside from medical staff, only a few elderly figures came to visit from time to time, speaking to him about their ideals and convictions. And whenever those elders came, one teacher named Akira Zenin would accompany them. That man left him something that could only be called salvation: a television. Without it, he might have lost his mind long ago. Most of the early programs were aimed at children, but Kikichi never found them boring. In fact, one robot anime left an especially deep impression on him. It told the story of a mechanical armored hero who fought evil head-on. No matter how many times it fell, it would rise again. And in the end, it would always return to its comrade's side. The name of that robot was Mechamaru, spacing out again. Akira-sensei, did you disinfect yourself before coming in? Please don't make me catch a cold for months like last time. It should be fine this time. I didn't disinfect, but I struck myself with lightning a few times. Mechamaru, why did you set up surveillance all over the school? I've had a bad feeling lately. It's better to keep information flowing at all times. Oh, I see. You like Miwa, don't you? Miho. The sudden shift in topic left Mechamaru momentarily stunned. He hadn't fully admitted it out loud, but just the thought slipping through seemed to tug at the corners of his mouth. Don't smile. You'll split the bandages on your face again like last time. You screamed so miserably back then. I held it in for a long time before I screamed. Really? I'm not good at remembering unimportant details, Tilda. After that, silence settled in. Mechamaru watched as Akira Zenin slowly began nodding off, his head dipping forward like a middle schooler struggling to stay awake during math class. Other people might not understand. But as someone bound by a heavenly restriction as well, Mechamaru understood all too clearly. When heaven grants extraordinary cursed energy, it always takes something in exchange. What a ruthless bargain. He had given up a healthy body. Akira Zenin had given up a stable mind. If you measured it by sheer cursed energy, Akira Zenin had likely paid an even greater price. Sensei, even if you've placed restrictions on yourself, if you're tired, you should rest for a bit. It's quiet here. And the students are doing well now. You don't have to keep watching over them all the time. Akira Zenin sat on the floor and waved him off. I'll just close my eyes for a moment. I've already lost interest in sleeping. Unable to show expressions clearly, Mechamaru tilted his head in confusion. Does an amputee relieve phantom limb pain by rubbing a limb that no longer exists? As a fellow patient, Mechamaru understood instantly. Akira Zenin's condition was like phantom limb pain that couldn't be soothed. Sleep no longer eased his exhaustion. I see. Silence returned, broken only by the steady hum of the machines keeping Mechamaru alive. Following the pattern, your drowsiness will double again next year. Do you think there's still meaning in living like this? Akira Zenin opened his eyes and looked at the figure before him. That question wasn't directed at him alone. Mechamaru was asking himself. Kikichi, people like us are born with a purpose. You're searching for a way to restore your body. I'm searching for a way to sleep peacefully, to steady my mind. Others might think we're miserable. No, so do you. But have you ever thought about this? Mechamaru shook his head. Another question with no build-up and no explanation. How would I know? I don't know what you think, but until I lose consciousness for good, I'll keep looking for a way to stay clear-headed. We were born with goals. Some people can only drift through life without one. Chapter 48. On a summer afternoon, the 3 Kyoto Jujutsu High girls skipped ice cream and instead gathered around a table in a cafe. Not far away, an assistant supervisor who introduced himself as Tanabe sat in the corner, sipping ice water while reviewing the mission intel. Momo Nishimiya leaned sideways against the table, lazily swirling honey into her milk coffee. There have been so many cursed spirits lately. We don't even have time to stroll through the market. Kasumi Miwa hesitated to ruin the heart-shaped latte art on her coffee. After taking several photos with her phone, she finally slid her straw down along the inside of the cup and took a careful sip from the bottom. Is it really okay for us to be like this? She glanced out the window. The street outside was quiet. The fading sunlight cast a soft, lingering warmth over the city. By the time we actually start the mission, it'll be nighttime, right? Mai Zenin shot a glance at Tanabe, who had just asked for more ice at the other table. When you're on a mission, don't rush. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer means learning to steal moments of rest. You never know when there won't be a next time. Pay. Momo Nishimiya hurriedly cut her off. Mai, why would you suddenly say something like that? Take it back. Mai Zenin simply shook her head and took a sip of her espresso, letting the bitterness spread across her tongue. I don't get why you're always so negative, Mai. Honestly, I kind of envy you. Kasumi Miwa finished her drink, managing to leave the heart-shaped foam intact on the empty cup. Your family's rich, mine's dirt poor, and I've got 2 younger brothers to support. And at school, you've got Akira Zenin sensei. Is he like an uncle, or more like an older brother? If you really want to label it, I guess technically he'd be my nephew. But in a big clan, relationships like that don't mean much. In terms of status, he's the designated next head of the clan. I'm just an ordinary grade 3 sorcerer. That's all. And Akira Zenin sensei, he's actually a pretty distant person. Because of Akira Zenin's presence, Maki and Mai had at least once had a place they could call a refuge when they were young. But the Zenin clan was an old Jujutsu family steeped in tradition. Patriarchal values ran deep, and female Jujutsu sorcerers were treated even more harshly. How much pressure rested on Mai Zenin's shoulders was something only she truly understood. Momo Nishimiya immediately jumped back into the conversation. Oh, so he's the brooding, gloomy type of handsome guy. Mai Zenin deliberately widened her eyes in mock realization. Oh, so Momo actually likes older men. Momo Nishimiya frantically shook her head. Akira Zenin sensei works as an idol, but as a life partner, he's a bit too cold. All right, girls, unscheduled break's over. Tanabe walked over, neatly stacked documents in hand, clapping sharply to get their attention. His job was to assist Jujutsu sorcerers on missions, collecting every piece of information available, thinking through every possible scenario, so the sorcerers could focus solely on exorcising cursed spirits. At the very least, so everyone could return safely. He pointed outside. At some point, the sun had completely set. Only the last trace of afterglow clung stubbornly to the edges of the buildings, like someone drowning and grasping for anything they could hold on to. Tanabe sighed. He had only meant to give them a short break. Seeing how exhausted Jujutsu sorcerers were, he'd quietly shaved a bit of time from the schedule. But one delay led to another, and the 3 students had ended up chatting for a full 2 hours. If we finish this mission, it'll already be close to midnight. If you still want to make it back to the dorms to sleep, we need to move now. Please wait. Tanabe turned to the blue-haired girl, who had suddenly raised her hand. Is there a problem? Kasumi Miwa lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. Well, we've been drinking this whole time and haven't actually had dinner yet. Tanabe let out another sigh. These students always managed to add to his workload in the strangest ways. Mai Zenin stood up. It's fine, no need for Tanabe to worry. I'll just grab something from the convenience store nearby. A convenience store. As if someone had flipped a switch, Kasumi Miwa suddenly looked much more energized. I know that place well, I'll go with you. Japan has an enormous number of convenience stores. On average, there's one every 600 meters or so. Open 24 hours a day, they sell everything from daily necessities to food, magazines, copy services, and even utility bill payments. The 2 girls walked into the nearest one. The clerk was a girl of average build and unremarkable appearance, the kind of person who might disappear one day without anyone noticing. After greeting her, Mai Zenin was about to order a few meat buns when Kasumi Miwa stopped her. She leaned close to Mai's ear. Let me tell you something. Kasumi Miwa pointed at the heated case, holding the meat buns. Usually, the staff writes the expiration time in that corner. If you look carefully, you can buy meat buns at a super cheap price. See that one? It's got 2 minutes left before the best before time. Convenience stores offer all kinds of food: sushi, salads, vegetable tempura, oden, and plenty of microwave-ready items. Most of them have best before dates ranging from 1 to 3 days. By regulation, expired food is supposed to be discarded. But rules are rules, and reality is reality. In the spirit of avoiding waste, some stores sell just expired food at extremely low prices. Of course, in most stores, that's actually more of an unofficial perk for the staff. My Zenin looked at Kasumi Miwa with a helpless expression. You. She didn't finish her sentence. Seeing the light shining in Miwa's eyes, a quiet confidence and yearning for life built from small, everyday things, she swallowed her words. Under Miwa's guidance, my Zenin bought 3, just expired meat buns. At the register, the clerk looked at them. Our oden is about to pass its best before time too. Would you like a few servings? To be honest, my Zenin felt a little uncomfortable hearing that. No matter what, she was still a member of the Zenin Clan, and at the very least, the Zenin family had never deprived her of food. She glanced at Kasumi Miwa again. The girl was clearly tempted by the just-expired oden. If she refused, it would feel like denying the way this girl lived her life. What a silly girl. How does something freshly simmered expire? In the end, doesn't that just depend on what the clerk says? All right then, you're open 24 hours, right? Can we come back in about 2 hours? The clerk smiled. Of course, I should still be on shift then. Chapter 49. The 3 of them steadied themselves and headed toward their objective. They passed through the subway, crossed the temple grounds, and made their way through the old streets. Following the increasingly dense residuals, they walked uphill. From the top of the slope, a massive building came into view. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the school sat in an unsettling silence. Its gray-white outer walls, faintly cracked, looked cold and lifeless, like a tomb. This is a school, right? Kasumi Miwa couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine at the sight. Momo Nishimiya replied casually. Yep, and it's actually a pretty reputable one too. Noticing Kasumi Miwa's tension, Momo quietly leaned closer and lowered her voice. They say decades ago, right here, a girl snuck into the swimming pool and had an accident. When the janitor found her the next day, her body had soaked so long it was swollen beyond recognition. And ever since then, a female student drowns here every year. Supposedly, even though their bodies are all bloated. Every single one of them is smiling in satisfaction. Kasumi Miwa bolted behind Mai, grabbing tightly onto her sleeve. Mai shot Momo Nishimiya a helpless look before glancing down at the girl clinging to her. This scene felt oddly familiar. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on memories that didn't matter. Miwa. So. You're a Jujutsu sorcerer. Aren't cursed spirits way more disgusting than what Momo just described? Oh, right. Kasumi Miwa suddenly came to her senses and quickly let go of my sleeve. To be fair, after Momo Nishimiya's little stunt, the atmosphere had lightened considerably, and Kasumi Miwa no longer seemed as tense. The 3 reached the school's back gate. The curse's residuals stretched all the way into the school building. Even in the courtyard, there were traces of blood formed by curses, visible only to Jujutsu sorcerers. What do we do? Going in head-on feels kind of dangerous. My Zenin checked the number of bullets she was carrying. Mai's technique was a construction, a technique that created matter out of nothing. On paper, it was incredibly powerful. In reality, it consumed an enormous amount of cursed energy and placed a heavy burden on the body. Because of her limited cursed energy reserves, she could only create 1 bullet per day. That was why, in normal combat, she simply infused ordinary bullets with cursed energy and fired them from her handgun. We'll stick to our usual approach. Though Mai herself wasn't particularly forceful, within the Kyoto school trio, the other 2 always centered their tactics around her judgment. Momo, stay in the air and keep watch. Draw their attention and be ready to support with your technique at any time. Kasumi, stay behind me. Cover me when my cursed energy runs low, and finish anything I can't. Got it. Understood. The moment Mai finished speaking, she moved to advance. A pale, swollen arm suddenly burst out from beneath the tiled ground of the school and clamped tightly around her ankle. Mai didn't panic, her expression didn't even change. She fired a bullet infused with cursed energy. It struck the arm instantly, and the arm-shaped cursed spirit vanished in a shriek of pain. The arm really was just an arm, the entirety of that cursed spirit. It was nothing more than a strangely shaped fly head. No matter what kind of cursed spirit, they're always this disgusting. After walking for about 2 minutes, the cursed spirits inside the school finally lost their patience and poured out from the entrance of the teaching building. In an instant, wailing filled the air, and thick cursed energy surged into view. Homework tilde so many problems I can't solve. I'm so stupid tilde. WHY, is it me getting hit? Why it tilde. My kick down a 6-handed peanut cursed spirit. A shot followed immediately, blasting through its head. At the same time, a flash of blade light cut across behind her, slicing apart a short potato cursed spirit that had tried to sneak up on her. Working in perfect coordination, the trio made quick work of the swarm. These cursed spirits, averaging below grade 3, didn't stand a chance. They were nothing more than trash being cleaned away. It didn't take long for them to reach the 4th floor of the school building. The staircase in front of Mai was stained a grotesque dark red. Viscous blood clung to each step like syrup coating candied hawthorn. The entire stairwell looked like a mountain of corpses drowning in a sea of blood. Countless reddish-brown, misshapen heads slowly pushed their way up from the surface. Kasumi Miwa had already tightened her grip on her blade, standing slightly behind and to the side of Mai, eyes locked on the cursed spirits ahead. No matter how scared she felt in battle, she would always give it everything she had. This is a cluster of grade 3 cursed spirits. Judging by their combined strength, they could practically qualify as grade 2. What is going on with this school? This is ridiculous. After a brief moment of thought, Mai immediately chose the most efficient approach. Momo. At her call, a petite figure burst in through the window. Tool manipulation, wind scythe. A violent gust infused with cursed energy swept through the staircase, uprooting the cursed spirits in one go. The ones that were torn apart and flung into the air didn't even have the chance to hit the ground before they dissipated midair. Against a swarm like this, a grade 2 sorcerer with area of effect capabilities was a natural counter. They stood no chance. After confirming there was no abnormal cursed energy lingering nearby, Mai pulled out her notebook and flipped through it. Based on the mission description, this should count as complete. Kasumi Miwa sheathed her blade and let out a breath. Only 3 cursed spirits taken out. Feels like I just skated through another mission. Momo Nishimiya hopped down from her broom and bounced over to pat Kasumi Miwa on the shoulder. Kasumi, you can't say that. You were super important. This world was steeped in the filth known as curses, and most of the time, Jujutsu sorcerers worked more like sanitation workers than heroes. With careful investigation and tightly planned operations, cursed spirits rarely had any real chance to fight back. Most missions ended with the sorcerers feeling disgusted more than endangered. Because of that, Jujutsu sorcerers gradually developed a kind of tolerance to the surrounding filth. They could face all kinds of grotesque sights with steady composure. But that so-called tolerance didn't always feel like adaptation. Sometimes it felt more like assimilation. Like a child rolling around in the mud. At first, they hesitate, wary of getting dirty. But once they loosen up and get used to it, it only means one thing: they're already covered in mud. That was the real trial this world set before Jujutsu sorcerers. How to keep from losing themselves too quickly in a world already teetering on madness. And the ordinary yet pure-hearted Kasumi Miwa was the trio's greatest weapon against that creeping madness. Chapter 50. All done. Before long, the ever-cheerful Kasumi Miwa came jogging back. She walked ahead of the other 2, leading them quickly toward the main gate of the mission school. Thank you for your hard work. After lowering the curtain, Assistant Supervisor Tanabe bowed to the 3 students, looking at them with open admiration. These girls were jujutsu sorcerers, destined for the front lines, forced to confront the darkest negative emotions born from human hearts. Even he, an assistant supervisor who didn't fight directly, had to stay on edge at all times. How much greater must the pressure be for these students, who weren't even adults yet? Yay, let's hurry back for some Odin, and we can grab some batteries for Mekamaru as snacks too. Momo Nishimiya tilted her head, confused by Kasumi Miwa's comment. Mai explained. Kasumi's been playing house with a cute shop clerk Tilda. Huh Tilda, you can't say it like that. Kasumi Miwa put her hands on her hips and puffed out her cheeks in exaggerated protest. As the 3 of them bantered and prepared to head back the way they came, Assistant Supervisor Tanabe suddenly spoke from the side. It may be ill-timed to bring this up, but I must ask, if you're planning to return to Kyoto Station's Hachijo exit, please go straight back to the school. Mai's expression turned serious. Did something happen? A Grade 2 incident has just occurred there. According to the window, it's suspected to be the same cursed spirit that first appeared this March. However, because the previous victims' bodies were too badly mutilated, no useful information could be obtained. Each time someone discovers the scene, all traces of it have already disappeared. Then isn't that perfect? Kasumi Miwa cut in excitedly. Aren't we jujutsu sorcerers? It's so close. Let's go exorcise the cursed spirit. It's not that simple. Tanabe immediately rejected her suggestion. The directive from above is to gather reports on casualties caused by the cursed spirit and analyze its movement patterns. Exorcism will be carried out once a Grade 1 sorcerer is available. Momo Nishimiya frowned and cut him off. For once, the usually playful girl looked genuinely angry. Gather casualty reports? Those aren't just numbers, they're human lives. Please try to understand. There are already too few jujutsu sorcerers. You've just finished a mission and aren't in peak condition. If a sorcerer is killed, that's a loss we simply cannot afford. So you're just reducing lives to a calculation. Momo Nishimiya knew Tanabe was only carrying out orders. Arguing with him would accomplish nothing. She turned to Mai Zenin. Mai, what do you think? Mai fell silent, thinking it through. The enemy had managed to escape repeatedly under the surveillance of the window. Even among Grade 2 cursed spirits, it was considered top tier. She herself was only an ordinary Grade 3 sorcerer. Even with Momo, who was Grade 2. But although Momo had reached Grade 2, the main reason was her tactical value. In a one-on-one fight, she might not be able to consistently suppress a cursed spirit of the same rank. Walking away now would be the most rational choice. No one would blame them. In fact, returning to the school immediately was the most appropriate decision given the circumstances. And yet, something didn't sit right with her. A dull frustration lingered in her chest. Suddenly, a memory from childhood surfaced. Her sister's figure appeared before her eyes, Maki reaching out, pulling her away from those grotesque cursed spirits. Back then, she had only understood 2 things. Cursed spirits were terrifying. But as long as someone was by your side, you felt safe. And besides, once we've made a promise, we have to keep it, right? Got it. Count me in. The 3 of them walked past Assistant Supervisor Tanabe, who stood there with his head lowered in silence. Seeing how alone he looked, Kasumi Miwa couldn't help but turn back. Aren't you going to stop us? Tanabe clenched his fists and shook his head. He felt torn by his own helplessness. If he were a jujutsu sorcerer, there was no way he would let children take such a risk. My job is to save people, not to complete missions. Just a reminder, even if this succeeds, there won't be any credit or compensation. No pay does sting, but reducing the casualties comes first. I understand, then I'm counting on you. His voice came out almost like a shout, as if he were forcing something out of his chest. Yeah. After answering, Kasumi Miwa steadied herself and hurried to catch up with the other 2. Tanabe bowed deeply toward their backs. Nothing might happen, but if something did, the price would be their lives. Young sprouts shouldn't be crushed before they've had the chance to grow. This time, even if he had to throw away his pride, he would do everything he could to request a Grade 1 sorcerer. Momo Nishimiya rose into the air as usual, ready to provide support at any moment. Mai drew her pistol from its holster, her coat hanging loosely over her shoulders like a half-draped cape. Kasumi Miwa followed close behind Mai, advancing carefully. Sure enough, the area felt completely different from the afternoon. The dense cursed energy carried a sharp, acrid stench, stripping away the warmth it once had. It felt less like a busy street and more like a ghostly realm meant for the dead. When the three of them pushed open the convenient store door, bracing for the worst, the sight inside was even more chaotic than they had imagined. The shelves had all collapsed. Merchandise was scattered everywhere. In the center of the store stood a creature nearly a story tall. Its skin looked charred, and from every joint extended a thin, spindly arm. On its spherical head, 7 vertical eyes were scattered unevenly across the surface. It opened its lipless mouth. Rib-like structures functioned as fangs, grinding against each other and producing a nauseating scraping sound. The clerk from earlier that evening was clutched in several of the cursed spirit's hands. It forced her into its own body, stuffing her inside. Then, as if dissatisfied, it pulled her back out and shoved her into a different spot. Thankfully, perhaps because the cursed spirit was treating it like some twisted game, the clerk was still faintly breathing. But her face was bruised, her eyes swollen nearly shut. Red blotches covered her body where the cursed spirit's corruption had spread, and within those blotches countless tiny eyes blinked. Her limbs were bent at unnatural angles, nearly reversed. Wounds exposing bone covered her entire body. The curse caused sickly scabs to form quickly, preventing heavy bleeding, but it was clear she wasn't far from her final breath. Kasumi Miwa covered her mouth with both hands, trying desperately not to cry. Just this evening, that same clerk had waved at them with a smile. Now she had been reduced to this by a cursed spirit. Kasumi, even if you joined later, you have to fully step into your role as a Jujutsu sorcerer. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure this. People you know can disappear from your life at any time. This is what cursed spirits do to humans. They're monsters. Chapter 51. Perhaps it was because they had been born with the power to fight cursed spirits. Or perhaps it was because they dealt with them every single day. Treating cursed spirits as part of their routine had dulled them to the horror of it all. It wasn't until Momo Nishimiya was seized by a suddenly elongating arm. Until Kasumi Miwa's blade failed to cut through the cursed spirit's limb. Until Mai Zenin emptied every bullet in her gun and even used her technique to construct more, only for the damage to regenerate instantly, that they realized how badly they had misjudged the situation. This wasn't something they could exorcise. Why is it this strong? It hasn't even used a technique. Isn't it supposed to be grade 2? One of Mai's arms was twisted out of shape. Momo Nishimiya was flung far into the distance. Kasumi Miwa was swatted away, crashing through layers of glass before landing inside another building. If Mekamaru were here, he'd probably fire an ultra cannon straight into its face. Only Mai was left standing. The cursed spirit seemed to have grown bored of the toy in its grasp. It released its blood-soaked hands, tossing the shop clerk aside, then began writhing and crawling toward Mai. But after using her technique, Mai's heartbeat was erratic, her mind foggy with exhaustion, blood streaming from her nose. In her current state, she would struggle to exorcise even a fly head. Heliha, your turn, your turn. The cursed spirit cackled, its expression a grotesque condensation of every negative emotion humanity could produce. At least, we held it off for a while. The window should have finished evacuating by now. Under these circumstances, we've probably minimized the damage. Mai tried to lure it away, but her legs gave out. She collapsed to her knees. There was no other choice. With death closing in, she crawled in the opposite direction, venting the fear and frustration boiling inside her. Damn it, being a Jujutsu sorcerer is crap. Why did I ever choose this? Wouldn't it have been better to just stay home? Close your eyes. If you can't see it, then it's as if it doesn't exist. A memory from childhood suddenly surfaced in her mind. How could that be? If I close my eyes, will it stop it from killing me? Isn't that just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand? The only reason I felt safe was because you were holding my hand. The cursed spirit paid no attention to her words. All it wanted was to savor the pleasure of torment and killing. Clap! A sharp sound rang out. In an instant, Mai's body switched places with a thin sheet of paper. You noticed I was here and used your last bit of cursed energy to create a sheet of paper. Not bad. Looks like Akira-san's training wasn't a complete waste. A broad, sturdy figure appeared nearby. Just standing there, he gave off an overwhelming sense of stability. What AI to do didn't know was that, for certain reasons, Akira Zenin's targeted training had never been particularly effective for Mai. The cursed energy required for Mai's construction technique depended on the mass of the object she created. Akira Zenin had often complained about why she didn't research materials like aerogels, low density, high functionality. But Mai never truly wanted to grow stronger, and much of the theory went over her head. In the end, nothing came of it. Still, even in her exhausted state, she could barely manage to construct a sheet of paper imbued with cursed energy. AI to do casually picked up a stone, infused it with cursed energy, and hurled it at the cursed spirit. Clap! He swapped positions again, appearing behind it, and drove a fist into its head. The impact split it open, dark blood spilling from its irregular eye sockets. That's enough, you serial killer. His eyes hardened. With a powerful downward elbow strike, he crushed the cursed spirit completely. Against a non-special grade cursed spirit, he normally wouldn't even need to use his technique. But this creature, which had slaughtered hundreds, had crossed a line he couldn't tolerate. As the cursed spirit finally disintegrated, Kasumi Miwa limped over. She still seemed stuck on the moment her blade had failed to cut through its arm, her face filled with guilt and frustration. You are useless, Miwa. I'm back. Huh, why is to do here? Is it already over? It's not over. AI to do stood and glanced around. I did receive a distress call, but I didn't come specifically because of that. I'm here because the cursed spirit from just now was already classified under my mission. Isn't that basically the same thing? Kasumi Miwa caught the wobbly Momo Nishimiya as she drifted back down, tilting her head in confusion. No. AI to do wagged a finger. This incident falls under my mission as an overlapping case. In other words, the cursed spirit here is just a byproduct of the case I'm handling. Kasumi Miwa stared at him in shock. A byproduct? That thing was just a byproduct. AI to do nodded. After confirming there were no lingering traces of cursed spirits nearby, he sat down and began explaining his mission. If he hadn't been waiting for someone, he wouldn't have bothered taking the time. Since 2006, when the internet became widespread in Japan, online suicide pacts started becoming popular. People with suicidal thoughts would meet online, gather in person, encourage each other, indulge in things they'd never dared to do before, and then agree to meet at the same place to say goodbye to the world together. What were they even thinking? SHH. AI to do raised a finger to his lips, signaling Kasumi Miwa to quiet down. Right now, there are more than a dozen so-called assistants, websites sharing information on how to commit suicide. If that were all, it would fall under police jurisdiction. But there's one site called Your Turn. For some unknown reason, it gathered people's fear and gave rise to a supernatural phenomenon. In other words, it produced a cursed spirit. Through the internet. This time, AI to do didn't silence her. That's right. As long as someone posts, "It's my turn" on that site, they'll die suddenly within 1 or 2 days, at most within a week each for their own reasons. The cursed spirit itself isn't extraordinarily powerful, but the number of casualties it's caused already far exceeds that of an average special grade cursed spirit. Based on current observations, its technique should be something like marking and teleportation. After completing a massacre, or when it's about to suffer a fatal blow, it teleports to the next marked location. According to calculations and deductions from the window personnel, the one you just encountered should also be that Your Turn. Mai had regained some strength and studied her breathing. So that was a grade 1 cursed spirit, No wonder it was so strong. Wait. Something clicked in her mind. Why did that cursed spirit appear here? Don't tell me. You're thinking in the right direction. AI to do, sharp as ever, picked up on her thoughts immediately. That victim just now, she was seeking death herself. She posted, "It's my turn" on that website. Chapter 52. To do Chan tilde. The voice drifting over from a distance made AI to do's face darken. As a man who appreciated big, he naturally disliked being called Chan. If the speaker weren't both his senior and someone he genuinely couldn't beat, he would have shown them exactly what an unfair game meant. Could you not call me that? Sorry, I still can't quite separate the you now from that scrawny kid you used to be. Besides, I picked up that nickname from Yuki Tsukumo. AI to do chose not to pursue the matter. No time to waste, please treat them. Akira Zenin nodded, and with practiced ease, used round deer's technique to heal the students. But when he reached the shop clerk, he stopped. For a moment, Kasumi Miwa thought the victim was beyond saving, that even Akira Zenin couldn't heal her. She lowered her voice. "Zenin-sensei, what's wrong? Is she already?" Akira Zenin shook his head, his expression unreadable as he stared at the clerk lying on the ground. "I'm just wondering whether this person truly wants to live." Unlike before, anyone who knew about your turn and sought death would become marked by that cursed spirit. If he healed her and she chose to give up on life again, it would simply create another escape route for the cursed spirit. At its core, the greatest human conflict lies between the desire to live and the inevitability of death. Whether this girl, who had just brushed against death in such a horrifying way, had changed her mind, no one could say. Still, saving one life was saving one life. Akira Zenin looked at the clerk, whose breathing had grown faint and shallow. "I'm not interested in debating philosophy. Right now, answer me. Do you want to live?" The clerk forced her swollen eyelids open. Tears streamed down her face, whether from pain or from the terror she had endured, it was impossible to tell. Save me. Looks like you're just an ordinary person who made a foolish choice, or went looking for thrills. Akira Zenin gestured for Mai Zenin to straighten the clerk's twisted limbs. Then, he used his technique to treat her. The lingering effects of cursed spirit corrosion and such extensive external injuries. If he weren't here at the Kyoto campus, she would likely have to be sent to the Tokyo campus for Shoko's treatment. If it had been another Kyoto higher-up who came instead of him, they probably would have abandoned her without hesitation. "I've stabilized the major injuries. I left the bruises. The pain will stay with you for a while. Consider it punishment for trying to throw your life away." Akira Zenin crouched down, his face still impassive as he looked at the girl. Perhaps it was because he had spent so long as a teacher, but he found himself speaking a little more. "I don't care to know your name. I don't have time to understand your past. But remember this, your life is yours. When you decide to end it, think carefully. You are an independent individual first. Only after that do you take on a role in this world. If you start disrespecting yourself because of other people's judgments, you've confused what matters and what doesn't." "I'm busy." "I saved you this time, there won't be a next." Without waiting for her reply, Akira Zenin stood and looked toward AI to do. He wasn't in the mood for jokes anymore. To do, did the cursed spirit escape again? That's right. For now, the only thing we can do is have the assistant supervisors keep monitoring the website, analyze its movements, and intercept it next time. This mission's been dragging on for a while, hasn't it? Yeah, almost 2 months. It's the first time a single cursed spirit has tied me up for this long. Every time it's on the verge of being destroyed, it escapes at the last second. Which means as long as someone posts, "It's my turn" on that website, it gains a new mark and can flee whenever it wants. We can exorcise cursed spirits, but we can't guarantee that someone whose mental defenses collapse won't choose suicide. When those two factors feed into each other, it becomes a real headache. Exactly. This thing is more of an unfair game than my boogie woogie. Sigh, I haven't even had time to watch Takada's show lately. Being strong doesn't mean being omnipotent. That's the limitation of an individual jujutsu sorcerer. To do, go find Noritoshi. If he coordinates with you, things should move faster. End this disgusting thing as soon as possible. Yeah, if there are two of us, I'll even have time to recharge my soul. Then I won't stay any longer. I'll leave the aftermath to you and Noritoshi. When it comes to getting things done, I trust you. AI to do knew full well that the special grade sorcerers were all overworked to the bone. He gave a light nod. Another business trip. That's right, a special grade cursed spirit appeared in Kochi Prefecture. It's called something like Great Traveling Abyss Serpent God. Wind, rain, spreading bizarre plagues, that sort of thing. Naya can't handle it alone. I'll head over, log it into the archives, and take care of it while I'm at it. While you're at it. AI to do had exorcised special grade cursed spirits before, but even among special grades, there were clear differences. Relax, I think you'll be able to handle something like that yourself someday. I believe in you. AI to do let out a short laugh. What kind of man do you think I am? I'm not nervous. If I ever go up against that thing you mentioned, I'd probably have a great time. Akira Zenin took out his phone and gave it a small shake. I knew you'd try to volunteer in my place. I recorded that, you know. Who starts recording out of nowhere like that? My schedule's packed. There's no way I'm going. Takata's evening stroll airs for the next 2 days. Right. Akira Zenin shook his head slightly. Well then, I'm off. Chapter 53. Beside the station, an old green-painted electric train rattled past along the tracks. The rails stretched from west to east, pressed tightly against the coastal highway that ran alongside them. Beyond it lay a gently curving shoreline and the vast, surging sea. A young man in formal attire stood near the platform, eyes closed as the ocean breeze swept over him. Kamo sorcerer. A middle-aged man's voice came from behind Noritoshi Kamo. It was Tgthegood, a veteran support who had survived countless missions. Behind Tgthegood stood a blonde girl, an intern support named Akira Nita. What about support Tanabe? He's been in charge of assisting our class. During last night's emergency, support Tanabe failed to act decisively and made an incorrect judgment. We nearly lost 3 Jujutsu sorcerers because of it. The higher-ups have decided he's currently unfit to lead supervision support, so he's undergoing retraining. Noritoshi Kamo gave a small nod. His license hadn't been revoked, just retraining. That meant this wasn't a real punishment. Support Tanabe would likely return to work soon. Tgthegood turned to him. Has Tgthegood already explained the details of this mission? Noritoshi Kamo nodded. Yes, Tgthegood and I will split up and head to the 2 locations, calculated to be the most likely marker points based on the cursed spirit's activity. Akira Nita seemed like she wanted to say something, but everyone present was either a frontline sorcerer or a senior support. As someone about to graduate, she felt she should simply handle her responsibilities and keep quiet. Noticing her expression, Tgthegood spoke. If it's related to the mission, just say it. Thinking it through together makes it easier to solve. Encouraged, Akira Nita took a breath, summoning the boldness she once had as a delinquent girl. I think this is being handled in a pretty roundabout way. Why don't we just post our own names on that website and wait there? We could let the cursed spirits come to us. Tgthegood nodded. That idea isn't unreasonable, but it has several drawbacks. Drawbacks? First, if we choose to wait like that, we're essentially handing the lives of the hundreds of already marked people over to that cursed spirit. It would only turn its attention here after most of the earlier targets are dead. Neither the group that insists Jujutsu sorcerers must protect ordinary people, nor the group that believes compromising with cursed spirits means surrendering dignity would accept that. Second, this is a cursed spirit incident, not some rule-bound horror story. After marking you, if it senses danger on our side, it can simply choose not to come. I see. Then what about the internet side of things? We've tried that as well. Right now, the most effective way to minimize casualties is still to use data analysis to narrow down the cursed spirit's location. In theory, we could assign hundreds of Jujutsu sorcerers to guard every marked point, but that's the least realistic option. Nita, remember this. In the real world, just because something seems doable doesn't mean it is. there are always more factors to consider. In cursed spirit incidents, manpower and timing are constant constraints. That's why we often have to analyze victim profiles and the behavior patterns of survivors to develop an exorcism plan. Noritoshi Kamo stood off to the side with his eyes closed, silent. It was impossible to tell whether he was dissecting their discussion or already thinking ahead to his next move. He glanced at his watch. It's almost time, let's head to the marker point. Tgthegood understood that the Jujutsu sorcerer was the one carrying out the mission. He immediately ended the conversation with the trainee. Yes, we'll leave the rest to you. The sun had already set. 4 black sedans moved slowly through a narrow alley. Akira Nita sat in the front passenger seat, watching the cars behind them through the rearview mirror. I didn't expect we'd need window personnel for reconnaissance. Tgthegood drove with an unreadable expression. In cursed spirit incidents with high mobility, deploying a curtain is difficult. So these personnel are responsible for getting close to the site and observing the cursed spirit directly. When it teleports in, they draw it out and immediately report its position to the Jujutsu sorcerer. There was something Tgthegood did not say. AI to do, with his superior mobility and strength, only needed to lead a single team, and the people he brought with him were far safer. Then what about them? That's right, those who can see cursed spirits and have some combat training, yet lack the talent for cursed energy. They are the true, abandoned children of the Jujutsu world. Noritoshi Kamo, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, suddenly spoke. He still did not open his eyes. Have battlefield medical measures been prepared for them? Akira Nita quickly flipped through her notes. She remembered there being a section about the equipment assigned to those teams. Tgthegood nodded and answered directly, as if driving, thinking, and responding at the same time was second nature to him. For this mission, direct participants operate in teams of 3. Each team is required to carry battlefield medical supplies, including epinephrine, hemostatic gel, and portable suturing devices. The goal is to treat any wound immediately after it occurs. According to autopsy results from the Specialized Response Unit, if the death at the previous marker point was not caused by burning, meaning the cursed spirit was in its first or third form, then applying hemostatic gel followed by timely suturing raises the survival rate to over 60%. Akira Nita finally found the relevant page in her notebook. Wow, that's exactly the same. Do you have a memory chip installed or something? Memorizing mission details is a basic requirement for support personnel. This is depressing. I suddenly feel like I'm not even qualified to be a support supervisor. Noritoshi Kamo frowned slightly. Are we certain it's one cursed spirit with 3 forms, not 3 separate cursed spirits? Tgthegood nodded. That's confirmed. This cursed spirit changes its appearance based on the manner of death at the previous marker point. Death by sharp weapon, burning, and hanging asphyxiation. That's precisely why we had difficulty determining its movements and behavior before. However, after calculations and field investigations by the Special Response Team, it has been confirmed that this is an inherent trait of the cursed spirit itself. Chapter 54. A line of sedans rolled quietly into the open-air parking lot beneath the Kihara apartments. The moment he stepped out of the car, Noritoshi Kamo felt the thick, filthy aura clinging to the building. Is this a place where cursed spirit incidents happen often? Tgthegood nodded. That's right. Based on tracking and observation, the incidents here were all caused by your turn. He turned to Akira Nita. The details on Kihara apartments are on page 17 of notebook number 2. Akira Nita hurriedly flipped through her notes. Page 17, here, found it. Since the suicide website Exchange murder incident 3 years ago, 33 residents of Kihara apartments have either died in accidents or committed suicide. Even the 3 survivors developed mental abnormalities and are still in recovery. All of them reported hearing knocking at their doors late at night, along with strange voices. It has been confirmed that the first 4 cases were due to personal reasons. The ones after that were cursed spirit incidents. After finishing, Akira Nita looked up at Shisei Tagodo. Tagodo-san, according to this, does that mean the cursed spirit teleported here 33 times? Shisei Tagodo rubbed his brow. Like I said, a cursed spirit isn't some rule-bound ghost that kills one person and leaves. Once it arrives somewhere, it attacks indiscriminately. Based on observations and to-do sorcerer's mission reports, it has teleported here about 4 times. Due to special circumstances, we can only evacuate residents who live farther from the mark for now. What a headache. If this were the usual type of cursed spirit attached to a fixed location, we could just buy out the apartment building and the surrounding houses and demolish them. Though with land prices here, the higher-ups would probably argue for quite a while. He glanced at the 9 fully equipped special window personnel behind him. Their attacks, lacking cursed energy, could not kill a cursed spirit, but they could at least serve as interference. More importantly, their presence gave people a sense of security. All right, enter the apartment in your assigned teams. If anything happens, press the alarm immediately to alert Kamo Sorcerer. Do not disturb the marked individual, or it may interfere with the cursed spirit's behavioral pattern. If you encounter the cursed spirit, report first and then retreat immediately. Yes. As the 9 window personnel split into groups of 3 and headed inside, Noritoshi Kamo noticed one of them walking with trembling legs. Wait, are you afraid? And no, not at all. The voice from beneath the mask sounded young. Tell me your age. 13. Noritoshi Kamo did not ask why he was here. Children and the elderly tended to have stronger spiritual sensitivity, so the proportion of minors among the window personnel was not insignificant. As the eldest son, Noritoshi Kamo had long been accustomed to such things within his household. It stirred nothing in him. He took out a cracked mirror from his clothing and handed it to the special operative. This is a cursed object, Unkaikayo. It reveals the true appearance of things, ignoring concealment by cursed energy, allowing non-sorcerers to see cursed spirits. Though that's not necessarily a good thing. If you observe a cursed spirit below grade 1, it will have difficulty moving under your gaze. Even a grade 1 cursed spirit will slow down. Since you can't use cursed energy, don't stare into the mirror for more than 5 seconds. It will cause hallucinations. The boy gripped the edge of the Unkaikayo mirror tightly. Understood. After all the window personnel had entered the apartment, Shisei Tagodo walked over to Noritoshi Kamo. Kamo Sorcerer. What is it? You're somewhat different from the other members of the Kamo family I've met. Noritoshi Kamo shifted his gaze back to the apartment building. Perhaps. Don't lose focus. Be ready to receive information from to-do. I'm going in. Yes. After briefly surveying the structure of the apartment, Noritoshi Kamo pushed open the entrance door with a solemn expression. On the surface, the hallway looked normal. The pale walls were tinted with a faint green under the emergency lights. But in the eyes of a Jujutsu sorcerer, the corridor was covered in dense black and red footprints and handprints. Residuals stained nearly every inch of the space. The deeper he looked, the more concentrated they became. The amount of cursed energy emanating from the residuals was so heavy that no careful inspection was necessary. Noritoshi Kamo crouched down and examined them. The shapes and types of these residuals are almost identical. Some are faint, which means they've been here for a while. It was indeed caused by a single cursed spirit moving back and forth. A circular earpiece by Noritoshi Kamo's ear suddenly crackled to life with Tagodo's voice. It was a small cursed corpse device, completed under Akira Zenin's guidance. It could transmit information within the curtain and even communicate with the outside. The sound quality still needed work. Red. That was the code from To-Do's side, indicating the cursed spirit had teleported. It looked like this time the cursed spirit had appeared on his end first. Inside the Mekamaru communication channel, everyone went on alert, reporting in every 15 seconds on average. Early Warning Team 2, first floor, no anomalies. Early Warning Team 3, second floor, no anomalies. Early Warning Team 1, fourth floor. A burst of static hissed in his ear. The signal was being disrupted by another source of cursed energy. Noritoshi Kamo immediately sprinted toward the fourth floor. Night had fully fallen outside the window, though it wasn't yet midnight. Dressed in home clothes, Ai Yamanoya had just finished cleaning and was sitting on the sofa watching Mrs. Handle with care. The show was just background noise to pass the time. Lately, her younger brother, who was still in school, hadn't been himself. She worked part-time during the day to support the two of them. With so little money, the only place they could afford was the cheapest nearby apartment, the Kahara residence. She shook her head. Her education level was low, and she didn't really understand what her brother was going through. Did going to school really make someone more and more withdrawn? I was a bit harsh with him the other day. I should sit down and have a proper talk with him soon. Losing interest in the show, Ai Yamanoya stood up, about to head back to her room. Then she caught a strange, metallic tang in the air. Her brother's door suddenly burst inward as if struck by an invisible force. It slammed against the wall and shattered, fragments of wood flying everywhere. Show. Startled, Ai Yamanoya cried out her brother's name in panic. But when she rushed over, all she saw beyond the broken doorway were chunks of flesh scattered across the floor. At the same time, a wave of cold dread crawled up her spine. Through that overwhelming sense of danger, she vaguely made out a humanoid monster slowly taking shape beside Sho Yamanoya's desk. Its arms were covered in clusters of sharp, blade-like fingers. Most horrifying of all was its face. 7 vertical eyes were arranged across it in a chaotic pattern, each one staring wide open. Chapter 55. Just as Ai Yamanoya stood frozen in terror, the apartment door burst open. Kenshi Takana, leading Early Warning Team 1, immediately grasped what was happening. He threw his gun to the ground and snatched the mirror from the teammate beside him. A moment earlier, he had heard Noritoshi Kamo speaking to a team member named Shimizu, but Shimizu was clearly struggling. He hadn't even seen the cursed spirit yet, and he was already so tense he could barely move. The person inside is still alive. I'll hold the cursed spirit down. Send the signal and get out of here now. Without waiting for a reply, Kenshi Takana rushed into the room, pulling out the Unkaikayo and angling it toward the cursed spirit's reflection. Under the interference of the cursed tool, the cursed spirit's movements slowed dramatically. The intelligence-specialized cursed spirit seemed momentarily confused by the change, but instinct quickly took over. Muttering in broken, delirious whispers, it lunged wildly at the woman in homeware closest to it. 5-4. Kenshi Takana counted down silently, his face pale. Unable to reinforce himself with cursed energy, using the Unkaikayo placed an immense strain on his brain. He didn't even have the mental capacity left to shout for the others to run. Even so, he could only hold it for 5 seconds. All he could do now was trust the Jujutsu sorcerer leading the operation. A 3. Boom. Blood sprayed outward as chunks of wall exploded apart. Noritoshi Kamo dropped down from above. To save time, Noritoshi Kamo had activated Scarlet Dragon Leap, vaulting up from the outside of the apartment to the rooftop above the 4th floor. Then he condensed his blood and blasted a hole straight down through the ceiling. Before he even landed, he pulled a box from behind his back. When it flipped open, 5 steel needles lay inside, each as thick as a thumb and as long as a forearm, their surfaces lined with vicious barbs. Dense pentagram-like runes were carved along each one. They were life-preserving and longevity charms, used to keep the blood sealed within the needles fresh. Purify and pierce. At Noritoshi Kamo's low murmur, the 5 steel needles shot out at blinding speed, spinning violently as they pierced through the cursed spirit from every direction. Its slowed body couldn't react at all. Blood burst into the air. The curse-formed organs split open and spilled out. Torn chunks of flesh scattered across the floor, then gradually dissolved into cursed energy and faded away. Kenshi Takana, pale as paper, let the Unkaikayo, now bearing another crack, fall from his hand. Enduring the splitting headache, he tore off his mask and braced himself against the ground, breathing in harsh, ragged gulps as if that alone might steady him. Noritoshi Kamo's lips twitched faintly. Expressionless, he picked up the mirror, which had gained 2 more cracks. "Well done, I'll record your performance and submit it." But crouched on the floor, Kenshi Takana gave no response. The violent ringing in his ears left him incapable of reacting to anything. As the cursed energy inside the apartment weakened and the curtain fully dissipated, Tagodo entered with Nida Akari, making their way up to the 4th floor. Naritoshi Kamo looked at them and pointed toward the corner. A boy in a school uniform lay there. Both his legs and one of his arms had been completely chewed apart. The marker point here should be that boy. I've checked. He should still be salvageable. Take him and the person beside him to the hospital. Also, this window operator played a significant role in this mission. Make sure it's recorded. Yes. Then contact AI to do and hand over the mission results. It's not over yet. Those were the first words AI to do said when he saw Noritoshi Kamo. A window just reported that some of the marks that hadn't fully dissipated have reformed. Another cursed spirit incident has already occurred. Noritoshi Kamo frowned. I should have exorcised it. That cursed spirit didn't even activate its technique at the time. AI to do shook his head. I'm not doubting you. Those marks really did start to fade for a while. Noritoshi Kamo's eyes widened slightly. Revival? It's true that the same type of cursed spirit can reappear, but this is too fast. Something this dangerous should be eradicated as soon as possible. We should contact Sensei. After a brief silence, AI to do looked up at the night sky and spoke calmly. Noritoshi Kamo, I'm not interested in preaching to someone as dull as you. But Akira-san taught me for a year, and you're his disciple. So I want to remind you of something. What is it? Akira-san has a good temper. He rarely refuses our requests. If we report this to him, he'll definitely find a way to solve it for us. But AI to do locked eyes with Noritoshi Kamo. Don't treat a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer like a service center. That thing's overall strength is only around mid-grade 1. Its technique is nothing more than marking and tracking. In a straight fight, we can defeat it easily. If that's the case, there's no need to ask someone else to handle it. But that thing is cunning by nature. Now it keeps reappearing. If we leave it alone instead of completely eliminating it, the number of victims could spread further. Then exorcise it until it stops appearing. That will consume a huge amount of our manpower, and there will be more casualties. If Akira-sensei steps in, he could resolve it effortlessly. Noritoshi Kamo. In my impression, you've always been steady and composed. But have you realized that lately you've become overly reliant on your teacher? Are you truly incapable of handling this? Raw strength isn't everything. What you really need to learn is how to think. Ask yourself what Akira-san would do if he were here. Would he just keep clearing it out over and over again? Noritoshi Kamo fell silent and began sorting through how this incident differed from other cursed spirits. Most cursed spirits are unknown to the public, or if they are known, the information is suppressed. This time, however, the public already knew. Fear had spread on a wide scale, and within that focused fear, a cursed spirit was born. Exactly. The core of this incident may not be the battle between Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits, but the public itself. The officials publicized this case so we could enter those locations legitimately. They didn't mention cursed spirits, of course, but some people love to imagine the worst. I think I understand now why Akira-san had you work with me. You have something I don't. Noritoshi Kamo paused, then slowly regained the calm bearing of a young clan heir. The clan. AI to do nodded and began walking away. As he passed Noritoshi Kamo, he gave his shoulder a light pat. The rest is up to you. I'm going to replenish the energy that's almost run dry in my heart. See you tomorrow. After AI to do left, Noritoshi Kamo took out his phone and dialed a number. What are your instructions? Notify the officials immediately. Arrange for a series of celebrity and conglomerate scandals to be exposed one after another. Then have multiple experts publish articles debunking them. Seize control of public opinion and dilute the presence of your turn in the public's perception. After that, coordinate with Kyoto campus's auxiliary supervisors to calculate the cursed spirit's next area of activity. Yes. Chapter 56. At the edge of a mountain forest in Kochi Prefecture, several abandoned vans were parked haphazardly in front of a long-deserted building. It had once served as the office building of a factory, but over a decade ago, the company went bankrupt due to poor management. The location was so remote and the land so worthless that even demolishing it would have meant a financial loss. And so, it was simply forgotten. That was until Window discovered a nearby village massacred by cursed spirits, and with it, the special-grade cursed spirit known as the Great Traveling Abyss Serpent God. On the first floor of the abandoned building, Akira Zenin sat on a crude chair fashioned from reinforced steel bars, chewing on a pen as he stared blankly at two open notebooks on the table. His face looked calm, but his fingers tapped rapidly against the tabletop, betraying the impatience he tried to suppress. Akira Zenin had been gone for a while. When the Great Traveling Abyss Serpent God first appeared, it carried overwhelming cursed energy. With its massive body stretching dozens of meters and the torrential rain pouring down around it, the sight had been nothing short of domineering. And yet, before it could say a single word, it was exorcised. The entire process lasted only 6 seconds, flowing with unsettling smoothness. Summon Mahoraga. Mahoraga withstands the enemy's charge. Shadow Hand restrains the cursed spirit. Mahoraga slays the great serpent with a single strike. The most time-consuming step had actually been summoning the Shikigami. What gave Akira Zenin the biggest headache now was that, after exorcising that so-called Great Traveling Abyss Serpent God, Akira Zenin had completely forgotten to record the cursed spirit's specific technique. Then again, the thing never even had a chance to make a move. Something worthy of being written into the annals of the Jujutsu world, I'll leave that to you. Write it however you like, make it up if you have to. After saying that, the culprit had tossed the notebook at him and run off without another word. Akira Zenin shifted his gaze to the other notebook. Inside were his goals. Complete 1,000 missions, rated at least grade 1. After that, challenge the top-tier Jujutsu sorcerers. Then go find Toji Zenin. Having taken on missions since childhood and encountered all kinds of powerful figures, Akira Zenin now cared about only one thing: becoming stronger. Power, reputation, even the position of clan head, those could all wait. He flipped to a fresh page and recorded the incident. He didn't circle it. It wasn't completed by him alone. It hadn't pushed him to his limits. 241 completed, still a long road ahead. Hopefully I can move to the next step before I turn 40. Maybe fabricating the details had drained more of him than expected. He leaned back in the chair, intending to rest for a moment. He hadn't even closed his eyes when his brows suddenly tightened. He stood at once, hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Voices drifted in from outside, growing clearer as they approached, accompanied by cursed energy he could distinctly sense. Setting aside those absurdly powerful special-grade sorcerers, this was the most immense, scorching, and heavy cursed energy he had ever felt. In my opinion, we should set up our base in a chaotic district. That way we'll have room to maneuver whether we attack or retreat. It'll also make gathering as much negative emotion as possible much easier. HMPH, humans do love clustering together to build their nests. It would be convenient, but Hanami prefers places closer to nature. Let's look around before deciding. We're not short on time anyway. Didn't you used to dislike Hanami? I wonder who kept insisting she leave. Dislike? You fake humans really can't understand our sincere emotions. What I meant was don't let Hanami get too close. When she talks, my brain starts tingling. Forget it. My head's getting numb again. That feeling, just get out of my head. Boom. The abandoned building's walls couldn't withstand the scorching blast of air. The already unstable gate instantly burned into charcoal. With a sharp metallic ring, Akira Zenin drew his sword. Before him stood a one-eyed, volcano-headed cursed spirit and a cloaked woman whose figure was obscured in shadow, her features impossible to make out, her build not particularly slender. Jogo grinned, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. See, there's still a lone bug left here. The woman beside him shook her head. Never underestimate any jujutsu sorcerer. Kenjaku narrowed her eyes at Naoya Zenin. Because of her clothing and the angle, her face remained hidden. Naoya Zenin, he's been rather active lately. Wandering around like this isn't wise. Letting Jogo warm up on him wouldn't be a bad idea. Naoya Zenin took a slow breath. When he first heard their voices and sensed that cursed energy, his instinctive reaction had been simple: another chance to challenge the strong. But now, seeing a cursed spirit that could converse so casually with humans, and a curse user standing alongside it, he understood. There was no running. And whether it was his imagination or not, it felt as though the curse user had already locked onto him while still outside the building. The curtain surrounding this place was proof enough. Kenjaku glanced at Jogo. I don't really feel like making a move. When did I ever say you had to? Are you insulting me? Listening to the two of them speak as though they were dividing spoils, Naoya Zenin closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he had already settled into his stance, blade aimed forward. The battles and bloodshed of his childhood had honed him into something steady as still water, yet sharp as a blade ready to be drawn. The path to becoming strong was never going to be safe. I knew that from the start. Grow stronger. Or fall on the road to becoming stronger. Chapter 57. The people outside didn't raise an alarm. Looks like the support staff and Window who came with us are already dead. Better that way. No need to split my focus protecting anyone else. The corner of Naoya Zenin's lips lifted slightly as he raised his blade and fixed his eyes on Jogo. After the exchange between those two, the air inside the crumbling building seemed to freeze over. Running was impossible. The curse user observing from outside had said she wouldn't interfere, but Naoya Zenin could feel it clearly. She had been locked onto him the entire time. In a fight at this level, going 1 against 2 meant 0 chance of winning. Defend and counterattack? Ridiculous. Judging by the pressure radiating from that cursed spirit, if he committed to defense, he would likely lose the ability to counter at all. That left only one possible way to break the deadlock. Naoya Zenin shifted into an opening stance that was half thrust, half slash. The blade in his hand was a cursed tool nurtured by the Zenin Clan for a full century through the creation of its Tsukimagami. Combined with the clan's research into Shikigami contracts, given enough time, it could even evolve into a Shikigami itself. His body suddenly blurred, like a distorted frame of film. The sword in his hand became a streak of pale golden light that cut across Jogo. A purple spray of blood burst from Jogo's body, the wound slashing diagonally from upper left to lower right. It worked. Naoya Zenin let out a quiet breath of relief. That strike had only been a test of speed. As long as he could inflict damage, following up with his technique might be enough to secure a first encounter kill. What worked? The voice cut cleanly through his thoughts. Naoya Zenin's eyes snapped open wider. Jogo had matched his speed. The one-eyed cursed spirit turned its gaze toward him, expression cold and detached. The slash across its torso had already healed without him noticing. At the same time, Naoya Zenin sensed Jogo's cursed energy dip slightly. Then the surroundings ignited as if oil had been poured onto a raging fire. Towering flames erupted upward, and waves of scorching heat surged in every direction. Ember insects. From the crater-like opening atop Jogo's head, 3 purple insects shot out, buzzing noisily as they circled Naoya Zenin. Boom! The insects detonated in an instant, and Naoya Zenin's figure vanished in the explosion. He dodged it. Jogo's gaze shifted toward the staircase entrance. Naoya Zenin stood there, face blackened with soot. One finger on his left hand had been blown off. His breathing was uneven now. Seeing that, Jogo scratched his chin. You've managed to last this long against me. I'll admit, you've slightly improved my opinion of human weakness. Naoya Zenin didn't hear a word of it. In a flash, he appeared behind Jogo and tapped him on the shoulder. Jogo's body instantly flattened into a photograph. I didn't reach this speed with physical ability alone, idiot. Naoya Zenin drove his blade straight toward the head within the photograph. With a sharp crack, the image shattered and Jogo's body reformed. But Jogo's reflexes were extraordinary. He jerked his head back at the last moment, and the blade slashed into his arm instead. Unfortunately, Jogo's body, reinforced with rock and cursed energy, was far too tough. The blade sank only a few centimeters before losing momentum. Jogo stared at the blade that had nearly taken his arm off and grinned again, flashing a mouthful of black teeth. His arm healed in an instant, and he deliberately trapped the blade in his own flesh. Akira Zenin immediately tried to wrench it free, but the temperature around Jogo spiked without warning. The part of the blade embedded in his arm began to glow red, and even the hilt showed signs of softening, as if it might melt. Jogo didn't give him a second to process it. Right as Akira Zenin was pulling, two small volcano vents opened nearby, angled straight at him, and violent magma blasted out. At the same time, Jogo lifted his right leg and drove a knee toward Akira Zenin's stomach. Caught in a compound assault, Akira Zenin could only pick the lesser evil. A knee to the gut would hurt, but if both streams of magma washed over him, he might not die on the spot, but he would lose the ability to fight. Before the blade softened completely, Akira Zenin forced it downward, prying open a sliver of space between Jogo's arm and the metal. Then he yanked hard and tore it free. He barely slipped past the rising fire, only to be kicked by Jogo and sent flying into the opposite wall. He exhaled sharply, and even that breath came out scalding, the heat burning his airways. If he hadn't mastered the trick of using cursed energy to precisely reinforce his internal organs, that single hit would have cooked his heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys to about 70% done. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Even with cursed energy reinforcing them, his hands had blistered from the heat of the hilt. He immediately used the portion of the blade he could reach to pop the blisters on his palms one by one. A dense cluster of them would ruin his grip. As for his singed hair, and the skin dried so badly it had cracked open to expose raw flesh, he couldn't afford to care. Against something on this level, one mistake meant death. Maybe it was because his movement had just been pinned down by the technique, or because he'd nearly taken a hit to the head, but Jogo was visibly irritated. It wouldn't have killed him, sure, but it was humiliating. "I'm done playing with you. Die, insect." Vents kept blooming across the floor and walls. Pillars of fire crisscrossed the room, shooting straight at Akira Zenin, forcing him to keep dodging with his technique. The strain on his body, the drain on his cursed energy, and the boiling air gradually blurred his focus. He slipped up for a moment and didn't clear the blast completely. His entire left arm burned into charcoal. Running out of steam. Jogo bared his teeth again, looking at the human now hanging on by a thread. A weak, hollow thing like this had ruled the world. Absurd. Go on, guess what I burn next. Akira Zenin rolled away, as a pillar of fire erupted under his feet. Don't squirm, humans who can last this long against me are rare. Let me burn you properly, piece by piece, and keep you for my collection. If you keep moving, your body won't even stay in one shape. Chapter 58. Just a slightly oversized flaming dung beetle running your mouth nonstop. What, are you proud you managed to pick up human speech? Huh. After being taunted again and again, Akira Zenin finally snapped. If you want to fight, then fight. Since when did a cursed spirit get to lecture humans on how to live? Showing off your twisted values here. Ridiculous, you're the real joke. Letting go completely, Akira Zenin clutched his charred arm, his face twisted with ferocity as he stared at Jogo. At this point, there was nothing in his eyes but his opponent. No distractions, no fear. The moment Jogo heard that, ember insects began popping out from the crater on his head, one after another. Flames flickered wildly in his eye. He lifted a hand to the right side of his head and twisted something like a knob. Whether it was an ear or a stopper was impossible to tell. Kid, you really do have a death wish. As expected of a counterfeit raised in hypocrisy and deceit. Weak, ignorant, fragile inside. And when death's staring you in the face, you can't even keep your composure. The insults had barely ended when a pillar of fire slammed straight into Akira Zenin's face. He bent backward sharply, barely avoiding a direct hit to the head. Even so, he was a split second too slow. The lower half of his face was scorched black. His airway felt almost cooked through, then clogged by dried blood. Blinding pain mixed with suffocating pressure rushed straight to his brain. Without thinking, Akira Zenin pulled a thick needle from inside his clothing. Reinforcing it with cursed energy, he quickly located the spot beneath his jaw and drove it in without hesitation. The choking sensation eased at once. He forced his technique into motion again and narrowly dodged another incoming fireball. Through countless missions, Akira Zenin had learned all kinds of skills to deal with extreme situations. This was a cricothyrotomy, an emergency battlefield procedure used to relieve airway obstruction. But it only bought him time. It did not change the outcome. The lives of ordinary people. Whether the mission succeeds, whether the cursed spirit is exorcised, none of it means anything to me. I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with those beings. How could I let a filthy mass like this humiliate me? How could I fall here so easily? Gojo raised his hand, ready to finish off the Jujutsu sorcerer in front of him with a pillar of fire. But then he saw it. Flesh began sprouting from Akira Zenin's arm, slowly knitting it back together. The speed wasn't fast. But he had clearly grasped the reverse cursed technique. In that instant, Akira Zenin felt utterly invigorated. Before, the world had been like a primly dressed maiden before him, wrapped in heavy layers without a single inch of skin exposed. Even when he tried to probe deeper, she seemed faintly resistant. Now, the world stood before him lightly clad, revealing a hidden side he had never seen. Once so resistant, now unexpectedly enticing. Good, very good, this feeling was incredible. Akira Zenin didn't indulge in it for long. Simply mastering the reverse cursed technique wasn't enough to reverse the situation. Projecting the reverse cursed technique outward, something especially effective against cursed spirits, was a rare application that required exceptional talent or special methods. He had never given it any thought before. Without hesitation, Akira Zenin sliced off the completely charred portion of his arm. That would make it easier for the reverse cursed technique to restore his body. Anyone who had used the reverse cursed technique knew that healing blade wounds wasn't difficult. The real challenge was restoring damage from corrosion and burns. Most people would strip away the damaged tissue first before attempting recovery. As he continued dodging, Akira Zenin's conditions steadily improved. His movements grew lighter, sharper. Secret technique, falling blossom emotion. At first, Akira Zenin had no intention of using falling blossom emotion for defense. The technique wasn't particularly suited for it. With his level of cursed energy control, using falling blossom emotion to block dense attacks like flames or torrents of water was extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, among known Jujutsu sorcerers, only Satoru Gojo, with the 6 eyes and atomic-level cursed energy control, could pull that off. But falling blossom emotion wasn't limited to defense. In the hands of someone highly proficient, that instantaneous reaction speed and explosive release of cursed energy could just as easily be turned into offense. Modified falling snow single stroke. The blade's flash moved so fast it surpassed what the naked eye could track, making it seem erratic, at times slow, at times impossibly swift. Only after Gojo was struck did the cutting force truly erupt. In the next moment, blood burst from multiple points across his body, even from his eyes. A Batto technique specialized in cursed energy manipulation. Kenjaku's eyes gleamed as she began explaining from the sidelines without thinking. In the early Heian period, sword-wielding Jujutsu sorcerers honed their techniques for one purpose: to kill their opponents before they could make a move. But if the strike lacks the power to finish the enemy, the one who swings first ends up at a disadvantage. Gojo rose to his feet, brushing off the shattered obsidian shell formed by his temporary technique. As his body regenerated, he turned his head to look at Akira Zenin behind him. "Human, you didn't think I was taking you seriously just now, did you?" The moment his words fell, magma began spreading outward from him across the ground. The air warped, the stench of sulfur burned their noses, and the entire building began to melt and sink. Naaya Zenin darted about, but there were fewer and fewer places left to land. At the same time, a massive hand of molten rock burst from the ground and reached straight for him. Well then, goodbye. Jujutsu Sorcerer. Chapter 59. You can't keep going like this, little Uncle Naaya. About 10 years ago, Naaya Zenin was practicing his swordsmanship in his courtyard. Akira Zenin lounged in a nearby tree, lightly humming a tune he'd made up while writing out the next mission Naaya Zenin would be assigned. The moment Akira Zenin spoke, Naaya Zenin immediately sheathed his sword and looked respectfully toward the branch on his left, his expression practically screaming, "Big brother, please teach me." This man rarely spoke. Each time he came to deliver a mission, he would quietly nap in the tree afterward and then leave without another word. Is there something wrong with my training? Let's do this, spar with me, no techniques. At Akira Zenin's words, Naaya Zenin lit up as if he'd just struck gold. He hurried to grab 2 bamboo swords from the side, the motion so smooth it was obvious he'd rehearsed it countless times. With swords in hand, the two stood facing each other without moving. For a while, the only sign that time was still flowing was the slow drift of petals falling through the air. Naaya Zenin gripped his sword, his presence drawn inward, calm and restrained as he fixed his gaze on Akira Zenin. Having trained in swordsmanship since childhood, he could see flaws everywhere in Akira Zenin's stance. There was no proper form to speak of. And yet, the lazy, almost gentle aura around Akira Zenin made him hesitate to act rashly. Nearly an hour passed. Naaya Zenin's brows slowly knit together, cold sweat beating at his temples. Confronted with that overwhelming, cursed energy for so long, he felt like he could barely breathe. Akira Zenin had already closed his eyes. His posture grew even looser, as if he had fallen asleep standing there. Then Naaya Zenin moved. Sword in hand, he shot forward at astonishing speed. Akira Zenin remained where he was, and swung one-handed in a horizontal slash toward Naaya Zenin. The instant the 2 bamboo swords, reinforced with cursed energy, collided, sparks burst into the air. Naaya Zenin felt as though his wrist had been struck by a speeding train. His entire hand went numb, and he could no longer even feel the sword in his grip. It nearly flew from his hand. Akira Zenin followed with a vertical slash. Naaya Zenin swung with all his strength to block, but his bamboo sword was cut clean in 2. With a loud bang, he was sent crashing to the ground. Do you understand now? Akira Zenin walked over and crouched beside him, looking down at Naaya Zenin, who still hadn't fully recovered. Naaya Zenin swayed as he pushed himself upright. A dark vertical mark stood out on his forehead, and his head was still ringing. For a split second, he'd thought he saw a few long-dead servants waving at him from the other side. Naaya Zenin rubbed his head and took a moment to steady himself. So you're saying as long as the power is great enough, technique doesn't matter? Akira Zenin didn't answer. Instead, he asked, what does the strongest version of yourself look like in your mind? Like Toji. Overwhelming physical strength, incredible speed, skillful use of multiple cursed tools to seize openings and kill the opponent in an instant. And your technique? I've already pushed projection sorcery as far as it can go. The hardest parts, the mental calculations and movement planning, already happen subconsciously in battle. The speed boost I can gain through the technique has reached the limit of this body. The only thing left to train is how to find the best timing to lock someone down. Akira Zenin shook his head. Do you know? Those who break the mold all have something uniquely their own. Technique, cursed energy, body, intelligence. As long as one of those 4 exceeds the norm, they have a chance to glimpse a different world. Naaya Zenin lowered his head and fell into thought. Akira Zenin continued. You're strong in a very ordinary way right now. I never said training your swordsmanship was a bad thing. On the contrary, technique matters a lot. But if you keep using your second uncle as your template, you'll lose what makes you uniquely you. My own uniqueness. Akira Zenin nodded. Have you ever thought about how to become stronger in a more concrete way? For example, reversing your technique. The Zenin Clan and the Gojo clan shared most of their information, So Naya Zenin was well aware of the existence of reverse cursed technique. Projection sorcery, how would that even be reversed? Every technique is made up of two parts. The first is the core, the unchangeable foundation. The second is the derivative, the structure you're free to build however you like. Take Satoru Gojo's limitless technique as an example. Its core is the manipulation of space at the atomic level. Its derivatives are stasis power, curse technique lapse blue, and reverse cursed technique red. Some techniques have a very distinct essence, others are much more obscure. The former may require the user to develop them before their true power shows. The latter can directly enhance combat ability through their built-in effects. Akira Zenin paused slightly, giving Naya Zenin time to think. But in most cases, techniques that require development actually give the user a higher ceiling. Because when you clearly understand your own core, the technique stops being just an embedded tool. It becomes part of your body. Akira Zenin watched Naya Zenin quietly for a moment, then turned, waved a hand, and left the courtyard. He'd said enough. If that still wasn't enough to wake him up, then so be it. Akira, I've got it. I finally understand. After that lesson from Akira Zenin, Naya Zenin had done nothing but think. Years of fighting had already given him a clear direction. All he lacked was an insight into reversing his technique. And now, he finally held the last piece of the puzzle. Naya Zenin shot toward Jogo, bringing his blade down in an unremarkable slash. A massive flaming hand slammed straight at him, but Naya Zenin didn't dodge. His body flickered, vanishing for an instant before reappearing beside Jogo, his blade sweeping horizontally. Jogo froze for a split second at the sight, but quickly reacted and moved to defend. Yet Naya Zenin's sword had clearly swung toward Jogo's arm from the front. Instead, a spray of blood burst from the back of Jogo's neck. He had nearly been decapitated. This was the reversal Naya Zenin had realized for projection sorcery. Originally, he divided 1 second into 24 frames, planning and executing his movements frame by frame. Now, he could insert a frame, forcibly slipping an additional 1/24 of a second into that same second. On the surface, it looked like nothing more than an extra instant. But to everyone else, that 1/24 of a second simply did not exist. With complete mastery of projection sorcery and precise planning, it could produce astonishing results in battle. Even in a fight where death could come at any moment, Naya Zenin trembled with excitement. Akira, did you see that? Maybe I can use my technique to push technique itself to its absolute limit. Chapter 60. Being wounded again and again by a nobody jujutsu sorcerer, even if the injuries weren't fatal, left Jogo deeply irritated. With his pride, it was unbearable. You damn brat, die. Jogo's single eye twisted with fury. Waves of scorching heat rolled outward, and dense pillars of flame mixed with exploding ember insects swallowed the entire area. Yet every time Naya Zenin was on the verge of taking a fatal hit, his body would blur and distort for an instant, then reappear somewhere nearby, completely unharmed. This was another application of projection sorcery's reversal. By using the extra fraction of time he had gained, he could cancel out a quantified segment of it. Simply put, he was dropping frames. To an outside observer, his figure would suddenly stutter, like a brief lag. In reality, during that 1/24 of a second, Naya Zenin effectively did not exist. If there were a comparison, it was similar to invincibility frames in a game. Constantly weaving in and out, slowly wearing Jogo down, Naya Zenin seemed to slip into a heightened state. The moment his blade lodged into Jogo's flesh, he pulled a dagger from his clothing with his free hand. Black flash. A fleeting black spark flashed across the dagger as it drove straight into Jogo's abdomen. Jogo doubled over, his body twisting and distorting. That blow had truly dealt significant damage. Seeing this, Naya Zenin slid the dagger back into its sheath, his confident, slightly roguish grin returning. To keep from getting dragged into a drawn-out mess with others, I prepared a little trick. Jogo was baffled. His attacks hadn't been ineffective. The damage he'd taken hadn't been heavy. Neaya Zenin's cursed energy wasn't especially abundant either. And yet this brat had suddenly become as slippery as an eel soaked in oil. None of his attacks were landing. Even wide-range techniques were being avoided, and now he was throwing out attacks like that. What exactly was going on? Unlike Jogo's rage, Kenjaku, who had been watching from the side, showed clear interest. Oh, interesting. The application of projection sorcery. It's not like no one's researched it before. Aside from that first unexpected slash, the damage dealt to Jogo afterward has been light. It's even weaker than the initial sword-drawing strike. Is it a matter of proficiency? Or is it that when he focuses on full evasion, it's hard to chain in those sudden bursts of damage? Or perhaps there are numerous restrictions, if my analysis is correct. Kenjaku smiled faintly. Do people of this era enjoy dissecting their techniques so much? That Akira Zenin, I assume. Based on the information, anyone who has interacted with him shows some degree of change in how they use their technique. Even the 10 Shadows technique carries a hint of personal innovation. She was actually misled by him before. If you recognize a mistake, you admit it. Only then can you refine it and move forward. Unfortunately, he's too cautious. He rarely makes a move himself. There's simply not enough information. Jogo, venting his frustration, caused lava to erupt continuously from the ground, forcing Neaya Zenin farther and farther away. Was he planning to end this with his domain? Before, it wouldn't have mattered, but now Neaya Zenin had become much more valuable. Judging by the way he treated ordinary people, there was a real possibility of conflict between him and Akira Zenin. That might be something worth manipulating. Jogo, take a closer look. Every time he damages you, it's at the very end of the second after he activates his technique. It's a clever approach. If I'm not mistaken, when his attack involves too large a motion, he can't smoothly connect it to his next action. You could try. Shut up, no need to spell it out like that. If that's the case, then I just need a larger range or keep my area attack active longer. Kenjaku shrugged. She had originally intended to suggest predictive counterattacks, but Jogo's idea was also worth testing. Damn it! Neaya Zenin shot a glance at Kenjaku, who had been observing from the start. In his mind, this curse user's threat level kept rising. The overall direction of Kenjaku's analysis wasn't wrong. Projection sorcery's reversal was extremely flexible, but it was also incredibly difficult to use. At present, his frame insertion could only be placed into the final gap after a second was divided into 24 parts. Likewise, frame extraction could only cancel out the last 1/24th of that second, and he had to judge everything himself. He couldn't remove a key frame from the sequence of actions. If he used that extra 1/24th of a second to attack, the preset actions that followed would become impossible to carry out. That would leave him unable to move for the remainder of that second. If he tried to extract a key frame, the backlash would tear his body apart. So by inserting the extra frame at the very end of the second, he only needed to preset the transitions leading into the attack. He didn't have to worry about what came after. But that also meant that once someone understood how it worked, they could anticipate it. I expected someone might see through it, but to figure it out this fast, damn it. Now that he had a countermeasure in mind, Jogo's pride as a so-called new human made him abandon the idea of using his domain. A larger scale, longer-lasting maximum technique would leave his opponent with nowhere to run. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice rang out. Domain expansion, Time Cell Moon Palace. The barrier training Akira Zenin had put Neaya Zenin through, combined with the heightened state brought on by Black Flash and the pure state he entered when he grasped the reversal of his technique, allowed him to finally unleash the domain he had longed for. So that's how it is, then I won't hold back. Seeing this, Jogo bared his large blackened teeth in a grin. In a domain clash, even while contesting guaranteed hits, a Jujutsu sorcerer could never withstand the searing heat inside his domain. But in that instant, Kenjaku read the flow of Neaya Zenin's cursed energy. Before Neaya Zenin's domain could fully close, she stepped forward, grabbed Jogo by the collar, and yanked him backward with force. When the domain barrier sealed shut, Naya Zenin found himself achieving the remarkable feat of trapping only himself inside. Kenjaku pointed to a spot about a meter outside the entrance of the abandoned building ruins. As I thought, a novice when it comes to domains, and already at the end of his strength. He can't precisely control the domain's coverage, so he simply expands it as much as he can. But that also means the remaining cursed energy only extends this far at most. What are you doing? Jogo glared at Kenjaku. I don't need you interfering. So what if this human can use a domain? The moment mine comes out, he'll be reduced to ashes. Well, it's rare to see a modern sorcerer who can use a domain and is already this drained. Just a simple experiment. Calculating the relationship between the range of a domain expansion and the user's cursed energy. Jogo dusted off his clothes and looked at the black spherical barrier formed ahead of him. Always tinkering with useless things. Who knows what you're thinking about all day? The half-smile on Kenjaku's face made the anger that had just faded surge up again. I was only caught off guard by his technique the first time. If someone like this shows up again, I'll kill them instantly. Next, I'll either crush his domain outright, or wait for it to end and kill him once he's exhausted. Chapter 61. While Jogo and Kenjaku were talking, Naya Zenin stood inside his domain, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. That last move was the real mistake. Naya Zenin swallowed hard. At this point, whether the opponent attacked the barrier from the outside or simply waited for his domain to dissipate and push him into burnout, he was as good as dead. Not getting caught inside meant there was no need to confront the domain directly. It was true his execution had been rough, and his cursed energy wasn't in the best condition. But barriers have visual lag, and yet someone had countered a domain with something so crude and straightforward. He had never heard of such a thing. In that instant, the mythical aura of a domain in Naya Zenin's mind completely shattered. You didn't attack the barrier, planning to deal with me without taking any risks. Domains drain too much cursed energy. I can't afford to wait for it to end on its own and collapse from exhaustion. I'll end it myself and run the moment I get the chance. Ever since being influenced by someone, Naya Zenin had already found the resolve to abandon his sword. Pride didn't matter. It wasn't as if he couldn't grow stronger later. If you can't win, you run. Simple as that. As a Jujutsu sorcerer who specialized in exploiting timing gaps, he trusted his own judgment. With a sharp crack, the barrier shattered and the domain vanished. Naya Zenin reappeared in the ruins of the abandoned building. To Jogo's surprise, instead of fleeing immediately, he hurled his blade at him with all his strength. Still choosing to fight? Foolish. But I'll give you this, you've got some backbone. Jogo shifted slightly to dodge the blade. With that level of force, he didn't really need to move. But after being slashed so many times by that sword, he instinctively avoided it anyway. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he caught sight of the Jujutsu sorcerer who had just looked ready to risk his life. The moment Jogo dodged, Naya Zenin turned and bolted without hesitation, even bursting into a black flash as he fled. Realizing he was running, Jogo immediately turned to chase. But the instant he lifted his foot, a crushing force descended from above and slammed into his ankle. Caught off guard, Jogo pitched forward and fell flat, his face smacking hard against the ground with a dull thud. He had always known Kenjaku wasn't fully committed to their alliance, but he had never expected the curse user to attack him at a moment like this. A towering pillar of flame erupted from the ground, blasting Jogo back up. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air. Wrapped in flames, Jogo glared at Kenjaku and enunciated each word. You are looking for death. The heat rolled across the space, but Kenjaku's smile didn't falter. Well, my apologies. It's been so long since I used my technique, I even focused on the wrong target _. She knew her grand plan still required Jogo's knowledge. Besides, that strike hadn't actually hit him directly or caused any real damage. Jogo withdrew his spell. He first glanced in the direction Naya Zenin had escaped, then turned back and stared coldly at Kenjaku. That Jujutsu sorcerer got away. This is all your fault. Kenjaku nodded, readily taking the blame. My fault, yes. But now that you understand how a jujutsu sorcerer at that level works, shouldn't handling him be easy? He's nothing to worry about. You'd do better to focus your plans and attention on how to deal with Satoru Gojo. This Satoru Gojo you keep bringing up, is he really that strong? Yes, far, far stronger than the one just now. 7:00 p.m. After getting out of the car, paying the fare, and arriving in Tato Ward, Akira Zenin stretched lazily, then walked another 15 minutes from the underground passage near Asakusabashi Station. Along the way, plenty of office workers heading home had fly heads clinging to them. Some perched on their heads, some latched onto their necks, shoulders, or waists. If someone passed close by and didn't look particularly vicious, Akira Zenin would glance up, focus briefly on the fly head, and disperse it with a single look. Jujutsu sorcerers already had more than enough work. As long as no one was about to die, there was no need to go around creating extra tasks for himself. He wasn't raising children. Besides, fly heads were tied directly to a person's work and living environment. Clear them out today, and more would show up tomorrow. Better to let people adapt on their own. Little birdcage restaurant, this should be it. Akira Zenin stopped in front of a small eatery with red lanterns hanging by the entrance. Handmade signs stood on both sides of the door, and simple red neon lights spelled out beer and wine. He had followed the location Shoko sent. Apparently, there was some kind of anniversary gathering tonight. It was a bit too modest for members of the two major families, but the two from those families had never cared much about that sort of thing anyway. Akira Zenin stepped inside and slid open the lightweight door to a private room. At a simple round table for 4 people were already eating and drinking, clearly unable to wait any longer, raising their glasses as they chatted. In front of Shoko, Yuri sat a plate of edamame. She drank her beer the way someone would gulp down soda in the middle of summer, draining more than half the glass in one go. Even more eye-catching were the 3 empty glasses lined up beside her. Suguru Gito narrowed his eyes as he ate a bowl of chilled soba noodles. 2 skewers of yakitori sat next to him. He still liked these kinds of dishes. No alcohol, though, probably to keep Satoru Gojo, who had a terrible tolerance, from getting embarrassed. Satoru Gojo also had a beer glass in front of him, but it was filled with melon soda. Beside it were French fries, fried milk, and fried chicken. The whole spread looked exactly like something a kid, dragged into an izakaya, by their parents would order. Ijichi, thin and easy to overlook, sat upright and proper. Now and then he caught a thread of conversation before it dropped completely, and every so often he carefully took a sip of his whiskey. "Hey Akira, what took you so long?" Satoru Gojo shouted loudly, startling Ijichi so badly he nearly jumped out of his seat. I was on a mission, a really tough one. Fought so hard I almost didn't make it back." Akira Zenin replied as he found a seat. Satoru Gojo rolled his eyes, clearly expressing how deeply he believed that story. "Good, you made it." Suguru Gito smiled and slid a cup toward Akira Zenin. "Has it been a while?" Akira Zenin accepted it. A rich coffee aroma rose from the cup. "Yeah, 1 year, too. You've been busy." Suguru Gito shook his head. "It's nothing. My technique just happens to be suited for all sorts of strange missions." Akira Zenin took a sip. "Tanzanian peaberry. The nutty aroma's just right, the texture's smooth. You really can't underestimate this izakaya." Bezeze. Just as they were about to slip into their usual round of friendly insults, Akira Zenin's phone began to vibrate. The call was coming from a public phone booth. "Hello. I ran into a cursed spirit that can communicate naturally with humans, and a curse user acting together with it." Since Akira Zenin had the call on speaker, the room seemed to freeze. The chatter stopped instantly. A cursed spirit capable of holding natural conversations was outrageous enough. But based on Yuta Akatsu's earlier report, that kind still fell within a controllable range. A curse user working together with a cursed spirit, though, was a completely different matter. An operation with planning behind it was nothing like something driven purely by instinct. "I almost died." "Is that so? Then congratulations on surviving again." Thanks." Chapter 62. What did the cursed spirit and the curse user look like? What abilities did they use? Naya Zenin paused for a moment. The cursed spirit was a red, one-eyed volcano head. It used magma, explosions, and sound attacks. The curse user stayed inside a cloak. Probably a woman. She didn't make a move, so I don't know her technique. I'll record the detailed information and send it over. Okay. How's your condition right now? I'm fine. Good, I've got another mission for you in a bit. About that. Beep, beep, beep. Naya Zenin stared at the receiver in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. The other side had clearly hung up. I don't even have a cell phone right now. And there's no one around. Looks like I'll have to stay in this phone booth. Putting aside that slacker Kenjaku lurking nearby, the fact that Naya Zenin managed to survive against Jogo already proved he wasn't weak. He must have stumbled onto some kind of turning point. Next time they meet, it might be worth taking a closer look. Does this mean I won't have to handle every single mission myself anymore? Ha, ha ha ha. Akira, you actually smiled. Did something funny happen just now that I missed? The one who almost died was that Naya from the Zenin family, right? Satoru Gojo leaned back carelessly in his chair, sipping his melon soda as if he were tasting fine wine. Nothing. I just feel like there's finally someone to carry things on. Isn't it a good thing that another strong sorcerer has appeared on our side? Satoru Gojo straightened up and gave Akira Zenin a surprised look, then shrugged and leaned back again. Yeah, sure. Suguru Gito had already set his empty soba bowl aside. He chewed on a skewer of yakitori glazed with sweet sauce, seemingly lost in thought. Shoko downed the last of her drink in one go. Shockingly, despite all those cups of liquor, she showed no sign of being drunk. Don't overthink it. Since it's a gathering, just relax. You can think about it slowly after we head back. Shoko unfolded an old paper menu, so worn it had small holes in it. We've finished everything on the table. Let's order more. Let me see. Braised abalone, tuna sashimi, beef offal. Oh right, Ijichi, what do you want? Hi. Ijichi, who had been shrinking into his seat and sipping his whiskey in small mouthfuls, jolted upright when his name was called. He accidentally let out a small hiccup. I'll have potato salad. Potato salad, big chunks or more mashed? Mashed, more mashed, please. Akira, what about you? Fried shrimp. Satoru Gojo immediately cut in. You mean tempura? Couldn't you just say one less word? When you're replying to this guy, who knows how many extra words you use? Shoko teased lightly, then efficiently finished placing the order. Hey, Ijichi, did you know the first person to fry tempura in Japan was a Portuguese guy named Zamoto? Is that so? No matter what he was doing, the moment Satoru Gojo spoke, Ijichi would sit up straight, start thinking seriously, and respond. Suguru Gito nodded along. I think I've heard that before. It might actually be true. Akira Zenin finished the last sip of his coffee and gave a small shake of his head. As an assistant supervisor, Ijichi had studied bits of this kind of historical trivia. But if it came out of Satoru Gojo's mouth, there was a high chance it wasn't true. That was just how Satoru Gojo was. Even when he told a real historical fact, it sounded completely made up. Before long, the dishes Shoko ordered were brought to the table. 3 golden pieces of tempura were placed in front of Akira Zenin. In the next second, Satoru Gojo opened his mouth and used blue to pull 2 shrimp straight into it. He puffed out his cheeks and chewed quickly before swallowing. Akira Zenin stared at him. You've really mastered that move. Of course, hic. Suguru Gito pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. Gojo, be careful, the staff just left. Don't let them see that. It's fine. If they see it, I'll just say it's an acrobatic trick called dragon-sucking water. Cough, cough. Mid-sentence, Satoru Gojo suddenly grabbed his throat and started coughing violently. Why is there cheese in this? The others tensed up at once, thinking someone had poisoned the food. Satoru Gojo's technique wasn't exactly resistant to toxins. But when they heard what he actually said, Akira Zenin relaxed and rolled his eyes. What's wrong with cheese? Satoru Gojo, hurriedly dumped some strawberry ice cream into his melon soda, and took a resentful gulp. This is a serious issue. Cheese is the princess of the dessert kingdom. How could she abandon her fiancé, the pancake, and run off to live with these shrimp? And Hattie. In stark contrast to the warmth and laughter inside the izakaya, Akira Zenin was crouched beside a public phone booth along a mountain road, quietly roasting a rabbit. Thin strands of smoke drifted slowly into the night sky. So, when are they going to finish talking? Chapter 63. Fushiguro, 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 Fushiguro. Yuji Itadori's loud, rapid-fire shouting made Megumi Fushiguro's head throb. I heard you, stop saying it over and over. And what is it? Where's Kujisaki? She dragged my sister out shopping with Mimiko and Nanako, I guess. I heard they even went to look for Gito-sensei, but Gito-sensei hasn't come back since last night. Having been dragged along by the 3 Jujutsu high teachers since he was young, Megumi Fushiguro had long since had his sharp edges worn down. Even with Tsumiki, he didn't bother putting on an annoyed face just to keep distance. And honestly, Kujisaki and Tsumiki got along absurdly well. The first time Kujisaki met Tsumiki after arriving at Jujutsu High, she latched on immediately, practically ready to declare her a long-lost sister on the spot. Kujisaki had always wanted the big city. She left home for Tokyo because she wanted to become a stylish urban woman, not slowly turn into some country girl in a poor, closed-off rural town. And Tsumiki matched that image perfectly. Pretty, gentle, open, with fair skin that looked healthy. The kind of person who clearly took care of herself and actually kept up with exercise. Just like Sayori, the girl from the city she'd always imagined. He. Bored, Yuji Itadori crouched down, picked up a small rock and tossed it away. Megumi Fushiguro watched as it skimmed past him. They won't be back anytime soon. If it's them, it'll be the usual, picking out clothes, crepes, cold drinks. If Kujisaki's not here and Ajicha's not here, can we still go observe Akatsu-senpai on a mission? Seeing the longing in Yuji Itadori's eyes, Megumi let out a quiet sigh. Seriously, what do you think exercising curses is? It's not something you go do for fun. Punish evil, protect the good, uphold justice. Yuji Itadori immediately seemed to realize how corny that sounded, and he scratched his head with a grin. Honestly, I just want to learn, so when it counts, I can save more people. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is about taking down cursed spirits and protecting the weak, right? And, back then, if it weren't for you, Fushiguro, I wouldn't have made it. Thank you. That blunt, straight-to-the-heart gratitude left Megumi Fushiguro not knowing what to say. Do what you're capable of. Being a Jujutsu sorcerer is brutal. Don't go around thinking you can save everyone. Then you must be really strong, Fushiguro. You didn't hesitate at all when you chose to save me. Megumi Fushiguro couldn't keep up with Yuji Itadori's pace. Maybe the only person who could match his brain wiring was Gojo-sensei. Fushiguro, about that call you took. What kind of mission is Akatsu-senpai on this time? An imaginary cursed spirit's cursed womb showed up at the Aishu Juvenile Detention Center in West Tokyo City. Ijichi said if the curse fully mutates, it might end up producing a special grade cursed spirit. And the cursed womb's already been seen by a few ordinary people. Special grade. Stronger than grade 1. If you need a comparison, it's around the same level as that thing from before that controlled those metal blades. Then Akatsu-senpai. He's a special grade sorcerer, and he's the one who saved us last time, remember? Oh, right. After a short silence, Megumi Fushiguro looked up at Yuji Itadori. If they still aren't back, go review the basics from class. Cursed Technique Fundamentals, Sociology 2. You'll need all of it later. Okay. Hey, Fushiguro. Like I said, I can hear you. Once is enough. Is that a Jichi? Megumi Fushiguro followed the direction Yuji Itadori was pointing. A thin, slightly frail-looking man was shuffling toward them, clutching a file folder, his steps unsteady. Caught between several special grade sorcerers, Ijichi had somehow survived the night in one piece. The hard-drinking spicy party had kept pressuring him to drink, The extreme sweet party kept stuffing pastries into his hands, and there had even been the occasional coffee concoction thrown in. His stomach was in complete chaos. On top of that, sitting for so long had left his shoulders and neck stiff. If Suguru Gido hadn't refrained from sharing with him, he might not have made it back today at all. And there was still a mountain of work waiting for him. Ijichi. Ijichi froze as he watched Yuji Itadori running toward him, waving enthusiastically. Come to think of it, Satoru Gojo had told him early this morning to notify the students about the mission. Suppressing his discomfort, Ijichi straightened up, rolled his shoulders, and instantly slipped into assistant manager mode. Itadori, you and Fushiguro are both going, right? Since the main force for this mission was Yuta Akatsu, and the first years were only there to observe, Ijichi actually felt fairly at ease despite it being a special grade mission. Yeah. All right, get in the car in a bit. Special grade Yuta Akatsu and support Rika Orimoto should already be waiting there. Ever since Satoru Gojo brought her over to Jujutsu High, Rika Orimoto had been studying assistant manager courses, which Ijichi himself had taught. Now, she accompanied Yuta Akatsu on missions as his dedicated support. Chapter 64. 9:40 a.m. West Tokyo City, Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. Overcast, turning to light rain. Ijichi had already brought Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushiguro to the mission site. After getting out of the car, they saw Rika Orimoto in her support uniform and Yuta Akatsu in a white jacket. The two stood at the entrance of the detention center, holding hands and talking quietly. Ijichi walked over, nodded to Yuta Akatsu first, then turned to Rika Orimoto. Support Orimoto, what's the situation? Rika Orimoto wore a gentle smile. Ijichi-sensei, the facility has been sealed off. All residents within a 500-meter radius have been evacuated. 5 inmates serving time here were locked inside Dormitory 2 together with the Cursed Womb. Yuta confirmed it as soon as he arrived. She hesitated, unsure whether to continue, when a middle-aged woman's anxious voice suddenly rang out from near the guards. Tadashi, is my son Tadashi okay? Yuta Akatsu, who had remained silent until now, darkened further. Yuji Itadori beside him looked just as troubled. Ijichi stepped forward, subtly blocking Yuji Itadori as he spoke in a low voice. A guardian here for a visit. Rika Orimoto gave Yuta Akatsu's hand a gentle squeeze before stepping forward to face the victim's family. Please go home, someone poisoned the facility. That's all we're able to disclose at the moment. Yuji Itadori clenched his fists and looked at Yuta Akatsu. Akatsu-senpai, let's go save them. Okay. After the assistant manager lowered the curtain, they immediately headed for Dormitory 2 of the Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. Megumi Fushiguro felt a trace of doubt. Compared to Yuji Itadori, he understood Yuta Akatsu better. If this were truly a rescue mission, with Akatsu-senpai's personality, he wouldn't be standing here waiting for them. And there was Akatsu-senpai's expression. It was still that familiar, slightly melancholic gentleness, but beneath it, he was clearly angry. Akatsu-senpai. Sorry. I didn't scare you too just now, did I? As if to reassure his juniors, Yuta Akatsu turned back with a softened smile at Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori. No matter how many times I face them, cursed spirits that exist purely to kill are truly vile. Fushiguro, you were right. Everyone inside is already dead. This mission is now purely an exorcism. What? Yuji Itadori froze on the spot. So from the very beginning, there had never been any chance of saving the victims here. That was unbearably cruel for the family they had just seen. Actually, the people here might not necessarily need saving. Megumi Fushiguro's words made Yuji Itadori frown. What do you mean? This is a juvenile detention center. The people inside all have their own problems, one way or another. You can't put it like that. Yuta Akatsu cut in. As long as someone is alive, there's a chance to change. Once they're dead, there's nothing left. In silence, the three of them pushed open the dormitory door and stepped inside. What greeted them wasn't the sight of a normal living area, but a chaotic tangle of steel pipes twisted and intertwined in every direction. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a two-story dorm? Yuta Akatsu glanced at Yuji Itadori, who had just regained his footing, and gave a faint smile. This is an innate domain created with cursed energy. Judging by its scale, it's not far from becoming a true domain. Yuji nodded. There were a lot of technical terms, but this clearly wasn't the time to ask. The door's gone. Megumi Fushiguro let out a quiet sigh at Yuji Itadori's shout. I should have summoned divine dogs earlier. They might have remembered the way back. No need to panic. Yuta Akatsu shook his head. We'll just exorcise the cursed spirit soon enough. If you want to leave now, I can send you out. The three of them continued forward until they reached an area that looked like a reservoir. 3 bodies lay inside. The one on the left was so mangled it was unrecognizable. The one on the right had been crushed into a ball. The one in the middle still had a face, but only its upper half remained. Yuji Itadori felt the weight of being a Jujutsu sorcerer settle on him again. Death was real, and it was terrifyingly cheap. He walked over in silence to the body, whose face was still visible, and checked the name tag on its clothes. Let's take this one back. Before Megumi Fushiguro could respond, Yuta Akatsu nodded. Okay, but we'll leave it here for now. Once the mission's over, we'll come back for it. At least that way we can give the family some closure. Yeah. While they were talking, Yuta Akatsu suddenly reached out and grabbed a blue arm. It belonged to a humanoid cursed spirit with 4 vertical black markings on its face. Its eyes sat high near its forehead, and its entire body was a sickly blue. Yuta Akatsu exerted force instantly and hurled it aside. To be honest, I was going to finish it quickly. He caught the cursed spirit's arm again as it rushed in for another sneak attack and slammed it hard against a distant concrete wall. But Gojo-sense told me to teach you something fun, and I happened to perfect this not long ago. As he spoke, Yuta Akatsu turned toward the cursed spirit. One hand clenched into a fist, the other opened with fingers aligned, palm facing inward, the back of his hand outward. His gaze sharpened. Domain expansion. 2 massive cross-shaped stones slowly rose beneath Yuta Akatsu and the cursed spirit. The ground beneath them bristled with countless blades. Authentic mutual love. What is this? The cursed spirit shrieked, darting its gaze around in panic. The sudden shift in surroundings startled it, and the sharp spike in cursed energy density made it visibly uncomfortable. What is this? Yuji Itadori raised a hand. This is Akatsu-senpai's domain. Megumi Fushiguro sighed again. Just what exactly was Gojo-sense trying to have Akatsu-senpai teach them? It's an innate domain constructed with cursed energy and infused with a technique. You can think of it as the complete version of that steel jungle outside. I feel like I kind of get it, but also not at all. Yuji Itadori nodded, resting his chin in his hand as he tried to process it. Seeing that no one attacked after bringing it here, the cursed spirit grew bold again. It raised its arm and formed a cursed energy blast, firing it straight at them. Sigh. Yuta Akatsu lifted a hand and casually blocked the attack. I'm teaching my juniors, could you not interrupt? Cursed markings appeared at the corners of his mouth as he turned toward the charging cursed spirit. The cursed spirit had no idea it was about to face the anger of a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Kneel. Its knees slammed to the ground against its will. The markings around Yuta Akatsu's mouth faded. As he walked toward the immobilized cursed spirit, he continued explaining to the 2 behind him. Fushiguro explained it well earlier, so I'll add on. Domain expansion consumes a lot of cursed energy, but it comes with significant advantages. First, your overall state is enhanced within the environment. Second, any technique imbued into the domain gains guaranteed hit. As he spoke, Yuta Akatsu pulled a sword from the ground. This one. My domain allows me to choose one stored copied technique as the guaranteed hit effect. This time, I chose Cursed Speech. The other techniques are randomly assigned to the blades within the domain. When I pick one up, I can use the technique attached to it. But I don't know which one it is until I draw it. By the time he finished speaking, Yudo Akatsu was already in front of the cursed spirit. He drove the sword straight into its chest. The cursed spirit's shadow on the ground instantly formed 3 blades, stabbing up from behind and splitting it cleanly into 4 pieces. It's Akira Sensei's 10 shadow technique. I can't summon Shikigami with it. But he did teach me a few ways to use it. As the lesson ended, the cursed spirit dissipated and the domain collapsed. A deep crimson, shriveled finger dropped to the ground. Yuda Akatsu walked over and placed it into a box. And that's another recovery mission taken care of. Chapter 65. On the rain-soaked grass, beside a scam company that had been turned into a cursed spirit base with every staff member slaughtered, Kenjaku sat in a circle with her 7 companions, having a picnic. These guys are ridiculously easy to kill. Not only do they build nests in places like this where no one goes, they even like clustering together. Tusk, disgusting. The way they looked when they died was like ants getting smoked out of a nest. Jogo, who had taken it upon himself to clean up the base, lounged comfortably with a pipe in his mouth, the smoke carrying something like human whales. Beside him, he swayed along in small motions with Dagon. Honestly, I wanted to take you into the city and let you see how humans live these days. But with all of you gathered together, your cursed energy is too messy. We'd be exposed right away. Kenjaku took a bite of her sandwich, swallowed, then looked at the cursed spirits in front of her. Out of this little group, she was probably the only one who actually needed to eat during a picnic like this. The human world. Mahito lay on the grass, staring up at the gray sky with a faint bluish tint. If we go there, we could watch movies, right? Jogo shot him a sideways look. Movies? What's so interesting about those things where they polish humans up and slap a coat of paint on them? You don't get it. Stuff like that is useful for studying the structure of the human soul. At the mention of souls, Mahito sneaked a glance at a cursed spirit sitting on the other side. It had no flesh or blood. A pair of wings sprouted from its back, like some strange fusion of a bat and a dragonfly. A pitch-black cube-shaped crystal floated at the center of its chest. Its entire body was made up of twisted, sharp black bones, and from its neck down to its abdomen, 4 faces grew in a vertical line, each with a different expression: sorrow, wailing grief, emptiness, and a ridiculous face that was upside down. But in Mahito's eyes, it looked different. Its soul had almost no core at all, formed purely by 2 things tangled together: fatigue and grief. A soul that was rare even among cursed spirits. He really wanted it to cooperate so he could study it. But without a core, even idle transfiguration might not be able to mold it into another shape. The cursed spirit turned its second face toward Mahito. "Woo, you're thinking about something bad." The third face said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." The fourth face giggled, "Hee, you can try it, tilde. Hanami stopped talking. My head's going numb." Hanami's voice was nothing but a string of meaningless sounds, yet for some reason, anyone who heard it could still understand what it meant in their mind. Jogo looked toward the 4-faced cursed spirit. "Seishu, quit messing with Mahito all the time. He's not a kid anymore. As our future leader, he can't keep thinking about stupid, childish crap." All 4 of Seishu's faces turned to Jogo at once. "Doesn't look like I'm the one messing with him." "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Mahito glanced at Jogo, rolled from lying on his back to lying on his side, and stayed quiet. While the cursed spirits bantered, Kenjaku finished the last bite of her sandwich. "Rein it in, we didn't come out here to fool around." Jogo glared at Kenjaku. "Are special grade Jujutsu sorcerers really that strong? With all 7 of us working together, can't we take them apart one by one?" Kenjaku considered it carefully. "Remember the Loach sorcerer, who slipped through your fingers a few days ago?" "Of course." By today's standards, he wouldn't even qualify as special grade. "Heh, so what? You only said he's stronger than that guy, you never said how much stronger." "With the right strategy, you might be able to eliminate the youngest special grade. But the more likely outcome is mutual destruction. And even if you truly manage to kill one, the other special grade Jujutsu sorcerers will move in and wipe you out. Besides, some special grade Jujutsu sorcerers specialize in extreme mobility. If anything, you're the ones more likely to be picked off one by one. So what's your plan? Don't tell me you're just here to lecture us again with those baseless ideas of yours. Seeing not only Jogo, but the other cursed spirits turn to stare at her, Kenjaku let out a soft chuckle. Of course I have a plan. You mean that Ryomen Sukuna you keep bringing up? The one whose body can't even be found? Even if he's revived, so what? He might not even be stronger than me. Kenjaku looked at Jogo's inexplicable confidence with a faint, ambiguous smile. There are 20 special grade cursed objects needed to revive Sukuna. Being generous, you'd amount to 8 or 9 fingers at most. To make it clearer, let me give you an example. The special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, Akira Zenin. Jogo narrowed his eyes. What about him? According to my information, his cursed energy increases dramatically every year, roughly doubles. Kenjaku lowered her gaze, recalling the spies who had turned to ash in a certain thunderstorm incident. Let's assume that at 16, his cursed energy was equivalent to one of Sukuna's fingers. Now he's 26. How much cursed energy do you think he has? Kakyu, who had been digging nearby, answered immediately. Over 1,000. Jogo's pupils shrank sharply. He ran the comparison through his magma-filled head, measuring the gap between them. After a long moment, he finally spoke. So, if what you're saying is true, there are 4 more monsters like that. Kenjaku neither nodded nor shook her head. She simply watched him in silence. Under that steady gaze, Jogo grew irritated. If that's really the case, how are we supposed to achieve our goal? A strange smile spread across Kenjaku's face. Comparing raw strength alone, your objective is indeed impossible. You could even call it a completely one-sided situation. But within advantage lies disadvantage, and within disadvantage lies advantage. In the midst of overwhelming odds, there is always a turning point. Kenjaku stood and began to circle the group of cursed spirits slowly. You cursed spirits have lived in constant battle, your minds always sharp. Many Jujutsu sorcerers, however, have grown complacent under the protection of special grade sorcerers. My sharpness against their complacency. That is the first advantage. You may be cursed spirits, but you share a single purpose. The Jujutsu sorcerers, on the other hand, are divided by personal interests, constantly scheming against one another and draining their own strength. Our unity against their internal friction. That is the second advantage. You gather together for one reason only, to accomplish your goal. The Jujutsu sorcerers must constantly eliminate curses, stretched thin and unable to disengage. Our focus against their overextension. That is the third advantage. And though the special grade Jujutsu sorcerers are immensely powerful, most of their techniques are wide in scope and highly destructive. When they act, collateral damage is almost inevitable. So we simply choose battlefields crowded with people. That way, they won't be able to fight at full power. Advance when possible, withdraw when necessary. That is the fourth advantage. Kenjaku came to a stop. She glanced at Seishu, then at Mahito. Finally, her gaze settled on the cursed spirit that resembled a doll adorned with pure white wings. With these 4 advantages, and a few special methods of our own, all we need is some light reconnaissance. Then we wait, conserve our strength, and strike when the time is right. Chapter 66. Hiya. The moment Kenjaku finished speaking, Mahito stood up beside her and let out a long yawn. So boring, I want to go watch a movie tilde. Hey, where are you going? Before Jogo could finish, Mahito's legs had already blurred into afterimages as he dashed off into the distance. Tusk, born from human fear and yet so flighty, all he ever thinks about are movies and games. Seeing that Mahito had long since disappeared, Jogo took out his pipe and clenched it between his teeth, listening to the shrill scream coming from the human-like face embedded in it. Guess that's it for today. Jogo glanced at Kenjaku. With Mahito gone, even he found the meeting dull after Kenjaku's analysis. Kenjaku watched the cursed spirits heading back to their nest, lowering her head as the habitual smile faded from her lips. A curse is still a curse. She looked toward Seishu, who hadn't moved to follow the others. Oh, why aren't you heading back? Seishu's second face turned to look at Kenjaku. With the other faces remaining still, it looked as though an enlarged vertebra had suddenly jutted out from his neck. Mahito is still very young. I'll go keep an eye on him. Seishu's fourth face abruptly rotated forward, its eyeball sliding within its socket to fix on Kenjaku. Hehe tilde. Is that so? Fun and life have to be explored for oneself. After leaving the scam company that served as their base, Mahito wandered leisurely down a small path. When the wind was at his back, he leaned slightly into it and let it push him along. When the wind blew against him, he simply sat down where he was, letting the post-rain air brush over the stitches on his face. Why did you follow me? Lying on the ground, Mahito tilted his head to look at Seishu approaching openly, making no attempt to hide. My intuition tells me that following you might lead to something interesting. Interesting, huh? Somehow, I get the feeling you just want to watch that interesting part disappear tilde. Mahito turned his gaze back to the sky, which was beginning to clear. As a cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of loss, Seishu didn't seem like the type who cared about fun at all. Hey, four-faced monster. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. What do you think is the meaning of a soul's existence? Why, so sad tilde. Mahito shot a glance at Seishu's second face, which had suddenly started wailing. Mahito-chan asking such a stupid question, and you even asked it wrong tilde. Oh. You should have asked, what meaning do you want the soul's existence to have? What I want. Hehe, that's right tilde. Seishu's comical face turned toward Mahito. The meaning of a soul's existence is nothing more than your subjective wish. Don't mistake it for some objective truth tilde. If one day a certain aspect of the soul goes beyond what you expected, would you say the soul deceived you? Woo, if Mahito can't see through that, you won't be able to keep moving forward. Mahito curled his lips slightly. You're too sly, you didn't answer my question head-on at all. It doesn't matter. Two cursed spirits trailed after a stray cat on its leisurely walk, eventually arriving at a street. Every time they reached the traffic light at an intersection, they stopped and waited until it turned green before crossing. Ironically, in a city that belonged to humans, not a single person lived more freely than these two cursed spirits. Even while waiting for the light, Mahito and Seishu would stand there or sit on the ground however they pleased. If they missed this cycle, it didn't matter. They could wait for the next one, or simply ignore it altogether. But the humans, one by one, they stood there stiff as statues, as if they wanted to press their eyes directly against their watches. They lived in a sprawling city, yet confined themselves to the narrow routine of work, home, and commute, as though they carried a prison on their backs every day. Mahito casually plucked a flyhead off an office worker's shoulder and toyed with it in his palm. See that? Turning to Seishu, he pointed at the man whose shoulder suddenly felt lighter, his face shifting into a strange mix of confusion and faint delight. Humans can even feel happy when they lose something. A soul responds equally to everything, but when humans lose suffering, they feel joy. The state of the body contaminates the purity of the soul. That's humanity's inferiority, and also the reason you were born tilde. Mahito flashed an exaggerated grin at Seishu. If four-faced monster can't distinguish how loss affects the soul versus how it affects humans, you won't be able to keep moving forward tilde. Seishu ignored him, all 8 eyes quietly observing the people who boxed themselves in with their own rules. When he didn't respond, Mahito followed his gaze. Well, staring at these people isn't all that interesting. They don't even realize they're living under an open sky. First, they lock up their souls with their own perceptions, then they carve those perceptions into pieces according to their daily lives. Woo, then why did you come here? To learn. I want to see how their souls react when stimulated by something external tilde. Do you have any thoughts about these people? Pitiful. Oh. I finally understand Jogo's thinking. If humans can only crawl along the ground, unable to lift their heads to see the sky, then the sky should belong to someone else. We curses must change them. Mahito couldn't tell which face Seishu had spoken from. He simply rested his chin in his hand and nodded. Can you tell me what you really think? If someone has never recognized their own freedom, how can they speak of losing it? This city, I hate it here. Chapter 67. The air in Tokyo in June was thick and damp, carrying a faint, mossy tang that crept into everyone's nose, like the aftertaste of devouring a huge plate of green shrimp with tiramisu, and feeling it rise back up from your stomach the next day. Human negativity usually begins to flare up in spring, and this sluggish, mud-soaked season is exactly when cursed spirits are at their most active. Mahito walked into the tunnel beneath a bridge and casually turned a snoring homeless man inside into a broom, gripping him in hand as he began sweeping away the scattered trash. Sigh, it turned into a stick again. I tried pretty hard this time, but it's still not neat, inside or out. I'm not skilled enough at manipulating souls yet. Next time I'll be more precise. Maybe I can use hair together with skin to make the front softer. Why are you cleaning here? Seishu walked over, watching Mahito tidy up the space beneath the bridge. I'm thinking of living here for a while, Tilda. Why? Just a feeling. A place to live should be comfortable, right? Are you staying here too, or going back? Seishu moved to the wall nearby and crouched down without answering him. Mahito shook his head and continued his grand cleaning effort. Empty cans, used tissues, smelly socks, half a box of natto rice, old torn bags. As he swept at one of the bags with his broom, it twitched. Alive. Mahito crouched down for a closer look. It really does have the shape of a soul tilde. As he murmured, the bag wriggled again. An elderly man, his age impossible to tell after so long without washing, slowly turned over. No, looked wasn't quite accurate. The old man had nothing left but empty eye sockets. Seeing him turn around, Mahito felt a flicker of irritation, like spotting a woodlouse or a cockroach in a room you just finished cleaning. What a hassle. Still, I could try out a new idea with this soul tilde, or maybe shrink it down and store it. A transparent, glass-like soul is a first for me, Tilda. Before he could decide, the wandering old man suddenly spoke. If I've made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry. From your voice, you sound like a child. I don't know why you're here, but seeing an old wreck like me must be unpleasant. Still, I don't have anywhere else to go. Mahito lowered his hand and crouched in front of him. He didn't care about what the old man was saying. What puzzled him was why this person could perceive him at all. No, that wasn't it. The man didn't emit even the slightest trace of cursed energy. Earlier, even with Seishu beside him, neither of them had noticed anyone else here. You can see me. No, I can't see your appearance or your clothes. As you can tell, I'm just a blind old man. Then are you a jujutsu sorcerer? I've never heard of such a thing. I don't think I am. You don't even understand your own condition. To be honest, ever since I started wandering, my affairs have had nothing to do with me anymore. As they talked and he continued observing, Mahito grew more and more interested in the old man. He could perceive the state of souls. Some souls were like skin-covered clay, constantly seeping sweat that squeezed out between your fingers with the slightest pressure. Others were like hearts, beating non-stop, even spurting out secreted blood. But this old man's soul had no metabolism at all. It was like a pond without fish, an ocean without waves, a sky without clouds. Just as Seishu had once said, this person's soul was merely a phenomenon. Like the trash Mahito had casually swept aside earlier, it remained unchanged as long as you didn't touch it. No wonder he hadn't noticed him before. With no soul secretion and no emotional activity in the body, there was naturally no cursed energy produced. Mahito gave a small shake of his head, stepped outside, casually turned 2 passers-by into hammocks, and returned beneath the bridge. And so Mahito began living there. He would often head out to a nearby cinema to watch a movie for a while, then stop by a bookstore to buy a few books. After that, he would stroll back at his leisure, lie in his hammock, and quietly take in new knowledge. Seishu remained crouched there without moving, all 4 faces staring blankly at the old man across from him. Mahito didn't get rid of the old man, probably because he was too quiet. Aside from occasionally going out to scavenge for food, he simply sat there. He was quieter than a stray cat. Does this really count as living? Perhaps. Aren't you bored? I might have been once, but now I've forgotten what boredom feels like. Then besides sitting here, what else do you do? I listen to the sound of the water flowing under the bridge. Is that fun? Maybe not, but I've already forgotten what happiness feels like, so there's nothing to trouble me either. Why lie here like a rat? Because my wife and an old friend burned out my eyes together. Then, under the pretense of taking care of me, they took my rights and my wealth as well. When the old man spoke about his past, his voice didn't waver in the slightest. It was as calm as someone telling a child a bedtime story. If it were a bedtime story, though, it would be the kind that leaves you unsettled. That's awful, and yet you talk about it like it happened to someone else. They loved each other. No one loved me, realizing that mattered more to me than anything else. I don't get it, don't you want to curse them? It doesn't matter. At those words, Seishu slowly lifted his head and glanced at the old man. Mahito still couldn't understand. That's strange. In a situation like that, shouldn't a person be furious, full of hatred? Even bringing it up should warp the shape of their soul, shouldn't it? Perhaps, I simply no longer have the strength to think about those things. I see. Unlike the souls outside, swollen and distorted by negative emotions, the old man's soul was thin and fragile. Yet in Mahito's eyes, it felt incredibly light. Mahito's interest in him reached a level he had never experienced before. This was the first time he had encountered someone like this. With so few examples to compare, he couldn't even tell whether this case was unique. If everyone were like you, maybe I wouldn't have been born at all. Chapter 68. Mahito couldn't quite grasp how the old man's soul functioned. In the end, he could only fall back on the ways humanity had been described in poetry, novels, and films to make sense of it. Is it because you're in despair? Mahito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man. Despair so deep your soul is on the verge of death, so deep you can't even produce resentment or curses anymore. He quietly memorized the appearance of a dying soul, so this was what it looked like. No secretions at all, perfectly shaped, almost like a gemstone. That's not it. The old man shook his head. I just felt worn down by too many things: work, wealth, honor. But at that moment, I felt relieved. My soul became very light. Mahito had just started thinking about making someone else despair later to see if he could produce another soul like this, when the old man's words pulled him back. Not despair, relief. Seishu slowly stood and walked over. Because you've lost everything, there's nothing left for you to lose. The old man heard the new voice but showed no surprise, no change in expression. He only nodded gently. That's right. After I lost everything, nothing mattered anymore. When I lost my eyes, my world became nothing but endless sound and wind. No matter which direction I faced, it felt like staring into a night sky without stars. That was the first time I realized how vast the world truly is. I felt free. Mahito blinked. People out there lived under the open sky, yet shut themselves inside boxes. The old man lived in a tunnel beneath a bridge, yet understood the vastness of the sky better than anyone. Mahito gave up trying to explain the old man through the knowledge he had accumulated. Instead, he began using him as a model to observe another possibility within humanity. Not all wanderers are lost. Quoting Tolkien here feels a little out of place. The old man had caught the line from a book Mahito had casually read before. Mahito smiled, genuinely amused. The old man asked his first question. Do you like reading? I'm just collecting knowledge. Being well-read is a good thing. After waiting for a while and seeing that the old man had nothing more to say, Mahito lowered his gaze back to the book in his hands. For the first time, he felt a sense of peace coming from a human being. Time passed quietly like this, one human and two cursed spirits living together in a tunnel. For Mahito, who tried to analyze human souls through films and novels, his conversations with the old man were unexpectedly helpful. Why do people get angry? Why do they feel fear? Why do humans trust others? Why do they betray them? Whenever Mahito encountered something he couldn't understand, he would ask the old man and let him help him make sense of it. May I ask you a question? One afternoon, Seishu suddenly spoke. Mahito looked over in surprise. The four-faced monster was actually using such polite language with a human. Of course, as long as you don't mind my answer. Seishu's third face turned toward the old man. If something is destined to fail, is there any meaning in doing it? The old man fell silent. The human reflected quietly. The cursed spirits waited without a sound. For a moment, the tunnel sank into a strange, warped calm. If I handed you a book that ends in tragedy, would you still read it? He didn't answer directly, but Mahito understood what he meant. Whether a book ends in tragedy has nothing to do with whether you choose to read it. The prose, the plot, the ideas woven through it, those are what give it meaning. In the same way, success and failure are not the whole meaning of an action. Remember why you started. Don't cling to how it ends. Seishu remained deep in thought. Mahito set his book down on the hammock and hopped off. Grandpa, I'm going to buy some books. Do you need anything to eat? It all felt natural. Maybe it was respect for this unusual human. Maybe he didn't want his test subject to starve. Maybe it was like tossing food to a stray cat or dog. Who knew? Perhaps even Mahito didn't. When the old man shook his head, Mahito walked out of the tunnel. Seishu followed. After all, his purpose in coming here was to protect Mahito from dying too soon. After watching him for a while, I've realized he's a bit like those enlightened monks I've read about. Mahito spoke as they stepped out of the bookstore and onto the street, glancing at Seishu. Whenever the topic turned to the old man, the four-faced monster's tone always sounded a little more normal. Mahito glanced at the Heart Sutra in his hand. Maybe he was just born with that kind of aptitude. Introverted people probably have more chances to talk to their own souls. Maybe that makes it easier to awaken their potential. Seishu looked at him. You're trying to use that old man to figure out the real way to cultivate cursed energy, aren't you? Of course, he can see souls, after all. Even if we can't deduce the proper cultivation method, maybe we can at least figure out how to stimulate the manifestation of cursed energy. Then we could turn talented people into curse users. Mahito looked up at the sky. It was completely clear today. Didn't that person say it? Use our growth to offset their decline. If we create curse users and have them fight jujutsu sorcerers, it's both entertaining and in line with that idea . Seishu didn't respond. He simply walked behind Mahito in silence. At that meeting, this young curse had seemed so bored. But he might have been the only one who truly listened and immediately began putting those ideas into action. This is so damn annoying. A shout came from nearby. The two cursed spirits turned toward a high-rise building. On the rooftop stood two young men, one thin and one burly. Each held a bottle of alcohol, drinking as they vented their frustrations into the open air. Damn it, they all just play dumb, and in the end they'll pin everything on me. I swear I want to kill them. You say that, but if it really came to it, could you actually do it? The burly man took another swig of alcohol. Ha, it'd be easy . For real. Mahito narrowed his eyes. He could easily make these two see him, let them face the consequences of their desire-soaked words and actions. But the old man had shown him that human souls might hold other possibilities. Let them keep dreaming under the skyscrapers. Mahito glanced at Seishu. Well, shall we? Let's catch a movie first, then head back and read. I hate the cinema again. It's Earthworm Man I. Feels very much your style . Hey . By dusk, the two cursed spirits were walking back from the cinema. Mahito kept talking about the plot, and the closer they got to the tunnel, the lighter his steps became. He couldn't wait to return to that comfortable tunnel, curl up with a book, and sort through the parts he still didn't understand. I told you, killing someone is nothing to me. A voice that shouldn't have been there drifted out from inside the tunnel. The two cursed spirits stepped into their little nest, the place where a human and cursed spirits had been living together. Something was wrong. The old man lay on the ground in an unnatural position. The two young men stood on either side of him. The thin one glanced at the drunken brute. Wasn't that just a spur-of-the-moment thing? He's so old, he might actually die. So what? He's just some old bum hiding in a pile of trash. Who's going to call the cops for him? We only came down here to puke, and this old geezer had the nerve to tell us to get lost. All right, it's done. Let's grab some detergent later. Our clothes got filthy coming into this tunnel. Buy some bento first. Throwing up made me hungry again. Mahito walked over and bent down to look at the old man. His soul was still clear. No secretions, no blemishes. Are you going to die? Ina. The old man answered with the loudest sound he could manage. Mahito quietly observed his soul. There was no wavering, no sorrow. It simply waited for its own dissolution, like an iron tree finally blooming. Mahito felt genuine admiration. Grandpa, congratulations, you're about to be free. But just as the words left his mouth, several drops of dew formed on the old man's crystal-like soul. Mahito's pupils trembled, as if something flawless had just been stained. Why, you were about to be liberated, you were about to become perfect. Why? Thank you. I don't know who you are, but you let this useless old man know that, in his final moments, he wasn't alone. The old man was gone. Mahito stared silently at the body before him. Now it was nothing more than an empty shell without a soul. What he couldn't accept was the smile on the corpse's face. Those final drops of dew were the last thing that immaculate soul had secreted. The old man had already found freedom, yet at the moment of death, he chose to bind himself again. Yes, what was I expecting? Humans are just like this. The admiration on Mahito's face faded away. He slowly stood up and placed his hands on the two humans beside him. Idle Transfiguration. Chapter 69. The other night, Satoru wasn't attacked at all. Akira Zenin sat in the car heading from Tokyo Jujutsu High back to the Kyoto campus. For once, he wasn't resting with his eyes closed. Instead, he gazed out the window. In the driver's seat, Tanabe, freshly retrained, focused on the road with meticulous seriousness. So when you went back to Kyoto, why did you drag me along? Megumi Fushiguro looked at Akira Zenin helplessly. At least Tsumiki's safety wasn't a concern. Mimiko and Nanako were with her every day. But once he left, there was no telling how the teachers at Jujutsu High would run wild. Who knew what the school would look like when he got back? Megumi, you'd better stand tall at this exchange event Tgthegood. Aren't you from Kyoto? If you don't perform well, how are you going to become clan head? You. Anyway, I'm not doing it. I'll give you special training during this time. Make sure you shine at the exchange event. Isai. Akira Zenin watched the sunset sink into the forest outside. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Clunk, clunk. The car jolted as if it had rolled over a few stones. Akira Zenin opened his eyes and glanced back. The temperature inside the car spiked instantly. Pillars of fire roared up, swallowing the entire vehicle in flames. A volcano-headed cursed spirit, wearing a top dotted with black spots, stepped out from the side. Its single large eye stared fixedly at the blazing fireball. After Kenjaku's warning, it didn't believe Akira Zenin would die that easily. Sure enough, when the flames dispersed, a black sphere remained. All the magma and fire had been dragged into the shadow that wrapped around the car. Megumi, did you see that? The 10 Shadows technique has plenty of ways to protect yourself Tgthegood. You can use a piercing ox shadow, turn yourself into a shadow, or like just now, wrap your body in shadow and redirect the attack into it. Akira Zenin patted Megumi Fushiguro on the shoulder, slipping into lecture mode out of habit. Everything you just said, except the first one, is insanely hard to pull off. And shouldn't we be exorcising the cursed spirit first? Megumi Fushiguro wasn't particularly shocked by a cursed spirit like Jogo. After all, once you're used to Akira Zenin's presence, Jogo's volcanic cursed energy doesn't feel quite as overwhelming. Jogo stared at the two of them, replaying his conversation with Kenjaku from the day before. There's actually a shortcut to your plan. Kill Akira Zenin, release that abnormal cursed energy of his. You won't even need the rest of the plan. The golden age of cursed spirits will arrive on its own. But there's too little information about him. The other cursed spirits all have their own tasks, and here, only you might survive testing him. Akira Zenin didn't move. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at his shadow. Want to come out and play? At his voice, the shadow trembled slightly, then stilled again. Faintly, it sounded as though wheels were slowly turning. Well, looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Akira Zenin shook his head and looked up at Jogo. Has the lava cake in your head gone bad, and you still dare stand in front of me like this? For some reason, even though his tone was flat and almost devoid of spirit, Jogo instinctively took half a step back. Jogo remembered what Kenjaku had told him that morning. If you enjoy too many benefits, you have to pay the price. He definitely has a weakness we've overlooked. Besides, the amount of cursed energy doesn't equal output. Also, his mental state isn't good. Use that to keep him tied up. And one more thing. If someone can't wake up for a long time, their temper gets worse. Don't let him die too easily. What else am I supposed to do then? Let someone else take the risk. Jogo, who still hadn't been beaten into caution, stepped forward again. The instinctive half-step back earlier filled him with shame, and he muttered under his breath as if pumping himself up. Mere humans. More than a dozen volcanoes erupted into being at once. Streams of magma, along with countless ember insects, poured down and swallowed them. Megumi Fushiguro and Tanabe were sealed inside a layer of shadow. The magma and insects aimed at them sank into the shadow and vanished. Akira Zenin, on the other hand, braced himself head-on, forcibly reinforcing his body with cursed energy as he endured the blasts and pillars of flame. How is that possible? Oh, I just reinforced myself with cursed energy. No, there's a limit to how much cursed energy can strengthen the body. A human body can't possibly withstand that level of cursed energy. Ah, maybe it's because my cursed energy is a little special now tilde. About 3 years ago, when Akira Zenin realized his cursed energy had become excessive and his body was starting to fail, he began using Mahoraga to adapt. He kept watching how Mahoraga adapted to an overload of cursed energy, searching for a way to apply that process to himself. Over those 3 years, Akira Zenin remodeled his cursed energy once a year. So far, he had completed 3 rounds. First, cursed energy compression, learning Mahoraga's method and compressing cursed energy as far as possible. Second, barrier segmentation, using a honeycomb-like barrier to split the cursed energy into multiple portions, then storing it by exploiting the spatial difference between inside and outside the barrier. Third, barrier flow, setting those honeycomb barriers in motion to form a pan-barrier. Again, using the inside-outside spatial difference to store cursed energy. All right, enough talking, I'm tired. Akira Zenin lowered his head and formed the hand sign for new. But he deliberately pulled back his shadow, so there was no hand shadow beneath the gesture. Piercing ox. Hi. Megumi Fushiguro stared at Akira Zenin, completely thrown. What kind of nonsense was this supposed to be? But he quickly followed the logic. Akira Zenin had first removed the medium for manifesting Nu, then carved the piercing ox technique onto Nu itself, and finally engraved them together onto his own body. Wouldn't that just make you blow yourself up? Black lightning coiled around Akira Zenin's body. He raised his right hand and shaped it like a pistol. Compound expansion, heavy lightning. The moment Akira Zenin's voice reached him, Jogo's eyes went wide, fixed on that right hand crackling with black current. He tried to flee. He couldn't move. He looked down and saw his lower half was gone, leaving behind a perfectly smooth, semicircular cross-section. He hasn't even fired yet. Where did my lower half go? What is this? Before Jogo could sort it out, a black, pillar-like bolt of lightning speared down through where his lower half had been and slammed into the distant woods. A massive explosion bloomed, and yet there was no sound at all, as if even noise had been erased. The trees vanished completely. In their place was a smooth, hemispherical crater. Only then did the sound arrive, along with a scorching wave of air that blew Jogo's upper body straight toward Akira Zenin. Akira Zenin glanced at his right hand, now blown apart. It got a little out of control. Well, it was my first time using it. I've never practiced. He flicked his wrist toward Megumi Fushiguro. As his hand moved, his palm rapidly regenerated. Megumi, did you see that? Playing with the 10 shadows means thinking a little differently. Tilda want to learn that move. So the different thinking is blowing yourself up. Megumi Fushiguro imagined the scene. He finally learns the technique, but his cursed energy isn't enough, so he has to go up and start throwing punches with the piercing ox technique, with nothing to show for it except maybe a little crackle of electricity. You might not have time to summon round deer, but you could at least learn reverse cursed technique. Megumi Fushiguro crossed his arms, shook his head, and stayed silent. He had a feeling Akira Zenin learned reverse cursed technique the same way he learned everything else, by developing dangerous techniques until something finally worked. Chapter 70. I thought this was just a reconnaissance mission, but now, the gap between us is so wide I don't even have the right to run. Jogo's eyes were unfocused. He hadn't even registered when the attack came. No, it was worse than that. Before he could even perceive the attack, it had already landed. This can't be blocked at all. But it doesn't matter. His gaze suddenly cleared, more resolute than before. His conviction drowned out the pain in both body and mind. 100 years from now, the one standing in the wasteland might not be me. I just need to force him to act as much as possible. Curse user, you should be able to gather the information you need. What are you mumbling about? Speak up, I didn't hear you. Akira Zenin walked over and crouched beside Jogo, looking down at the wilted volcano head. He picked up a twig and poked Jogo's head with it. The twig burst into flames and instantly turned to ash. Still pretty hot, huh? You can still use your domain, right? I deliberately left you those hands. Then again, maybe it doesn't matter. Cursed spirits can regenerate on their own. Jogo's eyes lit up. If he used his domain and combined it with maximum, meteor at full power, he could definitely injure this human. You will pay for your arrogance. Jogo instantly regenerated the rest of his body, leaped back to create distance, and formed hand seals. His hands overlapped. Thumbs and index fingers pressed together, middle and ring fingers interlocked, little fingers raised. Domain expansion. A black barrier shell swallowed them in an instant. Gray-brown rock filled the entire space. Magma, heated to thousands of degrees, surged continuously from cracks in the stone. Coffin of the Iron Mountain. That's more like it. Don't look sleepier than me like you did earlier. Show some spirit. Akira Zenin raised his right hand and formed a seal in front of him. Domain expansion, 10 directions sacred realm. Under his control, a white circular space enveloped himself, Megumi Fushiguro, and Tanabe. It did not expand any further. After casually swatting aside a few small falling meteors, Akira Zenin turned back to Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi, let me properly explain domain battles. You don't get this kind of lesson often. With complete trust in Akira Zenin, Megumi Fushiguro simply sat down within the area covered by 10 directions sacred realm, and gestured with both hands as if to say, go on. Actually, the basics and theory behind domain expansion should have already been covered in Satoru Gojo's classes. What I'm teaching you now is domain confrontation. Normally, it's hard to grasp. Meeting an opponent at this level, you really hit the jackpot. Yeah, I'm really lucky. Akira Zenin glanced at Tanabe, who was wrapped in shadow. Fortunately, only his hair was slightly singed and curled. The shadow's insulation seemed to be doing its job. Tanabe, take a breath and relax. Yes. The moment Tanabe nodded, a massive meteor roared down from above, crashing toward the three of them. Humans are so arrogant. You actually let me fully unleash meteor inside my domain. The smoke cleared, revealing the three of them completely unharmed. Akira Zenin waved a hand in front of his nose. Not bad power-wise. The worst part is all this dust everywhere. Cough. Jogo stared with his single eye at the shattered chunks of meteorite. The other side had crushed it with nothing more than raw cursed energy output. Wasn't cursed energy quantity different from output? Akira Zenin turned to Megumi Fushiguro and resumed his outdoor lecture. Megumi, did you know? The guaranteed hit effect of a domain expansion is attached to the barrier itself. When both sides expand their domains at the same time, the barriers interfere with each other. We call this stage domain push. During this phase, both sides lose their guaranteed hit effect. Akira Zenin had his shadow swallow several small suns. Remember, the guaranteed hit effect disappears during domain push because the barriers interfere with each other, not because the guaranteed hit techniques cancel one another out. Do you understand what that means? Megumi Fushiguro ignored the chaos around him and thought seriously for a moment. You mean that, in a domain battle, even if one side's domain doesn't have a guaranteed hit technique loaded, both sides will still lose the guaranteed hit effect. Bingo tilde, and that interference has nothing to do with the size of the domains. Seeing his repeated attacks fail to leave even a scratch, Jogo clenched his blackened teeth in frustration. Purple flames, denser with cursed energy and far more sinister than before, erupted from his body. Countless pillars of violet fire swallowed the humans in front of him. You see, my domain is special. I can choose whether or not to load a guaranteed hit technique during battle. Right now, there's no guaranteed hit technique loaded at all. It only covers the ground beneath our feet, yet your domain has still lost its guaranteed hit effect tilde. Under Akira Zenin's hands-on explanation, Megumi Fushiguro quickly grasped the concept. I get it. As their voices rang out again from within the flames, Jogo felt dazed. It was as if all he had done was provide background music. Why did it feel like they weren't even fighting on the same layer? Jogo began to sink into silence. What's this? Akira Zenin tapped his chin lightly. Sorry, I got too into the lesson and forgot about you. Where were we? Jogo lowered his head and said nothing, letting his cursed energy be consumed by the domain. Akira Zenin narrowed his eyes, almost closing them completely. Jogo is a natural disaster-level tactical weapon. He can wipe out entire city blocks with ease. Leaving him alone is too risky. Whatever, I'll exorcise him here. Cursed spirit, you're too strong. I'll have to leave you here. Jogo gritted his teeth and condensed an enormous meteor above his head. Too strong, who praises their opponent while beating them down? Megumi, let me add one more thing. Superior techniques, more refined cursed energy control, and larger cursed energy reserves all effect domain confrontation tilde. When the gap is too great, you might see something called domain overwrite. Shikigami loading, round deer. The moment the words fell, Akira Zenin's domain completely overlaid Jogo's. A massive death-returning orb floated in the center of the whitelit space, spinning slowly. The biggest advantage of loading round deer is that reverse cursed technique runs automatically, and cursed energy can be converted into other positive energy. But for cursed spirits, thanks again for coming all this way to help with my lesson. Sayonara. Chapter 71. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon. Kenjaku stood alone on a mountain, watching the black sedan gradually disappear from view. After Akira Zenin's domain ended, there was no trace of Jogo anywhere. Yet Kenjaku showed no sign of surprise. She simply narrowed her eyes, quietly thinking. 1. The range of his cursed energy detection is unexpectedly limited. His technique development is extremely flexible. However, because his cursed energy output is too high and he deliberately restrains the power, using techniques causes damage to himself. There is a lack of smooth transition before activating techniques. There is roughly a half-second pause each time. His fatigue is more severe than the intelligence suggested. Even when extremely tired, he instinctively protects the people around him, and his protection toward students is even more thorough. Despite being a user of the 10 Shadows technique, he has not summoned a single Shikigami during this entire period, whether in battle or while traveling. Finally got some information, but these are only surface observations. I'll need to sort out the internal logic once I get back. Good thing Jogo warned those cursed spirits before taking action. Otherwise, going back now would probably mean dealing with those brainless idiots. Akira-sensei, during a domain clash, if we deploy our own domain to interfere with the barrier, does that always cancel the opponent's guaranteed hit technique? Megumi Fushiguro looked toward Akira Zenin, who was resting with his eyes closed. Akira sat casually, occupying most of the back seat by himself. Tanabe, who was driving, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. The level of discussion happening inside this car was absurd. They were casually talking about domains as if it were nothing. More or less tilde, but in ancient times, there was a technique that didn't use a barrier at all. Instead, it directly projected the innate domain onto the surrounding environment. In that situation, you can't enter a domain push state. Direct projection, so the world itself becomes the barrier. Who knows? That sounds incredibly difficult. What happens if you run into something like that? There aren't enough examples, so we can only speculate. Akira Zenin forced his eyes open and sat up straight, resting his crossed hands on his knees. For now, let's call that technique an open domain. Since an open domain has no outer shell, a closed domain cannot interfere with its barrier. And likewise, an open domain cannot disrupt the barrier of a closed domain through pushing. Then, does it become a race to see whose guaranteed hit activates faster and kills the other first? Another possibility is that the guaranteed hit commands cancel each other out. In other words, the overlapping area of the domains loses the guaranteed hit effect. Then doesn't that mean whoever has the larger domain can directly attack the other? Use that little brain of yours and think again. Megumi Fushiguro fell silent, thinking deeply. After a while, he suddenly raised his head. If the closed domain is larger, its guaranteed hit effect still can't reach the center of the open domain. But if the open domain is larger, it can directly attack the outer barrier of the closed domain. Akira Zenin nodded. The logic is correct. Then wouldn't open domains have the advantage, maybe even an absolute advantage? If it's just an unexpected encounter, then yes. Akira Zenin suddenly straightened up, his eyes becoming noticeably more lively. But having a disadvantage doesn't mean something is useless. Sometimes looking at a problem from the opposite direction gives you a completely different perspective tilde. Opposite direction. Akira Zenin smiled, clearly intrigued by the topic. But instead of answering directly, he asked another question. Earlier I mentioned what happens when two people expand domains at the same time. Let's talk about closed domains only. They enter domain push, which causes both guaranteed hit effects to disappear. Exactly. That means if you and your ally both expand domains, they'll interfere with each other and cancel the guaranteed hit effects. The result becomes 1 + 1 being less than 1. That's why truly high-level battles between sorcerers are usually one-on-one. Megumi Fushiguro nodded, showing he understood. Akira Zenin couldn't help smiling again, clearly excited. The principle behind domain push is the interaction between barriers. So, if you repeatedly experience how barriers influence each other, then reverse engineer a double barrier that avoids that interference and expand your domain using it, you can eliminate friendly fire. You might even be able to merge domains. Megumi Fushiguro's eyes widened. You mean that sorcerers who frequently use closed domains could learn double barrier and achieve multi-versus-one combat in high-level battles? But people who rely on open domains never experience domain push, so they can't learn double barrier and would be forced to fight alone. And logically speaking, open domains can't eliminate friendly fire by modifying an outer barrier into a double barrier. So a disadvantage becomes an advantage. To be precise, in my eyes there's no such thing as advantages or disadvantages. It's only about how you look at the problem. You still have a lot to learn, young man tilde. Megumi Fushiguro didn't argue, he simply nodded firmly. Then something suddenly occurred to him. Then Akira-sensei, have you already figured out the double barrier? Akira Zenin returned to his lazy posture, sprawling across the back seat even more than before. He looked out the window at the trees sliding past. Well, who knows? Chapter 72. Are we going on a mission? Where's Fushiguro and Kujisaki? Yuji Itadori looked at Satoru Gojo, who had suddenly come over to him. SHHH, Megumi was taken away by Akira-chan for a secret exchange. Akira-chan. Yuji Itadori folded his arms and tilted his head, confusion written all over his face. Nobara went out with Suguru and the others yesterday. She should be back soon. Satoru Gojo puffed out his cheeks in complaint. Honestly, she's my student, yet she's always running off to hang around Sugiuru's side. Well, that can't really be helped. There are more girls over there, so they probably have more to talk about. Which means this heavy responsibility now falls on you, Yuji. Huh, what responsibility? Did I miss something, or was a chunk of my time just stolen? You're going to find a topic and bring this team together, Corporal Yuji. Yuji Itadori immediately straightened up, his expression turning serious. Order acknowledged, General Gojo. The two remained frozen like that for a full 5 minutes. Yuji Itadori finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head towards Satoru Gojo, a hint of expectation in his eyes. So, Gojo-sensei, are you leading us this time? Satoru Gojo shook his head and led Yuji out of the hallway. Nope, I can't take you this time, but don't worry, I called in 2 reliable juniors. Satoru Gojo pushed the door open. 2 figures were already standing in the mission handover room. One wore a neatly pressed shirt. His blonde hair was combed perfectly in place. Resting on the bridge of his nose was some kind of device, whether it was a scanner or sunglasses was unclear. From his aura alone, he looked like a Wall Street elite, the type who handles hundreds of thousands in deals every minute. The other wore black faculty attire. His black hair was cut into a slightly childish bowl style. His eyes were gentle, but his entire body seemed to radiate endless enthusiasm. Ta-da, this is the meticulous Kento Nanami. He's been out doing missions non-stop. I had a hard time dragging him back. You were the one who asked me to bring Sendai pastries yesterday. Satoru Gojo acted like he hadn't heard that at all. Without changing expression, he turned to Yuji Itadori and introduced the other person. This is Yuhebara, a third-year teaching assistant. Since Sugiuru came back these past couple days, he finally has time to take on missions again. There are plenty of strange people among Jujutsu sorcerers, but these 2 are surprisingly normal. Both grade 1 sorcerers, very reliable. Before Satoru Gojo could finish stretching out his oddly cheerful tone, Yuhebara had already enthusiastically greeted Yuji Itadori. You're Itadori, right? Looking forward to working with you. Hi. Yuji hurriedly bowed back. No, I'm the one who should say that. Nice to meet you. Kento Nanami also looked at Yuji. Nice to meet you, Itadori. Yuji Itadori, who still hadn't straightened up from his bow, froze slightly before quickly bowing again. Yes, nice to meet you. Kento Nanami nodded. I heard you just enrolled recently and had no previous contact with the Jujutsu world. Yeah, that's right. In that case, try not to get too excited. You look a little too worked up. Why? Because this job isn't about being a hero, and there's no so-called sense of mission. Jujutsu sorcerers are shit. Huh, some sign oh. In any case, for this next mission you'll simply observe. Watch how Hebara and I exorcise the curse. But there's no reason to argue, you're still students. All right. Satoru Gojo leaned close to Yuji Itadori's ear and whispered. This guy is gloomy and strict, right? Yuji whispered back. Yeah. Kento Nanami glanced at Satoru Gojo. Please don't assume I share the same ideas as Gojo-san. I trust him and I rely on him. Hehe. But I don't respect him. Hi. Hebara quickly walked over and whispered to Yuji. Relax. Among the students from our year, Nanami is famous for having a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yuji Itadori immediately caught the key point. Nanami. Satoru Gojo also leaned his head over. But weren't there only 2 people in your year, you and Nanami? Hebara scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Haha tilde, Gojo-senpai, don't worry about those unimportant details. Got it, okay. Kento Nanami sighed. He had thought that, after serving as a teaching assistant for so long, Yu Hebara might have matured a little. Now it seemed he would have to deal with another child. Nanami walked over and looked at the 3 people huddled together. Gojo-san, please don't let Itadori lower his guard against curses. Excessive praise doesn't help someone grow properly. Huh, really? But people praise me all the time. Yuji Itadori looked at Satoru Gojo. Sensei, what do they praise you for? HMPH, listen carefully. Suguru says I'm both meticulous and powerful. And Akira-chan says that when I take off my blindfold, it's as smooth as taking off stockings. The corner of Kento Nanami's mouth twitched slightly. He could already imagine the disgusted look on Akira Zenin's face. Setting aside Guido-san for the moment, I don't believe Akira-san was complimenting you. Huh, really? Kento Nanami sighed again. He even felt like this conversation alone could raise this year's carbon emissions by several percentage points. Enough idle talk. While we wait for Kyujisaki, let's use the time to exchange information and go over the mission details. Chapter 73. Sorry, I'm late. As the voice drew closer, Nobara Kyujisaki appeared in front of everyone, buried under a pile of shopping bags. Kento Nanami adjusted his sunglasses and frowned slightly. Yuhebara, on the other hand, waved at her with a cheerful smile. After greeting her, Yuhebara continued the topic from earlier. My technique is cursed energy storage. It allows me to store cursed energy. Also, when reversed, it can absorb cursed energy or increase the output of cursed energy. Reversed. Nobara Kyujisaki wasn't a complete newcomer like Yuji Itadori. Even though she didn't fully understand many things yet, certain terms still caught her attention. It's actually pretty simple. Iiri-senpai used to explain it in a much more complicated way. Yuhebara smiled as he explained to the group. When many jujutsu sorcerers study reverse cursed technique, they focus on the idea that negative times negative equals positive. But that's actually a bit misleading. First, according to Akira Senpai's theory, negative times negative doesn't necessarily produce a reverse cursed technique. Second, you need to understand the direction before using cursed energy to generate it, but direction alone isn't enough. I only managed to handle cursed energy like this after I once triggered a black flash. So the most important part is being able to efficiently convert negative emotions into positive ones. Nobara Kyujisaki crossed her arms with a confused expression. The shopping bags rustled softly as they bumped together. Turning negative emotions into positive ones, so the more pain I feel, the happier I get. I honestly can't wrap my head around that. Satoru Gojo chuckled. You don't have to think about it that hard. When it comes to reverse cursed technique, everyone has their own understanding and method. Other people's ideas are just references. There's no need to imitate anyone. You need to find your own understanding. Different paths lead to the same result. That said, jujutsu sorcerers deal with cursed energy all the time, so they rarely interpret things in a positive way. The reason Hebara can think this way mostly comes down to his personality. After Satoru Gojo finished speaking, Kento Nanami began introducing his own technique. My technique forces a weakness to appear at the 7:3 ratio point on a target. Yuji Itadori spent a moment trying to process what Yuhebara and Satoru Gojo had just said. Then he spread his hands and decided not to think about it anymore. None of that sounded like something he could learn right now. My technique, I guess I don't really have one. But after training, I can control cursed energy a little now, and my stamina is amazing. My turn. Nobara Kyujisaki never missed a chance to show off. I use the straw doll technique. By driving a nail into something, I can create a cursed energy link with whatever is nailed. At some point, Yuji's train of thought took a sudden turn. He looked at Nobara. That's a lot of bags. What's in all of them? Aren't you tired carrying that many? Before, you wouldn't even carry one bag yourself. Yuji Itadori looked at her in confusion. The three of them had gone shopping together before, but she had never bought this much stuff. As for how he knew, within their trio, Yuji was widely recognized as the official bag carrier. Nobara lifted the bag she was holding and proudly summarized her recent achievements. Just some cosmetics, clothes, and everyday stuff. It's kind of inconvenient to look at these things when I'm out with you guys. This mission is an urgent incident. There have already been civilian casualties, and the relevant authorities have taken notice. Kento Nanami's rigid voice cut into their conversation. His tone made it clear that chatting about unrelated topics during a mission wasn't appropriate. Yuji Itadori immediately apologized. I'm very sorry, very sorry. Since she was the one who had arrived late, Nobara Kujisaki quickly said, I'll put these things away and come right back, just 1 minute. The moment she finished speaking, she dashed off and disappeared from sight. Yuhebara glanced at Satoru Gojo. Gojo-senpai, what are you laughing at? Satoru Gojo showed a bright smile. The scene just now seemed to make him happier than beating up a special grade cursed spirit or dealing with those rotten higher-ups. It's nothing, my students are just full of energy. Kainma Cinema, Kawasaki City, Kanagawa Prefecture. Light rain. After the previous screening ended, staff discovered the strange corpses of 3 high school students inside the theater. The incident has been confirmed as a malicious cursed spirit case. Yu Hebara continued reviewing the mission information while Kento Nanami stood at the entrance of the theater, looking back at the 2 behind him. Are you mentally prepared, Itadori Kujisaki? Yeah. Yuji Itadori looked full of determination. The chance to learn how to exorcise curses excited him. Nobara shrugged. I've already worked as a jujutsu sorcerer before. Don't treat me like some total rookie. Kento Nanami shook his head. This isn't about whether you're a rookie or not. You're students, and I'm the leader of this mission. I'm responsible for your safety, both physically and mentally. Chapter 74. Since I'm the team leader, we start at 9 in the morning and end operations at 1800. Kento Nanami glanced at his watch. It's 9:30 right now. We are still within working hours. Everything will proceed according to standard procedure. Absolutely no overtime. Yuji Itadori. Nobara Kujisaki. At some point, Yu Hebara had wandered over. Nanami, don't be so serious. Relax a little. Exorcising cursed spirits is serious work, sure, but if you stay tense all the time, your body won't be able to handle it. You have to separate work from rest. During work hours, you should act like you're working. That's how you maintain the best condition. All right, enough chatting. Let's go inside first and take a look at the scene. The group crossed the caution tape marked "No Entry" and entered the theater. The victims' deformed bodies had already been removed from the theater, leaving behind only 3 blood-stained seats. Kento Nanami adjusted the glasses on his face that looked almost like some kind of detector. Can you see it? This is the residual trace of cursed energy. Nobara glanced at the floor and put her hands on her hips. Of course I can. Yuji Itadori widened his eyes and looked in the direction Nobara had just been staring. Huh, see what? I can't see anything at all. Yu Hebara walked over and patted Yuji Itadori on the shoulder. It's fine, you've only just started learning. This kind of thing is totally normal. Kento Nanami also began teaching Yuji Itadori, the complete newcomer to jujutsu. We normally confirm curses through sight without even thinking about it. When a technique is used, traces are left behind. Those traces are called residuals. But compared to a cursed spirit, residuals are much fainter. You need to focus and observe very carefully. Yuji Itadori immediately started inspecting the floor with the same intensity he used when solving math problems. Oh, I see it. Nobara walked over and rolled her eyes. It's just the basics. Do you really have to make such a big deal out of it? It seriously feels like turning on true sight in a game. Yu Hebara came over from the front and looked at Yuji Itadori. Right. Doesn't it feel awesome? Being able to see residuals on your very first try is really impressive. Hee. To become a jujutsu sorcerer who can stand on your own, you need to be able to sense the presence of residuals before you can even see them with the naked eye. Yu Hebara walked over again. Nanami, don't be so strict. Encourage your juniors a little more. You know how I am. I stick to the facts and hold myself to strict standards. That's all. Kento Nanami glanced at Yuji Itadori. The boy really did have a good personality, but his way of thinking was definitely a little too jumpy. This is definitely Satoru Gojo's fault. Hi. Standing closer, Yu Hebara hadn't caught Kento Nanami's unconscious mutter. He turned around and looked at him in confusion. Nothing much. Let's just follow the residuals and see what's going on. After crossing another security cordon, the 4 of them entered a corridor. If cursed spirits and residuals can only be observed like this, does that mean the security cameras didn't capture anything? Kento Nanami immediately answered Yuji Itadori's question. Yes, aside from the 3 victims, the only other person visible was a teenage boy. So that means the culprit is definitely a cursed spirit. Yes. While talking, they reached the inner court area of the cinema. A light drizzle continued to fall, with no sign of stopping. Bento. So good, laundry detergent. 2 cursed spirits shuffled nearby, muttering nonsense as they moved. The cursed energy leaking from their bodies was extremely obvious. One was entirely blue, with almost no flesh on its body. Its bulging eyes protruded outward, and its gums were fully exposed without lips to cover them. Its twisted, deformed limbs supported its body as it crawled along the ground. The other was completely white, bloated all over. Its teeth stood upright inside its mouth, while a pair of tiny eyes and distorted nostrils stared directly at the humans. Perfect, looks like it's our turn. Nobara Kujisaki pulled out her hammer and nails, crossing them in front of her as she prepared to rush forward. Yeah. Yuji Itadori also took a fighting stance. But a hand suddenly blocked the 2 of them. Wait. Facing the 2 lovely specimens, Kento Nanami calmly unbuttoned his suit jacket and loosened his tie. Heibara and I will handle these 2 cursed spirits. You 2 stay here and observe. Huh, you're seriously underestimating us. Exactly, we've already done missions before. Kento Nanami adjusted his glasses. I'm not underestimating you. I'm the adult and you're children. It's my responsibility to prioritize your safety. Children. Yuji Itadori folded his arms helplessly. Nobara sighed as well. We've already been through plenty of life-and-death situations. But that doesn't mean you've truly grown up. Kento Nanami finished unbuttoning his suit and took out a forearm-length blade wrapped in cloth. The hair on your pillow slowly increasing, your favorite bread disappearing from the convenience store shelf. It's the accumulation of these small disappointments that turn someone into an adult. But I don't really have that kind of problem. Yu Heibara's voice suddenly cut into the conversation at the worst possible moment. I like plain rice. You can buy it anywhere, hee. The atmosphere Kento Nanami had built collapsed instantly thanks to Heibara. He could only shake his head helplessly. Even if you like rice, every place cooks it differently. The ratio of rice to water, the heating time, even the cooking method will affect the final result. But it's all just rice, right? Yu Heibara slipped on a pair of brass knuckles, looking genuinely confused. I just like rice itself. What does flavor or texture have to do with it? Kento Nanami glanced at Yu Heibara, then refocused on the cursed spirits in front of him. That's because you're the unusual one. Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki, standing nearby, nearly burst out laughing, but both of them did their best to hold it in. They hadn't expected Nanami, who always looked so serious, to let the conversation drift so far off track. Chapter 75. Yu Heibara wore a pair of silver brass knuckles. Just as he was about to finish off the enemy, he suddenly remembered that he was currently teaching students. Although in class we say that cursed energy flows inside a jujutsu sorcerer's body, cursed energy is actually born from negative emotions, which means it's a mental product. Because of that, everyone experiences cursed energy differently. Because of my technique, my cursed energy gathers in a specific place when I store it. That lets me clearly sense the difference in cursed energy levels. For me, the relationship between cursed energy and my body is like electricity and a capacitor. That means when I charge and discharge, I'm faster than most jujutsu sorcerers, and my output is higher too. Yu Heibara clenched his fists and took a fighting stance, one forward and one back. Inhale. Steady the breath. Turn. Straight punch. Cursed energy burst out along with the force of the punch, creating an explosive effect like a shell detonating. The white, cursed spirit was blown apart instantly. Awesome! Yuji Itadori watched the scene with sparkling eyes and shouted his praise. Yu Heibara turned back toward him and gave a thumbs up. Even though it was raining, his bright white teeth seemed to gleam as if reflecting sunlight. Kento Nanami nodded when he saw this. Behind his glasses, he silently calculated the 7-3 weak point of the cursed spirit, then turned and sliced through it with a single strike, cutting it cleanly in half. Nanami, just as sharp as ever. Kento Nanami nodded in response to Yu Heibara's praise. As he turned to exorcise the cursed spirit completely, he suddenly noticed something strange. There was a watch on the cursed spirit's wrist. He immediately took out his phone and snapped a photo. "Heibara, come here. What's wrong? You're making that kind of face. What is this?" Yu Heibara's pupils trembled. Cursed spirits cannot be photographed by phones. But Nanami had just taken a picture. There was only one possible explanation. What's going on? Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki noticed the two leaders suddenly standing still and walked over to see what had happened. Yu Heibara quickly stepped sideways, blocking the student's view with his body. "It's nothing, the mission is finished. You two should head back first and review everything carefully afterward." Yuji Itadori paused. It was the first time he had ever seen Heibara-sensei's smile look so forced. "Then, is there anything I can still help with here?" "No, just head back." "Oh." At Yu Heibara's insistence, Yuji Itadori and Nobara Kujisaki headed toward the support vehicle. But halfway there, the smile on Yuji Itadori's face slowly faded. "Kujisaki." "Yeah." Those cursed spirits bled, and they didn't disappear, plus the expressions and reactions Heibara-sensei and Nanami had at the end. They're human, or at least, they used to be. Yuji Itadori punched the air in frustration. "Damn it. That's seriously disgusting. So what now? Are we really just going back? What do you think?" These transfigured humans were actually filled with cursed energy. Otherwise, we would have noticed immediately. Yu Heibara frowned as he spoke, walking forward. It was unclear whether he was talking to Kento Nanami beside him or blaming himself. "Are you all right?" Kento Nanami looked at him with concern. Although Heibara was already a battle-hardened grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, even when dealing with curse users, he usually captured them and sent them to the Jujutsu world's prison barrier. Personally killing someone was probably a first for him. "I'm fine. I was mentally prepared for something like this a long time ago, but I'm not going to take responsibility for every death. Intelligence errors aren't our fault." Even so, Heibara's usual bright smile was nowhere to be seen. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just furious at the person who's playing with human lives." Nanami's expression turned serious as well, and he nodded. That residual trace was probably bait. It was meant to lure us here. He stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Heibara. "Whoever did this isn't simple." "Then we go all out." Nanami sighed quietly. "Looks like we'll be working overtime." A gentle breeze rustled the surrounding leaves, mixing with the soft patter of rain. As the leaves drifted down, all unnecessary thoughts faded away. All that remained in the hearts of the two Jujutsu sorcerers was a calm but burning anger toward the one responsible. Some cursed spirits are called special grade, imaginary cursed spirits. Under the dark shadow of a bridge, Mahito lay lazily in his familiar hammock, flipping through a half-read book. Then he turned his head to look at the human boy he had brought back with him. Cursed spirits are aggregates formed from the cursed energy that leaks from humans. Even if something doesn't truly exist, if there's a commonly shared image of it as something terrifying, it can easily manifest as a curse. Junpei Yashino leaned against a relatively clean patch of wall nearby. First he looked at Mahito, who seemed somewhat easier to approach, then cautiously glanced at the figure curled up nearby. Seishu was curled into a ball, resting quietly with all four eyes closed. Ever since seeing Mahito kill the 3 bullies who had tormented him, Junpei had wanted to chase after him and ask questions. But compared to Mahito's appearance, Seishu looked like something straight out of hell itself. Fortunately, Mahito had noticed him and invited him along. In that moment, Junpei felt like his helpless life might finally change. Since Seishu hadn't reacted at all, Junpei assumed it was something like a spirit attached to Mahito. Now that he knew supernatural abilities existed, it was only natural for his thoughts to go in that direction. Mahito-san, when you say commonly recognized terrifying phenomena, do you mean famous yokai or urban legends? That's right, things like Hanako in the bathroom or the nine-tailed fox. There are plenty of them. Jujutsu sorcerers register those as special grade imaginary cursed spirits. Powerful cursed spirits with unknown identities are sometimes classified there too. And humans fear more than just stories like that. Things like natural disasters. Mahito smiled. Talking with you is really relaxing. Then what kind of curse is the one next to you? Junpei stole another glance at Seishu. Suddenly, he felt someone lift the bangs he used to hide the scar on his forehead. Mahito had somehow appeared beside him without him noticing. With a strange smile on his face, Mahito didn't bother correcting Junpei's misunderstanding. Seishu-san, he said casually, was born from humanity's fear of loss. Chapter 76. All the recent strange disappearances and deaths have been compiled into a residuals report by the window. Kento Nanami studied the map, tracing locations back and forth with his finger. Yuhebara nodded as he watched. In that case, we can narrow down the culprit's base. Kento Nanami glanced back at him. Do you think that's feasible? Akira-sensei told us to think things through carefully. I think it's intentional. Based on what we've seen before, if it wanted to, it could easily leave the scene without leaving any residuals. Right, it's probably bait, those earlier incidents. Hibara-sensei, Nanami-sensei. An energetic voice burst in from the doorway, as Yuji Itadori and Kyujisaki rushed straight into the room used for tactical discussions. Yuhebara shook his head with a smile. You too, why are you back again? We heard the mission still isn't finished, so we came to learn how complex missions are handled. Yuji Itadori turned toward Kento Nanami. Besides, with 2 extra people, you might avoid working overtime. Kento Nanami let out a sigh. Fine, the mission is divided into 2 parts anyway. One part can be handled by you two. He took out a photo and handed it to them. The boy from the movie theater, Junpei Yoshino. He's a classmate of the victim at the same high school. Based on surveillance footage and his behavior, the chance that he's a curse user is low, but we still need to conduct further investigation. You two will carry out this task with Ajichi. Kyujisaki immediately lifted her chin. Just leave it to us. Yuji Itadori frowned. Curse user. Kyujisaki replied. You know, those jujutsu sorcerers who have stopped acting like humans. Just think of them as vicious criminals in the jujutsu world. One more thing. Yuji Itadori and Kyujisaki both looked at Kento Nanami when he suddenly spoke again. I'm not part of the teaching staff, so don't call me sensei. Yuji Itadori glanced at Yuhebara. Then we'll call you Nanami. Careful or I'll punch you. Yuji immediately grabbed Ajichi and Kyujisaki and rushed outside. We're heading out, stay safe, teachers. Yuhebara shook his head with a smile. That kid. Full of energy, right? And surprisingly thoughtful. So feeling confident. Of course, while you were out on missions these past few years, I've changed quite a bit myself. After a quick cleanup, the two followed the trail of residuals on the map to a sewer beneath a bridge. With Yuji Itadori and Kyujisaki joining them, they could pursue the cursed spirit together instead of splitting up, which would have forced one of them to divert attention to investigating Junpei Yoshino. A jujutsu sorcerer's work was always busy. Sometimes, for the sake of efficiency, a bit of safety could be sacrificed as long as it stayed within acceptable limits. This time, though, it was fortunate they hadn't separated. The situation here had clearly exceeded the permitted safety threshold. After eliminating 5 or 6 transfigured humans, Kento Nanami and Yuhebara finally saw 2 cursed spirits standing in the passage ahead. They were completely different from any cursed spirit they had encountered before. Kento Nanami loosened his tie and flicked the blood off his blade. His face showed no anger, no fear, no lingering dread, and no self-reproach. He simply stared calmly at the gray, stitched-face humanoid cursed spirit in front of him. Even if they're called abnormal or beyond saving, killing people still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Its posture and movements look frivolous, but a single glance is enough to feel that pitch-black strength radiating from within. As for the other one, that enormous cursed energy, the lazy expression, and that completely indifferent attitude toward everything. It's almost exactly like. Kento Nanami adjusted his glasses. Hebara. Hebara nodded. Yeah, it really does feel like we're fighting those two seniors again. Kento Nanami's expression grew serious. He kept his eyes fixed on the cursed spirits ahead and quietly raised 3 fingers toward Hebara. Scenario 3, we might not be able to handle this. Use every opening to call for backup or report the situation. Even if we can't get out alive, we must make sure the higher-ups take this seriously. Hebara's expression turned solemn as he nodded in acknowledgement. He always approached things with optimism, but that didn't mean he was blindly optimistic. Oh my, this is perfect. Mahito stepped fully out of the shadows. If Gojo Satoru showed up, that would be a real problem. But if the opponent is too weak, there's no point in running experiments. Kento Nanami took out his watch and glanced at the time. I don't want to work overtime. Let's finish this quickly. Hebara swallowed the rice ball in his mouth, tightened his grip on his knuckle dusters, and took his stance. He had no habit of chatting with cursed spirits. First, he glanced at Seishu, who had been standing to the side with his eyes closed the entire time. Judging from the flow of cursed energy, the other party hadn't made any move. The next instant, Hebara clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at Mahito's head. Mahito smiled and easily dodged the attack. He deliberately leaned his chest forward, intending to take the punch while reaching from the side to touch Hebara's fist. But Hebara immediately abandoned the attack, dodging Mahito and leaping backwards several times until he returned to his original position. My instantaneous output is higher. Why would this cursed spirit try to trade injuries like that? Mahito withdrew the hand he had extended with a somewhat regretful expression. Then realization quickly dawned on his face. As a cursed spirit, he was still far too young. He had almost no experience fighting jujutsu sorcerers, so his intention just now had been far too obvious. Looks like I've learned something new again. How nice. But Kento Nanami and Hebara worked together with perfect coordination. They gave Mahito no time to think. Nanami immediately raised his cursed tool and swung at Mahito's head during the brief moment of distraction. Mahito hurriedly reinforced his arm with cursed energy to block, but his wrist was still severed. Meanwhile, Hebara watched the state of Seishu's cursed energy while preparing to exploit Mahito's opening. I clearly reinforced it with cursed energy. Is it that kind of technique? That kind. Kento Nanami frowned. A cursed spirit capable of speaking and communicating with humans like this was something the current jujutsu world had never encountered before. Do you think the soul comes first, or the body? Before Mahito could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a massive surge of cursed energy nearby. Hebara's entire body was now wrapped in orange-black cursed energy. Violent air currents whipped his hair back and forth. Nanami's actions had bought him the time he needed to prepare. Binding Vow, triggered by consuming excessive food before battle. In exchange for entering a 24-hour period of exhaustion after the burst, the user gains a 3 to 15-minute window of enhanced cursed energy output. Nanami's overtime Binding Vow would activate in another 10 minutes. So this time, Hebara chose 8 minutes. Chapter 77. Looking lively, ha-tilde-tilde. Mahito cast a frivolous glance at Hebara. This jujutsu sorcerer's soul suddenly feels different from earlier. Is that mist floating around it? Interesting. I wonder what it would feel like to touch. The instant Mahito looked at Hebara, Kento Nanami suddenly appeared behind him. The cursed tool in his hand screamed through the air, empowered by cursed energy. Mahito already knew that Kento Nanami's technique could slice straight through his cursed energy body, so he simply sacrificed one arm to block the attack. Using the impact to propel himself forward, he lowered his head and rushed toward Hebara, intending to kill him in a single strike. But Hebara had already planned his move the moment Kento Nanami acted. He charged toward Mahito as well, as if preparing to meet that incoming strike with his own fist. Seeing their hands about to make contact, Mahito grinned. Idle transfer. Before he could finish, a burst of cursed energy exploded from Yubara's fist. The shock blasted a bloody hole through Mahito's hand, blowing all 5 of his fingers clean off. Yubara followed with a punch to Mahito's jaw, sending him arching backward into the air. Then he twisted his body midair and delivered a flying side kick that slammed Mahito straight into the opposite wall. Because of Yubara's unique understanding of cursed energy, his body often couldn't keep up with the speed of his own power. So Satoru Gojo had taught him to lean into that strength. If his body couldn't keep up with his cursed energy, then widen the gap. Launch the cursed energy first to disrupt the opponent's movements, then follow up with a cursed energy-enhanced strike aimed at their vital points. Normally, this method was used just to interfere with an enemy's rhythm. But once he released the limits on his cursed energy output through a binding, it was essentially like firing a cursed energy shell before his body even arrived. Mahito peeled himself off the wall and slowly stood up. The bloody hole in his hand had already healed. His severed right arm had regenerated, and the damage across his body had vanished completely. You jujutsu sorcerers are so violent, you should learn to let the soul suit the flesh. I wasn't healing just now, I was simply maintaining the shape of my soul. My technique works by touching a soul and altering its form. Kento Nanami immediately rushed forward and slashed horizontally, cutting off Mahito's technique explanation. Mahito reshaped his leg into a hoof-like form and lightly stepped back, dodging the strike. At the same time, he casually tossed out several blue and red walnuts. Idle transfiguration. Under the influence of Mahito's technique, the walnuts that hit the ground transformed into 4 distorted humans. I store humans inside these, but once an ordinary human's shape is changed, they die very quickly. I wonder what happens with jujutsu sorcerers. While Mahito continued talking, Yubara suddenly kicked off the ground. The explosion of a cursed energy blast beneath his foot accelerated him forward, sending him charging at Mahito in an instant. Mahito couldn't react in time. Yubara's punch shattered his entire abdomen. Mahito didn't care in the slightest. He immediately transformed his legs into blades and slashed upward toward Yubara while reaching a hand toward his head. But his arm was split apart again by Kento Nanami's blade as Nanami arrived. At the same time, Yubara smashed Mahito's blade-like legs apart with a punch. Mahito quickly retreated backward to Seishu's side, restoring his body once again. So what are you trying to prove? As long as my soul maintains a firm sense of self, I won't truly be harmed ~. Is that so? A slightly distorted voice came from the side. The wall beside Mahito suddenly shattered. Yubara had smashed straight through it, drilling into the wall and bursting out from the other side. Sometimes you don't need to figure out how to break the opponent's rules. You just pull them into ours. Yubara raised his hand and drove another punch into Mahito's face. Cursed technique reversal, absorb. The moment Yubara's fist struck him, Mahito felt part of his cursed energy being forcibly drawn out of his body. In a single hit, nearly 20% of his total cursed energy was drained away. Cursed spirits are essentially just condensed cursed energy. If you exhaust their cursed energy, you can erase them at the root. Kento Nanami rushed forward to cover Yubara. His technique had terrible compatibility against Mahito, so it was difficult for him to act as the main attacker this time. How is it? Yubara forced himself to steady his breathing, his body trembling slightly as he exhaled. That last strike had clearly worked. The cursed spirit in front of them now looked somewhat wary. But in truth, Yubara had just forced himself to absorb Mahito's cursed energy through sheer willpower. The sensation was like being force-fed rancid swill that had been sitting for years, mixed with something that makes you want to vomit. And Mahito's cursed energy felt as if several bowls of medicinal oil had been dumped into it. Beneath its coldness was a dense, pure malice. Trying to digest or store, it was extremely difficult. If anyone other than Yubara had attempted it, the backlash could easily have destabilized the sorcerer's mind. 5 minutes left, let's push harder. Yet once Uehibara finished speaking, neither of them moved. Because Seishu, who had been sitting silently in the corner with his eyes closed, had awakened at some point. If Mahito's cursed energy felt cold and sinister, Seishu's cursed energy felt hollow and suffocating. Do you know, the essence of the world is actually a tragedy. Seishu stood up. The bones in his body rubbed against each other with a series of cracking sounds. Joy is quickly forgotten, but sorrow and grief remain hidden in the heart for a long time. For any soul capable of independent thought, death is almost always accompanied by regret. Seishu seemed to recall something and suddenly paused. Very few people reach the end of their lives believing they can calmly welcome death. This is not because the soul naturally perceives the world through sorrow. It is because the world itself is filled with malice. Jujutsu sorcerers, you don't need to struggle so desperately. Everything is destined to fail in the end, unless one can transform from a character into a reader. Chapter 78. Uehibara immediately moved closer to Nanami and spoke in a hushed voice, words tumbling out as quickly as possible. Nanami, I'll handle that stitched face first. I might not be able to absorb its cursed energy for a while. Switch opponents in about 30 seconds. Let's eliminate that cursed spirit over there first. Nanami did not waste a second. He nodded immediately. All right. Seishu's first face sprouted vein-like strands that spread through his limbs. He opened both hands, and the extended portions of his arms hardened into 2 bone blades. Jumping down from a nearby pipe, he lunged forward. Nanami did not take the attack head-on. He immediately retreated, widening the distance. But Seishu's attack was not aimed at Nanami's body. Instead, the bone blade slashed viciously toward the tip of Nanami's shadow. Kento Nanami suddenly felt as if something had been taken from him. When he noticed his concentration beginning to slip, he quickly retreated again. This cursed spirit's attacks are strange. I absolutely cannot let him hit my shadow again. Seishu pressed the advantage. With his bone blade extended, he fought like a long weapon user, suppressing Nanami with constant reach and pressure. In close combat, length meant dominance. Once the opponent failed to defend, a single decisive strike would end it. Nanami continuously blocked the attacks with his cursed tool dagger. Under this relentless rhythm of strikes, he barely had time to reinforce himself with cursed energy. To deal with this kind of pressure, I need to break his rhythm. His speed isn't impossible to handle. I'll close the distance in one move and strike that spine-like structure with my technique. That should at least disable him temporarily. After settling on a strategy, Kento Nanami moved with nimble footwork, retreating while gradually shifting closer to Uehibara's position, preparing to relay the plan and switch opponents. But while dodging another bone blade strike, he failed to account for a shift in the lighting. The length of his shadow extended beyond the safe range, and Seishu slashed it again. Nanami froze for a moment. It was as if the thought of attacking Seishu had vanished from his mind. I've erased your will to fight. How will a human who has lost their fighting spirit deal with a curse? Seishu's first face stared at Kento Nanami like a scientist observing an experiment. As he wiped his bone blade clean, he slowly approached. But in that instant, Kento Nanami seized the opportunity. His fingers curled into a fist as he drove a punch straight into Seishu's abdomen. The strike carried the expanded technique of the ratio technique. With a burst of wind, the blow slammed into Seishu's exposed bones, shattering nearly half of his ribs. People don't necessarily need fighting spirit to fight, and they certainly don't have to reflect on life during a battle. I will take responsibility for this mission, and I will complete my work. Though Nanami spoke calmly, his expression was grim as he rapidly retreated to Uehibara's side. Even my strongest attack only caused this level of damage. A simple cut won't be enough. I'll need a more efficient strike to break through his outer defenses. I'll wait for Heibara and attack together. Kento Nanami first struck Mahito from behind while Mahito was dodging Uehibara's attack. Then he immediately moved beside Uehibara, pulled out his phone, and sent the message he had prepared earlier. After that, he tapped Uehibara's shadow. There was no time to explain. This was the only way he could signal him. Realizing Seishu's ability was connected to shadows, Yubara gave a firm nod. The two successfully switched opponents. Yubara used the brief window to digest the cursed energy he had absorbed from Mahito, while Kento Nanami engaged the now weakened Mahito. This gave Yubara a precious moment to recover his breath. But just as Kento Nanami began clashing with Mahito, Yubara suddenly realized Seishu had disappeared from sight. Did he run? Impossible. Whether it's cursed energy or information advantage, they clearly have the upper hand. That four-faced cursed spirit also didn't join the stitched face to attack Nanami. Could he be invisible? Even though Yubara's thoughts moved quickly, he was still a moment too late. A long, narrow bone blade suddenly pierced out through his abdomen, spraying fresh blood. Not invisible, you simply lost sight of me. As a veteran Grade 1 sorcerer, Yubara reacted instantly. He reinforced his internal organs with cursed energy, then triggered a burst of cursed energy behind himself, blasting his body backward and pulling free from the bone blade before it could tear him open further. This kind of injury is nothing. Yubara grinned as if he felt no pain from the piercing wound, and immediately activated reverse cursed technique to heal. It didn't heal. The wound refused to close. Even tightening the area with cursed energy to stop the bleeding did nothing. Seishu began revealing his technique in the same manner Kenjaku often did. His techniques functioned like conceptual effects. Once strengthened, the target could not break free. Lost technique bones swim. I don't know whether reverse cursed technique works or not, but your body has already forgotten where that wound is. Bone swim refers to a technique used by certain master sashimi chefs to show off their knife skills. While the fish is still alive, they slice it into sashimi, then throw the remaining head, tail, and skeleton back into water, where it can still swim. Ah, then why hasn't this pain been forgotten? Could it be that your technique failed? Yubara bared his teeth and stared directly at Seishu, making sure the cursed spirit could not slip out of his sight again. But this level of stimulation is just right. I'll smash you to pieces. Ignoring the blood still flowing from his wound, Yubara swung his fist toward Seishu. Seishu dodged the incoming bomb punch, and his fourth face suddenly spoke. Why not create blood using reverse cursed technique to prevent excessive blood loss? Yubara responded with another punch, blasting Seishu away. Using reverse cursed technique would reduce my cursed energy output. Trying to make me lose my advantage? I'm not falling for something that obvious. Oh, is that so? Maximum technique life. Seishu's fourth face grew larger, its smiling expression becoming even more unsettling. Yet at first glance, nothing else seemed to change. Suddenly, he accelerated. His hand, covered in bone spikes, shot toward Yubara. He took Yubara's punch head-on, his chest cracking from the impact, but in exchange he carved a wound across Yubara's leg. Yubara immediately felt his released cursed energy drop by nearly half. At that same moment, Kento Nanami, who was fighting Mahito nearby, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. A wound identical to Yubara's had appeared there. The sudden injury disrupted Nanami's movement. Mahito, whose cursed energy had been heavily drained moments earlier, instantly seized the opening. His fatigue vanished as he pressed his hand against Kento Nanami's lower abdomen. Idle transfiguration. Seeing this, Yubara immediately remembered the fate of the distorted humans earlier. While blocking Seishu's attacks, he ignored his own injuries and rushed toward them. Nanami. Chapter 79. Mahito was blasted to the side by Kento Nanami's desperate counterattack. Ha, you instinctively used cursed energy to cover your soul tilde, how interesting. Jujutsu sorcerers can usually only protect their bodies with cursed energy. If you can't perceive the soul, protecting it isn't even an option. Yubara seized the chance, grabbed Kento Nanami, and rushed to the side. The exit was blocked by Seishu. With the remaining cursed energy and the limited time left on the Binding Vow, there was no way they could break through to the surface. Mahito ignored the two of them and instead skipped over toward Seishu. Four-faced freak, those two still have plenty of experimental value. Your technique damages their souls way too easily. Mahito waved his right hand in front of Seishu. Look, this 7-3 sorcerer is already missing a piece. There's no universality left for experiments. I can't see it. And I'm already doing my best to cooperate with you. Do you expect me to fight using only my body? Those two jujutsu sorcerers are fairly capable. Mahito felt thoroughly disgusted by Uehibara's ability to directly absorb the cursed energy of cursed spirits. People like that were better off dead. Haha, anyway, I'm almost out of cursed energy. I'm not really in the mood anymore. Do whatever you want. Just as Mahito was speaking, Seishu suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed a pale blue blade that had materialized out of nowhere. But in the very next instant, the blade vanished. A figure appeared behind Mahito and cleanly cut off his head. Looks like Akira was right. There really is a curse here worth killing. You two sorcerers over there, if you can still stand, get the hell out of here. I'm not going to babysit anyone in the middle of a fight. Standing behind Mahito, Naya Zenin glanced at Nanami and Heibara nearby. With one hand, he tossed Mahito's severed head far away, and with the other he flicked his blade. Heibara didn't get angry at Naya Zenin's tone. Instead, he hurriedly warned him. Don't touch the stitched face's hands, and watch out for the four-faced cursed spirit getting close to your shadow. But Mahito, who had been motionless until now, suddenly extended a hand from his body toward Naya Zenin. Naya Zenin's figure abruptly blurred, and Mahito rushed straight past him to the other side. Useless . Naya Zenin grinned viciously as he swung his blade toward Mahito, who had just retrieved his head. Each time Mahito dodged, new wounds inexplicably appeared on his body. Of course, cuts like these meant nothing to Mahito. You're definitely tough, but you can't touch me, and my attacks are impossible for you to dodge . Sensing that the situation was turning bad, Mahito's body suddenly swelled like a balloon. As it expanded, his skin began to transform. It hardened, sprouted jagged teeth, and his two arms turned into massive flails. His enlarged body pressed forward, clearly trying to restrict Naya Zenin's space to dodge. But Naya Zenin didn't rely purely on spatial speed. Every time Mahito attacked, Naya Zenin would abruptly appear somewhere else, then slice Mahito again. That disgusting feeling, you're the loach sorcerer Jogo mentioned. Naya Zenin's expression stiffened, his eyes sharpening as he stared at Mahito. Loach, now I'm pissed. Naya Zenin suddenly appeared beside Mahito and, using the operating principle of falling blossom emotion, kicked the human cannonball version of Mahito straight into the sewer ceiling. Naya Zenin didn't chase after him. Instead, his body suddenly blurred as he dodged a cursed energy blast. The pipes behind him exploded and shattered instantly. Seishu's appearance had changed. A hollow face now sat in the center, while the other three twisted faces circled around it like a spinning windmill. I thought you'd wait until that stitched face died before making your move. Head-body dual usage, surface hardening, body expansion, combat instincts. His growth today is already sufficient. For a cursed spirit, today's plan was actually a bit aggressive. Like your... Naya Zenin tried to keep talking through his technique, but Seishu's wings suddenly beat once, and he instantly appeared right in front of him. First, a punch shattered the ground beneath Naya Zenin's feet. Then Seishu spun and struck directly toward Naya Zenin's head. Naya Zenin tried to evade using frame skipping, but because the ground beneath him had already been destroyed and he was suspended midair, the next moment became a keyframe that he couldn't skip. Boom! Blood sprayed everywhere. His jaw shattered instantly. The enormous impact blasted Naya Zenin straight into the wall. He tore through it and was sent flying who knows how far, disappearing from sight. Observe, understand, then kill with a single strike. Seishu turned his head toward Kento Nanami and Uehibara, who were preparing to ambush him. First, a surge of cursed energy blasted Kento Nanami away. Then Seishu made a feint that drew out Uehibara's explosive fist. Taking advantage of the opening, he pierced a hole through Uehibara's abdomen from the side and slammed him straight into the ground with his other hand. 1 minute left, right? Struggle a little more and let me appreciate this tragedy. Only a tragedy full of twists and turns makes an inevitable ending even slightly interesting. Seishu suddenly sensed a surge of cursed energy coming from the hole where Akira Zenin had been blasted away. The empty face on his body was suddenly shoved aside by the comic face, while the empty face began spinning like one of the blades of a windmill. Hey, Tgthegood, your companions are right under my feet. Are you really going to use something like that? Won't you kill them first? Domain expansion. Akira Zenin did not hesitate for even a moment. He even used the technique of frame insertion to effectively shorten the time needed for his innate domain to manifest. A black barrier barely managed to envelop Seishu, while Kento Nanami and Uehibara were crushed directly into the wall by the expanding domain. Inside the domain, the space did not resemble a womb. Instead, it was filled with masses of fleshy tumors layered within one another, seemingly alive yet completely motionless. Time Cell Moon Palace. Akira Zenin laughed while panting heavily, his jaw already repaired. Projection sorcery forces others to mirror my movements. If they fail, they freeze for 1 second. But the effect of Time Cell Moon Palace changes the target of that freeze to every single cell inside the body. If the body moves, the frozen cells crush against each other and rupture. To be honest, I used to wonder what would happen if a cursed spirit didn't have cells. Akira reminded me that domains mainly target cursed energy. If there are no cells, then the target becomes the microscopic units of cursed energy instead. Seishu moved his right hand slightly. Cracks immediately spread across the entire hand, and cursed energy began leaking out through the fissures. If he moved again, the entire arm would shatter. There is still room to act. As long as this sorcerer moves, other openings will appear. I just need to find a chance to activate the domain. Seishu, who had already formed a plan, suddenly froze. Ignoring the damage that caused the blood vessels in his eyes to burst, he forced his eyes wide open. A volcano suddenly erupted beneath Akira Zenin's feet. Dark red magma burst upward. Akira Zenin had already dodged the initial eruption, but several insects resembling ember insects exploded around him and blasted him to the ground. Akira Zenin, whose cursed energy had been drained to the point he could no longer maintain his domain, was completely stunned. That attack was far too familiar. Had that volcano-headed cursed spirit arrived too? Unlike Akira Zenin, Seishu was even more confused. Just now, he had continuously used Jogo's technique. Which also meant Seishu immediately flew up, grabbed Mahito, who was dazed from excessive cursed energy consumption, and tossed several fireballs downward as he left. Jogo is dead, a special grade sorcerer is here. Chapter 80. Here, this is a limited edition B's CD, and this one's a rock t-shirt. Akira Zenin set the 2 wrapped boxes on the tea table and pushed them forward. Sitting across from him was a bald old man dressed in traditional Japanese clothing. If not for the somewhat exaggerated 4 pairs of earrings and the nose ring, he would have looked like an aged monk with 1 foot in the grave. Gyakuganji stroked his beard, clearly puzzled by what Akira Zenin was doing. What is this supposed to mean? Headmaster, if there's no gathering, that's one thing, but it's awfully quiet here today. You're pushing 80, and yet not a single person genuinely remembered your birthday. Gyakuganji Yoshinobu's gloomy eyes softened slightly. When he spoke, his voice carried that distinctive tone unique to old men. It was obvious he was in a good mood. But you remembered, didn't you? Akira Zenin watched as Gyakuganji carefully put the boxes away, but he remained seated across the tea table without moving. Feeling better, then I'll get to the real matter. Oh. The moment he heard Akira Zenin mention real matter, Gyakuganji instinctively glanced to the side, intending to have Kasumi Miwa go prepare some tea. Then he remembered that Miwa was out on a mission today. Why did you warn Mekamaru not to continue his research into the cursed energy storage device? Although Akira Zenin's tone did not change, the atmosphere around them turned solemn and heavy. That isn't just my decision. Once a cursed energy storage device is completed, it would mean. Before Gyakugenji could finish, Akira Zenin cut him off with the same bad habit he always had of interrupting people and derailing their train of thought. It would mean modern low and mid-grade cursed tools could be mass-produced. It would mean the Jujutsu system would no longer need to rely entirely on people. It would mean the survival rates of windows and ordinary sorcerers would rise dramatically. It would mean the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world could no longer keep clinging to their boring status and power. Perhaps because Akira Zenin had brought gifts, or perhaps because he was Mechamaru's guardian, Gyakugenji quietly listened to him all the way through. You missed one point. Cursed spirits are aggregates of cursed energy. Gathering cursed energy in one place requires a great deal of manpower to watch over it. If too many people start using it, it could even trigger a wave of special-grade cursed spirits. Cursed energy is not electricity. It carries the influence of negative emotions. A cursed energy storage device is nowhere near as simple as a battery. With limited resources and limited room for development, there are too many things you need to consider. Akira Zenin glanced at Gyakugenji's earrings and nose ring and smiled. Those did not look like the choices of a man leading the conservative faction. I wonder who it was that, under pressure from the Jujutsu higher-ups, resolutely broke through the blockade on knowledge and used the resources of the three great families to promote education. I wonder who it was that forced the current successor of New Shadow Style to pass down New Shadow Style's simple domain in order to reduce sorcerer casualties. And I wonder who it was that, when questioned by the Jujutsu higher-ups, refused to answer a single thing and instead sat right in the middle of the curtain, playing guitar for them. Gyakugenji widened his eyes and stared at Akira Zenin. You investigated me, though I suppose that makes sense. You're part of the Zenin Clan leadership, not some arrogant brat like Satoru Gojo. At the end of the day, you're afraid that if something new appears, it'll break the current balance. More than 40 years ago, you were the organizer and one of the main members, the guitarist, of the most radical sorcerer group of that era, the band. So why are you this conservative now? Has time ground down your spirit so much that you no longer want the younger generation to sing at the top of their lungs? Radical. As if sighing, Gyakugenji straightened up, then leaned back against the sofa behind him. And that's why, one by one, my old friends all left, until I was the only one left. In the end, we didn't change anything in the Jujutsu world. The higher-ups are still the same higher-ups. The three great families are still the same three great families. Sorcerer Akira Zenin. On the path of a Jujutsu sorcerer, if you aren't radical, you'll gain many more friends. If you aren't conservative, you'll run into far fewer troubles. So it means this. Whether you choose to be radical, conservative, or even aloof and indifferent to others, none of that really matters. What matters is how you define yourself. If you're radical, then be radical all the way and devote yourself completely to changing the Jujutsu world. If you're conservative, then commit to it fully and make sure the Jujutsu world continues to function properly. If you're neutral, then stay aloof to the end. Have no desires, ask for nothing, and fully trust in the abilities of others. Then, Headmaster Gyakugenji, how do you define yourself now? Gyakugenji's expression returned to its usual gloomy look. He lightly tapped the table twice with his fingers, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. Can you tell me your most honest opinion about that research of Mechamaru's? My opinion has always been the same. Akira Zenin shook his head, stood up, and began walking toward the door. Gyakugenji opened his eyes and watched Akira Zenin's departing back. You have the strength to ignore many things, but have you ever thought about this? Once a cursed energy battery appears, it will continue to exist forever. But what about the next generation? And the generation after that? If no more special grade sorcerers like you, Satoru Gojo, or Suguru Gido appear, how will they deal with the risks? You're very intelligent, but you and Mechamaru are both people who study technology. Do you really understand how the Jujutsu world should be properly sustained? And you, who have always maintained yourself through binding vows, how long can you keep that up? Akira Zenin turned his head and looked at Gyakugenji. I believe in them. That's not enough. Your reasoning isn't sufficient. It isn't rational either. Gakuganji seemed somewhat agitated that he couldn't persuade Akira Zenin. He coughed a few times before muttering quietly. Sai, not a single special grade sorcerer is ever easy to deal with. I once had high hopes for you, yet you turned out the same. Someone who thinks he can accomplish anything and therefore never bothers to consider the consequences. As expected, special grades are all exceptions. Only grade 1 sorcerers are the true backbone. Perhaps Akira Zenin's earlier words had opened the floodgates, because the usually quiet old man suddenly began talking endlessly. Akira Zenin did not stay to listen to Gakuganji's rambling. He simply walked out of the room. He never mentioned that Mekamaru's cursed energy storage device had actually been completed long ago and was already in practical use. After all, now that something like the ultimate Mekamaru absolute form armored puppet prototype, number 0, had already been built, the prerequisite technologies were naturally close to fully mature. At least it's his birthday today, no need to provoke him. Chapter 81. Hello. Akira Zenin had just stepped out of the house when he received a call from Tokyo Jujutsu High. Nanami and Hebara were seriously injured. Akira Zenin frowned. In his view, Kento Nanami and Yu Hebara should have been able to handle Mahito at this stage. On top of that, he had arranged for Naoya Zenin to monitor that area during this period. More importantly, the cinema incident had already been delayed for quite a while. Fortunately, Shoko had already performed emergency treatment on both of them. The wound on Hebara's abdomen could not be healed with reverse cursed technique. Shoko first stopped the bleeding, then stretched skin from other parts of Hebara's body to cover the wound and protect it. After that, she planned to wait until the exhaustion caused by Hebara's binding vow passed. At that point, she would tear open a larger wound in that area to fully expose the cursed section before treating it. Nanami's injury was stranger. He had lost the desire to attack. Although Nanami insisted that he could continue exercising cursed spirits as long as his objective was simply completing the mission, Satoru Gojo ordered him over the phone to rest. You like movies that much, Junpei? Junpei Yoshino looked at Yuji Itadori, who was talking to him. That bright smile never seemed to leave his face. I mostly like older films, you probably wouldn't know them. Come on, tell me tilde. Now that the conversation had moved to something he was familiar with, Junpei straightened up on the sofa. For example, Human Earthworm 3. That one's super boring. Yeah, it is a weird cult movie after all, so you can't expect too much. But the second one is really interesting. Junpei looked at Yuji Itadori with the expression of someone who had just found a kindred spirit. Just as he was about to say more, he heard the conversation between the other two nearby. Naga-san, you use this too, let me tell you. Junpei Yoshino stared blankly. Right in front of him, Kyujisaki had already wrapped an arm around his mom's shoulders, the two of them acting like sisters. Their conversation had long moved past affordable cosmetics, stylish clothes, personal taste, and life goals. They had even started discussing how to choose schools and how to raise children. What am I supposed to call her? Aunt Kyujisaki, she'd definitely punch me. Junpei Yoshino shook his head and looked toward the window. Outside, the sun had already quietly slipped below the horizon, leaving only the tip of it visible as it slowly sank away. If Kyujisaki and his mom hadn't been chatting so enthusiastically, dinner probably would have started already. Oh right, it's almost time to eat. I'll go buy groceries. Yuji Itadori immediately stood up. I'll go. No, you're the guest, and I know this neighborhood better. Enoki mushrooms, cola, chicken wings, soy sauce, and watermelon. Hey, isn't that Junpei? Lend me some money. Junpei Yoshino had been thinking about what to cook for dinner when he looked up and saw a familiar group he often saw at school. 3 boys and 1 girl. Ear piercings, smoky makeup, and tattoos visible after they had taken off their school uniforms. Junpei lowered his head. It was the end of the month. The only money he had on him was what was left after buying groceries. If his mom, who knew the prices of everything, noticed the money was gone, she would definitely realize it had been taken. His mom had worked so hard to raise him alone. He couldn't let her worry. I didn't bring any money. No money, then how did you buy those groceries? The girl deliberately pinched her voice into a mocking tone as she asked. Junpei Yoshino looked at her calmly. The logic in your question is flawed. The reason I have no money is because I already bought groceries. Huh, are you saying I'm stupid? Why? The girl with smoky makeup immediately crouched down and started crying. Anyone could tell it was fake, but the 3 delinquent boys beside her fell for it instantly and flew into a rage. The one in the lead walked over and drove a knee straight into Junpei's stomach. Junpei's body instantly doubled over, a dry gagging sound escaping his throat. Another delinquent took the opportunity to reach into Junpei's pocket. Hey, there's still some here. You actually dared to lie. If there were a button that made everyone who hates me die, I'd press it without hesitation. Junpei crouched on the ground, clutching his stomach, staring through the gap in his bangs at the fist about to swing at him. Just as the punch was about to land, a sudden sound rang out nearby. Creak, bang. All 5 of them, Junpei included, turned toward the noise. A man wearing a black trench coat stood nearby. His fist was still hanging in the air, while an innocent iron street lamp had been bent into a 90-degree angle and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The man's dark circles made him look tired, yet the aura around him carried an oppressive weight. His dead fish eyes stared at them calmly. As if saying, I'm in a bad mood today. I might just pick a few random people on the street to beat up. Let me warm up by punching the street lamp first. The delinquents immediately scrambled behind Junpei, planning to use him as a shield. Fight him? Are you kidding? On one side were a few school delinquents playing tough. On the other was a gloomy trench coat freak who could bend a street lamp with one punch. The only reason they hadn't already run was because their legs had stopped listening to them. The trench coat man began walking toward them slowly. His expression never changed, but to them his gaze seemed to grow deeper and darker with every step. Combined with the cold air around him, he looked like a demon walking out of hell. Aochh. Before Akira Zenin could even reach them, the delinquents completely broke down. Letting out screams that sounded almost like cursed spirits, they ran off in panic. The only girl even snapped the heel of her shoe while running. Because the others ran so fast, she had no choice but to limp away while forcing down her fear. Akira Zenin glanced at the delinquents fleeing in all directions. He had literally just walked over normally. Akira Zenin stopped in front of Junpei and crouched down so they were at eye level. Why didn't you fight back? Junpei Yoshino still hadn't processed what had happened. Sitting on the ground, he stared blankly at Akira Zenin. Fight back? Against who? Against you. People raised under happy education can't compete with those raised under elite education. So they start giving up on themselves. Some of them even target others just to distract themselves from their confusion or to vent their desires. That's a pretty common phenomenon in Japan. Junpei Yoshino looked at the strange man in front of him, unsure what he wanted. Still, answering probably meant he wouldn't get beaten up. It's useless. Even if I tell the teacher, they'll just say something like, you students should get along, shake hands and apologize to each other. Then that same night those guys will say, you actually told the teacher, aren't we friends? And after that they'll harass me even more. Actually, if you use the right method, you can handle it yourself. Junpei looked at the man in front of him. There was no way an ordinary person could bend a street lamp like that. This man had to be one of the Jujutsu sorcerers that Mahito mentioned. Was he trying to warn me? Don't even think about using Jujutsu to hurt ordinary people. If you do, you'll become a criminal in the Jujutsu world. Akira Zenin directly exposed Junpei's thoughts. Think about it, pepper spray, chili spray, stun guns, those things are everywhere. Set up an emergency call on your phone beforehand. Carry something that can record audio. Ideally, let them make the first move. That way you can call the police while defending yourself. As for how to make them attack first, just casually appear in front of them. Do they ever need a reason when they beat you? Chapter 82. As Akira Zenin spoke, Junpei Yoshino did not suddenly look enlightened. He simply kept his eyes hidden behind his hair and stared at the ground with the same blank expression. It was not as if Junpei had never fought back. Back then, he had been a little introverted, but he had not been as negative and shut off as he was now, nor had he carried this kind of disgust for the world. When he first entered school, he had genuinely tried to fit in. He had even managed to find 2 like-minded people and formed a film club with them. They had applied to the student council and even received permission to use the screening room. As a true movie fanatic, the only thing Junpei Yoshino could think of doing was sharing the inner charm of film with other people. But the ones who crushed him were not fellow movie lovers, and the ones who stood in the way of his dream were not other viewers either. It was 3 swaggering guys who looked like muscle-brained extras, followed by a rich kid dressed up to look proper. "We're friends. So friends help each other. So hand over the screening room." He resisted. Not because of the screening room itself, and not because of how fake they were acting. It was because they were stepping on a film he had been about to share with everyone. "Please take your foot off." What followed was a beating. Those 2 classmates of his were both the honest, quiet type, and they immediately ran off. In truth, 3 against 4 should not have been that hopeless. The opposite of love is indifference. Junpei Yoshino looked up at Akira Zenin. "I'll remember what you said. In the end, I still have to fight alone. Aside from family, even people who share the same interests as me won't truly care about me." Junpei Yoshino and Akira Zenin both turned toward the voice. Yuji Itadori paid absolutely no attention to the looks people were giving him because of the broken street lamp nearby. He just shouted at the top of his lungs in the middle of the street. Hearing that voice, Akira Zenin nodded and looked at Junpei, who still had not gotten up from the ground. "Is there really no one else who cares about you?" As the shouting got closer, Yuji Itadori turned the corner into the side street and immediately spotted the very conspicuous Akira Zenin crouching there. "Huh, Sleepy Eyes Sensei. Junpei, you're here too? You took so long coming back that I thought something happened." Sleepy Eyes Sensei. Hearing that nickname, Junpei looked at Akira Zenin seriously again and suddenly felt that maybe this person was not all that scary after all. "Oh, it's Itadori. What a coincidence." Akira Zenin did not seem to notice how Yuji addressed him, or maybe he simply did not care about something like that. "I came to call Junpei home, that guy next to you." Yuji Itadori did not even consider that Junpei falling to the ground might have had anything to do with Akira Zenin. Maybe Junpei had tripped on flat ground, and Akira Sensei was trying to help him up. And as for the street lamp next to them, maybe it had just been in the way. With Yuji taking the lead in his usual carefree manner, the group quickly returned to Junpei's house. The boy went back to his room, took out the first aid kit with practiced ease, and just as skillfully applied medicine to himself. The moment they entered, Yuji Itadori introduced Kujisaki and Nagi Yoshino to Akira Zenin. "Kujisaki, this is Akira Zenin Sensei. He's good friends with Gojo Sensei." "Good friends with Gojo Sensei." Kujisaki folded her arms, the corner of her mouth twitching. Anyone who was friends with that white-haired weirdo had to be some kind of weirdo too. "Wait, Zenin, are you from the same family as Maki-san?" "That's right, she's my aunt." "So you're Maki-san's nephew, huh?" Kujisaki looked at Akira Zenin again and fell into thought, trying to sort out the relationship between Gojo and Maki and also figure out what exactly she was supposed to call Akira Zenin. Akira Zenin looked toward Nagi Yoshino. "You're Junpei Yoshino's mother, correct? May I ask what you think about letting Junpei transfer to another school?" Nagi Yoshino froze for a moment. "From what Yuji told me, you're a teacher." "Yes." "A different school. If Junpei wants to, then of course he can transfer." Akira Zenin nodded. Junpei's mother was actually a very perceptive woman. If she had not needed to carry the whole household by herself and therefore had no time to help guide Junpei, he would not have ended up like this. Of course, this also had something to do with Junpei never wanting to make his mother worry, so he had never told her what was really going on. Nagi Yoshino added. School is just a small fish tank. There are other tanks, and then there's the ocean. Sooner or later, little fish have to swim toward wider waters. Akira Zenin quietly let out a breath of relief. Since Junpei's mother agreed, Junpei himself naturally would not want to stay in that kind of environment any longer. Kyoto School had been seriously short on incoming students lately. Ai, Noritoshi, and Momo were already third years, and Mekamaru and Miwa would be moving up to third year soon as well. As for first years, there was only Arata Nida, and his technique was only able to fix injuries in place and stop them from getting worse. There was no comparison at all with Tokyo's first years. Maybe I should lure Megumi over too. Well, whatever. Relationships aren't limited to just teacher and student anyway. At that moment, Junpei Yoshino came out of his room. He had just dealt with the faint medicinal smell on his body again. Akira Zenin looked at Junpei. Do you want to become my student? Huh, does that mean going to school with Itadori? No, I teach at the Kyoto school. He's from the Tokyo school. If he had not spent so much time talking with Yuji Itadori earlier, Junpei Yoshino would have agreed immediately. It would have been a perfect chance to leave that terrible place. But now that his mother had agreed and he actually had a choice, Junpei fell into deep thought. Just like how his fat pig teacher never noticed anything, allowing bullying to run rampant across the entire school, Junpei firmly believed that the kind of teacher you had determined the kind of students you ended up with. Junpei briefly imagined what life would be like if he transferred under Akira Zenin. Classes, activities, meals, even resting time, all while a group of gloomy dead fish eyes stared at him from the side. He shivered involuntarily. Yuji Itadori was so cheerful and kind, and he loved movies so much. His teacher must be a bright and lively adult who also loved movies. If I transfer, I think, I'd like to become classmates with Yuji Itadori. Akira Zenin tilted his head and froze on the sofa, completely motionless as he tried to process what had just happened. Something felt wrong. When Noritoshi Kamo went recruiting, he said things just as directly and still managed to recruit people. Could it be that he looked even scarier than that squinty-eyed guy? Something was definitely wrong, extremely wrong. But this isn't bad either. Dinner ended with Yuji Itadori fooling around and joking the whole time. Kujisaki helped the slightly drunk Yoshino Nagi into the inner room, while Yuji Itadori returned to Jujutsu High together with Ajichi. Akira Zenin remained sitting in the living room, watching Junpei clean up the dishes. It's already pretty late. Would you like to use my room? I can sleep in the living room tonight. Junpei finished washing the last plate and wiped his hands with a towel. Akira Zenin shook his head. No need, I don't sleep. I'm used to it, so don't worry about me. Oh, okay. Junpei did not ask any more questions. After all, he was a jujutsu sorcerer. Having some unusual habits was probably normal. Chapter 83. You really didn't sleep. Early the next morning, when Junpei went to make breakfast, he noticed that Akira Zenin was still sitting sideways on the sofa, his hand supporting his cheek. His posture looked exactly the same as before, as if he hadn't moved at all the entire night. In truth, Akira Zenin had been keeping watch, wondering if Kenjaku, the one responsible for planting Sukuna's fingers, might appear here. The Mahito incident in the sewers had already proven that the storyline hadn't been completely thrown off course by his interference. Unfortunately, no one showed up this time. What's wrong? Junpei avoided his gaze slightly and brushed his bangs back with his fingers. Well, Akira Zenin. Seeing Junpei's hesitant expression, Akira Zenin immediately understood. The boy felt a little embarrassed about the choice he had made at school the previous day. My only expectation is that a promising student studies cursed techniques properly, no matter where they are. Just because someone isn't my student, does that mean they can't become an outstanding new generation jujutsu sorcerer? Besides, there's no need to feel awkward about it. Young people should speak up when they have their own ideas. It was the first time an elder outside his family had treated him like this. Junpei quickly nodded. Yes, thank you. After Junpei asked a few curious questions, Akira Zenin gave him the usual rundown. curses, the classification of cursed spirits, the duties of jujutsu sorcerers, and so on. So, would it be okay to tell me what grade you are? Me, there's nothing secret about it. I'd probably have a bit of trouble fighting a grade 1 cursed spirit, but dealing with a special grade is just about right for me. The reason was simple. If he fought a grade 1 cursed spirit, the destruction Akira Zenin might cause would likely exceed the damage the cursed spirit itself could do. Junpei didn't quite understand what he meant, but one thing was clear. The man in front of him had to be extremely strong. After that, Akira Zenin explained the benefits of being a jujutsu sorcerer. As long as someone obtains certification as a grade 4 sorcerer, they receive a base salary of 150,000 per month. Mission bonuses start at 10,000, and housing and meals are fully covered. Even support staff earn far more than ordinary company employees. These benefits were issued directly by the higher-ups of the jujutsu world, so the treatment at both jujutsu high schools was roughly the same. Hearing this immediately made Junpei focus all his attention on enrolling as a jujutsu sorcerer. What was this? Wasn't this basically the legendary guaranteed job placement? On a train heading from Shibuya toward the area near Jujutsu High, 3 girls in Jujutsu High uniforms stood together. Mimiko held Nanako's hand with one hand, while idly playing with a piece of string with the other. Are we really not going back with you later? Tsumiki shook her head. I'll head back on my own. That's the limited edition crepe you two have been looking forward to. If you're late, it might be sold out. Oh, and Nanako, don't eat too many crepes. When you get back, you should still eat a proper meal. Got it, Tsumiki-san tilde. The 3 girls were bright and youthful, but not a single person nearby looked directly at them. In fact, people subtly kept their distance and left a clear space around them. It wasn't because anyone sensed something unusual about the girls or thought they were dangerous. They were simply afraid of being labeled a pervert. Because of the large number of train harassment incidents in Japan in the past, the issue had once escalated to the point of being called a national embarrassment. As a result, the government implemented extremely strict regulations to crack down on such behavior. If someone is caught, the lighter consequence is being taken to the police station. The severe outcome is complete social ruin. And this truly means social ruin. Losing your job, your family falling apart, and even your parents and children being dragged into the fallout. So how is someone defined as a pervert? The answer is simple. If a girl accuses you, that alone is enough. Once accused, the police immediately operate under the presumption of guilt. Fighting the case in court is almost impossible to win. Statistics show that even among those falsely accused, the success rate of clearing their name in court is less than 10%. 9 out of 10 will lose. As for the remaining 1 out of 10, it is not actually a victory. Many simply cannot endure the humiliation and end their own lives. However, some people simply do not care about any of that. At the back of the train, a completely ordinary-looking young man leaned against his seat. From time to time, he glanced toward Tsumiki's direction from the corner of his eye. After confirming something, he took out his phone. Target tracking complete. After getting off at the next station, there will be a window where no jujutsu sorcerers are nearby. The white-haired teacher we were specifically told to watch isn't in Tokyo either. You can inform the client. Kawahiro leaned back and let out a heavy sigh of relief. This job was finally finished. The client only required them to monitor the target. As soon as there was a moment when no protectors were nearby, they simply had to report it. Just doing that would earn them a commission of 2 million. Of course, that had to be split between 4 people. Kawahiro narrowed his eyes, already considering a few ideas about how to deal with the other 3. Unfortunately for him, those ideas would never be realized, because his 3 teammates never even had the chance to send their report. Inside a private room of a small restaurant, Toji Fushiguro was eating ice cream and takoyaki alternately, 1 bite of each. If an ordinary person ate like that, they would probably spend the entire night running to the bathroom. In front of him sat a laptop, receiving incoming information. On the floor at his feet lay 3 bodies tangled together. Each of them had a twisted neck. The method was clean and efficient, leaving no chance to call for help. One strike was enough to kill. After finishing his food, Toji Fushiguro casually tossed the empty packaging onto the floor and stepped over the corpses as he walked toward the door. A bunch of idiots. This kind of place is way too conspicuous. Back when I was taking bounty jobs, you guys didn't even know where you were. Just as he took a few steps forward, one of the corpses behind him began to twitch unnaturally. Oh, a jujutsu sorcerer. I finished things too quickly and didn't notice. Toji Fushiguro pulled out a small dagger-shaped grade 3 cursed tool and slowly walked over. He stabbed the newly forming cursed spirit in the head more than a dozen times. The poor cursed spirit, whose grade was unknown, didn't even get the chance to make a sound before it dispersed on the spot. Chapter 84. Junpei adapted to his new school quickly. Aside from spending a few hours watching movies with Itadori in the morning, he also took the initiative, or was forced, to head to the training area and work out with everyone else. Perhaps because it wasn't a period of rampant curse outbreaks, and many people were currently staying at the school, Junpei managed to meet quite a few people in less than a day. Besides the already familiar Itadori and Kujisaki, there was Maki, who carried the air of a natural big sister figure, Panda, who looked like a panda and felt like a panda too, and Toji Inumaki, who only spoke in food ingredients and gave off a slightly gloomy impression. There was Nanako, cheerful and fond of crepes, and Mimiko, quiet and fond of playing cat's cradle. And of course, there was Yuta Akatsu, the acknowledged big brother of the second years, who practically existed in legend due to his tightly packed mission schedule. Some of them had strange personalities, and a few even seemed rougher than actual delinquents. But once you got to know them, you would realize they were all incredibly kind people. Your personality determines everything. Even if the trajectory of fate changes, some things will never change. Don't hold yourself back. In this fundamentally distorted world, experience what real life is like. In a familiar spot, Akira Zenin lay beneath the shade of a tree, staring up at the leaves above that barely managed to block the sunlight. Perhaps because too much time had passed, the thick branch that used to serve as a place to sit had long since broken off. If one looked closely, they would notice a pattern formed by two overlapping eyes within Akira Zenin's gaze. The pattern connected end to end, slowly rotating without pause. It was a talisman he had learned from a certain Shikigami user in the Zenin Clan. The charm allowed one to share the vision of a Shikigami. Although those people weren't particularly powerful overall, some of their techniques were quite useful. Of course, the charm couldn't distinguish colors. The image he saw was only black and white, slightly blurry. As for the Shikigami sharing its vision with him, it was a rabbit escape hiding within the shadows, near the Jujutsu High training field. So, pretty lively, right? Feeling jealous. A certain white-haired man with an eye covering suddenly appeared nearby, looking toward the direction where the students were gathered. Be careful. In a place this crowded with obstacles, don't make such flashy entrances. Did you forget the last time you used blue to teleport and ended up stuck inside a tree? Wow, the last time you're talking about happened 10 years ago, didn't it? The kids really are full of energy, but there are too many people here. It's not a place that suits me. Tilde still as gloomy as ever. Where's Suguru? He went to handle a smallpox incident in a mountain village. Don't let him deal with those mountain villagers alone. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow and looked toward Akira Zenin lying on the ground, though his eyes were hidden behind the covering. I've always wondered, what exactly have you been afraid of all this time? Suguru has handled plenty of incidents like this over the years. He's not a kid anymore. Akira Zenin fell silent for a moment. Even though he believed he could look at things objectively, his subconscious still influenced him. It's nothing, maybe it was just a dream. I almost forgot. Everyone grows up eventually. Satoru Gojo broke into an exaggerated grin. You really do treat him like a child. If Suguru heard that, he'd cry. It's fine. His tears get stuck behind his eyelids and can't come out anyway tilde. Oh. I didn't say anything just now. Satoru Gojo found a spot and sat down directly on the ground. He did nothing to avoid it, letting the dirt freely stain his clothes. Want me to have them hold back a little? Hi. At next month's sister school exchange event, I'll have them take it easy on you so you don't get embarrassed tilde. I'm actually curious, what exactly does your version of going easy mean? We'll only send Akatsu from our side. That should raise your chances of winning a bit tilde. Akira Zenin remained completely expressionless. I knew it, so you're planning to solo it again like last time. Back then Noritoshi was pretty depressed for a while. Noritoshi, huh? He's a good kid. Sometimes he just tries too hard to act composed. As a jujutsu sorcerer, you can't keep yourself so restrained all the time. It can't be helped. You know what the Kamo family is like. He's been boxed in by rules and expectations for far too long. Because of Akira Zenin's presence, the Zenin Clan never interfered with Maki and Mai's promotions, and the general atmosphere between the two schools was fairly good. Aside from Noritoshi Kamo, who wanted his strength to be widely recognized, and Miwa, who had two younger brothers to support, most of the others had no particular need to prove themselves. So from the Tokyo Jujutsu High side, the sister school exchange event really felt like a social gathering with a competition attached. A jujutsu sorcerer's growth isn't linear. Setting aside fluctuations in cursed energy limits caused by major trauma or sudden epiphanies in controlling cursed energy, sometimes even a simple shift in mindset or how someone views themselves can lead to growth. Of course I know that. I was joking earlier, you couldn't tell. Young people should be allowed to do their own thing. Fair enough. Satoru Gojo glanced at the shadow beneath Akira Zenin, which was constantly shifting. Still getting used to it. Yeah, cursed energy doesn't just double on my birthday. It grows gradually during normal days too. It just wasn't noticeable before because the base amount wasn't high enough. Now, I have to rely on him to provide solutions all the time. You could just get a proper night's sleep. I'll go ask Tenjin to set up a barrier, then Suguru and I can monitor your physical condition. No need, there's too much going on right now. I won't waste your time. Besides, once you've seen sunlight, you won't want to go back to the dark. Every time I fall into a deep sleep, it takes a long time to readjust afterward. The smile faded from Satoru Gojo's face. He stayed silent for a moment. That must be rough. Gojo had experienced that kind of exhaustion before. Back when he was protecting Riko Amanai, just a few days without sleep would already cause his condition to decline. Going an entire year without sleeping, relying on cursed energy stimulation, and then using reverse cursed technique to repair the brain was simply. I'm just a contradictory person. Someone who doesn't want to bear karmic consequences, yet still longs for the splendor of the human world. Satoru Gojo held his head and shook it. Every time he talked with Akira Zenin, the conversations somehow drifted into strange territory. The existence of heavenly restriction itself seemed tied to some inexplicable karma. Whether or not it granted the bearer what they desired, it always brought suffering that ordinary people would never experience. All right, I'm just saying this as a friend. If you ever feel like you can't handle it, come find us anytime. You said it yourself before, friends should confide in each other. Yeah, don't worry. Chapter 85. Hokkaido, an ordinary, underdeveloped village backed by mountains and facing the sea. After watching the bus drive away, Shinsu Kiyosake, traveling light, turned his gaze toward the rugged path ahead. He was the only person from Kiyosake village who had left the seaside and made it into university. After successfully graduating from the University of Tokyo, his first thought was not to stay in the big city, but to return home and guide everyone toward a better life. The village had only a few hundred residents, most of whom survived by fishing and hunting. In recent years, many young people had also left to try their luck outside. Perhaps after seeing the world beyond, almost none of them ever chose to return to this remote, cramped place that constantly smelled of salt and fish. Yet since Shinsu Kiyosake came back, the situation had already begun to change. In just a few weeks, he reorganized the fishing methods and tools, selecting far more efficient techniques. Now he was thinking about road planning and whether it might be possible to produce sea salt locally, hoping to create more convenience and side businesses for everyone. Click tilde. After returning to his somewhat shabby house, Shinsuke Kiyosake sat down on a homemade chair and finally took a moment to rest. Shinsuke. Hearing the familiar voice, he quickly stood up. Village chief, slow down, what happened? Akio from the east side of the village is about to die. Hearing this, Shinsuke immediately followed the village chief. He pushed through the crowd of curious onlookers and hurried into Akio's house. On the bed lay a young man covered in blisters and red spots. His breathing was shallow and rapid, and from time to time he let out a cough so faint it was almost impossible to hear. The moment Shinsuke saw him, his pupils shrank. He instantly locked onto the most likely diagnosis: smallpox. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he quickly told everyone in the room to leave. Everyone stay calm, report this to the CDC and cooperate with treatment. This disease can be prevented. A middle-aged man frowned. You said prevented, then what about Akio? Shinsuke sighed. Uncle Sawaki, there's still no completely effective treatment for smallpox. We need to send him to the hospital as soon as possible for fluids and fever reduction. It's almost a full day of rough travel from here to the hospital. Will Akio even survive the trip? Shinsuke fell silent for a moment. Let Akio's parents take him for treatment first. As soon as he said that, the surrounding villagers lowered their heads and began mumbling awkwardly among themselves, none of them speaking clearly. The village chief walked over, his beard twitching stiffly. Akio's parents died from the illness 4 days ago. Why didn't anyone tell me? Sawaki Kiyosake glanced at the others, then looked up at Shinsuke. Weren't you busy making new fishing tools for the village at the time? That was more important. Shinsuke rubbed his aching forehead as he looked at the villagers around him, lowering his head in silence as if lost in thought. Then that settles it. The village chief spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Since Shinsuke's so-called knowledge can't save Akio, let's invite the priest. He's the only child left in that family. The village chief's wording made Shinsuke somewhat uncomfortable, but he didn't try to stop him. After all, whether the so-called priest was actually useful didn't matter. If Akio believed in it, his will to survive might grow stronger, which could improve his chances of survival. And if that happened, it would indeed be a genuine kind of help. This is the priest who worships Kano Hanasekuyaheim. Shinsuke blended into the crowd, watching as the village chief respectfully escorted out a priest in his 50s, faint wrinkles lining his face. Perhaps because Akio was the family's only child, the village had managed to bring the priest over with remarkable speed. Kano Hanasekuyaheim, shouldn't it be Oatatsumi? The priest paused for a moment, then scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on Shinsuke Kiyosake, who had spoken up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied him. My friend, you shouldn't say such things. The great god of Asama oversees the prevention of fires, as well as navigation, fishing, agriculture, and weaving. Naturally, he also watches over a fishing village like yours. As he finished speaking, the robe that had been resting on the seat beside him suddenly floated up on its own and settled over his shoulders. The villagers immediately dropped to their knees, one after another, hurriedly apologizing and begging the great god not to take offense. They insisted the disrespect came solely from Shinsuke. Seeing that no one around him questioned the priest and that everyone eagerly echoed his words, Shinsuke quickly lost interest and prepared to leave. But as he turned away, he caught something out of the corner of his eye. Beneath the priest's robe, there seemed to be something faintly supporting it from underneath. That single glance, however, was enough for the priest to notice him. From that moment on, the priest's gaze locked firmly onto him. The wind brushed against Shinsuke Kiyosake's cracked lips. Puddles on the ground reflected the sky like mirrors, showing the crimson yet gentle sun overhead and the rows of low houses surrounding the area. Everything looked peaceful. But Shinsuke's face was deathly pale. He had been kneeling here for over a day. His limbs, tightly bound, had long since gone numb. By now, he could barely feel his own body. This place was an abandoned construction site. It seemed the project had been halted after a mistake in soil surveys, combined with the nearby residents of Shimizu village being a little too enthusiastic. At some point, the construction company had simply packed up and left. Out of 10 floodlights, only 2 had still been working earlier. Now even those had gone dark. Aside from that, all that remained within sight were abandoned structures and distant mountains. The silence was suffocating. Plap! A soft sound shattered the stillness. A straw sandal coated in yellow mud stepped into a puddle. The clear water instantly turned cloudy as the mud stirred. Plap, plap, plap. More footsteps followed. In Shinsuke Kiyosaku's despairing gaze, the number of footsteps increased, splashing through the small puddles scattered across the ground. A group of people approached. They were dressed in mourning clothes, white headbands tied around their foreheads. Some carried framed photographs, each holding a black and white portrait of someone. Dozens of people held these frames, and most of them were young. Their expressions and the heavy grief in the air made one thing unmistakably clear. This was a funeral procession. They were mourning those who had died of smallpox over the past few days. Behind the village, rows of gravestones had been hastily erected along the hillside, somewhat uneven and disorderly. There were no bodies buried beneath them. The corpses had already been cremated. Although that technically violated national regulations, this place was remote. For villagers who survived by fishing at sea and hunting in the mountains, death was not something unfamiliar. But this time was different. Not long after Shinsuke Kiyosaku returned from finishing his studies outside the village, people began developing sudden fevers and headaches. Red spots appeared on their bodies, and within a few days, the spots began to fester with pus. Most of them never made it through. They died in this strange and horrifying way. Shinsuke Kiyosaku was the only person from the village who had ever left, successfully graduated from university, and returned with the hope of revitalizing his hometown. Unfortunately, his luck was terrible. The outbreak of smallpox happened to coincide exactly with his return. But worse luck followed. The man claiming to be a priest took advantage of the villagers' ignorance, had Shinsuke tied up, and dragged him to this abandoned construction site. The villagers cared only about what was happening right now. And the priest had already shown them several so-called miracles. Why did you tie me up? You're the one who brought down the wrath of the gods. That's complete nonsense. Then explain this. Why did the first case appear right when you came back? A coincidence doesn't mean there's a connection. Then prove it to us. It's going to rain tonight. If you're still alive and kicking after kneeling here for a full day, then we'll know you're not the problem. Chapter 86. After kneeling here in the rain all day, my body feels fine. After murmuring those words under his breath, Shinsuke Kiyosaku let out a quiet sigh and stared at the ground. He knew it was all over. From the moment the conversation began, he had already fallen into the other party's trap. Once you start trying to prove your own innocence, you're immediately put on the back foot. On top of that, the other side had provided not only a reason, but also a standard. When those words came from the village's acknowledged priest, they carried unquestionable authority. And what the priest demanded was something no ordinary person could achieve. Setting aside environmental factors and everything else, just being tied up and unable to move for an entire day would already leave anyone with some kind of physical discomfort. After binding him here, the priest first conducted a funeral, pushing his prestige in the village to its peak. Only then did he lead the emotionally unstable crowd to the testing site at the abandoned construction area. Maybe it was from being drenched in rain all day, or maybe from coming into contact with the sick without any protection. But Shinsuke Kiyosaku's face had turned pale, and a fever was beginning to set in. The priest walked over and gave his head a few light pats. Because of the way he was tied up, combined with his growing weakness, Shinsuke Kiyosaku's whole body tilted backward. After confirming his condition, the priest turned to face the crowd. Shinsuke Kiyosaku has failed to prove himself under the great god's trial. He is the one who brought this disease. Though his expression was sorrowful, his voice was gentle, carrying a strange, calming force. Everyone, the dead will pass on to the cycle of reincarnation, entering their next life. But the living must continue on in this world, bearing suffering in their stead. The suffering of birth, aging, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, and unattainable desires. Looking at the villager's eyes, filled with grief and fear, yet tinged with a trace of fanaticism, the priest knew it was time for the next step. Everyone, 11 more people in the village have fallen ill. Tonight, I will conduct a ritual. As long as we appease the god's anger, the root of this illness will naturally be eliminated. As someone who can communicate with the gods, I have received a divine message. Never show sympathy to those abandoned by the gods. The moment you feel even a trace of pity, you will become a target of the plague. This afternoon, I hope everyone will call the rest of the villagers. After all, the more people there are, the higher the chances of the ritual succeeding. The villagers nodded repeatedly. His words were frightening, but he showed no interest in wealth or gain. What reason would he have to deceive them? From that perspective, the priest truly seemed to be acting in their best interests. Just as Shinsuke Kiyosake had completely given up on any hope of calling for help, a voice suddenly came from above. Well, that god of yours doesn't sound like a good one. Who's there? The priest looked up angrily. In his eyes, a man dressed in a black Jujutsu high teacher's uniform sat atop a massive masked cursed spirit. The man narrowed his eyes as he looked down, his voice filled with undisguised disgust. A Jujutsu high sorcerer. The priest's expression shifted in shock at the sight of that uniform. The masked cursed spirit beneath the man alone was at the level of a grade 2 cursed spirit. Without having completed his ritual, he knew he wasn't capable of dealing with a high-level Jujutsu sorcerer. To the villagers nearby, it simply looked like someone floating in midair. Seeing the priest's stunned expression, they hurriedly dropped to their knees again, bowing toward the figure in the sky. Suguru Gido only needed a brief glance at the scene. Combined with what he had just heard, he immediately understood the scheme behind this so-called priest. First, create panic by deliberately spreading disease among the villagers. Then, choose one person as a sacrifice, focusing everyone's attention and cursed energy onto a single point. Then, by brutally killing that person to intensify the fear of the onlookers, they create a cursed womb. Finally, using a Shikigami-based method to control the newly formed cursed womb, they gain the ability to tame it into a cursed spirit. Such a textbook curse user approach, and he's trying to tame a special grade cursed spirit without even preparing a grade 1 first. Suguru Gido shook his head. The method wasn't completely ineffective, but a cursed spirit didn't necessarily have to go through the cursed womb stage, and that so-called ritual wouldn't always produce a new cursed spirit. More often, it would simply attract others of a similar type. Just like this. Suguru Gido glanced toward the nearby woods. There, a cursed spirit hovered in midair, its body a dark bluish-black. Its lower half was shriveled tight, its upper body thick and heavy, and horn-like protrusions extended from its mouth. Smallpox hag. Without sparing a glance at the priest, who was just about to summon several grade 3 cursed spirits, Suguru Gido immediately directed a pink, worm-like cursed spirit to burrow into the priest's ear. He dropped to the ground, patted Shinsuke Kiyosake on the shoulder, and looked at the village chief. Take him back to recover. Consider it the will of the god. As he spoke, the priest also nodded along, assisted by the worm-like cursed spirit. The village chief quickly gathered a few people, lifted Shinsuke Kiyosake, and hurried back to the village. Once everyone had left the abandoned factory, Suguru Gido turned his attention to the cursed spirit. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness, purify that which is impure. At his command, several fist-sized black orb-like cursed spirits shot forward toward the smallpox hag. In the next instant, blinding fireballs erupted, sweeping across the area with violent force. As humanity, the source of these curses, continues to evolve, many curses born from ignorance will gradually fade. In their place, new fears will give rise to new curses. Most newly born cursed spirits are low-grade, but used correctly, they can produce astonishing power. As his voice fell, clusters of black cursed energy condensed forms began raining down from above, manifestations of humanity's fear of explosions. These were cursed spirits Suguru Gido had subdued at a flower factory where an accident had occurred. Though only grade 3, they had a single method of attack: explosion. The sudden surge of cursed energy, amplified by the concept of explosions, blasted the smallpox hag's body open, leaving it riddled with bleeding holes. Realizing the danger, the smallpox hag quickly clenched her left fist and pressed it against her right hand. Graveyard domain. The surroundings abruptly shifted into a silent, desolate forest at night, with gravestones scattered unevenly in every direction. Without a change in expression, Suguru Gido summoned Kuchise Kana, using her simple domain to neutralize the opponent's guaranteed hit effect. In ancient times, people believed Mount Suzuka had been cast into the sea. In truth, it lies west of Nagoya. The constant storms there were linked to tales of demons, and so legends spread of a yakai ruling that land. This even disrupted the tribute routes from the northeast to the newly established Heian-kyo. The court sent an army of 30,000, yet for years, they couldn't even set foot inside the mountain. Suguru Gido spoke at an unhurried pace. The smallpox hag tried several times to trap him inside a coffin, but each attempt failed. Growing irritated, she began clapping her hands repeatedly. Suguru Gido raised a hand and summoned a towering cursed spirit, 6 to 7 meters tall. It wore tattered armor, its body covered in 15 eyes with 3 horns on its head. Its 3 arms each gripped a sword of flesh and blood. Akira Zenin. The moment he spoke, Suguru Gido recalled Kuchise Kana. At the same time, Akira Zenin raised its 3-clawed hands upward, the flesh and blood swords floating above its palms. The surrounding landscape instantly transformed into a rocky canyon, filled with thunder and lightning, wind and rain raging without end. The smallpox hag was struck repeatedly by lightning, its body charred black. In the next moment, Akira Zenin surged forward, working in tandem with Suguru Gido's centipede-like cursed spirit, and pierced straight through it. The scene snapped back to the factory. A blue orb appeared in Suguru Gido's hand, and he tilted his head back and swallowed it. Chapter 87. We're heading back to Tokyo Technical College in 7 days. Are you ready? Inside the Kyoto Technical College library, Akira Zenin sat on the floor, flipping through a book as he spoke to Megumi Fushiguro. As the only library at Kyoto Technical College, the place alone made it clear how much importance the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world placed on it. It covered 17,000 square meters, a tastefully decorated 2-story structure housing 500,000 volumes. The collection spanned cursed techniques, talismans, sociology, folklore, and even materials science and mathematics. Unfortunately, both teachers and students spent most of their time on missions. And given their personalities, even when they did have free time, they wouldn't come here. Most days, Akira Zenin was the only one who dropped by, casually flipping through books and enjoying the quiet. To be honest, it's pretty good. Megumi Fushiguro crossed his hands behind his head and leaned back lightly against a bookshelf. During this time, Akira Zenin had been putting him through special training. At the same time, he'd become the first year from Tokyo Technical College to have direct contact with Kyoto Technical College. The people here weren't as rigid or conservative as he'd imagined. They were lively and not unpleasant to be around. Except for a certain overly energetic walking XP detector. So that's why you chose to come here as a sensei in the first place. Megumi Fushiguro glanced at Akira Zenin, then stepped forward and turned the upside-down copy of Leviathan in his hands the right way up. Akira Zenin set the book aside. He'd only been holding it because it felt fitting while talking. First, of course, I came here to polish these rough stones and protect the next generation as much as possible while they grow. You just want to train others to handle missions so you can take it easy, don't you? If you want the darker version, for the sake of a certain person's ideals, the new generation of Jujutsu sorcerers at Jujutsu High needs to break free from the control of the old fossils and come over to our side. And special grade Jujutsu sorcerers shouldn't stay clustered together. Why? That would suffocate the entire Jujutsu world. Isn't that a good thing? Once the higher-ups recognize the absolute gap in power, we can use that momentum to expand our influence. After that, We just wait for those useless old men to die off, and internal reform will be complete. That kind of change, without bloodshed, won't be complete or meaningful. And even if we kill all those visible figures, even the ones we can track down, the true higher-ups wouldn't feel a thing. Besides, if we wipe everyone out, who's going to deal with the cursed spirits? Akira Zenin sat up and looked at Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi, remember this. When you're doing something, you have to make your real enemies lower their guard. Once special grade sorcerers start showing opposition, even if it's just on the surface, it reduces the vigilance of those at the top. They'll naturally start forming factions. And once our side has absorbed everyone, then whatever path we take becomes a matter of internal choice, doesn't it? Megumi Fushiguro pressed a hand to his forehead, looking like he had a headache. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Akira Zenin leaned back against the bookshelf again, shifting slightly until he found a comfortable position. The future head of the Zenin Clan can't be some clueless rookie who only knows how to use cursed techniques. In truth, there was one reason Akira Zenin hadn't mentioned for coming to Kyoto. Through AI to do, he could gain access to Yuki Tsukumo, the most specialized researcher in the Jujutsu world, and use her help to carry out a purely theoretical plan. The twin complementation plan. All right. I'll give you your next training assignment first. As for technique, you've basically got enough of it down. What you need to work on now is your cursed energy and how efficiently you use it. You know about Black Flash, right? Of course, there's a slight discrepancy between the flow of cursed energy and physical movement. But when that gap drops below 0.0001 seconds, the two synchronize at a high level. It creates something like a distortion in space, and the attack's power rises to the 2.5 power of its usual strength. Just as expected, you've really been studying. Megumi Fushiguro's eyes widened. If Akira Zenin were actually going to teach him how to use Black Flash, his strength would increase dramatically. There was a fundamental difference in how Jujutsu sorcerers who had experienced Black Flash and those who hadn't controlled their cursed energy. Nice explanation, but what we're doing today has nothing to do with Black Flash. Hathy. That thing goes beyond the limits of conscious human control. It depends on your state and a bit of luck. No one can just use it whenever they want. Then why bring it up? I've been stressing the importance of breaking things down and summarizing patterns. I mentioned Black Flash not because of its offensive power, but because we need to understand why it improves cursed energy control. That's what today's training is about. I don't really get it, please explain. After a Black Flash, a Jujutsu sorcerer enters a state where cursed energy and the self become one. Instead of needing conscious control like usual, cursed energy starts behaving like part of your body, something you can use naturally. Then how do we train for that? A strange smile suddenly spread across Akira Zenin's face. First, count how many times you breathe in 1 minute. Acting on instinct, Megumi Fushiguro followed his instructions and immediately found himself switching to manual breathing. After silently lamenting Akira Zenin's odd sense of fun, the corner of his mouth twitched as he tried to shift his focus. Got it now. Hi. I told you you're smart. Try using that brain of yours more often. Breathing, subconscious, conscious control. After thinking for a moment, Megumi Fushiguro suddenly looked up. You mean using cursed energy is like breathing? The human body actually has 2 built-in modes of control, and Black Flash is just the switch. Once it happens, cursed energy starts following the body's subconscious, just like normal breathing. Bingo. Once you understand the principle, you can start structuring your training. Unlike breathing, cursed energy control is something we consciously manage, so first you need to get used to controlling it, and then learn to let that awareness fade. Next, observe your own cursed energy. Whether it flows or spreads like gas, pay attention to it. Count how many times it can move from your left hand to your right within 5 minutes. Then practice advancing and delaying your cursed energy. That way, you'll gradually sharpen your awareness of how it behaves. Once you've completely mastered your own cursed energy control, move on to the final step. Push yourself in real combat until you're completely exhausted. In that hazy state, search for the feeling where your body takes over control of your cursed energy. Chapter 88. Didn't you say we were going back to Tokyo? After a few days of being trained, Megumi Fushiguro looked at Akira Zenin with a drained expression. Unlike usual, he seemed completely worn out, with dark circles under his eyes, just like someone else's, only smaller. Oh, I just didn't feel like moving, so I put in a request. The Tokyo campus and those higher-ups approved it pretty easily. That answer is just you brushing me off. Fine, then I won't bother running around either. I'll take this time to rest and recover, get myself into top condition before the exchange meeting. Okay, then hurry up and get some rest. As Megumi Fushiguro walked toward the temporary dorms, he suddenly turned back, his expression serious. Akira-sensei. What is it? Do you want me to hold back? That question made Akira Zenin glance up at him. It sounded oddly familiar. You brat, are you looking down on me? No, while a lot of your training methods are effective, some of your students aren't naturally competitive. At the very least, you should try to enjoy yourself a bit before your birthday. Unlike a fight to the death, the exchange meeting is an opportunity to turn results into experience. Winners gain a step toward grade advancement, while losers grow through the pressure. After saying that, Akira Zenin didn't have his usual patience. He leaned against the wall, frowning. All right, just perform well when the time comes. Now get lost. Megumi Fushiguro wasn't surprised by the sudden shift in Akira Zenin's tone. If anything, his mood had been getting more unstable lately. He looked at Akira Zenin, who was taking slow, deep breaths, gave a deep bow, then turned and headed toward the temporary dormitory assigned to the Tokyo Jujutsu High students. Sister School Exchange. It's an exchange event between Jujutsu High schools across Japan, held once a year over 2 days. Unlike typical social events, since most of what Jujutsu sorcerers learn revolves around combat, the exchange is naturally centered on fighting. Based on past experience, the first day is a team battle. Participants group up by school to exorcise cursed spirits, competing to see who can locate them faster and who can eliminate them more efficiently. The second day is an individual battle, a standard tournament format. Inside the conference room next to the temporary dorms, the Tokyo school students who had already arrived were explaining the exchange to the newcomers, Itadori and Junpei. I've got a question, Tilda. The newcomer Itadori sat cross-legged on the floor, stretching hard as he raised his hand. Go ahead, Itadori. Panda was also sitting on the floor, but maybe because of the way his legs were built and how short they were, he couldn't quite sit cross-legged properly. We already have so many missions. Is it really okay to pull this many Jujutsu sorcerers away at once for the exchange event? Well, according to the data, human emotions fluctuate with the seasons. And since the birth, formation, and activity of curses are strongly tied to human emotions, their activity also has peak and off seasons. Kujisaki, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. Like back in May, there really were a lot more cursed spirits than usual. Fushiguro, now well-rested, continued. That's because in April, a lot of new students start school in Japan, and many new employees enter the workforce. After the initial excitement lasts about a month, they hit a nearly week-long holiday. By the time they go back to school or work, their motivation is completely gone, so of course they feel tired, even burned out. You could call it a large-scale, post-holiday syndrome. Panda nodded. So there's nothing to worry about. If there's a peak season, there's also an off-season. Right now, cursed spirit activity is relatively stable, which makes it a good time to rest. At the same time, to keep Jujutsu sorcerers from getting too used to these periodic breaks and becoming complacent, that's why this exchange event is held. Seeing that everyone had finished, Maki immediately spoke up. All right. The matches start tomorrow, so let's go over the plan again. First, Junpei isn't very skilled at using cursed energy yet, so he'll stay with the teachers, observe the matches, and learn as much as he can. As for Itadori, his physical abilities are already strong, so he can participate directly. Got it. Understood. Panda scratched the fur on his head. Once we're done reviewing the plan, maybe Megumi should brief us on the other team. Unlike Tokyo's overall plan, Kyoto had prepared a more targeted strategy. Right now, Kasumi Miwa was leaning over the table, flipping through a thick book. According to Chapter 3, Article 2 of Akira Sensei's notes, cursed speech refers to words infused with cursed energy. The Inumaki family's technique involves directly speaking words that impose a curse on the target. Principle: it mainly uses sound to pry into the target's cursed energy, coordinating with spoken words to activate the curse. Under normal circumstances, it cannot break through the body's innate domain, so it's usually used to attack the exterior of the body. Note: cursed speech can also directly use the caster's own cursed energy to apply curses, allowing it to affect non-living objects. And if the gap in strength between the two sides is too large, it can directly influence the target's physical condition. As Kasumi Miwa read, she hesitated at parts, clearly not fully understanding. Mekamaru explained it in the simplest terms he could think of. Basically, it's kind of like a transistor. Hi. Never mind, don't worry about it. Noritoshi Kamo began summarizing. So, the countermeasures are: 1. Protect the brain with cursed energy, so it can't pry into your own cursed energy. 2. Stop him from speaking. 3. Block out his voice entirely. This time, we'll use the simplest method, the communicator designed by Mekamaru to filter out Toge Inumaki's voice. After finishing, Noritoshi Kamo paused. As for Megumi Fushiguro, since he's been studying here recently, everyone is familiar with him. I'll take him on. That leaves the main concern, second-year Yuta Akatsu. Hold it. AI to do immediately cut in. I'll handle Yuta Akatsu. Plans like this won't mean much against him. Noritoshi Kamo narrowed his eyes at him. Thanks to Akira Zenin, the two of them were on fairly good terms. If you just want to charge and head first, then say so. If you don't feel like listening, you can step outside. The rest of us will keep discussing. Chapter 89. We will now begin the 2-day Kyoto Sister School exchange. Day 1 will be a team battle, an intense and thrilling cursed spirit exorcism showdown. On the day of the exchange, Masamichi Yaga stood on stage to deliver the opening remarks. As the host, Principal Gakugenji followed. The rules are simple. Exorcise the Grade 1 cursed spirits within the designated area. The first team to complete the exorcism wins. Gakugenji glanced down at his script again. The words, Grade 1 cursed spirits, practically stabbed at his eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be Grade 2? That wasn't what was written when he memorized it yesterday. He shot a quick look toward Akira Zenin among the teachers, then cleared his throat a few times. After confirming the rest matched his memory, he continued. There are also a number of Grade 3 cursed spirits placed in the area. If no winner is decided before nightfall, the team that exorcises the most will be declared the winner. All cursed spirits will be marked in advance with special talismans linked to registered ones. Those exorcised by Kyoto will turn blue, and those by Tokyo will turn red. Masamichi Yaga immediately added. The purpose of this exchange is to understand both your companions and yourselves through competition. Do not kill your opponents or inflict irreversible harm. It was worth noting that while Gakugenji was speaking, Satoru Gojo had been whistling the entire time, deliberately making it sound as grating and off-key as possible. Gakugenji's expression looked like he had just swallowed a fly. After forcing himself to finish, he glanced at Akira Zenin, hoping his school's special grade would at least help steady the atmosphere. But Akira Zenin was simply staring up at the clouds, lost in thought. Both sides had their own plans, and everyone was already sizing up the opponents they had in mind. Of course, there were a few exceptions. For example, Momo Nishimiya had been in a bad mood ever since she found out she wouldn't be going to Tokyo. She gripped her broom and kept sweeping the same spot until the ground was practically polished. I really wanted to visit Harajuku around Takeshita Street. Mekamaru scanned the Tokyo group and spoke quietly. Focus. The next period is a low-activity phase for cursed spirits. You can think about that after the match. Kasumi Miwa shrank her shoulders slightly. I wanted to go shopping in Tokyo too. Maybe we can bring it up with Akira-sensei. We can't change the venue, but we could organize something after it's over. Kasumi Miwa knew Akira Zenin thought highly of Mekamaru. If he brought it up, there was a good chance this kind of outing would actually happen. Yay! Noritoshi Kamo glanced around, not interrupting the others. He turned to Mai. Where's to do? How would I know? Mekamaru raised his hand. A faint glow appeared on the back of it, like a display screen, where a red dot was rapidly approaching. To do is already very close. As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man, bare-chested, bounded up the stone steps and landed in the school plaza in a few strides. Seeing everyone gathered, he didn't seem the least bit bothered about being late. He casually tossed a bag with a photo of idol Takada on it, along with his shirt, toward Momo Nishimiya and Mai. Before anyone could react, AI To Do suddenly roared. Everybody, answer me one question. What kind of women do you like? The bizarre question left Kasumi Miwa and Mekamaru expressionless. One was completely stunned, the other simply incapable of showing emotion. Momo Nishimiya and Mai looked openly disgusted, and even Noritoshi Kamo struggled to keep his composure. Seriously, are you asking this kind of thing to everyone now, regardless of gender? Wait, that's not the point. Is this even the time or place for that question? AI To Do grinned broadly, his expression oddly comical. Your taste says everything about you. If someone's boring when it comes to the kind of person they like, then that person is definitely boring too. And the people I hate most are boring people. This exchange meeting is where burning blood and the soul are meant to shine. So if you're boring, get the hell out. Answer me already. Even if the answer is the same sex, that's fine. Nearly all the Tokyo students fell silent, staring at AI To Do like he was some kind of pervert. Only Yuji Itadori actually took a moment to think about it seriously. I don't really get why we're talking about this right now. But if we're just talking personal preference, and I had to say, I guess a tall girl with a big butt, someone like Jennifer Lawrence. As everyone instinctively looked toward the voice, Kyujisaki and Megumi Fushiguro quietly edged a little farther away from Yuji Itadori. AI To Do's eyes slowly widened. In less than a second, countless scenes flashed through his mind, including but not limited to the story of me and Takada-chan, my bro Yuji Itadori from our middle school days, and beneath the cherry blossoms, Takada-chan rejected me. My brother. AI To Do's voice shook like that of some cursed spirit. His hands trembled as he reached forward, unconsciously taking a step closer. So, you're the brother I've been separated from for all these years. Yuji Itadori was usually good at rolling with things, but even for him, this was a first. AI To Do suddenly thought of something. Where's Yudara Akatsu? Nobara Kyujisaki immediately shouted. Akatsu-senpai went off on a special grade mission, but don't worry, he'll be back soon to beat the crap out of you, you perverted gorilla. AI To Do ignored Nobara Kyujisaki's insult, rolled his wrist, and cracked his neck. Good, as long as he can make it back. Otherwise, it'd be a real regret during my time at Jujutsu High. Before either side could settle down, Satoru Gojo's voice suddenly rang out from above the whole area. At some point, the teachers and principals had apparently gone to the broadcast room. 3 minutes before the start . And now, please welcome Yudahime Yori-sensei, who will deliver a deeply moving and inspiring speech for us . Yudahime Yori genuinely hated Satoru Gojo, but being suddenly asked to speak to the students without any preparation left her visibly flustered, and she took a moment to think. While injuries are unavoidable. Before Yudahime Ori could finish, Satoru Gojo suddenly cut in. Sorry, my mistake. I looked at the time wrong and now it's already time. We can't waste our precious youth, so let's get started . Satoru Gojo's voice suddenly shifted from relaxed to shouting. Go 5. Jo 4. Saw 3. Ta 2. Ru 1. Begin. The Tokyo Jujutsu High students, already used to Satoru Gojo, immediately rushed into the forest. The Kyoto Jujutsu High students were still trying to figure out why he was suddenly saying his own name, and only reacted a second after hearing the start signal, hurrying after them. Whether Satoru Gojo did it on purpose or just forgot to switch off the radio, Yudahime Ori's furious roar echoed through the entire forest. Gojo, Satoru, honestly show your senpai some respect. Chapter 90. In the observation room, the teachers and principals sat quietly, watching through Mei-Mei's crow vision and synchronized surveillance talismans. Just as expected, Tokyo Jujutsu High had taken an early lead thanks to the slight head start at the beginning. Toge and Yumaki, together with Panda and Kujisaki, focused on clearing out as many Grade 3 cursed spirits in the forest as possible, while also interfering with the opposing team's entry whenever they could. The others searched for the Grade 1 cursed spirit. The moment they found it, they would move in to exorcise it. Satoru Gojo dragged over a chair without wheels with a harsh scrape and nudged Akira Zenin with his elbow. So, with Yuta Akatsu joining later, you guys still have a chance, tilde. Akira Zenin didn't respond. He just glanced at Satoru Gojo. Where's Suguru? He's still in Hokkaido. As long as everyone gets some training out of this, that's enough. Exactly what I was thinking, tilde. Satoru Gojo pointed at the split screen in the bottom right corner. But judging from this, your prize student doesn't seem to think so, tilde. Akira Zenin looked over. At some point, Noritoshi Kamo had broken away from the group with Megumi Fushiguro. The two of them were now standing on a bridge. Noritoshi Kamo stood at one end of the bridge, one hand pressed against the Mekamaru communicator at his ear. Momo Nishimiya is using the glasses designed by Mekamaru. First, she'll scan for cursed spirits within range using the Cursed Energy Detection System, then use infrared to monitor enemy movement and avoid them. Everyone else stay in constant contact with her. Got it, ×4. Noritoshi Kamo didn't hear AI Todo's voice, but that was expected. That guy. He removed the Mekamaru earpiece, set it on the ground, and looked at Megumi Fushiguro. From here on, I won't be communicating with my teammates. That makes it fair for you. Megumi Fushiguro, who had been quietly listening from the other side of the bridge, spoke up. You've been hinting for a while now. Why bring me here? If you wanted to fight, you could have done it back when I was in Kyoto. Noritoshi Kamo shook his head. If it were then, Sensei wouldn't be watching this closely. What, you want to show off? No. Noritoshi Kamo answered immediately. Then he took his stance, and 2 crimson streaks appeared across his right eye, crossing within his eye socket. I've always known I don't have the talent to inherit all of Sensei's teachings, so instead, I've inherited his knowledge and bearing. But I want to see whether you, as another wielder of the 10 shadows, can inherit his strength. I want to see whether you can carry the future of the Zenin Clan, one of the 3 great families. Sensei's condition is getting worse. As his true successor, you need to grow faster, Megumi Fushiguro. Bearing. Hearing that, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't help picturing Noritoshi Kamo lying lazily on a tree like Akira Zenin, half asleep. Noritoshi Kamo gave him no time to think. He immediately activated Flowing Red Scale, then rushed forward, closing the distance in an instant. Though he usually fought with a bow at range, his training covered both close and long combat, leaving him with no real weaknesses. His fingers curled as he drove a palm strike toward Megumi Fushiguro's abdomen, cutting through the air. Megumi Fushiguro quickly raised the long sword-type cursed tool in his hand to block, but it snapped in half on impact. Using the force of the blow, Megumi Fushiguro leapt backward and formed the hand sign for Max Elephant. After his training, activating his technique felt almost instinctive, smooth and seamless. A massive elephant-shaped shadow wrapped around Megumi Fushiguro, forming a kind of armor, while 2 shadow tusks extended from his hands. Even if I can only control either the shadow or my body at one time, as long as the shadow envelops me, I can move it together with my body. Piercing Ox. The moment he called out the Shikigami's name and felt the mark take shape within him, Megumi Fushiguro surged forward with overwhelming force, appearing right beside Noritoshi Kamo. Seeing the dark tusks covering his opponent's fists and sensing the rising pressure behind that charge, Noritoshi Kamo immediately understood that even with flowing red scale, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He hastily summoned 5 blood-infused steel needles, each as thick as an arm, to block the attack, then leapt aside. Under the effect of piercing ox, Megumi Fushiguro couldn't easily change direction. His hands smashed straight through the steel needles, snapping all of them, including the technique known as purification piercing, as blood scattered into the air. Without slowing down, he drove forward into the bridge beneath where Noritoshi Kamo had been standing. The entire bridge shattered instantly under the immense force. Megumi Fushiguro landed on the surface of the water and looked at Noritoshi Kamo, who had fallen in. "Still want to continue?" Noritoshi Kamo pushed himself upright. Compared to blood manipulation technique, the 10 Shadows technique does have the advantage. Megumi Fushiguro narrowed his eyes. Saying something like that now had the hit shaken him. "Do you know?" Noritoshi Kamo looked at him. "When Sensei used Max Elephant to teach me piercing blood, I realized that no matter what I did, I might never reach the level he expected. So out of pity, he told me some of his thoughts. Back then, he was still young, much more spirited than he is now." Noritoshi Kamo unconsciously recalled what Akira Zenin had said to him when he was 9. Blood manipulation technique is, without a doubt, one of the most flexible techniques recorded. The fluidity and adhesion of blood, combined with the fact that a user's blood can contain more cursed energy than that of other sorcerers, makes it an excellent medium for barriers, talismans, and shikigami. More importantly, complex barriers and talismans usually need to be prepared in advance before they can be used. But once a blood manipulation user masters convergence, this brush, they can freely shape their blood during battle and draw whatever they need on the spot. Tusk, I really don't understand why users of blood manipulation keep pushing toward faster and stronger. Knowledge and precision in controlling cursed energy should matter more. That kind of fighting style fits the Kamo family much better. With so many years of accumulated experience, is it that they look down on methods used by unaffiliated sorcerers? Or are they worried about being captured by curse users and turned into a supply of mediums? Hard to say. Noritoshi, you've always been good at this kind of study, right? Work on refining your control over cursed energy and train your thinking during combat. Don't worry, Sensei, I've been working toward that all along. Noritoshi Kamo murmured softly, then looked at Megumi Fushiguro with a faint smile. Do you know what talismans are? Of course, it's basic knowledge. Many sorcerers without innate techniques rely on talismans for various applications. Seems Sensei hasn't told you this part yet. What? A curse is the union of a person and something else, so it requires spoken words. A talisman is an invocation, so it must be written onto a medium to activate. Talismans can connect with other talismans or with shikigami, but they also have other uses. For example, the soundproof barrier in interrogation rooms or the Dharma wheel technique used to seal Sukuna's finger. All of these can be summed up as invoking impressions. There are actually many kinds of impressions, but as time passed and the ambient cursed energy in the environment thinned, they could no longer form into cursed spirits. However, they can still be invoked through talismans. And I have to say, not dispelling your Max Elephant, Shadow was the right call. Look around you. Megumi Fushiguro, who had been listening, immediately glanced around. At some point, the blood that had spilled from the thick steel needles had risen into the air, forming fine threads that wove together into 4 massive, intricate talismanic patterns. Demon Talisman, Resonant Guardian. An enhanced form of a noise-based curse talisman, strengthened through improved impression linkage, refined invocation naming, and reinforced medium. As Noritoshi Kamo finished his reveal, a deafening roar erupted from the 4 enormous talismans in the air. The overlapping resonance built into a violent explosion, instantly cutting off the entire river. Chapter 91. Megumi Fushiguro dodged the center of the explosion the instant the noise resonance detonated, but even so, His entire body throbbed with pain. It felt as if every bone had a will of its own, creaking and trembling inside him in chaotic disarray. Attacks generated through vibration like this couldn't be completely defended against unless one used a method to fully isolate themselves from the outside world. Taking advantage of the lingering mist stirred up by the blast, Noritoshi Kamo immediately put distance between himself and Megumi Fushiguro and sprinted toward the forest. However, leaving the riverbank exposed a weakness of blood manipulation technique. When blood comes into contact with water, osmotic pressure causes red blood cells to swell, gradually rupturing their membranes and lowering the concentration of blood cells. As a result, the dilution of the blood reduces the cursed energy within it, making it difficult to control. Megumi Fushiguro shook his still-ringing head and quickly gave chase. First, the direction Noritoshi Kamo was heading was the center of the competition. Knowing his level of strength, he couldn't be allowed to interfere with the others. Second, nothing about Noritoshi Kamo's condition just now suggested he was finished. But right then, Noritoshi Kamo flicked his blood through the air, leaving behind several circular spell symbols. From those circles, strands of black, viscous fluid extended and latched onto Megumi Fushiguro's body. Mucus seal, usually prepared in advance on talisman paper by specialists, used to interfere with the activity of grade 2 or lower cursed spirits. With the piercing ox, technique still active, Megumi Fushiguro tensed his body and tore free from the sticky substance, then immediately rushed in the direction Noritoshi Kamo had gone. Sure enough, at a spot where the river was no longer visible, Megumi Fushiguro saw Noritoshi Kamo standing there quietly, holding an empty blood bag in his hand. Megumi Fushiguro quickly scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Secret seal, secret transmission. Hearing the voice, Megumi Fushiguro looked over. In front of Noritoshi, Kamo's mouth floated a spell symbol shaped like a mouth. Inumaki-senpai's cursed speech. Noritoshi Kamo shook his head. Perhaps because this wasn't a true life-or-death fight, he didn't press the attack. His actual lips remained tightly shut, unmoving, while the mouth-shaped spell symbol in front of him repeatedly opened and closed, producing sound. It's a cursed speech-type talisman, but it doesn't have the same coercive force or versatility as the Inumaki clan's technique. Its function is quite simple. It can only guide the flow of surrounding cursed energy through spoken words. Watch your feet, this time it's the ground. Noritoshi Kamo's voice sounded again. Because the bloodlines were so fine, and the surrounding trees blocked much of the sunlight, it was nearly impossible to see the markings in the soil with the naked eye. But by observing residuals, one could make them out clearly. A spell formation resembling a withered tree, with roots spreading from beneath his feet toward Megumi Fushiguro's position. Demon Talisman Onamachi. An enhanced talisman formed by combining the dust-sweeping seal, impression linking, name invocation completion, medium reinforcement, and the guidance of secret transmission. The ground trembled. Within sight, the earth surged violently, rising and rolling like waves of stone, tearing trees from the ground one after another. Megumi Fushiguro could hardly believe that a Jujutsu High student was capable of causing such destruction. He immediately sank into the shadows to evade several crashing boulders, then dismissed the piercing ox technique and, in a brief opening, summoned Nu to carry him into the air. The earthen waves came fast and ended just as quickly. In less than 5 seconds, everything fell still again. But the destruction left behind couldn't be measured by how short it lasted. From above, in a fan-shaped area stretching roughly 200 meters forward from Noritoshi Kamo's position, the entire ground looked as though it had been stirred and overturned by some colossal force. Amid the churning soil, a few exposed roots could be seen sticking out, trembling faintly, almost shyly. In the judge's room, Principal Rakyunji's eyelids twitched at the sight. He pressed a hand to his chest and took a long moment to steady himself. Noritoshi Kamo, the one responsible for all of this, was also momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had used this talisman at full power. None of his previous opponents had ever warranted it. And with his steady temperament, Along with the upbringing expected of the future head of the Kamo clan, this level of destruction was something that should never have come from his own hands. But this feeling, how should he describe it? It was strangely satisfying. Noritoshi Kamo didn't stay dazed for long. After lightly shaking his head, he quickly regained his composure. Although unleashing something on the scale of a natural disaster in a single move could easily make one look down on everything around them, Noritoshi Kamo was used to scenes like this from training under Akira Zenin. Besides, talismans weren't something that could be used freely. Talismans didn't rely on the user's own cursed energy, but on the cursed energy contained within the impression they invoked, which meant they were heavily influenced by the environment. And since that energy source wasn't constant and needed to be accumulated and replenished, overusing it made it difficult to activate again in a short time. Even so, an attack of this scale hadn't actually harmed Megumi Fushiguro. Noritoshi Kamo looked up at the figure carried into the air by news. Sorcerers capable of flight were extremely rare. They could avoid most attacks while holding significant strategic value. Once the ground settled, Megumi Fushiguro descended. He first summoned Max Elephant, then took his stance. He might be durable, but standing there and taking hits wasn't his style. Water Spirit, Ford Feathers, Netherworld Torrent. Hearing the familiar incantation, Noritoshi Kamo reacted instantly, stepping back without hesitation. Impurity, Ink Abyss. Pitch-black water, dense with cursed energy, surged out from the shadow beneath Megumi Fushiguro's feet. Each splash cast new shadows, and from those shadows, more water gushed forth, repeating in layers until a vast black pool formed, its center slowly churning with a vortex. With a sweep of his hands, pillars of dark water shot out from the ink abyss, crashing toward Noritoshi Kamo. He crushed a blood bag in his hand, then moved with precise, measured steps to evade each strike. At the same time, a complex blood-red talisman formed atop a pile of stones that had been lifted nearby. Talisman manipulation, puppet shadow play. The stones gathered and rose, forming a giant over 10 meters tall. It stretched out its arms to shield Noritoshi Kamo beneath it. Looking closely, one could see that before the stone puppet moved, its shadow moved first, and only then did the body follow, as if someone were controlling the shadow from behind like a shadow puppet performance. Because the stone giant was so heavy and unwieldy, Megumi Fushiguro dismissed the ink abyss, which consumed a massive amount of cursed energy and formed hand seals. Did you figure it out? Noritoshi Kamo stepped out from beside the stone puppet, erasing all the blood lines drawn nearby. You said talismans are a form of invocation that communicates with the world. That means in something like a domain, which completely isolates the inside from the outside, most talismans would stop working. That's right, that's the most fatal flaw of talismans. Noritoshi Kamo nodded, acknowledging Megumi Fushiguro's conclusion. Then he crushed the last blood bag in his hand. The blood spread out like branching veins, forming a barrier that enclosed the two of them. At the same time, he formed hand seals. That's why I've prepared a way to deal with domains. Domain expansion. The surrounding scenery vanished. Almost no light could penetrate the space, with only a few circular beams descending from above. The ground beneath their feet turned soft yet resilient. The air grew thick with the stench of blood, and a deep rumbling like a surging flood echoed all around. Funeral chamber of the heart. Standing where light and shadow intertwined, Noritoshi Kamo spoke. Let me teach you one more thing in place of sensei. Once you've decided on something, don't let anyone interrupt your train of thought. Chapter 92. Noritoshi, because you've been practicing talismanic spells, you're quite skilled in barrier techniques, and your own cursed energy is just barely sufficient. Why do you think you can't manifest a domain? Sensei, I might not truly understand my own heart. I can't tell the difference between what I want and what comes from the outside, what my mother wants, what my family wants. I treat those as my own desires. So you're aware of it. That makes things a bit troublesome. You're stuck at the stage of projecting your innate domain outward. Once you've already recognized the issue, the awakening step becomes much harder to trigger. We'll have to look for other methods first. All right. From a personality standpoint, it's because you lack a strong sense of self. Or put another way, you're not crazy enough. That sounds difficult to change. Let's do this. There are only so many ways for a Jujutsu sorcerer to grow stronger. Start by choosing a method you're most likely to use and slowly search for that unwavering sense of self. By setting a binding vow that requires the use of blood to inscribe the barrier, I mix the cursed energy within my blood into the barrier, and use that to observe my true self. Noritoshi Kamo narrowed his eyes as he looked at Megumi Fushiguro. This is my domain, funeral chamber of the heart. To prevent you from suffering irreversible damage, I won't perform a technique disclosure. The entire domain pulsed like a living heart. A deep, rumbling roar echoed all around, like a flood surging through, while the resilient ground beneath them rhythmically contracted and expanded with each beat. Megumi Fushiguro suddenly felt a sharp, radiating pain just in front of his heart, behind his sternum. When his own heartbeat overlapped with the surrounding rhythm, the pain intensified. More importantly, his heartbeat was clearly beginning to sync with the domain's pulse. With such an obvious sure-hit effect, there's no need to guess. It forces the opponent's heartbeat to match the domain's rhythm. Once they align, the heart explodes. Megumi Fushiguro kept the thought to himself. The reason his heartbeat hadn't fully synced yet was likely because Noritoshi Kamo hadn't performed technique disclosure. At this point, the best way to counter this type of sure-hit effect was either a simple domain or domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The shadow beneath Megumi Fushiguro's feet spread outward like liquid darkness, churning like a turbulent black current. Not bad. Ignoring Noritoshi Kamo's praise, Megumi Fushiguro felt the pain in his body vanish instantly the moment his domain activated. So this is the domain repulsion process Akira-sensei mentioned. Experiencing it firsthand is completely different from just watching it. Exactly. When two domains cannot be overwritten by one side's superior cursed energy control or technique performance, their barriers interfere with each other. As a result, the sure-hit effects cancel out, and the guaranteed hit techniques inside the domains become ineffective. Seeing Megumi Fushiguro stabilize, Noritoshi Kamo waved his hand. The entire domain began to tremble even more violently than before. The roar of rushing water grew louder and closer. A domain isn't just a vessel for sure-hit techniques. It also enhances environmental factors. This is especially apparent with the blood manipulation technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding barriers suddenly expanded outward. Megumi Fushiguro noticed the opening above his head widen abruptly, and a massive torrent of blood poured down like a waterfall. Blood manipulation technique, slicing exorcism, thousand-fold symphony. Countless circular blades formed within the cascading blood and shot toward Megumi Fushiguro. Recalling how Noritoshi Kamo had deliberately moved away from the river earlier, Megumi Fushiguro guessed that water might interfere with his control. He prepared to use Max Elephant's water to disrupt or weaken the blood manipulation. But before he could act, the inner wall beneath his feet suddenly split open. Below him lay a vast ocean of blood. Although the torrent from above continued to flow downward through the opening, the sudden shift in terrain left him no time to defend. If not for his own domain already being active, he would have fallen straight into the sea of blood below. In the next instant, thousands of blood blades tore Megumi Fushiguro to pieces, but just before they struck, his entire body had already dissolved into a thick, murky black liquid. The liquid then gathered again from nearby shadows, reforming into a human shape. You've turned yourself into a tangible shadow. I figured you could do it. Blood manipulation technique, convergence heavy star. The inner walls of the surrounding heart expanded outward once again. As the opening above widened, a torrent of blood poured down. This time, instead of forming blades, the entire cascade condensed into a massive sphere, which was then compressed down to roughly 3 meters in diameter. Noritoshi Kamo hurled the compressed blood sphere straight at Megumi Fushiguro. He quickly dodged, but the environment kept shifting unpredictably. The ground would suddenly split open, and blood would crash down from above without warning. Under constant pressure, Megumi Fushiguro found himself forced onto the defensive, relying on shadow techniques to avoid damage, unable to launch any real counterattack. Even so, he didn't give up. While evading, he kept searching for patterns he could use. There's a consistent interval between attacks. Megumi Fushiguro suddenly recalled a physiology lecture Shoko had given at Jujutsu High. Since it wasn't a combat medical class, but more of a general knowledge elective, most students hadn't paid much attention. But Megumi Fushiguro had been one of the few who listened carefully. The human heart never stops working. It begins with the spontaneous activation of the sinoatrial node, generating electrical signals that drive the atria and ventricles, pumping blood to the lungs and the rest of the body. At rest, the heart beats about 75 times per minute, with each cycle lasting roughly 0.8 seconds. The first 0.1 seconds involve ventricular relaxation and atrial contraction, allowing blood to flow from the atria into the ventricles. The next 0.3 seconds involve ventricular contraction and atrial relaxation, pushing blood from the ventricles into the arteries. The final 0.4 seconds involve both the atria and ventricles relaxing, as blood flows from the veins into the atria. If I'm right, this domain is tied to Noritoshi Kamo's heartbeat. That means within each second, there's a 0.2 second window where he can't control this high-energy blood flow, and during the middle 0.3 seconds, the amount of blood he can manipulate is at its lowest. Since we're in intense motion, the exact timing might shift, but the overall pattern should stay the same. Then I just need to find those gaps and adapt to them. Noritoshi Kamo suddenly realized that after the initial evasions, Megumi Fushiguro was gradually adapting to the changes within his domain. The opening above the domain split open again, just as Noritoshi Kamo was about to use piercing blood. Two large birds with lightning wrapped around their wings seized the moment and shot upward, crossing past him in a flash. The intense current instantly locked Noritoshi Kamo's body in place. At the same time, the inner wall beneath opened up, and a massive serpent formed from shadows emerged at his feet, bearing its fangs. Megumi Fushiguro had begun actively exploiting the nature of Noritoshi Kamo's domain, hiding the great serpent's shadow within the ventricle in advance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Blood manipulation technique, supernova. However, within his domain, Noritoshi Kamo had complete control over the blood in the ventricles. The sea of blood beneath the serpent suddenly gathered, then expanded outward in a violent explosion, blowing the great serpent apart. But when the next cycle began, the flow of the battle had already shifted into Megumi Fushiguro's hands. Shadows surged endlessly beneath his feet as countless toads, divine dogs, max elephants, and new emerged. The shadow-formed Shikigami launched a coordinated assault. Toads clung to restrain, divine dogs tore into their target, and max elephants crushed down with brute force. Some focused on offense, while others shielded Megumi Fushiguro from harm. Some were sliced apart by convergence, only to recombine into entirely new hybrid Shikigami. And when those hybrids were struck, they split apart again into different forms. Breaking apart and reforming, attacking and evading at the same time, they pushed the versatility of shadows to its limit. Finally, a hybrid Shikigami with the body of Max Elephant, the wings of Nu, and the horns of Piercing Ox descended from above. Even as it took a direct hit from piercing blood, it smashed straight through the inner wall of the heart. Both domains collapsed at the same time, and the two of them fell into a forest clearing where every tree had been wiped out during the battle. Noritoshi Kamo looked at Megumi Fushiguro, who was bleeding from nearly every orifice. He then touched his own nose, where the bleeding wouldn't stop either. With blood manipulation technique, in a state of burnout, he couldn't use his technique to heal himself. Completely drained, the two collapsed to the ground almost at the same time, trying to steady their breathing. Megumi Fushiguro could tell that Noritoshi Kamo had never been fighting with the intent to win. From the very start, he hadn't used talismans for a surprise attack, instead offering repeated reminders. While the power of talismans increases after technique disclosure, there are times when concealment matters more. Even inside the domain, he had performed technique disclosure, multiple times without real necessity, guiding him on how to respond. It felt less like a battle and more like a full-scale practical lesson. Noritoshi Kamo coughed a few times, spitting out the blood in his throat. He glanced at the slightly dried skin on his hands, then at the shadow beneath Megumi Fushiguro. Must be nice. Blood will eventually run out, but shadows won't disappear. Megumi Fushiguro forced himself to stay conscious and glanced at him, remaining silent for a while. I think I get what you're thinking. Shadows are an excellent medium too, but I can't turn them into talismans. Who knows how Akira-sensei manages to do that? That's probably why he never taught me that part. I see. I don't know why you think Akira-sensei taught you talismans out of pity. I've heard you're extremely good at studying. You're even aiming for a TOEIC score of 900 in English, which we barely even use. I just study it sometimes. Worn out from the fight, Megumi Fushiguro found himself slightly amused by how casually that was said. He shifted his body, using the last of his strength to roll closer to Noritoshi Kamo. Lying on the barren forest ground, he reached out a hand toward him. Don't push yourself so hard, you're seriously strong, senpai. Noritoshi Kamo's eyes snapped open. Then, with a relieved smile, he grasped the offered hand and shook it firmly a few times. Thanks. With no strength left, the two simply lay there. Around them, only the bravest birds flew past, their clear calls echoing softly. Megumi Fushiguro fell asleep. Noritoshi Kamo fell asleep. Chapter 93. Boom! A series of thunderous blasts, each distinct, erupted one after another from the northwest corner of the forest. Kasumi Miwa clutched her sword tightly. In this forest crawling with cursed spirits, it felt like only her blade could steady her nerves. Is everyone really this strong? Hey, Kasumi, are you there? Momo Nishimiya's voice, filtered through the communicator, rang in her ear. Yeah, I'm here. There are 2 cursed spirits about 300 meters away at your 10 o'clock. Scans show they're both grade 3. Can you handle them? I can, heading over now. Don't push yourself. Call me anytime if you need backup. Roger. Kasumi Miwa quickly made her way to the coordinates Momo Nishimiya provided. Sure enough, 2 grade 3 cursed spirits resembling oversized mosquitoes hovered nearby. One of them hadn't fully broken free from the talisman binding its wings and was still struggling, dangling from a tree branch. Did they mess up when releasing these cursed spirits? Perfect. That means I only need to deal with one first. The mosquito-like cursed spirit, about half her size, spotted her and buzzed straight toward her. Its 3 proboscises spread wide. New shadow style, simple domain. Kasumi Miwa slid her blade into its sheath and gripped the hilt. A blue circle with a radius of 2.21 meters spread out beneath her feet. She wrapped the blade inside the scabbard with cursed energy, accelerating it within the sheath like a loaded bullet. This was her interception technique, one that boosted the power of her slash and could automatically counter incoming attacks. The fastest move in new shadow style, specialized for direct confrontation. Draw. A flash of silver cut through the air, and the mosquito cursed spirit was sliced cleanly in 2. Nice. After taking one down, Kasumi Miwa clenched her fist to encourage herself, then turned toward the other cursed spirit. But at that moment, Momo Nishimiya suddenly cried out in alarm. Kasumi, be careful, someone's about to reach you. When Kasumi Miwa looked over, the cursed spirit on the tree was instantly exorcised by a flying cursed tool. Momo, I see. Before she could finish, another thrown cursed tool smashed her earpiece to pieces. That almost took my ear with it. Don't even think about calling anyone, blue-haired girl. Following the voice, Kasumi Miwa spotted Maki Zenin standing on a tree branch, holding a long, black-bladed weapon. She immediately adjusted her stance, drawing her sword into an Iaido position. Normally, when facing someone wielding a long weapon, a swordsman should do everything possible to close the distance. But based on what she knew, Mai's sister was a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer who specialized in close-quarters combat. Kasumi Miwa herself was only grade 3. Charging in recklessly would be suicide. So before committing to a fight, she needed to read her opponent's approach. Besides, the forest was full of obstacles, which should make it harder to swing such a long blade. All things considered, with the terrain on her side, she still had a chance. But the moment Maki flicked her weapon in a smooth flourish and advanced, Kasumi Miwa realized how wrong she was. Even in the dense forest, Maki handled her long blade effortlessly. More terrifying than that was the sheer force behind every clash. Each time Kasumi Miwa blocked, she felt a burst of strength completely at odds with Maki's frame. Every impact knocked her off balance, preventing her from gathering her core strength to reset her stance. At this rate, closing the distance was impossible. She would be worn down from mid-range alone. Left with no choice, Kasumi Miwa deliberately exposed an opening, hoping to create some distance. Maki saw right through it but didn't call it out, simply kicking her away. Kasumi Miwa took a deep breath, then shifted her stance, sheathing her sword once more as she activated simple domain again to face her opponent. But that alone wouldn't be enough. The gap between them was obvious. She had to use the most flexible combat method in the Jujutsu world, the very one her teacher had focused on training her in. Binding Vow. Akira Zenin's Discourses, Chapter 4. Binding Vow has almost no barrier to entry. However, the enhancement it provides is limited to improving the sorcerer's own abilities. It does not allow one to freely produce all kinds of effects. Binding Vow usually grants only the following: increased cursed energy output, improved control over cursed energy, greater control over one's own body. Among these, improved control over cursed energy is a relatively vague concept. It can include things like increasing the range of technique expansion, skipping hand seals, omitting incantations, improving one's handling of barriers, and so on. Binding vows are divided into two types based on how they take effect: oath-based, contract-based. Oath-based types grant the benefit first, with the cost enforced afterward. Contract-based types require paying a cost to continuously gain benefits, but when the benefit is no longer needed, the cost can be paused at will. One afternoon, Kasumi Miwa sat staring at a book, eyes wide. Gradually, her pupils lost focus and her gaze turned vacant. Sensei, I don't really understand this part. Which part? All of it. Let me put it simply. A self-imposed binding vow is like resetting and reallocating points. You first pay a certain cost to reset, then redistribute those points. For example, by setting the binding vow, your feet must not leave the ground. You improve the precision of your cursed energy control, allowing you to use simple domain. It works on the same principle. I think I kind of get it now. The easiest way to get used to binding vows is to suddenly change your habits. Use that change to reset yourself, then redistribute. But there's a limit to how many points you have, and that's closely tied to your natural ability. Honestly, given your situation, even if you master binding vows, you'll probably only reach around grade 2. Grade 2, that's more than enough. Momo is grade 2 too, and she's happy every day. Hee, once I reach grade 2, I'll be able to send enough money home, and just from the subsidies alone, I'll still have plenty left over. Akira Zenin paused for a moment when he heard that, then smiled, something he hadn't done in a long time. Sorry, that was my mistake. Strength isn't everything in life. Keep going. Well, thank you, sensei. It's my responsibility. Kasumi Miwa activated her simple domain, then closed her eyes. She set a binding vow, relying only on her hearing to locate her target, in exchange for boosting the cursed energy output of her blade. That said, it was still a bit of a shortcut. Her simple domain already greatly enhanced her ability to intercept and counter. Oh. Noticing the sudden shift in Kasumi Miwa's presence, Maki narrowed her eyes with interest. She was just about to press forward when she suddenly sensed something and quickly dodged. A sharp bang rang out, and a deep bullet hole appeared where she had been standing just moments before. Chapter 94. Maki narrowed her eyes. She didn't need to guess who had fired that sneak shot. Although she was confident she could handle both of them, judging by the sense of danger and the sound of the bullet, Mai was still some distance away. That girl avoids heavy training to keep from gaining muscle, so she can't get here quickly. In that case, I'll deal with the one in front of me first. Given her opponent's stance, charging in blindly without analysis wouldn't be ideal. But in this situation, taking the initiative to probe was the best option. Maki burst forward toward Kasumi Miwa, gripping her long weapon as she moved. The blade swung down in a clean strike. Within her simple domain, Kasumi Miwa reacted instantly. With both the simple domain and her binding vow reinforcing her, she blocked Maki's attack with a sharp clang. Even so, Maki's strength was overwhelming, forcing Kasumi Miwa's body to tilt backward. Seizing the opening, Maki followed up with a rapid 3-hit combo. Kasumi Miwa planted her feet firmly to maintain her simple domain, swinging her sword again and again to fend off the assault. But when her final strike was blocked, Maki suddenly let go of her long blade and, with her other hand, drew a dagger and thrust it toward Kasumi Miwa. Losing the opposing force in that instant, Kasumi Miwa couldn't rein in her momentum and pitched forward, hastily pulling her sword back to defend. By then, Maki had already turned close-quarters combat into pure instinct. She could control force, angle, and trajectory at will. She twisted her right hand into a reverse grip, used Kasumi Miwa's blade as a pivot, and spun in to stab. Startled, Kasumi Miwa reflexively opened her eyes. In that moment, she lost both her simple domain and her binding vow, and Maki knocked her out with a single chop to the neck. Maki glanced at the cut along her right sleeve. To keep it from interfering with her movement, she tore the entire sleeve off with a sharp rip. Not bad, just too naive. Feels like she's never really fought anyone before. After steadying her breathing, Maki quickly grabbed the long blade from the ground and blocked the pillar-like object coming from behind. In the next instant, a blinding white flash erupted alongside a piercing screech, sound and light intertwining into something far removed from a typical Jujutsu sorcerer battle. Even though Maki had already turned her head and shut her eyes, it was like staring at a light bulb with your eyes closed. The effect of a real flashbang wasn't something you could avoid just by shutting your eyes. As a sharp pain stabbed through her vision, Maki sensed danger again. Keeping her eyes closed, she relied on her memory of the fight and quickly moved behind a tree. Mai had already arrived, raising another pistol. This was a modified weapon, using a break-action mechanism similar to a hunting rifle and chambered for .3006 Springfield rifle rounds. Although it required manual reloading and was slow to cycle, its destructive power was more than 7 times that of the original. The gunshot thundered. The bullet tore through a weak point in the tree and slammed into Maki's back. Her body was strong enough that the bullet didn't pass through, but that meant she absorbed all of its kinetic force. Blood splattered, and a muffled groan came from the shadows. Mai's hands began to tremble uncontrollably until the pistol slipped from her grasp and hit the ground. "You really are something, my little sister." Mai watched as Maki stepped out from behind the tree, eyes still tightly shut, gripping the bullet she had just dug out. Setting aside the pain of the gunshot, even after taking a flashbang at such close range, not even a reflex tear had formed in Maki's eyes. No bones broken. I can still move." Seeing Maki still standing, Mai's face returned to its usual blank expression. "My ignorant, stubborn older sister. Humanity didn't make it this far because of Jujutsu sorcerers. It's tools that let people survive in this world. More is beautiful, bigger is better, caliber is justice, range is truth." Maki rolled her shoulders and loosened her joints. "Oh, so you've been using those things against some curse users and gained confidence from it. Firearms are heavily restricted here. I'm surprised you managed to pull that off." The moment she finished speaking, Mai saw Maki suddenly snap her eyes open, a fierce grin spreading across her face as she rushed in with her blade. "How is that possible?" At that distance from the flash, an ordinary person would need at least 2 days to recover, maybe even go blind. Even curse users who reinforce their eyes with cursed energy take over 10 minutes to recover. That was something she'd confirmed during past missions. Caught off guard, Mai ignored the modified gun on the ground that needed reloading. She drew her regular handgun and fired repeatedly at Maki. Maki didn't even try to dodge. Her black blade struck the incoming bullets with precise, consecutive hits. In a split second, she closed the distance, turning it into a real-life demonstration of within 7 steps, is the blade faster or the gun? But instead of firing her last round, Mai reinforced her body with cursed energy and used the gun's grip to lock against Maki's blade. Close combat with me. Maki smiled, pulling her blade back in a hooked motion and striking toward Mai's neck to knock her out. But she had slightly underestimated her. Mai protected her neck with cursed energy just in time, avoiding unconsciousness, but the force still slammed her to the ground. It felt like her entire neck had been knocked out of alignment, her head ringing loudly. Mai lay there, coughing hard for a while before finally catching her breath. I don't understand that full critical mass thing, but there's something else I've thought through carefully. What? Mai's voice was so faint that even Maki, with her heavenly restriction, couldn't hear it clearly. My construction technique uses my own cursed energy as a base to create matter from nothing. Since what's created doesn't disappear after the technique ends, it consumes an enormous amount of cursed energy. The cost depends on the mass. Technique disclosure. Maki's expression shifted, somewhere between a wry smile and something softer. You actually look like a proper jujutsu sorcerer now. Then her eyes narrowed suddenly, sensing something off in the surroundings. I don't need your approval. Mai suddenly shouted, grabbing a bullet from the wreckage of her pistol and clenching it tightly. Pouring excessive cursed energy into an object causes it to collapse. Preventing that collapse is a basic skill every jujutsu sorcerer has to learn. But it could also be used in reverse. As the bullet broke apart, it sparked. Combined with the lightest, simplest substance she had just constructed, hydrogen. A violent burst of fire exploded outward, expanding in an instant before quickly fading into the air. Just before the blast, Maki lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Mai. The two of them, scorched and covered in soot, rolled more than a dozen times before slamming into a nearby tree. Are you insane? With that level of cursed energy consumption, you thought you'd survive that explosion. Mai kept her head lowered, saying nothing. After a while, Maki let out a sigh. She stood up, then crouched back down in front of Mai. Were you wondering how I could still move just now? From beginning to end, she had treated this fight as nothing more than a real, sisterly exchange. Even if someone reinforces their eyes with cursed energy, they're still just ordinary eyes at their core. Mine, on the other hand, work precisely because they're ordinary, and they're tougher because of the restriction. Put simply, something that's always there isn't the same as something temporarily boosted. Mai didn't react, she just murmured to herself. Why did you leave? Hi. You've always just decided everything on your own, convinced you're right, and then expected me to follow along. You never once asked what I wanted. Wasn't it fine staying in that courtyard? Why did you leave home? Why did you become a jujutsu sorcerer? Have you ever thought that what matters to you might not be something good to me at all? Just because you're my older sister. A sister like you, I hate you. At first, Mai spoke relatively calmly, but her voice gradually rose, turning into a full, emotional outburst. After listening to her hoarse, strained words, Maki looked at her quietly. Sorry, I didn't think that far. I just wanted to do it, so I did, that's all. Mai shut her eyes tightly. This muscle-brained idiot of a sister. She has no idea what I actually want. If she didn't want to stay, why didn't she take me with her? But Maki's next words made Mai's eyes snap open as she stared at her in disbelief. You've gotten pretty strong. You don't need me watching over you anymore. Want to take missions together from now on. Chapter 95. Unlike the others, who were locked in intense fights, Mekamaru continued sweeping the area, searching for cursed spirits to exorcise. Just after he cut down a grade 3 cursed spirit with the blade that extended from his arm, his real body, submerged in nutrient fluid in the basement, suddenly turned toward the slowly opening door ahead. Why are you here already? Did you disinfect properly? A woman's voice came from beneath the oversized cloak. Sorry, I forgot. I'll just stay by the door then. A stitched face figure strode in without hesitation. Cursed spirits shouldn't carry that kind of thing, right? That's what I'm asking. Why are you here already? Kenjaku, dressed in the wide cloak, let out a light laugh. Well, our agreement was simply that, under conditions ensuring both sides' safety, we use idle transfiguration to heal your body in exchange for the information we need and one finger. As for when the deal happens, that wasn't specified in the binding vow. Although Kikichi Muta spoke calmly, unease stirred beneath the surface. Sensei, their actions don't match your expectations. Instead of choosing the safest timing to meet me, they came straight into Jujutsu High while 2 special grade sorcerers are present. What about the barrier? Even if it can't stop them, it should at least give some warning. Just as Kikichi Muta was about to speak, Kenjaku added, "Don't bother trying to contact the outside. A curtain that blocks information has already been set up here." Kikichi Muta glanced toward the side of the life support unit. There sat a rabbit marked with a talisman of 2 connected eyes. As long as that remained, Sensei could. Eye-sharing talisman lets you share vision with a shikigami, though it's blurry and only in black and white. It's something from 700 years ago. There are plenty of ways to block, interfere with, or deceive it. Every route for sending information outside had been sealed off by Kenjaku. Kikichi Muta's face twitched slightly. Without skin, even that small movement sent a sharp sting across his face. The competition site was still some distance away. Once fighting broke out, he'd make enough noise to draw Sensei and Satoru Gojo's attention. At this point, all he could do was take things step by step. Besides, it wasn't impossible for him to take down the 2 in front of him. "Where's the item?" Mahito held out his hand. Kikichi Muta controlled a Mechamaru to hand over a box along with a note. Mahito took the box and passed it to Kenjaku. "Here should be the real thing. Under a binding vow, if the other party hasn't suffered any unknown punishment, then its authenticity can be trusted. Leave it with you for now. I have more important matters to attend to. Don't make a move before healing him. You'll be punished by the binding vow as well." Yeah, got it. After listening to their completely unguarded conversation, Kikichi Muta spoke. "If you're going to heal me, hurry it up, you piece of trash." "What's the rush? Kenjaku glanced at him. "Just a reminder. You also need to keep controlling the Mechamaru in the match so it continues competing normally. You must not actively leak our information is also part of the binding vow." After saying that, Kenjaku left immediately. Mahito stepped forward, placing a hand on Kikichi Muta's head. "Since the item's real, you're no longer needed. But before that, let's fix you up. What a hassle." Idle transfiguration. In the observation room, Akira Zenin repeatedly scanned the 9 match screens. Many of the students were already fighting, but they were all holding back to some extent. The vision coming from the rabbit left with Kikichi also looked normal. At this rate, maybe just giving him some more painkillers would be enough. He should last until the binding vow with Mahito is fulfilled, or until Suguru subdues Mahito. So tired. Why am I this exhausted when I haven't even done anything? Akira Zenin quickly shook his head, forcing the strange thought out of his mind. Satoru Gojo watched the students on the screens begin their routine search for cursed spirits. Looking bored, he idly tapped his forehead with his finger. Then he seemed to notice something and turned toward Akira Zenin, who was dozing beside him. "Akira, someone put up a curtain without triggering the barrier. Did you teach them that?" "No, that wasn't them." Mei didn't move at all. Maybe because no one was paying for emergency work, she simply sat there with her legs crossed. "Then it's outsiders. Tenjin-sama's barrier didn't react." Masamichi Yaga immediately stood up. "Rakuganji and I will go see Tenjin-sama. Satoru, Akira, you 2 go protect the students. Mei, stay here and track the students' positions, then relay that information to the teachers heading out." "Got it, looking forward to the bonus." Akira Zenin stood up and stretched. Satoru Gojo looked at him with a confident grin. "Come on, relax. I can't think of anyone who could take those students down." Akira Zenin replied. "That's assuming they haven't taken any losses yet." With buildings and vegetation all around, teleportation using blue wasn't an option. So Satoru Gojo and the others headed to the curtain covering the entire forest. No, not just one curtain. Behind that hemisphere was another, darker one layered over it, like 2 scoops of ice cream pressed together, one hazelnut, one chocolate. There's another curtain specialized for blocking vision. It covers the library, teaching buildings, and dorms. The two are linked into a combined curtain. That takes serious skill. Akira Zenin recognized the culprit almost instantly. A combined curtain like this couldn't be outsourced. It required the person themselves to be present to set it up. Is he not afraid of dying? Forget that for now, something feels off. Satoru Gojo reached out and touched the forest curtain, only to be repelled immediately. The others tried as well, but each of them was pushed back in turn. Yutahime Yori frowned. This was bad. If even Satoru Gojo couldn't get in, then Akira probably couldn't either. It didn't reject me. Akira Zenin pushed his hand into the curtain, his expression turning startled. A trap. Yutahime Yori spoke in disbelief. They set the condition: Akira Zenin can enter freely in exchange for everyone else being unable to enter. And it actually worked. And she glanced at Satoru Gojo, who had also been blocked. Satoru Gojo smiled. And I can't get in either. That's some seriously refined barrier work. Setting a condition like that, looks like they don't think much of you, Akira. But since you can go in, there's nothing to worry about, right? Just don't get so bored you fall asleep in their tilde. Relax, relax. Akira Zenin waved a hand behind him and stepped straight into the curtain. Chapter 96. Damn it, this curtain doesn't just block vision. Even electromagnetic waves are cut off. Nothing can get through. How did they pull this off? Some kind of strange binding vow. Kikichi Muta, now fully healed, piloted a massive humanoid machine nearly 10 stories tall, resembling a white Unit 01, the ultimate Mechamaru absolute form armored puppet prototype number 1. 6 pure white, simply designed escort units circled around it. Just moments ago, those escort units, each capable of firing an ultra cannon, had blasted away Mahito, who had been trying to launch a sneak attack using his body. But attacks that didn't target the soul meant nothing to Mahito. He simply rode the impact, slipping to the edge of the forest and using the darkness within the curtain and the complex terrain to hide. Inside the cockpit, Kikichi Muta paused to think. With this much noise and such an obvious curtain in place, no one had come in from outside yet. Either the teachers hadn't received any information, or they simply couldn't get in. Then I'll finish off this cursed spirit first. Escort Units 1 through 4, switch Ultra Cannon output ports to Cursed Energy Detection mode. Form a grid and sweep outward. Command input complete. The escort units weren't being directly puppeteered. To avoid the backlash of his heavenly restrictions stripping away its benefits, Kikichi Muta had integrated them into the ultimate Mechamaru itself. The immense cursed energy he had accumulated over 17 years of immobility served as a backup power source. As the escort unit's detection grids overlapped, Mahito had no choice but to reveal himself. At the same time, he hurled 2 lumps of flesh toward them. The moment they landed, they expanded into transfigured humans, destroying the escort units beneath them. But the instant Mahito exposed himself, a massive mechanical hand turned toward him, its palm aimed directly at his position. Remaining escort units deploy cursed energy nets to intercept. Charging 1 year's worth of cursed energy, Ultra Cannon. The order had barely left Kikichi Muta's mouth when the remaining 4 escort units spread net-like constructs, sealing off Mahito's escape routes. A torrent of cursed energy engulfed him completely. When the Ultra Cannon subsided, a winged Mahito burst out of the smoke and roar. Except now there were 6 of him. He had split into 1 larger body and 5 smaller ones, slipping through the gaps in the cursed energy net. Imitating the escort units, Mahito created 5 winged mini-Mahitos that circled around him, then sent them to orbit Mechamaru, searching for weaknesses. The clones couldn't use idle transfiguration, but as long as their forms were set before splitting, that was enough. Mahito regenerated all the skin he had lost in the Ultra Cannon. In simple terms, he had only expended some cursed energy. Trying to wear down my cursed energy. Mahito grinned exaggeratedly at the towering machine. Then let's see who's got more firepower. His hands morphed into gun barrels. This wasn't just an imitation. He had fully replicated the internal structure of firearms using his own body. Dodging Mechamaru's heavy punch, Mahito shouted, "Biu tilde," as he fired the humans he had stored as ammunition. In just 5 seconds, the entire surface of the massive machine was crawling with transfigured humans. Kikichi Muta immediately ordered the escort units to clear them off, but the moment the units approached, the transfigured humans detonated all at once. Though they were made of flesh, reinforced by Mahito's cursed energy, the explosions blasted the surface of Mechamaru into craters and wiped out the remaining escort units in a single wave. Mahito stood off to the side, watching the fallen machine. More precisely, he was observing Kikichi Muta inside it, using his ability to perceive souls. Surprised, I picked this up from a certain 7-3 sorcerer. Wonder if you know him? He pours cursed energy and a technique into a wall, then triggers it. I think he calls it expansion. It's simple, really. Input the technique twice. First to alter the form, then to make it expand until it explodes, with just a slight delay in between. Boom, done, surprised. Inside the cockpit, Kikichi Muta operated the controls, forcing Mechamaru back onto its feet. I don't want to hear a single word from a disgusting thing like you. Charge for 5 years, Pigeon Viola. The moment the giant Mechamaru regained its footing, it launched 5 red light projectiles from its back. The homing shots tracked Mahito relentlessly, forcing him to keep changing shape to evade them. In the end, he sent 3 of the smaller Mahitos to intercept them head-on, detonating all 5 in midair. As the battle drew closer and closer to the forest, Kikichi Muta suddenly spotted a blue-haired figure lying at the edge of the barrier. He quickly maneuvered Mechamaru away as naturally as possible while continuing to pressure Mahito back. But the sudden shift in his attack pattern still tipped Mahito off. Trying to move the battlefield away from here? You can't fool me. Your soul is wavering tilde it's her, right? The moment Mahito rushed toward Kasumi Miwa at the edge of the barrier, Kikichi Muta stopped worrying about concealment and immediately drove the giant Mechamaru forward, using its massive frame to shield her underneath. Seeing the giant Mechamaru half-crouched over the ground in a bent posture, Mahito turned both hands into massive hammers and began smashing at its armor with all his strength. This is what humans are like, completely obsessed with the soul's secretions. How pathetic, not even being able to see your own true shape tilde. Talking didn't slow Mahito down in the slightest. Every hammer blow rang out with a deafening crash, and cracks began spreading across Mechamaru's armor. Kikichi Muta hurriedly brought Kasumi Miwa into Mechamaru's interior. She slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her neck as she looked around in confusion. Did I get sent into the future or something? Kikichi Muta worried the sight might scare her. After all, this was the first time she had seen what he really looked like. Miwa, don't be afraid, You're Mechamaru. Kikichi Muta swallowed the rest of his words. She had never seen his real appearance before, yet she had called him by name immediately. That left him fumbling, suddenly unsure what to say. But Kasumi Miwa hadn't thought that deeply about it at all. In her mind, high-tech meant Mechamaru, and this place was obviously high-tech, so the classmate she had never seen before, who knew her name and was inside a giant robot, had to be Mechamaru. Listening to the explosions outside and the sound of armor breaking apart, Kikichi Muta finally snapped back to the reality of the situation. But if Miwa was here? Miwa, there's a very strong cursed spirit outside. I need your help. Hi, my help? Kasumi Miwa looked bewildered. She was just an ordinary grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. This thing already looked overwhelmingly powerful, so why would it need her? In a moment, I'm going to hand control of Ultimate Mechamaru over to you. Just fight the way you usually do. This giant robot, can really do that. Absolutely. I have no idea. But at the very end, getting to see you one more time makes it so that whether I win or lose doesn't even matter anymore. Mechamaru glanced toward the inside of the cockpit. There was an escape device there. As long as it launched upward, Sensei would definitely see it. As long as Sensei sees it, no matter what happens, you'll be safe. I'll do my best. Thank you. Kasumi Miwa reached behind her head and rubbed the back of it. Hee, you don't have to be so formal. Kikichi Muta had already realized what made Mahito different. He could heal his body with an ability tied to the soul, and after taking that many attacks, he still hadn't suffered any real damage. That meant he needed a special method to kill him. A domain can neutralize techniques. A simple domain, if I can drag this cursed spirit into a simple domain. No, I can use Sensei's double barrier to deploy the simple domain inside the cursed spirit's body. If that works, it might kill it outright. Sitting at the control console, Kikichi Muta slotted a capsule-shaped blue cylinder into one of the ports. Ultimate Mechamaru switching operators. Input Kasumi Miwa. Command switching main body operator. Inputting target information. Target Jujutsu system connected. Warning, synchronization rate below 70%. Load target behavioral patterns for movement compensation. Information loaded successfully. Movement systems linked. Synchronization compensation complete. Operation authorized. Main control platform retains cursed energy output and external loading permissions. Beginning unit synchronization. Miwa, being able to see you with my own eyes at the very end. No matter what happens now, I have no regrets. Miwa, don't be nervous. Just swing your sword, leave the rest to me. Then Mechamaru added in a voice only he himself could hear. Thank you. Standing within the blue control space, Kasumi Miwa's gaze sharpened with resolve. Understood, I won't let your trust in me go to waste. Kasumi Miwa lowered her stance slightly, one hand resting on her sword as she stared through the giant screen at Mahito. Kikichi Muta pushed the cursed energy output authorization, and the number beside it instantly dropped from 11 years to 3 years. A circular opening appeared in Ultimate Mechamaru's hand. Inside it was the capsule-shaped blue cylinder, from which a 30-meter blade of light extended. The entire machine moved in perfect sync with Kasumi Miwa's actions. A blue ring of light, 100 meters across, appeared beneath Ultimate Mechamaru's feet, enveloping Mahito completely. With the support of the double barrier device, tiny blue crystals began rising continuously from the blue ring of the simple domain. Those barrier crystals gathered like flowing light, weaving themselves into the blade of light. This is. Sensing danger on instinct, Mahito, driven by the threat of death, hurriedly grew hands from inside his mouth and began forming signs. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. New shadow style, draw sword. Backed by an enormous supply of cursed energy, the new shadow style simple domain, and the effects of double barrier. The blade of light came down at a speed that defied intuition. Mahito, unable to expand his domain in time, was cut diagonally from his right shoulder to the left side of his abdomen, split into 2 uneven pieces. At that exact instant, the blue simple domain completely transformed into tiny crystals and surged into Mahito's body along the blade of light. Mahito abruptly lost control of his body. It twisted, collapsed, and rotted away, until all that remained was a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 97. Boom! The moment he stepped into the first, lighter-colored curtain, Akira Zenin broke into a run toward the center of the forest. The constant thunderous blasts echoed over and over nearby, unable to travel beyond the barrier. The source of the noise is in Mechamaru's direction. An explosion on the scale is that the official unit. Looks like his body's been restored. Then that means Mahito is there too. In that case, I'll save him first. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Akira Zenin reached the center of the first curtain, only to hear a slightly hoarse voice. Akira Zenin, possessor of heavenly restriction, who exchanges drowsiness for cursed energy that increases with each passing year. Akira Zenin looked toward the voice and saw a woman in a loose cloak, her face hidden from view. Kenjaku smiled and waved. Akira-san, nice to meet you. No, that should be the second time. To think you've grown to this level, you really have exceeded my expectations. The moment Akira Zenin saw Kenjaku, he immediately sped up the process of unsealing his cursed energy while scanning his surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 4. I knew this 1,000-year-old bastard wouldn't show up in front of me alone. So you're helping me by revealing my circumstances and strengthening my cursed energy in the process. You're kind of interesting. Kenjaku replied with a smile. Because that means you won't be able to attack me. First, no Shikigami can withstand your cursed energy, so you can't summon any. Second, you rely on a binding vow to keep your mental state stable. If you go all out, you won't be able to last long before losing control. Maybe you can only attack once. After all, tomorrow is your birthday tilde. Third, if you unleash a thunderstorm with that amount of cursed energy, this whole forest will be destroyed, and your adorable students are still inside tilde. As Kenjaku spoke, Dagon and Kakyu stepped out from the side. A doll-like cursed spirit with pure white wings floated silently behind Kenjaku, while Seishu prowled nearby, searching for a chance to strike. At that moment, Dagon had already taken the form of a giant octopus, glaring viciously at the murderer who had killed Jogo. With part of his cursed energy unsealed, Akira Zenin could feel it spreading far enough to cover the entire forest. Through his talismans, he could now perceive the other sources of cursed energy throughout the woods. But that also meant he had personally torn down the levee holding back that flood of cursed energy, allowing the filthy liquid that could only be called humanity's evil to spill out from his body. Since you want me to undo the restriction, then watch closely. Akira Zenin closed his eyes. In an instant, the whites were suffused with blood, and vein-like patterns spread out from beneath his heavy dark circles, crawling across his face. At the same time, shadow talismans appeared beside the ears of every student in the forest. Listen up, everyone. Run for the outer edge of the curtain with everything you've got. If something blocks you, don't panic. But before Akira Zenin could finish, all the talismans dissipated at once. After unsealing his cursed energy, his mental state began deteriorating rapidly, to the point that he could no longer maintain that level of precise control. Still, the most important part of the message had gotten through. You were right, not a single Shikigami can withstand my cursed energy. Even if I summoned Mahoraga, it would be forced to keep adapting to my constantly changing cursed energy and wouldn't be able to act at all. Akira Zenin raised a hand and cast a shadow over his collarbone, then pulled a 3-section, staff-shaped cursed tool from within it. Akira Zenin lightly swung Playful Cloud. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of output after unsealing my cursed energy. This should be fun. Kenjaku narrowed her eyes as she looked at the cursed energy rising straight into the sky from her opponent. Honestly, even she hadn't expected this much. A volume of cursed energy large enough to cover an entire forest was far beyond what she had anticipated. More accurately, no normal jujutsu sorcerer with any common sense would even think in that direction. If Akira Zenin were killed without using jujutsu, what grade of cursed spirit would be born from that? Just as Kenjaku was preparing her next move, Akira Zenin attacked without warning, vanishing from where he stood. What's going on? Doesn't he realize that the moment he attacks, he'll fall asleep? Good thing we discussed a countermeasure in advance. In his current state, Akira Zenin absolutely can't use a domain. The instant Akira Zenin disappeared, the 3 cursed spirits beside Kenjaku all raised their hands and began forming seals. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Before Kakyu, the closest one to Akira Zenin, could even finish speaking, a 3-section staff suddenly appeared above its head and smashed down, bursting it apart like a bubble. Domain expansion, Horizon of the Captivating Skandha. The next instant, Dagon, the second closest, was struck by Akira Zenin in a spinning side blow. It happened too fast for Dagon to shift his position at all. His body shot clear through the forest and slammed into the mountainside on the far end, with even his limbs left behind where he had stood. Only after the 2 high-level cursed spirits were killed did Kenjaku fully realize what had just happened. It was only when she focused with everything she had and barely managed to catch sight of Akira Zenin's next attack coming straight at her that she understood the mistake she had made. Everything she had estimated before had only been a guess. She had never actually had complete information on him. Domain expansion, Whispering Dreamland. Kenjaku lay there stunned for quite a while after being sent flying. Then she finally came back to herself and touched her caved-in chest. I'm actually still alive. She looked at Akira Zenin, who now stood there motionless. So that's how it is. The 3-section staff in Akira Zenin's hand had exploded. Even playful Cloud couldn't withstand his cursed energy. Less than a second, Kenjaku recalled what had just happened. After using reverse cursed technique to heal herself, she grabbed her own hair, laughed as she steadied her breathing, and said, "Ha ha, that was close. Now that was exciting." Kenjaku walked over and grabbed the doll-like cursed spirit in one hand. I cultivated this one specially. A cursed spirit born from humanity's resentment toward not wanting to get out of bed, Chakin. I didn't expect I'd still come that close to failing. I'll remember this lesson. As she muttered to herself, the cursed energy spilling from Akira Zenin had already become fully solid, flowing outward like liquid. Kenjaku raised a hand to block the wind that came with that abnormal cursed energy. Then her arm began to itch. Even after using reverse cursed technique on it, the sensation didn't improve. If anything, it started to sting. Kenjaku looked at her right arm. It was covered in all kinds of eyes, opening and closing constantly, along with writhing lumps of flesh. It was breaking free of her control. But she didn't panic in the slightest. She simply cut the arm off. The severed limb immediately grew 2 legs and awkwardly ran off into the distance. Wonderful. That burst of cursed energy just turned it into something like a Tsukimogami-type cursed spirit. No, it has a physical body, a cursed object, incarnation. A cursed spirit incarnated into a human body. How is that possible? No, it already happened. If cursed energy is condensed enough, can it do something like this? Then, how has he managed to maintain a human form this whole time? Then I can't kill him. Kenjaku completely forgot to heal her severed arm with reverse cursed technique. Her eyes grew hotter and hotter as she stared at where Akira Zenin had fallen asleep. I've never seen material like this before. Can this directly turn an ordinary human into a cursed spirit? Would any consciousness remain? Kenjaku looked toward Seishu, who was about to move in for the finishing blow. Plan changed. We prioritize this research first. Everything else gets pushed back. Chakin said nothing, still floating silently behind Kenjaku. Seishu, meanwhile, ground his bone blade and spoke with that ridiculous smile still on his face. I don't really care. All the other cursed spirits are dead, but I'm still enjoying this tragedy quite a bit. Hanami-chan definitely won't let this go so easily, though. They're just a bunch of cursed spirits. No, wait. Maybe because Kenjaku was so fascinated by what had just happened, she kept all her attention fixed on Akira Zenin. And that was exactly why she noticed it. His shadow didn't line up with his body. The shadow's hand signs were wrong. 1, 2, 3 tilde tilde. A childish voice suddenly came from beneath Akira Zenin's feet, carrying a strange tone, like a small child chanting an eerie nursery rhyme. With this treasure, 3 divine dogs hidden in his shadow slowly poked their heads out one after another. With this treasure I summon. The faces of those half-formed shadow beasts suddenly became disturbingly human, and the corners of their mouths split all the way upward to the tops of their heads. Cycle link synchronize. Full release, otherworldly divine general, Mahoraga. 3 different Mahoragas rose up from Akira Zenin's shadow. One had a broad, powerful body, muscles packed so tightly it almost looked square. It held a massive shield and stood completely still, while the wheel above its head slowly rotated. One was tall and gaunt, with long, powerful arms, holding a great bow. One carried a long blade, and the wing-like organs beside its eyes trembled faintly with each breath. But their bodies were no longer pure white. They were covered in black sludge, and that sludge kept dripping down from them without end. Chapter 98. Mahoraga really couldn't move while adapting to my cursed energy. But to cope with the situation, it split itself into 3. Hang in there, big sister who's been fighting for 1,000 years tilde tilde. Thanks to you, I'm finally going to get a good night's sleep tilde tilde. Akira Zenin lay alone in a pitch-black pond, the water just brushing the edges of his ears. There was no one else. No walls, no streets, no mountains, only darkness as deep as a starless night. No noise, no clamor, only a faint murmur, like chanting scripture in a cathedral, brushing gently against the ears if one listened closely. Counting this time, Akira Zenin had truly slept only 3 times since turning 18, but this was the first time he had slept so deeply. That heavy fatigue, the kind that piles up like excess weight, it's gone. He reached out, cupped a handful of water, and let it slowly slip through his fingers. The drops hit the pond with crisp, clear plinks. Every time I come here, it feels so soothing, clear-headed, and free, I really don't want to leave. Akira Zenin had once believed this place was the origin of his innate domain, the deepest recesses of his heart. But the dim, shadowy space made him wonder if this was the inner side of the 10 Shadows technique. After all, he didn't consider himself such a dark person. "Everyone, sorry, I'm going to sleep for a bit." The orders for the Mahoraga were just to guard my body. With Kenjaku as the first barrier against the outside cursed energy, and with Gojo around, nothing major should happen. That was why Akira Zenin had entered without hesitation the moment he saw the tent for him. He saw a chance to rest his body and mind completely. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how much, or perhaps time didn't exist clearly here. Akira Zenin slowly opened his eyes. For the first time in his life, his mind felt crisp, and his soul felt lucid. The sensation was like taking a deep breath after holding it for 3 minutes, the first bite of braised pork after 3 days of hunger, or the first icy sip of Coke on a summer day. My body hasn't fully woken, the cursed energy must not be fully released yet. He stood, sending droplets scattering from the pond. He planned to use this time to explore the area thoroughly. Maybe he could store cursed energy here later, perhaps even solve his problems. With only endless darkness around him, he chose a direction and walked without purpose. At first, fearing his body waking might interfere with his exploration, he ran. Once he realized nothing unusual was happening, he gradually slowed to a stroll. Time passed, though he had no sense of it, and soon he was moving like someone enjoying a leisurely walk, humming softly to himself. Then a speck of light appeared ahead, small but enough to reveal the surroundings. Just as he imagined, an endless pond, shadows forming words floating in the air. Looking closer, they were diary entries. Akira's diary, 4th entry, 1996. I never expected Mahoraga could analyze the basic principles of talismans. Maybe this is a rudimentary form of the human cursed technique system. I'll try it out when I'm older. Hi. Akira Zenin stared, confused. When did I research this? And in 1996, I hadn't even subdued Mahoraga yet. Akira's diary, 2nd entry, 1998. So it was around this time, still a little time left, the blood manipulation technique and talisman system are highly compatible, but I still can't use the reverse cursed technique. This stuff is really difficult. He shook his head, confirming he had no memory of this, then moved to the next entry. Akira's diary, 5th entry, 1005. Seimei is dead. Another old friend has passed, maybe I've become numb. I'm not sad, instead I'm happy to have obtained his life's work. I really am not human. Heh heh heh. Akira Zenin didn't even read further. Just the year alone sent chills down his spine. The Heian period, the legendary peak of the Jujutsu world. But what does this have to do with me? Akira Zenin crouched down, desperately trying to sift through his memories. That's right, in his previous life, he had been a fragile college student who died after being hit by a truck, and then he had transmigrated into the Zenin Clan. Those were truly the only 2 lives he had ever lived. So what exactly are these things? Why is it called Akira's diary? Akira Zenin stood up and walked forward, uncertain of his own mood. As he drew closer to the light, the diary entries grew increasingly bizarre. Akira Zenin's diary, 6th time, 1001. The Shadow Guard's triple barrier and fusion domain were both shattered by Sukuna's Binding Vow. I have to say, he's quite the character. Akira Zenin's diary, 8th time, 2018. I died again, someone else died. What else can I do, can someone tell me? Akira Zenin's diary, 9th time, 2030. Maybe I should let them grow on their own, that's the only way they can find their own, Steins Gate. Diary, 10th time. I used fate perception, a little too late, this body has already nurtured a soul. At the critical moment, I just couldn't bring myself to act. Diary, 10th time. I messed up, I've been targeted by the world. The cursed energy generated by the world's malice, we're all going to die. 10th time, should I still use clairvoyance? Never mind, I've lived too long, I'm getting too old to keep going. Sorry, I was hoping to play the legendary Cheat Grandpa just one more time. I'll seal the spring of the world's evil, though I don't know how long it will hold. Go on living with a part of my memories. Hee, maybe there'll even be a surprise. That's all. Akira Zenin tugged at his hair, sorting through all this information. By now, he had reached the space beneath the point of light. It was a sphere the size of a human head, and beneath it stood a black-haired youth, motionless. Behind him was a silver-haired youth with the same features, extending 2 arms and 3 hands forward. One pair covered the black-haired youth's eyes, one pair covered his ears, and one pressed against his temples. Akira Zenin instinctively felt that something was off, but in the next moment, the scene seemed completely natural, with no hint of incongruity. Their appearance is me. Chapter 99. Akira Zenin stepped forward and reached out toward the 2 figures, but it was like grasping at air, he felt nothing. The figures blurred and gradually faded away. After a moment of bewilderment, Akira Zenin regained his composure and began to organize the information he had gathered, reflecting on the current situation. If everything were just presented as information, even if it were accurate, that wouldn't necessarily make it the final answer. According to what could tentatively be called a diary, he was an entity known as Akira Zenin, the result of a ritual operation gone wrong. The memories of the transmigrator had simply been input into Akira Zenin. This raised a question. When Akira Zenin placed himself in the situations described in the diary, he realized that those were truly things he would do, thoughts he would think. The research he conducted aligned with his own interests. The actions he might take, the way he thought, and the strategies he devised to handle situations, all of it matched perfectly. Can mere memories really transform someone entirely into oneself? To the point that thoughts, personality, and ways of thinking are identical, especially when it's only partial memories. Furthermore, if the so-called fate perception were just a technique that allowed one to rewind time, the diary wouldn't contain events from 1,000 years ago. This implies the ability at least influences the timeline. And since the diary only records phenomena and thoughts at the time, which doesn't guarantee accuracy, my memories might not necessarily come from someone else. Following this logic, the soul supposedly born from a mistake might actually be another version of myself, emerging where timelines intersect. Although a person's development involves many factors, if memories change, one cannot remain completely unaffected. And could simply shifting the timeline make the world itself target me with such intense malice? This is so annoying. Akira Zenin sank to the ground, pressing both hands into the water. He savored the feeling of clarity and freedom while gazing up at the orb of light overhead. My head just cleared, and I'm already thinking about all this. Still, he now had a rough understanding of his situation. The priority wasn't deducing every fact, but figuring out how to act in his own best interest within the limited time. So then, time to rest. Is there anything more important than rest? Akira Zenin focused on enjoying this brief moment of clarity. He wanted to stay here, undisturbed by fatigue, yet he couldn't stop worrying about everyone outside. Feeling conflicted, he cleared his mind and continued observing the orb closely. Then, almost instinctively, he asked, "What exactly are you? Foam of nothingness, fragment of the source?" As he spoke, he seemed to perceive a voice simultaneously. No, it wasn't a voice. It was a vague, ethereal sensation, like a lighthouse in the vast darkness or a speck of order within endless chaos. It wasn't knowledge or logic, memory or data. It was more like a sudden flash of inspiration appearing without any prior buildup, like a primitive human, trapped with no way forward, seeing fire for the first time. And it was precisely this sensation that allowed Akira Zenin to understand something. It wasn't that he had heard anything. It was a thought that had suddenly arisen from within his own heart. Rather than the light sphere responding, it was more as if it had suddenly made him understand something. Fragments. Following his instincts, Akira Zenin plunged his hand directly into the light sphere. He felt nothing, as if stirring air. Suddenly, the black space around him began to churn, and countless shadows of every kind appeared beside him. Bug-eaters, nether elephants, divine dogs reincarnated. Shadows of countless fusion beasts surrounded Akira Zenin, sitting quietly at his side. A series of bizarre, abstract images, abrupt like flipbook pages, flashed through his mind. If one were to make a metaphor. At the moment of reincarnation, the mother of the original world had exerted too much force and directly spat Akira into the source of this world. The fragile college student Akira, adopting a well-since-I'm-here attitude along with a strange curiosity, had taken a hearty bite of the source. This was the piece that had been bitten off, the shadow realm. The image just now was a fragment connected to the edge of the shadow realm, fate perception. Strange, let me take another look. Akira Zenin thrust his hand into the orb again, then withdrew it after a moment. He thought back to how he had once used the divine dogs to taste all sorts of bizarre things. It seems, maybe, probably, something I could do. Understanding the cause, Akira Zenin noticed the shadows beside him. They now felt like another part of his body, able to move at his command. The sensation was like an enhanced version of 10 shadows, which only summoned the bodies of Shikigami. After playing for a while, Akira Zenin transformed the shadows into water and merged them back into the pond. What I need to understand now is why my previous self wanted to extract my own memories. Memories. Extraction. Soul. Self. Akira Zenin continued pondering the events that had unfolded in this black space. Seeing the sky filled with diaries and connecting them to the equation memories plus soul, approximately self, he suddenly had an idea. Haven't I been reminding myself all along? These diaries filling the shadow realm are memories. The light sphere controls this black space. The current version of myself here, combined with the fragments, is the soul. So if I destroy my previous physical body and combine that with the analyses of the Kenjaku techniques in some of these diaries, perhaps I can possess this shadow realm just like Kenjaku's brain swap. So I've actually wanted to stop being human a long time ago. Makes sense. In this world, you need capital to explore, and the greatest capital is becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. But Jujutsu sorcerers are just crap. But what about everyone outside? Akira Zenin smiled with a sense of relief. Come to think of it, I don't think I actually did much. Naya handled all the missions. Teaching was just talking. Everyone's growth came from their own efforts. Besides, I'm just going to sleep for a while. If I become part of the shadow realm, maybe I can try shaping a fusion beast as a body, then use Megumi's 10 shadows to break out and scare them. Well, it's still better to see them normally. That way, there won't be any sleepiness to interfere tilde. Akira Zenin plunged his hand back into the light sphere, summoning several diaries containing analyses of the Kenjaku techniques to his side. Then, before we meet again, I'll conduct one final lesson. In contrast to the tranquility of the shadow realm, where Akira Zenin's soul resided, the vibrant forest battlefield had been filled with abnormally stagnant cursed energy. The black sludge covering the forest churned thickly, sweeping over the two tents beneath Kenjaku like an unending tide. Interestingly, Kenjaku's two tents had become the first line of defense against the disaster. Countless trees, swept by the cursed energy mud, had transformed into cursed spirits, uprooting themselves and wandering about, using their roots as fulcrums. Yet in this place, a den of evil or forbidden zone, a burly figure sprinted inward. He tracked the sun's position through the tent while observing the movement and positioning of the tree cursed spirit clusters. That's bad, the sun is almost set. According to the intel, Akira has lost control. If it's all shadows, things are going to get bad. Originally, Ai To-Do had already reached the edge of the veil. At that moment, a tall, slender Mahoraga chased after Kenjaku. As Kenjaku passed through the veil and his attack was blocked, another arrow pierced it, creating a hole. Under the command to protect Akira Zenin's physical body, it returned to the forest center. The members of Jujutsu high at the edge fled through the hole. But AI Tgthegood noticed Yuji Itadori was missing from the crowd. Ignoring the healing hole, AI Tgthegood turned without hesitation and ran toward the center. My brother, I absolutely cannot leave him alone. Chapter 100. AI Tgthegood stood on a barren hillside. From his vantage point, patches of black, purple, and dark red light filled the entire sky. The sound of the cursed energy sludge crashing against the tent echoed like a tolling bell, as if announcing the arrival of the apocalypse. Countless tree-cursed spirits wandered in clusters, endlessly roaming. The moment they spotted an outsider, they would swarm without hesitation. Suddenly, he noticed a tree-cursed spirit that had broken away from the group below, chasing two figures. You, hurry up and use that brain of yours to figure something out. Haruta Shijimo ran with all his strength, dodging the lashes of the spirit's branches. Grabbing a momentary opening, he shouted at the burly, bald man beside him, who wore a strange black eye patch. What am I supposed to do? Juzo Kumiya was in far better shape than Haruta, but his face was pale, and he dared not take a single hit from the cursed spirit. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was a plant and moved awkwardly, the two of them would have been dead already. If you ask me, you'd better shut up and just focus on running forward. If you die, I'll turn you into a sword to match the one in your hand. Whether out of fear or obedience, Haruta immediately lowered his head and sprinted forward, his speed suddenly surging. Juzo Kumiya ignored him entirely, gritting his teeth as he cursed Kenjaku under his breath. Damn it, my plan was to turn Satoru Gojo into a coat hanger. Why is there no one here? Why did so many cursed spirits suddenly appear? I can't leave this tent. The woman in the cloak was lying to me. Then Juzo spotted a massive figure atop the mountain and shouted to Haruta beside him. I've got an idea. Run to the mountain top. Haruta's eyes lit up, and he followed with excitement, but as he turned, his speed betrayed him. He tripped over his own foot and fell. Juzo had no intention of helping. The stumble would slow the cursed spirits just long enough. After all, when being chased by a beast, all that matters is being faster than your teammate. I'll remember this once it's over, huh? Juzo suddenly realized his vision was flipping constantly. At a certain angle, he saw that branches from the shadow had pierced his body, and a massive leaf had sliced through his neck. Meanwhile, Haruta, having stumbled, had narrowly avoided the fatal strike. But before he could even get up, the scene shifted. A burly figure now stood directly in front of him. Have you seen a boy with pink hair wearing a Jujutsu High uniform? AI Tgthegood didn't cast a technique. He simply stepped forward, grabbed Haruta by the collar, and hauled him up to the mountaintop. Below, the tree-cursed spirits, finding no living humans nearby, opened their huge mouths along the tree trunks, swallowed Juzo Kumiya's body, and slowly moved back toward the main force. I've seen him. Haruta nodded frantically, pointing in a specific direction. I saw the person you're talking about when the cursed spirits were chasing me. Oh, tilde. AI Tgthegood narrowed his eyes, scanning the frail boy before him. A boy with a single golden ponytail and 3 asymmetrical purple stripes beneath his eyes. Then take me there, but on the way, you have to answer one question. It'll decide whether I take you with me once I find that person. With that, AI Tgthegood grabbed Haruta Shijimo by the collar with one hand and sprinted in the direction the boy had pointed. Kid, what kind of women do you like? Hi. Haruta Shijimo, bracing himself for some kind of interrogation, froze, stunned by the question. Just, as long as she's a pretty girl. Is that so? Before AI Tgthegood could react, Haruta Shijimo drove the knife in his hand viciously into Tgthegood's lower back. He hadn't actually seen Yuji Itadori, he had just pointed randomly. If Tgthegood reached that spot and found no one, the gorilla-like sorcerer wouldn't let him off easily. So he struck first. Sneak attacks and underhanded moves were his specialty. But just as the blade pierced Tgthegood's back, a sharp smack rang out, and Haruta Shijimo found himself thrown onto an open field, facing a surging wave of mud rushing straight at him. You answered too quickly. AI to do stood a short distance away, glancing at Haruta, though it was unclear which question he was referring to. He had already seen through Haruta's intentions, which was why he had left a cursed energy-infused stone at the foot of the mountain as leverage. Shijimo Haruta crouched on the ground, trembling as the sludge approached. He had seen this before. Anywhere this stuff touched would instantly become barren, and any living thing would be turned into a cursed spirit. No, 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 I can't die here, I've always been lucky. Haruta shook his head, screaming as he backed away. Suddenly, another purple line beneath his eyes vanished. A red object fell from the sky, landing in his mouth and sliding down his gaping throat. After a moment of stunned pain, his body was racked with agony. He retched violently, rolling across the ground, repeatedly smashing into rocks and tearing his flesh further. As the purple lines beneath his eyes disappeared one by one, the ruptured blood vessels and muscles within his body reshaped themselves into patterns resembling the demon-crushing enemy-slaying technique. The very seal used to bind Sukuna, the Wheel of Dharma technique. Because Haruta had briefly come into contact with the mud, some of his flesh had turned into cursed spirits, drastically boosting his poison resistance. Sukuna slowly awoke within him, but Haruta had no chance of contending with the cursed spirit's soul and was immediately overpowered. His facial bones grew rugged, sharp nails, sprouted from his 10 neatly trimmed fingers. From his eyebrows, across his face, shoulders, arms, chest, abdomen, and back, intricate runes formed, radiating from the periphery toward the center, forged from highly concentrated cursed energy. This was the ancient aesthetics of cursed energy from 1,000 years ago, a mark of the strong. Haruta's once frail body now bulged with muscle, the runes accentuating his form, radiating an overwhelming, oppressive presence. The moonlight and the air are indeed still. Mid-thought, Sukuna glanced upward. It wasn't moonlight, but sunlight filtered through the canopy. The air reeked of sulfur and the stench of concentrated cursed energy, not fresh at all. The outside environment felt even less comfortable than inside his own fingers. No more shouting, no more maniacal laughter. His exaggerated movements stopped abruptly as Sukuna sank into thought. Has the human world become this harsh 1,000 years later? Have the cursed spirits finally won? What about those bothersome jujutsu sorcerers? Sensing an intensely concentrated malevolent energy, Sukuna noticed the mud and calmly extended a hand to block it. He was then engulfed by the sludge, swept away, and disappeared without a trace. AI to do, standing on the hill, looked down at the now empty valley. That aura had promised a fierce battle, yet the man had simply been swept away. Well, never mind, I'll go find brother first. Wait. To-do suddenly turned toward a nearby rock where a little bird was resting. Upon closer inspection, the bird's face bore a grayish-white stitched visage. The stitched face stared in astonishment at the spot where Sukuna had vanished, frozen for a long moment. What a pure yet evil aura. Chapter 101. Was swept away. Mahito, with only 20% of his soul remaining, pressed his wings against his head in pain. Just moments ago, he had been flying upward, holding Sukuna's finger in his mouth, only to be blocked by the top of the canopy. On top of that, his soul was badly injured, and he couldn't hold on. Who would have thought that cloak-wearing woman wouldn't put him on the approved list? Now, his finger was gone, and he couldn't reach Sukuna. But, before leaving, there's still a chance. Mahito spread his wings to dodge a rock, sneering at the jujutsu sorcerer picture before him. A caveman or a gorilla? Since when do jujutsu sorcerers infuse stones with cursed energy to attack? Suddenly, Mahito lost sight of AI to do. A sharp pain struck his face, and he was slammed to the ground. Cough, your technique is quite interesting. Mahito restored his body to human form. Strictly speaking, his soul was already depleted. It felt like forcing a lump of clay into shape. AI to do wasn't one to converse with cursed spirits. He certainly couldn't ask, "Hey, cursed spirit, what kind of female cursed spirits do you like? Wait, do cursed spirits even have genders?" These thoughts lasted a mere 0.0001 seconds. He didn't answer. Instead, he landed punch after punch, driving Mahito into the ground. Mahito didn't even get a chance to touch AI to do before he was embedded into the earth. Haha. As AI to do continued to rain down blows, Mahito seized an opportunity. He transformed the ground beneath him into a tunnel, digging an escape route and leaping out elsewhere. After his fight with Kikichi Muta, he had begun experimenting with reshaping his body into an artificial construct for combat, and so far, it seemed to work well. Emerging from the ground, Mahito fully restored his body, unscathed and with barely any cursed energy spent. AI to do narrowed his eyes. It's the soul. As long as you don't destroy the soul, you can't hurt me. Mahito immediately performed technique disclosure. He didn't know if the cloaked woman's technique would interfere, but revealing his ability now offered more advantages than risks. Even if a jujutsu sorcerer knew his technique was soul-based, without detecting the soul itself, that information was meaningless. Yet AI to do's expression went beyond Mahito's expectations, and the latter grinned. Cursed spirit, if we had fought last year, I'd have had to come up with other ways to fight you. But after Akira's guidance, I've achieved a spiritual awakening. AI to do raised his hands. 2 streams of tears slid down his cheeks. A sensei truly worthy of my respect. Watching the chattering, gorilla-like sorcerer, Mahito prepared to wait for the right moment to unleash his domain expansion. Because of the unique nature of idle transfiguration, the disruption of Mahito's technique was extremely brief. Once restored, he would forcibly draw out his cursed energy to cast a fleeting domain, disrupt his opponent's soul, and escape. The plan was solid. But before Mahito could act, AI to do clapped his hands. Domain expansion. The dim surroundings were replaced by a serene water surface. Within a pale blue sphere, leaves drifted slowly downward. 2 shara trees, shaped like hands, sprouted behind AI to do and clapped together as if applauding. Twin sal trees. Mahito's grin vanished, replaced by shock. He spun around, preparing to flee. AI to do clapped his hands again, swapping the air between himself and Mahito. Mahito immediately lost his balance, fell to the ground, and was sent flying by a knee strike. Another clap. The air in front of Mahito and AI to do was swapped again, and Mahito, still midair, was kicked further away. A final clap, and Mahito's head was swapped with his heart. His limbs were tied into a knot. Inside the domain, AI to do could swap any unit infused with cursed energy. Everything within the domain was saturated with cursed energy. People, air, every physical form and organ. And within the domain, anything, body or soul, was subject to guaranteed hit, guaranteed kill, sharing the full impact of every attack. However, the strange nature of Mahito's technique still went beyond AI to do's expectations. Idle transfiguration. After a series of twisting motions, Mahito's body returned to normal. He scrambled to his feet and assessed himself. It interfered with my soul, but it only shifted it. It didn't destroy it. Since idle transfiguration can restore it, the opponent can't actually hurt me. Cracking his neck, Mahito used idle transfiguration to repair and restore his broken limbs. Seeing this, AI to do exhaled sharply. It seems that directly swapping bodies causes no real damage. It's useless. A gorilla is still just a gorilla. I was worried for nothing. You can't touch my soul. Mahito extended the small hand from his mouth again and formed a seal. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. At that moment, clapping erupted around them once more, louder and heavier than before. It was the sound of the 2 hand-shaped, solid trees, behind AI to do striking each other. Suddenly, Mahito felt something missing from his body, and his domain activation failed. His previous movement had only caused the hand in his mouth to almost choke him. AI to do sprinted forward and punched Mahito square in the face, sending him flying. After dragging himself across the ground for over 10 meters, Mahito got up again. The thing he'd lost moments ago had returned, and he touched the blood trickling from his nose. Have I been hurt? AI to do wasted no time performing technique disclosure. Cursed spirit, within my domain, I can swap the spells of both parties. From what you said, your technique is called idle transfiguration, correct? Mahito's playful attitude faded. The sorcerer before him now had the power to kill him. You can do this without even understanding the soul. That's clever. The loss and return of my technique just now lasted about a second. The opponent's spell swaps the positions of objects imbued with cursed energy with a clap. But within this domain, cursed energy is everywhere in the air. That means, during that split second of technique exchange, I can use the opponent's spell to gain incredible mobility. And since this swap requires the clapping of two trees, I can predict it. Mahito relaxed completely and stared at AI to do with a manic grin. Then let's have a thrilling battle of wits. AI to do clapped his hands, and Mahito instinctively clapped as well. In an instant, AI to do appeared beside Mahito and landed a hard punch on his face. A battle of wits against someone with an IQ of 530,000. I'm not necessarily going to swap techniques with you, cursed spirit. There are 3 types of claps now. The clap that triggers a position swap, the clap that swaps techniques to deal damage, and the simple clap that serves as a distraction. Get confused, cursed spirit. And the clap that swaps techniques doesn't even have to come from the twin trees behind me. Mahito straightened up, a feral grin spreading across his face. Then I'll just keep clapping. If you don't swap techniques with me, you can't hurt me at all. If you do swap techniques, I can use your technique to dodge your attacks. AI to do raised a finger and flicked it a few times. No. That might work if I were alone, but I'm not by myself. He flashed a supremely confident smile. Brother. AI to do clapped his hands again, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of Mahito, sending him flying with a straight punch. AI to do walked over to Yuji Itadori, grabbed his shirt with both hands, and tore it off smoothly, revealing his incredibly muscular upper body. You're just in time. People with the same XP really do attract each other. My brother Tilda. Yuji Itadori didn't understand why AI to do was so enthusiastic. After all, they'd only met once before the match. Still, he gave a firm nod. Yeah, then let's exorcise this cursed spirit together to do. Chapter 102. Brother, if understanding your own cursed energy is the path to becoming stronger, then understanding your soul is the path to grasping your true self. In a moment, I'll temporarily place its technique into your body. You need to fully feel that surge rising from within, even if it's just for an instant. But remember, no matter what happens, don't stop. As he spoke, AI to do brought his hands together, preparing to clap. Yuji Itadori nodded firmly again, steadying his stance and regulating his breathing. Watching the two openly, plotting out loud, Mahito felt a flicker of irritation. If they could swap techniques between different individuals, then the mobility advantage he gained from switching would disappear. Ah, that damn bandage guy. If I hadn't run out of human stock, I wouldn't be stuck like this. Pushed to the brink, Mahito muttered under his breath as his brain raced, thinking at high speed. If there are 3 of them, then the clap swap has 2 possibilities. Either the gorilla himself or this newcomer. In that case, I need to guess which of the 2 holds the technique capable of harming me. No, whether it's restricting my mobility or helping that person understand the soul, like he said, there's a higher chance they've given my technique to the newcomer to deal damage. That way, even if I can't use the clap technique, I just need to avoid him. More importantly, did they really swap the techniques between the 2 of them? Mahito, who had been force-fed knowledge by Kenjaku, quickly recalled what he knew about domains. A domain consists of 2 steps: the manifestation of the innate domain and the activation of the technique. If the very foundation of the technique had been swapped, then inside the domain, they could instantly kill me using a technique turned into idle transfiguration. But what did this gorilla sorcerer choose to do? He threw a punch. That means only the expression of the technique was swapped. That's why he could hurt me without understanding my soul. My technique is still within me. It's just being used by them. Then, if I dig deeper and understand it further, I might be able to sense the technique hidden in my body again. All of that took 0.5 seconds. Then I'll guard this side. The moment the clap rang out, Mahito immediately focused on Yuji Itadori, the closest one. As long as that punch came within reach. But Yuji Itadori vanished the instant the clap sounded. He reappeared behind Mahito and drove a heavy straight punch into him. As Mahito was sent flying, only one thought echoed in his mind. Why didn't that clap swap the technique this time? The moment Mahito hit the ground, AI to do was already there. The tree behind him clapped again, and with a single strike, Mahito's head spun 3 full rotations as his entire body was sent flying. Yuji Itadori immediately rushed toward Mahito's landing point, glancing at AI to do to signal he understood the plan. Even though they hadn't fought together many times, their coordination and trust were exceptional. It's simple. To do first said to feel the cursed energy, then to feel the soul. Combine that with what he revealed about cursed spirits' techniques being tied to the soul, the order of the claps becomes obvious. From that point on, the two of them battered Mahito back and forth like a baseball, never letting him touch the ground. With AI to do's constant swapping and Yuji Itadori's seamless coordination, Mahito couldn't muster any strength at all. Forget carrying out his plan to gamble on landing a black flash, to sharpen his perception and counterattack. As his condition worsened and his soul continued to fracture, Mahito was beaten until his soul shattered, slammed into the ground, and left completely unable to move. AI to do dispelled the domain and looked down at the dying Mahito, stepping forward to finish him off. At this point, with Mahito's remaining cursed energy so depleted, there was no need to deliberately target his soul anymore. Wait a moment. A girl's voice came from behind the rocks. I want to bring this to Gido-sensei. AI to do glanced at the two girls stepping out from behind the rocks. Off to the side, Yuji Itadori added. To do, they're Mimiko and Nanako. We only managed to hold out inside this curtain because we worked together. And this thing should be useful to Gido-sensei. Hearing that, AI to do nodded. Setting aside the fact that Suguru Gido was Akira-san's friend, the fact that these two had fought alongside his brother and survived this long was reason enough not to ignore them. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't have a safe way to handle it, I'm smashing it. This thing's too dangerous. Okay. Nanako immediately took out her phone and snapped a picture of Mahito. At the same time, Mimiko held up a doll in front of the phone and tightly wrapped it into a ball with a rope, gripping the other end firmly in her hand. The barely conscious Mahito was suddenly bound by a rope filled with cursed energy. The rope ball lifted him up, floating silently in midair. AI to do glanced at the talisman attached to the doll's head in Mimiko's hand. Then let's get out of here quickly. What's left here is no less dangerous than that thing. Yuji Itadori's group regrouped with AI to do. After Noritoshi, Kamo, and Megumi Fushiguro fell unconscious, the surrounding trees, all destroyed during their battle, failed to form any tree-cursed spirits. Combined with the overturned rocks and piled-up earth around them, the two narrowly avoided being swept away by the mudflow. However, near a mound of soil beside them, a cursed spirit with 2 branch-like horns slowly peeked out. She had watched the entire fight between those two humans. They weren't easy opponents, but this was a human trial ground, and with her ability to blend into the forest, it would be easy to wait until they were completely drained. But why had all the nearby trees come back to life? The cluster of tree spirit, cursed spirits, formed from the entire forest left Hanami deeply shocked. Since when had there been so many of her kind? Though for now, they were all just children and couldn't communicate. I'll kill you first, then regroup with Mahito and the others. Just as Hanami raised her left hand to activate her technique, her arm suddenly felt light. She watched her right hand fly off, staring blankly at the clean-cut surface at her wrist, unable to process what had just happened. After a brief pause, Hanami seemed to realize something and quickly looked ahead of the two collapsed figures. A well-built man was crouching there, observing them. No, not both. He was only looking at the shadow sorcerer. How did you get in here? Toji Fushiguro stood up casually, the split soul katana in his right hand, his posture completely unguarded. I just walked in like this, pup. Hanami immediately retreated. Her severed arm wasn't regenerating. An ordinary human? No. Even ordinary humans have cursed energy, but this person has none at all. A voice echoed in Toji Fushiguro's mind. What exactly are you? Yeah, that feeling of something messing with your head is pretty unpleasant. Sure, people grow through hardship. But if you're planning to lay a hand on my kid, have you decided how you want to die? Toji Fushigiro's figure suddenly vanished. Hanami instantly pulled back, but her mouth was still sliced open. So fast. Hanami caused a sea of flowers to bloom across the ground. Twisted trees erupted upward, stabbing toward Toji Fushiguro. But to her shock, he was completely unaffected. With a single slash, he split apart the massive tangle of wood like cutting through a hill, without slowing in the slightest. Hanami was about to use cursed energy seeds to suppress him, but suddenly realized that seeds grown using another's cursed energy were completely useless against him. In the next instant, her exposed right arm was cleanly severed. What is wrong with that blade? Hanami tried to flee, but then remembered that her calming technique had no effect on Toji Fushiguro. With both speed and agility inferior, escape was impossible. Her pitch-black left arm pressed against the ground. The surrounding plant life rapidly withered as all their vitality surged into the offering flower on her arm. The flower slowly bloomed, and within its core, an eye opened. Domain expansion, shining sea of growing branches. Within my domain, all plants are strengthened, and the life force of all other beings will gradually be absorbed by the offering flower. No matter how strong your body is, you won't last long. Oh, is that so? Hearing a voice from behind, Hanami turned in shock. Her domain, had it enclosed a rock, no life force at all, impossible, it couldn't even lock onto him. Instinctively, Hanami formed a pitch-black wooden barrier. But Toji Fushiguro's left hand drew the inverted spear of heaven from within inventory cursed spirit, and drove it straight through the barrier into Hanami's head. He twisted the spear inside her skull, then with his right hand, used the split soul katana to slice her cleanly in half across the middle. Hanami had never imagined there could exist a being so completely incompatible with her. The shining sea of growing branches gradually faded. Toji Fushiguro stepped down on Hanami's slowly dissipating body. Yeah, better end this quickly, just in case your domain has any weird, disgusting effects. That annoying voice is gone. Cursed spirits, just a rabble. Chapter 103. What's going on here, Satoru? Masamichi Yaga had just returned from the tombs of the star. Holding a wooden stick covered in talismans, he spoke with obvious concern. Everyone's already come out except Yuji, Mimiko, Nanako, Ai, Megumi, and Noritoshi. Satoru Gojo glanced at the object in Masamichi Yaga's hand. Oh, so this is what they're using to break the barrier. Rakuenji, standing off to the side, seemed to catch the note of disdain in Satoru Gojo's voice toward Tenjin and abruptly cut in. This is Tenjin-sama's barrier-breaking measure for this barrier. Hess, that sure took long enough. Akira's been in there for 5 hours already. At that, Rakuenji stopped arguing with Satoru Gojo and looked around. Sure enough, Akira Zenin was nowhere to be seen. How is that possible? Is there really a curse user in there capable of holding him back? Satoru Gojo shook his head. I think I know why. Well, hand me that wooden stick. Everyone else, get away from here immediately. And notify the nearby residential areas to evacuate the civilians. This barrier is already pretty unstable. Right now, it's like a sheet of paper wedged between massive cursed energy and a binding vow. I have no idea what'll happen once that paper gets punctured. Gojo-sensei, can I come in with you too? Satoru Gojo looked over at Yuta Akatsu, who had only just arrived. According to him, he'd run into an ice-using curse user and another curse user with a pompadour while out on a mission. Both had been unexpectedly troublesome, which was why he was only getting here now. Gojo gave Yuta Akatsu a quick once-over. You should be fine, though it'll still be a bit of a stretch. Well, regular classes aren't going to push you any further anyway, so come along. Once everyone had retreated a safe distance, Satoru Gojo casually threw the wooden stick at the edge of the barrier, the point he'd identified as the foundation supporting its formation. The next instant, it was like crushing a rotten egg that had been left sitting for 3 months with your bare hand. Black smoke shot into the sky, carrying the stench of rot mixed with the foul reek of curses. Countless ghosts squeezed out through the widening hole, drifting up into the air and wandering aimlessly. Seeing that, Satoru Gojo reached out and pulled. All the ghosts in the air were dragged together by gravity, compressed into a single mass, and drawn to his side. Even crushed together, they made no sound. They simply devoured one another in silence. They were all dandelion seeds that had turned into cursed spirits. Yuta Akatsu stared in shock as Satoru Gojo crushed them into fragments. What shocked him was not Gojo's methods. Gojo-sensei's strength was beyond question. Of course he could do something like this. What shocked Yuta Akatsu was that, in terms of raw cursed energy alone, every one of those dandelion cursed spirits was at grade 1 level. In fact, if flight counted as a technique, then those things were genuine grade 1 cursed spirits. Satoru Gojo carefully examined the residue inside Blue. These aren't cursed spirits. They're more like a kind of cursed corpse with the core hidden away. Yuta Akatsu nodded. Since Gojo-sensei said the core was hidden rather than absent, that meant he had already confirmed its existence for himself. If that was the case, then the plan to neutralize the cursed spirits by outputting reverse cursed technique was dead in the water. After a brief moment of thought, Satoru Gojo took Yuta Akatsu and stepped into the barrier as it gradually faded away. If the dandelion cursed spirits outside had shocked Yuta Akatsu, then the swarm of cursed spirits and the black sludge inside were genuinely terrifying. The swarm of tree spirit cursed spirits was one thing. It only meant that nearly a third of them were already approaching the level of special grade cursed spirits. But the black sludge gave Yuta Akatsu only one clear warning in his mind. Absolutely do not touch it. After setting Yuta Akatsu down on a hilltop, Satoru Gojo stood high above that land of shadows, surveyed the surroundings, then thrust one hand forward. Red light burst out with repulsive force, instantly clearing a huge open space within the shadows. At the edge of that newly cleared area, AI To-Do's group appeared. Judging by the look of them, they were already running out of steam. After a brief exchange, Satoru Gojo had Yuta Akatsu join up with Yuji Itadori and the others, and sent them off to find Megumi Fushiguro and Noritoshi Kamo together. He himself headed alone toward the center of the forest. At that point, anyone who wasn't blind could see that something was deeply wrong there. Black mist had swallowed the entire area. 3 towering figures, each nearly 10 meters tall, stood in a triangular formation, as if guarding something at the center. Countless cursed spirits surged tirelessly toward that center, only to be cut down by Mahoraga like moths flying into a flame. And it wasn't just the tree spirit cursed spirits. There were countless other inhuman things as well, creatures with lolling tongues, jutting fangs, bodies that ran on all fours, and mouths covering them from head to toe. They looked like animals twisted into something else entirely. Should I wake him up? Now that he had made it this far, Satoru Gojo found himself hesitating. Or rather, he had never come in here to wake Akira Zenin in the first place. He had come to stop the situation from getting any worse. It wasn't right to interfere with such a hard-won chance to rest. Well, I'll just wait for Akira to wake up on his own. Still, these cursed spirits are really noisy. Sleeping is better in a quiet environment. Satoru Gojo looked down at the swarm of cursed spirits below and immediately fired off 2 purple, wiping the area clean. The blasts produced 2 deafening explosions, but the murmuring babble of the gathered cursed spirits did lessen quite a bit. What Satoru Gojo had not expected, however, was that with fewer cursed spirits around, the bow-wielding Mahoraga immediately turned its bow toward him. Clang! Woo! 2 black arrows shot toward Satoru Gojo with tails that sounded like crying. They stopped right in front of his brow. Watching the arrows dissolve into specks of light, Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow. You fruit-serving thing, do you seriously only follow dead orders? It was not as if Satoru Gojo had never seen this long-armed Mahoraga before. Akira Zenin used to summon it all the time to carry fruit around. Back then, though, this thing was supposed to be white. Chapter 104. The long-armed Mahoraga seemed not to hear what Satoru Gojo said and fired 2 more arrows at him. Satoru Gojo shattered them with red and prepared to pull back. There was no need to keep fighting here. He could just wait for the swarm of cursed spirits to gather again, then come back and wipe them out. But Satoru Gojo's eyes suddenly widened, and his brows knit together beneath the eye patch. In his memory, during the match that morning, the shadow beneath Akira Zenin had started churning as if it were boiling. The scene in his memory had actually changed. That immediately made Satoru Gojo suspect he had been affected by some kind of technique, something oral, poison. While he was still analyzing the situation, Akira Zenin in that memory was already completely swallowed by his own shadow. Then a memory that had never existed before surfaced in his mind. Satoru, the last time we sparred was back when we were students, right? If we get the chance this afternoon, how about the two of us have a fight? After going through that newly added memory, Satoru Gojo's expression returned to normal. He took off his eye patch and looked straight at the center the three Mahoraga were guarding so fiercely. Now that's really something. Is this your new technique? Even the shadows inside my memories are within the range of your shadow manipulation. A slightly unhinged smile spread across Satoru Gojo's face. It really has been a long time since we sparred. In that case, I'm taking this as your official challenge. Cursed spirits were everywhere, so there was no need to worry about collateral damage. And since Akira had said his Mahoraga were highly adaptable, there was no reason to hold back. For Satoru Gojo, an opportunity like this was far too rare. The moment he finished speaking, the Mahoraga wielding the longsword stomped the ground. With a deafening boom, it launched itself dozens of meters into the air and brought its blade down in a precise slash at Satoru Gojo. But the closer the slash came to Satoru Gojo, the slower it became. Since this was not a conventional block, all the force of the attack sank into the limitless. The long sword hung motionless above Satoru Gojo's forehead like a drowning man trapped in heavy waves, and even the shockwave that should have been produced by the clash never appeared. Satoru Gojo immediately gathered cursed energy and attached a small blue to his fist, driving it into the sword-wielding Mahoraga's abdomen. As his fist closed in, Mahoraga was pulled toward him as well. In a sense, both sides were rushing straight at each other, and with a thunderous crash, the sword-wielding Mahoraga was smashed into the ground below. Phase Paramita, Pillars of Light, Cursed Technique Reversal Red. A massive red sphere of light instantly chased after the sword-wielding Mahoraga that had been blasted into the earth. Amid roaring noise and violent tremors, it carved out a gigantic crater dozens of meters wide. Akira had already said this thing could adapt directly to techniques. If he used purple right away and failed to kill all three Mahoraga at once, it might adapt to it. Better to first see whether a straightforward red could do real damage. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a scarred hand grabbed the edge of the crater. The sword-wielding Mahoraga heaved itself back onto flat ground in one motion, and every wound on its body healed completely. At the same time, the long-armed Mahoraga's eyes suddenly became vivid, and it raised its bow. It actually opened its mouth and spoke in an extremely hoarse, heavy voice. Kanda, Returning Shadow, Demon Sealing Arrow, Gloom. Even as Satoru Gojo was still surprised that a Shikigami could chant an incantation. A vast surge of white energy poured out of the long-armed Mahoraga's body and flowed into the arrow in its hand like birds returning to the forest at dusk. Black sludge and white energy twisted around each other, clashing and merging, gradually fusing into a spinning gray-white flame. Buzz! The sound had only just reached him when the gray-white flame was already hanging in front of Satoru Gojo. But this time, the attack was not ineffective like before. An identical arrow had somehow pierced straight into the left side of Satoru Gojo's chest. Had Limitless been broken through? He had felt no neutralization, no cancellation at all. Then Satoru Gojo suddenly noticed the shadow cast by his own arm at the wound. That arrow had extended out from inside his body. Seeing the gray-white flame about to spread outward, Satoru Gojo immediately blasted open the left side of his own chest, then used his left hand to cut off his right hand, which had already been contaminated by the gray-white flame, before restoring himself with the reverse cursed technique. Satoru Gojo almost felt like he could hear Akira Zenin from their Jujutsu High days saying, well, if it isn't Satoru Gojo tilde, how did you end up looking this miserable, after only being apart for a while tilde? Meanwhile, Suguru Gido from their Jujutsu High days stood off to the side with narrowed eyes, offering comfort. Victory and defeat are common in battle. If you got hurt, that just means you still have room to improve. But all of that was only in his imagination. Akira Zenin still stood silently at the center of the Mahoraga, head lowered, motionless. Even if he woke up, he probably would not be as lively as he had been 10 years ago. But Satoru Gojo had been injured, and injured in battle no less. That unfamiliar feeling only pushed him further into madness. 9 ropes, polarized light, crows and declaration between front and back, hollow technique purple. Because hollow technique purple required using both cursed technique lapse and cursed technique reversal at the same time, he could not simultaneously use the levitation and movement provided by blue and limitless. So Satoru Gojo dropped to the ground and launched a long-range bombardment. The full power purple exploded the instant it hit, rising into a mushroom cloud. Air currents roared outward, sludge churned, and in the blink of an eye nearly 1/5 of the entire forest was reduced to ruins. Once the aftermath of the explosion had completely settled, the sword-wielding Mahoraga had already returned to Akira Zenin's side and lowered its head, while the wheel above it began to turn slowly. At the same time, the wheel above the shield-wielding Mahoraga suddenly stopped spinning. It opened its eyes and raised its enormous shield to protect its side, while the wheels above all 3 Mahoraga turned 3 full rotations in perfect unison. Throughout the entire battle, Satoru Gojo had not used his domain. Akira Zenin could not use that right now, and doing so would have been too unfair. But even so, Akira Zenin's side had actually managed to attack him by bypassing Limitless through non-domain means. That made Satoru Gojo rely a little less blindly on Limitless. The Mahoraga did not continue attacking. Satoru Gojo stepped forward and looked at Akira Zenin's figure. Honestly, I'm a little jealous that you can develop your technique however you want. The Limitless system itself is far too mature. It makes me look powerful, but the truth is I've never really broken free of the fixed thinking of the 6 eyes users from the Gojo clan through the generations. At most, I'm just more flexible, broader in scale, and more precise. That's why I've been watching you. Your way of thinking and your ideas have inspired me a lot. And that's how this move was born, but... As he spoke, Satoru Gojo suddenly froze. Akira Zenin's figure in his memory began twisting and distorting over and over, until along the timeline of that memory, it turned into words made of flesh, blood, and shadow. Use it. Already somewhat used to this eerie way of communicating, Satoru Gojo answered on instinct. This is my first time using it. I still can't control the power and range very well. It would be better to use it after you wake up. Don't worry, that body means nothing to me. Shadows are free, aren't they? Satoru Gojo fell silent for a moment. If he kept being sentimental, that would not be like him at all. The energy of Hollow Technique Purple is not made entirely from blue and red. It also borrows from spatial potential energy. That's what creates an effect far greater than 1 + 1. It's like throwing a stone across the surface of water and creating ripples. The waves that spread out depend not only on the size and weight of the stone, but also on the technique used to throw it. If I think about it the way you would, then maybe instead of merging blue and red right away, I should find a way to control them and let them blend little by little. That way, like skipping stones across water, I can keep disturbing the surrounding space. And if the ripples created by each point of impact produce constructive interference, then the destructive power of that spatial disturbance will rise dramatically. After saying that, Satoru Gojo raised a hand and began moving it in a steady rhythm, using blue and red at the same time and making them rotate around each other at a fixed speed. This is hollow technique, ripples. Blue and red danced together in the sky. As they spiraled around each other and intertwined, they slowly merged into one another. Purple light flickered constantly, carrying outward spreading spatial ripples that only Satoru Gojo, the one using the technique, could truly see. Those ripples in space collided with one another and, under precise calculation, grew larger and larger. The distortions in space also became more and more obvious. But if any other Jujutsu sorcerer had been there, what they would have seen was simply this. Two glowing spheres moving through the sky in a steady pattern, drawing close and circling each other, while everything nearby suddenly shattered under attacks from nowhere. If purple was pure violence, then ripples was beauty and art. Now I can finally sleep without worry. If it's sleep, then there'll be a time when you wake up right. Maybe a year, 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000. I see, in this life I'm glad I got to know you, my best friend. When I saved Ammonai, I learned just how painful exhaustion could be. I understand you, so go to sleep in peace. Then I'll leave everyone to you. You really are something, putting a curse on me inside my own memories. Hee tilde. While the two of them talked, the dance between blue and red had already come to an end, and hollow technique ripples was reaching its conclusion. Half the forest had completely vanished. The hills and jutting rocks had all been erased, leaving behind a smooth stretch of sand. Only Satoru Gojo remained, standing alone at the center of that sandy expanse. A moment ago, the Mahoraga had been erased without any warning, and Akira Zenin's body had vanished as well. But what gave Satoru Gojo a slight sense of relief was this. After Akira Zenin's body disappeared, his shadow did not fade. Instead, it stretched out two shadow hands, waved at him, and then slipped away into somewhere unknown. Wait. No reply came from anywhere around him, and even Satoru Gojo did not know who he was saying that to. After waiting a while and seeing that his memories had not changed, he glanced at his watch and walked to the center of the forest, or rather, the center of the sandy plain. Then he took something out of his pocket and set it on the ground. It was a small cake that had been crushed so badly its shape was unrecognizable. A few rebellious streaks of coffee-colored cream poked out through gaps in the wrapping, searching for freedom. Happy birthday. Chapter 105. Akira has fallen into a deep sleep. He probably will not be back for a while. Satoru Gojo's first words, after returning to Jujutsu, made the whole place erupt. His unusually calm tone, paired with the faint exhaustion on his face, made it hard not to think of something worse. It was not just the people from Kyoto Jujutsu High. The people from Tokyo Jujutsu High felt the same heavy pressure. Kasumi Miwa covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of disbelief. As one of the rare normal people in the Jujutsu world, she was also the one with the most grounded and delicate heart. Maybe Akira Zenin's devotion to research had hidden his narrowness, and his exhaustion had covered up his madness. But in her eyes, Akira-sensei was the gentlest and most patient senior Jujutsu sorcerer of all. Standing nearby, Kikichi Muta was unusually calm, aside from being a little worried about Kasumi Miwa's state. As someone who had truly been raised from childhood by Akira Zenin, Kikichi Muta knew a great deal about his research. In his mind, unless Akira Zenin himself wanted it, not even Satoru Gojo working together with curse users could harm him. And if Akira Zenin really did want to die, then there had to be a reason for it. Satoru Gojo quickly pulled himself together. With the look of someone whose prank had worked, he adjusted his blindfold and said to everyone, or perhaps to himself as well, "Oh dear, he really did go find somewhere to sleep? Don't overthink it. During the exchange event, the number of cursed spirits around here has been piling up, and on top of that, there are those things that escaped from the forest earlier. We still have plenty to deal with." In this world, the central theme of a Jujutsu sorcerer's life was never dreams or change. It was purging endless cursed spirits and struggling against the human heart. If everyone became a Jujutsu sorcerer, would that really let people stop moving forward? Would that solve everything once and for all? Would that finally make the world safe? That was nothing more than an idealist's fantasy. Cursed energy itself came from humanity's negative emotions. If everyone became a Jujutsu sorcerer, the world would only grow even madder. People's emotions would be stirred up by cursed energy, and by then, the entanglement between Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits would turn into open conflict between Jujutsu sorcerers and the surge of curse users pouring forth. If it ever truly came to that, Jujutsu sorcerers would not just be facing the current work of clearing out cursed spirits. They would also have to deal with class stagnation caused by unequal power, social structures, moral questions, ethical problems, and countless other issues. Back when Akira Zenin was still mentally present, he had discussed all of this with Yuki Tsukumo, but he had never tried to stop her ideal. There was no doubt about it. In a world where even a person's thoughts could become tangible retribution, this was a truly hopeless, truly irredeemable, truly insane world. But even a world like that still needed change, and it still needed people to search for their own answers. At the very least, those discussions might make Yuki a little more careful when she acted on those ideas. And even if it failed, so what? Even if comrades really were lost, so what? Just as motion itself is absolute, Jujutsu sorcerers would never stop moving. There truly was not even a moment to spare mourning the dead. Just like Nanami said, being a Jujutsu sorcerer is a shitty job. Once the ever-busy Satoru Gojo used teleportation and left, Yuta Akatsu, Yuji Itadori, Mimiko, and Nanako also set off to meet Suguru Gido, carrying the rope that held Mahito. Along the way, Yuta Akatsu periodically released reverse cursed technique into the rope, steadily wearing down Mahito's cursed energy. Inside the space enclosed by the rope, there had been screams at first. Later, only muffled groans remained. Just as the remaining Tokyo Jujutsu High students were preparing to head back to school, a voice rang out together with the sharp sound of a motorcycle braking to a stop. That commotion just now was pretty wild. You're Maki Zenin, right? Where did that brat Akira Zenin go? Maki, who had been saying goodbye to Mai, froze for a moment. When she turned around, she saw a woman in tight leather biker gear. With the air of a female hooligan, Yuki Tsukumo reached a hand toward Maki and kept moving closer. Let me get a good look at how well you've developed Tgthegood. Even though the other person was a woman, Maki was not about to tolerate being teased like that. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she immediately threw a punch. But Yuki Tsukumo was still a special grade, and the first special grade sorcerer of the modern era. Whether it was her figure or her strength, both were impossible to measure. She casually caught Maki's wrist with one hand and even gave it a few light squeezes. Not bad. Much better than I expected, Tilda. The way your muscles are arranged, the distribution of fat, the condition of your fascia. Your cross-section must be a real work of art. Hi. Maki was completely baffled by the kind of thing that sounded more like something a curse user would say. She tried to wrench her wrist free from Yuki Tsukumo's hand, only to find that Yuki seemed completely effortless, her hold utterly unmoving. So Maki swung her other hand at Yuki's face as well. In the next instant, a shikigami shaped like a winged bone snake wrapped itself around her. Yuki let go at the same time, and Maki, tied up from head to toe, dropped straight to the ground. So impulsive and such a fierce personality. You and that calm, timid Mai over there really are identical twins, alike, yet perfectly complementary. But Mai's body definitely is not as good as yours, Tgthegood. That really does make things a little troublesome. Sensei, why did you come back? Yuki Tsukumo turned toward the speaker, AI to do, then strode over and slapped him hard on the shoulder. It's AI-chan, how have you been lately? Have you found the girl you love yet? When do I get to go to a church and officiate your wedding? The moment he heard that, AI to do burst into tears. For someone who normally carried himself like the boyfriend supporting his girlfriend's entertainment career from the shadows, there was no way he would let a topic like becoming Takata-chan's real boyfriend pass him by. Sensei, you have to help me think this through. Wait a second. Completely oblivious to the fact that she herself had started the topic, Yuki Tsukumo looked around again. Where's that brat Akira Zenin? He called me over to do work, and now he is not even here. AI to do pressed a hand to his forehead with a pained look. I do not know the exact details, but judging from the vague way Satoru Gojo put it just now, Akira-san is probably asleep somewhere right now. When did he contact you? I did not receive any information about this at all. Yuki Tsukumo nodded, resting her chin on her hand. It makes sense that you would not know. He only told me just now. I was still on the plane back at the time. Just now. AI to do, who knew the recent situation, found that impossible to understand. Ah, it was nothing much. My head suddenly went boom, and a whole bunch of shadows appeared, then whoosh, a ton of text showed up. I was actually planning to ask him how he did that. Boom, whoosh. AI to do, with the brain he claimed had an IQ of 530,000, once again failed to understand. Really, it is nothing much. The twin complementation project Akira had me researching is already ready, and with the information he just gave me, I think we can finally start separating Maki and Mai's fates. This will be the first attempt to explore the foundations of Jujutsu at this level. A great research project led by me. MMPH. Only then did Yuki Tsukumo notice that Maki was still bound by her Shikigami Garyuda, and she hurriedly controlled it to let Maki go. At this stage, we absolutely cannot affect the test subject. We absolutely cannot affect the parties involved tilde. Chapter 106. I studied heavenly restriction, the kind that sacrifices cursed energy in exchange for physical strength, for quite a while. Although Toji Fushiguro refused to let me study him, I still managed to learn a lot about it. Based on the information Akira Zenin gave me, Maki Zenin's exchange was not extreme. She still retained some cursed energy. Historically, the other people with heavenly restriction were not like Toji Fushiguro either. None of them completely gave up their cursed energy the way he did. But because Maki Zenin is a twin, her heavenly restriction is actually incomplete. There may still be room to keep refining it further and turn her into a superhuman. Twins are treated as a single person within the system of Jujutsu. That leaves both of their individual systems incomplete, which creates a situation where they end up holding each other back. The so-called twin complementation is to make Maki Zenin and Mai Zenin, the two halves that were split apart in Jujutsu terms, become two separate and complete individuals again. So why exactly did you call me here? Naoya Zenin casually straightened his collar and leaned against the railing to the side. Yuki Tsukumo had called him over using the excuse that Akira Zenin wants to see you. But after arriving, not only did he fail to see Akira Zenin anywhere, he was instead left standing there listening to Yuki Tsukumo explain Maki and Mai's situation. If his temperament had not grown steadier lately, and if these two were not people Akira Zenin had once gone out of his way to protect, he would have stopped listening long ago. Yuki-senpai has not finished yet, just listen. Noritoshi Kamo, who had also been called over, looked straight at Naoya Zenin and cut him off before he could interrupt Yuki Tsukumo again. Hathi. Naoya Zenin glanced at the future head of the Kamo clan. He knew the man was strong now, but without Akira Zenin's guidance, reaching grade 1 would probably have been difficult for him. In Naoya Zenin's eyes, blood manipulation was only so-so. There is obviously a reason I called you here. Yuki Tsukumo was always unusually patient with anyone involved in her experiments. She was not the type to put on airs just because she was a special grade sorcerer. Before we can understand the true nature of the Jujutsu system, completing the two of them will require a fairly crude kind of reverse deduction. Whether it is cursed techniques or cursed energy, both are imprinted onto the human body at the moment of birth. The ages of 6 to 8 are simply when they begin to manifest. And if we want to change heavenly restriction, then we have to go back to before heavenly restriction. In other words, the problem starts before birth, so we just have to let them be born again. And that will require some help from the two of you. Go back to before birth. What, are you asking me to beat them back into the womb so they can reincarnate? That was what Naoya Zenin said, but he leaned forward slightly, clearly interested. Noritoshi Kamo, standing beside him, continued listening quietly. Yuki Tsukumo took out 2 small notebooks and tossed one to each of them. Here, Akira gave these to you. He said that, as genius Jujutsu sorcerers who have studied barrier techniques since childhood, you should have no trouble understanding them. Naoya Zenin and Noritoshi Kamo each caught a notebook, and for once, Even their movements and expressions were strangely in sync. Compared to ordinary jujutsu sorcerers, they were indeed strong, but hearing the word genius from Akira Zenin carried a different weight. Akira Zenin was the kind of person who was actually stricter with those close to him. Praise that simple and direct was something they had almost never heard from him. Just as Noritoshi Kamo started flipping through the notebook, Naaya Zenin suddenly looked up at Yuki Tsukumo. Can you say that again? Yuki Tsukumo folded her arms and rolled her eyes. These are from Akira. He said that, as geniuses who have studied barrier techniques since childhood, you should be able to understand them easily. Oh, and he also said you should be able to figure all this out within 2 hours. The moment Yuki Tsukumo finished speaking, Naaya Zenin started flipping through the notebook at astonishing speed. She shook her head helplessly. If he could really understand something like this at that speed, then he really was a genius. Oh, he is even using his technique already. After some time, Yuki Tsukumo brought the 2 test subjects to the back courtyard of Tokyo Jujutsu High, and Naaya Zenin and Noritoshi Kamo were both ready. Unlike before, both of them were now visibly excited, because what they were about to attempt was something never recorded in the known history of the jujutsu world: double domain. To return to the state before birth, the first step is to isolate them from the world, and the clearest form of that isolation is a domain. Yuki Tsukumo nodded as she looked over the 2 of them. The test subjects were in good condition, and so were the experimental tools. That Akira brat really did know what he was doing. Everything was going according to plan. After that, all we have to do is synchronize every piece of information their bodies need to share, their heartbeats, their cellular states, everything, and then separate them. Akira Zenin should have mentioned it in those notebooks. Your domains have a high degree of compatibility, and they just happen to meet all the necessary conditions. It may even be that Naaya Zenin's domain exists for the sake of separating the Maki and my sisters. Huh? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Yuki Tsukumo shook her head. Nothing, just thinking about fate. She then turned to the test subjects, who had remained silent the whole time. What is it? You are about to become complete, so cheer up a little. Maki nodded, then glanced at Mai, who stood beside her with both hands clenched into fists in nervousness. It is just that. The way you said, letting your sister leave your body, does not sound very good. Relax, relax, you will still be sisters. We are only cutting the connection created by cursed energy tilde. Am I ready? All 4 people present nodded. Maki and Mai walked to the middle of the courtyard, while Naaya Zenin and Noritoshi Kamo stood on either side of them and began constructing the double barrier described in the notebook. Domain expansion, Time Cell Moon Palace. Domain expansion, Funeral Chamber of the Heart. A double barrier was not a simple inversion of inner and outer layers. It was something woven together within the original domain barrier itself. And on their very first attempt, the double barrier they created was astonishingly complete. If the long-armed demonic virtual Mahoraga who developed this thing were here, he would probably be nodding in satisfaction from the sidelines. If, on top of the double barrier, the 2 people's innate domains were projected at the same time, and if those innate domains were sufficiently compatible, then what would form was double domain. And this, right here, was the double domain designed by Akira Zenin, with Naaya Zenin as the core and Noritoshi Kamo as support. Fusion Cell Primordial Womb. Chapter 107. Fusion Cell Primordial Womb was built on Naaya Zenin's domain, so in appearance it resembled Time Cell Moon Palace. It had the shape of a womb. The moment the domain enclosed them, Maki and Mai curled up in its center like fetuses inside a womb. In a sense, what Naaya Zenin said at the start was not wrong at all. He really had beaten the sisters back into the womb. Inside this domain, not only were Maki and Mai's asynchronous cells forcibly eliminated, but their heartbeats, blood flow, and breathing gradually synchronized as well. Even their outlines began to blur, and they were already on the verge of death. And this was after Naaya, Zenin, and Noritoshi Kamo had deliberately worked to reduce the effect of the domain technique. But that also meant they had fully entered a state of bloodline fusion. Just as Maki and Mai's breathing grew weaker and more synchronized, the surroundings around them suddenly changed. It was a delicate little courtyard. Beyond it stood an old stone bridge, and in the distance, the rippling water had been dyed crimson by the evening glow, which in turn cast a layer of brilliant gold over everything nearby. What is this? Maki froze slightly at the sight before her. Of course she knew where this was. It was the Zenin Clan main house in Kyoto, occupied by a whole swarm of vermin. What she did not understand was why she had been brought here. This is an innate domain. Unlike Maki, who could not use cursed energy and had been raised entirely as a cursed tool user, Mai was much more sensitive to matters related to jujutsu. This is my innate domain. No, more accurately, it belongs to both of us. That was as much as Mai could figure out, because only inside an innate domain could she feel this kind of complete physical and mental ease. As for why they had ended up here, even she did not know. Maybe it was because they had fallen into a strange, near-death state. Or maybe Akira Zenin had added something extra to the barrier he gave Naya Zenin. Maki turned to look at the little courtyard. She was just as familiar with this place. On the tree in the center of the yard rested a special-grade lazybones who had given her and Maya refuge during childhood. Even Ogi Zenin had to behave with utmost respect when he came here. Mai followed Maki's gaze. Actually, when I left the Zenin clan, I was a little frustrated with him for wasting his potential. Back then, I kept thinking, you were so strong, and your status was so high, maybe one word from you really could have changed the entire Zenin clan. Maki shot her a glance. A little sister is still a little sister, tilde people cannot be changed with just one sentence. At most, they will submit to intimidation for a while, and the moment no one is watching, they go right back to acting like vermin. That is why I said back then, can you stop interrupting me? Maki smiled and shook her head. Gito-sensei once told me that. He believed that once the environment changes, the resources change, and people have more choices, they will naturally begin to change too. You obviously admire him, but you just refuse to say it out loud, tilde you are as awkward as ever. Shut up. Before they knew it, the conversation between the sisters had started carrying that familiar prickly edge again. It was not real mockery, just the habit the two of them had built up over the years. Amid the sisters' cheerful bickering, Maki's figure gradually began to fade. Mai lowered her head and said, "All right, time is almost up. From now on, this place will belong to me alone. See you outside." Big sis. No one noticed that in the courtyard behind them, someone in a Jujutsu high teacher's uniform was casually sitting on a tree branch in the center of the yard. After seeing what was happening here, that person nodded lightly in satisfaction, then dissolved into shadow and scattered into the air. Congratulations. Maki opened her eyes and immediately felt that everything around her looked strangely clear. It was as if something had changed compared to before, and the air nearby felt a little warm. Oh, it was just Yuki Tsukumo's big face way too close to hers. Your cursed energy has been completely stripped away. Looks like if you were not a twin, your natural talent would have been extremely high to begin with. How interesting tilde for a family like the Zenin clan that loves jujutsu so much. The odds of producing a zero cursed energy, heavenly restriction, are surprisingly high. Tusk. How is Mai? Yuki Tsukumo raised a hand and gestured for Maki to look in the direction she was pointing. Mai had already sat up and was leaning by the window, watching the clouds in the sky. Her cursed energy system is complete now, and because of that, she gained the cursed energy that truly belongs to her. And more importantly, she is free. She does not have to force herself to struggle for your ideals anymore. Hearing that, Maki let out a deep breath. That is good. From here on, I will keep moving forward. If Mai wants to rest, then she can rest. Oh, give it a rest. Mai turned to look at Maki. If I were not around, a muscle-brained idiot big sister like you would definitely charge and even harder than before. Maki was delighted inside, but she still rolled her eyes. And there is this too. Mai raised a hand, and a long blade gradually appeared in her grasp. Then she tossed it to Maki. This is. My technique is complete now, and my cursed energy has increased too. From now on, just tell me whenever you need a cursed tool. Maki held the sword in stunned silence, then glanced at Mai, who had already started getting a nosebleed. Then, she flipped the sword, stretched out her arm, swung it, and smacked Mai on the head with the flat of the blade. That hurts. You still know how to feel pain. Your body just recovered, and you are already getting cocky. I still have not settled things with you for nearly killing yourself, generating hydrogen earlier. Since you are coming along, then from now on we train together. If your body is not strong enough, you will get hurt after using your technique only a few times. Hi. Yuki Tsukumo leaned off to the side with a smile, watching the two sisters. Their cursed energy systems had been severed, but their hearts had grown even closer. Very nice, another successful experiment. Better write it down in the little notebook tilde. Chapter 108. Once a Jujutsu sorcerer clan reaches a certain level, it will privately keep cursed spirits in captivity. Ideally, they can be tamed like Shikigami. If not, they can still be used as training targets, sparring tools, or even instruments of execution. But Jujutsu sorcerers raised in that kind of environment get used to the existence of cursed spirits early on. So when they face them later, they skip the period of discomfort most people go through. After all, cursed spirits are usually hideous. Even if their cursed energy does not affect you, staying around those things for too long will still wear down your sanity. So in the great clans, the odds of producing weirdos are about as universal as the odds of cursed spirits being ugly. That also means the Jujutsu sorcerers of the great clans skip the very first hurdle of becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. And that hurdle is the hardest one, the one that directly decides whether someone can truly become a Jujutsu sorcerer at all. It was not quite as extreme as the Zenin Clan, where everything from the front gate to the torture chamber was divided by category and fully stocked. But in the Kamo clan, cursed spirits could still be seen everywhere. Looking a little tired, Noritoshi Kamo glanced at the two humanoid cursed spirits by the door. Their bodies had no skin, their veins and vessels exposed, and they muttered blankly. Fa's family, protect. These two cursed spirits seemed to have formed from some Kamo ancestor after death. So obsessed with bloodlines that even their cursed spirits had to come from their own lineage rather than outside sources. In a way, that really was making full use of everything. After shaking his head, Noritoshi Kamo straightened his clothes, smoothing out the last wrinkle in his old-fashioned kimono, then pushed open the main door. What appeared before him was not the usual meeting hall he had expected, but layer upon layer of talismans. Thousands of talismans filled his entire field of view, covering the whole room, including the inner courtyard. Every single one was densely covered with the character for seal. Noritoshi Kamo, who was extremely familiar with talismans, recognized them at a glance. Seal Gap, a kind of talisman that disrupts the use of cursed energy and prevents a technique from functioning at its source. In other words, the same death row dark room Yuta Akatsu and Yuji Itadori stayed in the original story. A prison formed from large numbers of seal gap. Talismans could be used to detain Jujutsu sorcerers, and many interrogations of curse users were also carried out inside them. Among the Jujutsu sorcerers currently known, the only one who could still use his technique completely unaffected was Satoru Gojo, thanks to his precise control over cursed energy. Noritoshi Kamo narrowed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding talismans. Without a word, he bit open the index finger of his right hand and smeared blood onto one of the talisman's nodal points. The entire talisman instantly dimmed. Then, using that flaw in the talisman as an opening, Noritoshi Kamo shot out a fine arrow of blood. Under the interference of the surrounding talismans, the blood arrow lost control and burst into a mist. As it scattered, it splashed onto one nodal point after another, causing a large swath of talismans to fail. A way to deal with talismans at this level would not even count as a difficult problem in the workbook. Akira Zenin used to test him with back then. Seeing that the carefully arranged seal gap setup was about to be completely dismantled, the person behind the curtain finally could not sit still any longer. An aged voice came from behind the curtain. Noritoshi Kamo, destroying the layout of the meeting at will does not exactly reflect the bearing expected of a legitimate son. Noritoshi Kamo stopped dismantling the surrounding talismans and looked calmly at the old men in front of him. Of course, part of the reason he stopped was because the remaining seal gap talismans were no longer enough to interfere with him anyway. I do not remember routine meetings being held inside a cell. And as the next clan head, I need to ensure I can use my technique properly at all times, if only for my own safety. Perhaps because their preparations had proved useless, the tone of the old men softened a little. Not informing you in advance was our fault, but the subject we are about to discuss is rather sensitive, so we had no choice but to take precautions in case you acted impulsively. Noritoshi Kamo opened his eyes slightly and looked toward the right side of the curtain. They were afraid he would act impulsively before they had even said anything. If that was the case, then maybe the subject was not worth discussing at all. Then just say it. If there is nothing to discuss in this routine meeting, I will be leaving. I still have a few ideas I need to sort out. The figure seated on the right spoke, with the voice of a middle-aged man. Akira Zenin is dead. We conservatives need a new special grade to balance Satoru Gojo. After discussion, and considering that you displayed a large-scale technique during the school tournament, the clan is prepared to recommend you for special grade. The corner of Noritoshi Kamo's mouth twitched. That really was a sensitive topic. One sentence had shocked him 4 separate times. First, when exactly did Akira-sensei die? Did news really spread that fast? Could it be that Satoru Gojo returned and said Akira-sensei had fallen asleep? Then the Gojo clan inferred from his tone and the state of the tournament grounds that Akira-sensei was dead. And since the 3 great families share what they know, if the Gojo clan knows, then the Zenin clan knows, which means the Kamo clan knows too. Second, Akira-sensei really was treated as a backer by many uninformed conservatives because he rarely took direct action. But the upper ranks of the Kamo clan should know perfectly well what the reality is. Third, me balance Satoru Gojo. Do you people hear what you're saying? Fourth, have you all lost your minds, asking me to become a special grade? Never mind whether I even have the power to destroy a nation right now. The title of special grade is mostly a tasteless burden with slightly better resources attached, and for a prospective clan head like me. I refuse. The figure in the middle of the curtain nodded. Then we will record it that way. Noritoshi Kamo shook his head speechlessly and walked out of the room. Those old men had obviously left something unsaid. They were just wary now because he had cracked Seal Gap and did not want to push too far. Forget it, I should go back and properly write down my recent ideas. When Sensei comes back, he will probably want to review my progress again. Just thinking about how strict Akira Zenin had been when teaching him gave Noritoshi Kamo a headache. You are a Jujutsu sorcerer, not a machine for moving cursed energy around, and not a cursed object that only knows how to use a technique. Could you please think for yourself a little? Rewrite this month's report. Here, I will give you a hint. You have been studying Riemannian geometry and Lobachevskian geometry lately, right? Then by next month, propose at least 2 possible talisman layout methods under extreme spatial conditions. Do not just give me an idea. Your preliminary deductions and proof process both need to be there. Why is he only this strict with me? A formless pressure seemed to crawl back out of that memory. Noritoshi Kamo, who prided himself on having some talent for learning, hurriedly shook his head and could not help sighing. Ah, Akira-sensei has been worn out for so long. For the sake of his mental well-being, maybe he should sleep a little longer. Chapter 109. Ijichi, have you seen my malt candy? As if nothing had happened at all, Satoru Gojo suddenly barged into Ijichi's office and shouted. Anyone can die, especially Jujutsu sorcerers. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, you have to be ready at any moment to let your thinking turn toward madness. Satoru Gojo really had always lived that way. More precisely, for a Jujutsu sorcerer, the fact that none of his friends had died up to this point was honestly a little abnormal. Besides, Akira Zenin was only asleep. He believed that firmly. not only because Akira Zenin's shadow had waved before going to sleep, proving he had found a way to exist without a physical body, but also because Megumi Fushiguro said he had an item that proved Akira Zenin was still alive. But maybe it was exactly because he stayed so calm that the conservatives let their imaginations run wild and mistakenly concluded that the special-grade Jujutsu sorcerers had long since split apart. No, I have not seen it. I am working right now. Ijichi looked at Satoru Gojo with bloodshot eyes full of exhaustion. Even now, he was still typing on his computer, but when he turned, he bumped into the stack of instant noodle cups piled beside it. Satoru Gojo abruptly dropped the topic of malt candy and, with his usual leaps in thought, started talking to Ijichi about students instead. A real teacher does not go looking for students who are monsters just like himself. A real teacher draws out a student's potential to the fullest. Compared to Akira, I am really not cut out to be a teacher. I know. Ijichi, just wait till I beat you up. Could we deal with anything else after I finish what I am doing? So what exactly are you busy with right now? As he asked that, Satoru Gojo walked over and looked at the computer. Six Eyes was extraordinarily sensitive to things imbued with cursed energy. But for a computer like the one Ijichi was using now, one whose attached cursed energy had been specially stripped away to keep curse users from obtaining information, and which no ordinary person had ever seen, it was nothing more than an exceptionally precise machine. Ijichi was processing paperwork related to the Kyoto Sister School exchange event, follow-up handling and information collation for the joint invasion by curse users and cursed spirits, as well as organizing petty cash statements, monthly standard benefits for Jujutsu sorcerers, asset repayments, revised planning for school land use, taxes. And there was also a document already set up and waiting to be written, summary and explanation regarding the damage to the forest affiliated with the Kyoto School. It had been jointly submitted by a number of environmental groups. If not for Satoru Gojo, this whole matter should have been handled entirely by Kyoto. Satoru Gojo could feel the resentful stare coming from the person beside him. There is no need to buy malt candy next time. Ijichi turned back to the screen. Even after hearing that, he did not look the slightest bit pleased. To give up on malt candy that easily, if there is something else, then please just say it. Oh dear, you really do know me. No, please do not say that, I really do not. In a bit, set aside an open area. Megumi is going to subdue a Shikigami, so he will need me there to watch over him. Oh right, make it somewhere large. The damage radius from the fight might be pretty big, and the follow-up negotiations and cleanup will also be on you. After a short stretch of total stillness, Ijichi stiffly turned his neck toward him. For once, even his typing hand came to a stop. Can I go buy malt candy right now? Damida tilde. Driven by the thought that this was all for the students, Ijichi ultimately went ahead and arranged Satoru Gojo's plan. The chosen site was deep in a remote forest. That is right. To guarantee that no one would find out, they were going to destroy another forest. Ijichi could already picture a certain organization seeing the final state of that forest, then after putting the clues together and investigating, blowing up his email and phone. Satoru Gojo had already arrived at the designated location, carrying Megumi Fushiguro along. Honestly, even though he was strict with Ijichi, Ijichi was someone he trusted very, very deeply, second only to Suguru Gito and Akira Zenin. Megumi, what do you think of this place? Megumi Fushiguro rubbed his forehead, then took a string of white wooden prayer beads off his wrist. There is actually no need to be this tense. Akira-sensei already laid everything out for me. Satoru Gojo narrowed his eyes behind the black cloth and glanced at the prayer beads. Every bead contained extremely fine, densely packed barriers and talismans, and somehow, the structure of those barriers looked a little familiar. After shaking his head, Satoru Gojo did not keep probing. This was probably one of Akira's methods and secrets. When you had X-ray vision, knowing when to stop at a glance was an important quality in dealing with friends. Are you sure you do not want to go find Toji? Megumi Fushiguro fell silent for a moment. I am not sure whether this could get him hurt. dragging other people into danger because of my own business is not my style, even if that person is not really just some ordinary, other person. Satoru Gojo pulled out a handkerchief from who knew where and dabbed at the corner of his eye a few times. Or more precisely, he wiped the black blindfold just outside the corner of his eye. So you can really bring yourself to make me do it. Sai, you and Akira-sensei are different. Akira already told me about Mahoraga. In a little while, I will go farther away so I do not interfere with your subjugation ritual. If you run into danger, I will come over immediately. Oh, right. If you use your domain, then the moment things get dangerous, dispel it right away. I will be there immediately too. Chapter 110. With this treasure I summon, Furub Uriura. High in the distant sky, Satoru Gojo watched Megumi Fushiguro with a relieved expression as the boy stood with his left fist clenched in front of him and his right hand set behind him, chanting the incantation. Megumi had finally adjusted his mindset. He no longer treated the Mahoraga subjugation ritual as a suicidal attack. Megumi, then let me see it, just what this so-called surprise really is. Mahoraga. As Megumi Fushiguro recited the incantation, there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in his voice. His tone remained completely calm. Even when he saw the giant cocoon containing Mahoraga appear, guarded by the toad Shikigami and the dog-type Shikigami, he showed no surprise or fear. There was only a trace of nostalgia and helplessness in Megumi Fushiguro's eyes. After all, when he was in elementary school, it had been Akira Zenin's Mahoraga that walked him to and from school. He still remembered how carefully Mahoraga moved so it would not bump into anything, and how it tiptoed around because it was afraid of cracking the ground. Back then, since no one else could see Mahoraga, his classmates even mocked him for the weird way he looked, holding onto thin air. Of course, he beat up every one of them who dared to laugh. Megumi Fushiguro did not wait around for Mahoraga to finish appearing. Without even thinking, he immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. A visible barrier appeared around him. Then shadows clung to it, forming a black sphere that enclosed Megumi Fushiguro and the giant cocoon containing Mahoraga. Then Megumi Fushiguro tossed the prayer beads in his hand into the air, and a beam of white light from the string of beads merged into the inner surface of Chimera Shadow Garden. Layer after layer of milky white barriers suddenly appeared, then slowly merged into Megumi Fushiguro's domain. It was the initial form of Akira Zenin's domain, 10 Directions Sacred Realm. Double domain. Chimera Shadow Garden times 10 Directions Sacred Realm. Seeing this, Megumi Fushiguro finally let out a true sigh of relief. Now he could be 100% certain that Akira Zenin was definitely still alive. A domain expansion could not bypass the projection of an innate domain. He did not know how Akira Zenin had managed to embed his original domain into the prayer beads, but if the person were dead, then projecting an innate domain would have been impossible. I remember that Akira-sensei's 10 Directions Sacred Realm can deploy Shikigami as domains. When he gave me the prayer beads, he told me the first thing I should deploy was new. Thinking that, Megumi Fushiguro obediently called out at once. Shikigami deployment, new. A huge bird of indistinct color immediately burst from the shadow beneath Megumi Fushiguro's feet. Under the effect of 10 Directions Sacred Realm, its body slowly dispersed, and in the end it became a strip of cloth covered in complex patterns that floated softly around Megumi Fushiguro. As Megumi Fushiguro examined the scarf-like thing, he suddenly realized something. Maybe because he was too familiar with Akira Zenin's Mahoraga, he had not felt the slightest sense of danger during the ritual. So much so that he had not even noticed that the Mahoraga he himself had summoned had already stepped out of the giant cocoon. By the time Megumi Fushiguro realized things were bad, Mahoraga had already rushed to his side, and the sword of extermination came slashing down straight at the top of his head. But the moment Mahoraga's attack reached Megumi Fushiguro, its movement abruptly stalled, and its entire body was blasted backward by some kind of force. Just as Megumi Fushiguro came back to himself, a piece of information surfaced from the shadows in his memory. Divine treasure. Kusigusa no Mono no Hire, scarf to ward off various things, dispels physical attacks. Megumi Fushigiro's eyelids twitched. Mahoraga's movement really had startled him just now. If Akira Zenin had not told him to deploy Nu as a divine treasure immediately, he probably would not even have had time to turn his body into shadow. If the prayer beads were not limited to a single use, he felt he definitely would have taken the time to fully figure out the effects of this double domain first. But for now, before Mahoraga found a way to break through Kusigusa no Mono no Hire, there was still some time. Great Serpent. The instant Megumi Fushiguro spoke, the Great Serpent Shikigami turned into Ikutama, Jewel of Life, and imprinted itself into his heart. A spell mark suddenly appeared on his chest, expanding and contracting slowly with each heartbeat. Ikutama directly completed Megumi Fushiguro's cursed energy state, even forming an extra cursed energy circulation linked to it. Megumi Fushiguro felt his cursed energy surge sharply and flow without end. After reinforcing his body with this new level of cursed energy, he was even able to keep up with Mahoraga's movements. Resisting the urge to rush in and fight Mahoraga barehanded after this sudden spike in power, Megumi Fushiguro took a deep breath and deployed the rest of his Shikigami one after another. The Makaru Kishi no Tama, Jewel of Resuscitation, formed from round deer, entered Megumi Fushiguro's forehead, granting an automatic reverse cursed technique. The Hache no Hire, Bee Scarf, formed from piercing ox, was also a strip of cloth, one that could dispel technique-based attacks. The Hetsukagami, Mirror of the Shore, formed from Max Elephant, circled around Megumi Fushiguro and allowed him to control water. The Akitsukagami, Mirror of the Deep, formed from Toad, resonated with Hetsukagami and allowed him to control sunlight. The Orachi no Hire, formed from Rabbit Escape, also floated beside Megumi Fushiguro and could dispel toxins and curses. Shikigami deployment, Divine Dogs. When Megumi Fushiguro deployed Little Black and Little White, the two he was most familiar with, the cross formed by Tarutama, Jewel of Plenty, and Chikishi no Tama, Jewel of Turning Back on the Road, was imprinted directly onto the back of his right hand, becoming a spell pattern that extended up his arm. In legend, Tarutama represented a complete physical form, while Chikishi no Tama was related to the soul. When those two sacred treasures formed from the deployment of Divine Dogs entered Megumi Fushiguro's body, he suddenly realized that his shadow now seemed to have a soul of its own and could be used freely. He still could not reach Akira Zenin's level of drawing talismans with shadow, but the shadows around him that were tied to him moved as naturally as an arm obeying the body or fingers obeying the arm. He could use them with complete ease. Akira-sensei was not just born able to use this kind of thing, was he? Megumi Fushiguro recalled Akira Zenin's unusual nature and could only shake his head helplessly. Even after activating Tarutama and Chikishi no Tama, his control over shadows still did not measure up to Akira-sensei's. Still, with the help of these sacred treasures, subduing Mahoraga should now be fairly safe. Megumi Fushiguro looked at Mahoraga, which was attacking him while the wheel-like ritual circle above its head slowly turned, then directly formed a giant hand from the shadows inside the domain. Unlike the vague, intangible shadows from before, this hand, strengthened by an immense amount of cursed energy, seized Mahoraga's body as though it were a real physical object. Even with Sword of Extermination in hand, Mahoraga could only scrape sparks off the surface of that giant hand. Akira Zenin. Actually, just like every Shikigami has its own unique subjugation task, subduing Mahoraga does not necessarily mean you have to defeat it. I have restrained Mahoraga's movements for now, including it all the 10 sacred treasures are gathered. Then next. From beginning to end, Megumi Fushiguro never gave Mahoraga a chance to adapt. He immediately began chanting the Furube, soul-soothing song in a low voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Furube, Yureira Furube. As the chant repeated, Mahoraga, trapped in the grip of the shadow hand, slowly stopped resisting. Its body gradually turned into white light and flowed into the Sword of Extermination, bound to the hand. The ship wheel-like disc above its head embedded itself into sword of extermination, and became the hilt, finally forming a bizarre sword with 8 nearly equal blades extending in different directions. And with that, the 10th sacred treasure returned to its place. The sacred treasure Yatsuka no Tsurugi, whose first blade analyzes and whose second blade kills without fail. Chapter 111. Clap, clap, clap. Watching the domain barrier slowly dissipate, Satoru Gojo drifted over to Megumi Fushiguro, applauding as he came, then landed lightly beside him. Well then, congratulations are in order tilde with this Shikigami. Ordinary people probably won't be much of a threat to you anymore. Now that the domain was gone, the divine treasures surrounding Megumi Fushiguro had vanished, and the various curse patterns formed from jade were gradually fading from his body. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Megumi Fushiguro looked up at Satoru Gojo. The good news is, Akira-sensei must still be alive. Yeah, I could tell. With the Ikutama markings disappearing, Megumi Fushiguro seemed to feel, all at once, just how sharply his cursed energy had dropped off. The sudden loss left him so uncomfortable that he plopped straight down onto the ground. Honestly, he did not understand how Satoru Gojo could stay so calm. Satoru Gojo seemed to read the thought straight from his face. You're wondering why I'm this calm about whether my best friend is alive, right? A little. Satoru Gojo smiled. That's because we're invincible. This isn't confidence. It's experience tilde. Megumi Fushiguro gave a completely unsurprised nod. He had heard that line so many times his ears were practically numb to it by now. Satoru Gojo pulled out his phone and snapped a few pictures of Megumi Fushiguro. Then, while idly fiddling with it, he said as if it were nothing. Who knows, maybe you'll reach that level soon too. Megumi Fushiguro looked at him with a pained expression. He had never been that obsessed with growing stronger. As long as he was strong enough, that was enough. In his eyes, being invincible was not a compliment. It meant facing an enormous test of his own steadfast humanity. Besides, if Akira Zenin had not helped him take a shortcut, for a user of the 10 Shadows technique, to reach the level of wielding divine treasures, a lot of conditions had to be met. First, enough knowledge related to barriers. Second, all 10 Shadows Shikigami had to remain alive, without being pushed down the inheritance and cultivation route. Third, the Shikigami had to have a strong enough emotional foundation. Fourth, mastery over merging the Shikigami with his own shadow. Fifth, the ability to analyze the Shikigami through a domain. It could be said that without Akira Zenin's shortcut, even if he knew the exact direction to take, Megumi Fushiguro would not have reached this level until at least middle age. And that was with the added condition that, over all those years of frequent use, not a single Shikigami could be killed. After a brief silence, Megumi Fushiguro had mostly recovered. He had actually been waiting for Satoru Gojo to ask a few questions. Something like, can you explain those patterns from earlier? How did you imprint the ornament from the Shikigami's forehead onto your body? It looks kind of fun tilde. After all, when it came to these divine treasures, he might well be the very first user. But Satoru Gojo said nothing. He just crouched off to the side, playing with the ants on the ground while waiting for him to recover. Satoru Gojo, who was currently pouring the concentrated sugar water he carried onto the ground to tease the ants, turned around and saw Megumi Fushiguro sitting there with an awkward look on his face. Sensei, I'm still not used to my current state. You've got more experience, so I wanted to ask. Sure, go ahead. Megumi Fushiguro then explained the situation with the divine treasures and his own thoughts to Satoru Gojo. So after going through that double domain, you've resonated with the divine treasure. And now you can turn your Shikigami into divine treasures whenever you want. But under normal circumstances, since the 10 Shadows technique only lets you summon 2 Shikigami at the same time, outside a domain you can only use 2 kinds of divine treasure at once. Yeah. Ha tilde. What are you laughing at? Satoru Gojo pinched his chin and let out another smug little chuckle. I was just thinking, if you use Ikutama to gain cursed energy, then use Tarutama and Chikishi no Tama to shape and manipulate shadows, isn't that basically a low-budget version of Akira? And if you use Kyusagusa no Mono no Hire to disperse physical damage, then Hache no Hire to disperse techniques, isn't that just a bootleg version of fully automatic power of stillness? On top of that, you can still summon all 10 shadows Shikigami. Just like Suguru, you're basically a Pokemon master. Hehehehe, you're a total all-rounder of the cosplay world now, Megumi. Megumi Fushiguro did not go along with the teasing. He just rubbed his head helplessly. He had been trying to ask Gojo-sensei a serious question, and somehow the conversation had gone completely off the rails. If Yuji Itadori were here, he probably would have joined right in on this topic. No, wait. If Yuji were here, he would probably already be out looking for a cosplay outfit for him. Quit sighing. If you keep that up, global warming is going to have your name on it, Tilda. As he spoke, Satoru Gojo suddenly quieted down, his expression and demeanor returning to that of a proper teacher. If you ask me, since you're both 10 Shadows users, you can take a page from Akira's approach. In other words, in daily use, you can focus on maintaining Ikutama, then use that cursed energy to support whatever other operations you need. Megumi Fushiguro nodded in agreement and started recalling the various 10 Shadows techniques Akira Zenin had taught him, including overlapping Shikigami, Shikigami technique swapping, and multiple Shikigami technique possession. With the support of Ikutama and Chikishi no Tama, he should now be able to carry out those techniques through his shadows. Megumi, once you've rested enough, I want you to help me with an experiment Megumi Fushiguro froze for a second when he heard that. The word experiment coming out of Satoru Gojo's mouth felt strange somehow. It's only fun when you're breaking new ground. The unknown is the greatest challenge of all. That sounded much more like Satoru Gojo. Sure, of course, go ahead. I'm a little curious. You said just now that the divine treasure Yatsukano Tsurugi can rapidly analyze any defensive method, right? Yeah, that's right. Yatsukano Tsurugi analyzes things even faster than Mehoraga's own adaptability. Satoru Gojo recalled that arrow from Akira Zenin's Mehoraga before, the one that had shot straight out of the shadows and ignited his cursed energy. With clear interest, Satoru Gojo said, I want to see how the stillness of Limitless can be broken, aside from with a domain. Chapter 112. After taking some time to get used to his condition, Megumi Fushiguro nodded at Satoru Gojo. I think I've got the gist of it now. Aside from the Shikigami I choose to turn into divine treasures, I can still summon 2 more Shikigami, but not completely. I can only do a partial summon or have their technique possess me. Hearing that, Satoru Gojo hooked a finger under his blindfold, shifted it a little from side to side, then flicked it back against his forehead with a snap. If you look at the core of it, then with partial summons and technique possession, the corresponding divine treasure patterns do not appear, right? Megumi Fushiguro nodded. Yeah. Then that means the so-called only 2 Shikigami can exist at the same time really comes down to this. Only 2 divine treasure markings can appear at once, only 2 techniques can appear at once, and only 2 Shikigami bodies can appear at once. For a moment, Megumi Fushiguro just stared at Satoru Gojo in a daze. The way he broke things apart and then reorganized them into a conclusion felt so much like Akira Sensei that it caught him off guard. In that case, the combination of Ikutama, Chikishi no Tama, and Tarutama opens up way too many possibilities. Satoru Gojo could see Megumi Fushiguro was already sinking into thought. Well, looks like you've got plenty of ideas already. Want to head back and sort them out first? The experiment on my end is not urgent. Megumi Fushiguro suddenly remembered he was supposed to help Satoru Gojo with an experiment and quickly said, Let's do it now. Those ideas will probably take a lot of time before they can become actual techniques. Satoru Gojo nodded, raised a hand, spread his fingers, and turned his palm toward Megumi Fushiguro. Then stab here, don't hold back. Megumi Fushiguro took a deep breath and immediately summoned Yatsukano Tsurugi. A bizarre sword appeared in front of him, with 5 hilt-like grips and 3 blades extending outward, each the same length in every direction. And then, Megumi Fushiguro promptly collapsed to the ground holding Yatsuka no Tsurugi. With the amount of cursed energy he currently had, simply summoning Yatsuka no Tsurugi felt like using a domain. His entire reserve was drained dry in an instant. He hurriedly summoned Ikutama. Once the markings appeared over his heart and his cursed energy surged dramatically, Megumi Fushiguro finally managed to climb back to his feet with Yatsuka no Tsurugi still in hand. He shot a glance at Satoru Gojo's other hand, the one hidden behind his back. He had definitely taken another embarrassing picture just now. Whatever, he was used to it. Megumi Fushiguro shook his head helplessly and thrust Yatsuka no Tsurugi at Satoru Gojo's palm. The moment the tip of Yatsuka no Tsurugi was stopped by the force of stillness, the wheel at the center of the sword began spinning rapidly. Megumi Fushiguro could even feel a gust of wind blowing back at him from the blade. Seriously, this thing could double as an electric fan. Without pausing for even a moment, Megumi Fushiguro pulled the sword back and stabbed toward Satoru Gojo's palm again. This time, as though it were struggling against something, the blade slowly pushed into his palm amid a harsh scraping sound. Dispel the technique. Satoru Gojo pulled his hand back and gave Yatsuka no Tsurugi a slightly complicated look. That strike just now had made this thing feel almost exactly like the inverted spear of heaven. After healing his hand, Satoru Gojo extended it again. This time, slashed down from above the hand. Megumi Fushiguro did as instructed. Yatsuka no Tsurugi sliced into the limitless once more. This time it was different from the earlier sensation of cutting through butter. It was as if the sword had treated Satoru Gojo's hand and the technique in that space as a single whole, then cut straight through both at once. Expand. Satoru Gojo smiled. Every time it broke through in a different way. This thing was far too interesting. After restoring his hand with reverse cursed technique, he stretched it out again and spread all 5 fingers. One more time. Megumi Fushiguro nodded, gripped Yatsuka no Tsurugi, and thrust it at Satoru Gojo's open palm again. This time, Yatsuka no Tsurugi went straight through his palm without even any resistance. At that point, it felt less like breaking through, and more like the limitless had simply never activated at all. But even Yatsuka no Tsurugi could not escape the scrutiny of the focused 6 eyes. After healing the wound and shaking out his hand, Satoru Gojo sorted through what had just happened. If the original limitless was a turtle that could never be caught, then this sword was doing the exact opposite. Through an extremely subtle manipulation of cursed energy, subtle enough to be called an infinitesimal, it disturbed the infinity and gave priority to defining the originally dynamic 0 point of the limitless. From there, it approached that 0 point, turning the originally dynamic state of untouchability into a static upper limit on attack speed. And that static limit could be defined however the wielder wished through the subtle cursed energy used to interfere with the limitless. In that case, what had once been an unreachable state became a contest of how each side defined the standard. And because the technique was engraved beneath the surface of the body, the interval covered by that standard included the caster's own bodily tissue. That meant Satoru Gojo had to evade it, or use the same kind of subtle cursed energy to correct it. Once it reached that stage, the exchange would become an endless cycle, one side setting the question and the other solving it, rather than the old one-sided, brainless form of defense. Although during the attack it remained an infinite question-setting process, and the definition of the speed 0 point kept changing, so outwardly it still looked much the same as before. But the instant Satoru Gojo encountered this for the first time, or failed to understand the principle behind the breach, or became tired, distracted, or made a calculation error, the attack would pierce straight into his body until it hit that limit value. Why does this way of breaking through feel weirdly familiar? Satoru Gojo looked at Yatsuka no Tsurugi again. It can define and think. Looks like Yatsuka no Tsurugi itself has intelligence. Most likely, this sword not only adapts incredibly fast, it also contains the analysis archive of every Mahoraga that came before it. With Ikutama empowering him, Megumi Fushiguro wielded Yatsuka no Tsurugi with ease. Seeing that Satoru Gojo had finished thinking, he raised the sword again and looked toward him, a strange excitement on his face. "Sensei, want to keep going?" Satoru Gojo was completely absorbed in thinking about whether those breakthrough methods could be turned to his own use, so he did not notice Megumi Fushiguro's expression. He gave a slight shake of his head. "Not for now. Those last few gave me some new ideas, so I'm going back to sort them out first." "Oh, right. Megumi, your grasp of the theory is pretty solid now. Go help me teach the first years tomorrow." With a rapid string of crackling sounds, Satoru Gojo vanished from where he stood. Megumi Fushiguro then looked again at the row of human-shaped holes stretching from right in front of him all the way into the distance. Megumi Fushiguro let out a lingering sigh. Good thing he didn't say he was taking me with him. Chapter 113. In today's society, people in their 30s are generally the ones still fighting on the front lines of the workplace. The pressures of daily life, exhausting jobs, and everything else in between often leave them stuck in a subhealthy state, and that kind of condition is easy enough to spot. You can usually tell at a glance, both from their mental state and from how they look. In fact, once someone passes 25, minors start calling them uncle. But Ejichi was different from most people. At only 27, he was already the kind of man even fresh adults would call uncle. Ejichi was in the middle of sorting through an Excel file when he rubbed his shoulders, stood up, and stretched. Then he promptly sat back down again, clutching the lower back he had just strained. Stiff shoulders and neck, a foggy head, an upset stomach. Ejichi had reached the point where he often found himself thinking, if only body parts could be replaced with new ones. He had only just finished dealing with the forest damage caused during the sister school exchange event, and now Satoru Gojo had dumped another huge mess on him. It was not that he and Megumi Fushiguro had damaged the forest again while subjugating a Shikigami. This time, they had actually behaved pretty well. What needed cleaning up this time was the fact that when Satoru Gojo left, he had used teleportation without caring where he was and smashed through a whole line of trees. He had been moving so fast that he did not actually knock them down. Instead, over a stretch of nearly 2 miles, he had punched a human-shaped hole through every single tree. Just a little issue, my ass. This was even more spectacular than crop circles. Over the course of nearly a month, it had even spawned an urban legend, the human shape crossing through the woods. Ejichi shook his head and continued dealing with the aftermath, silently hoping it would not combine with stories about people who went into the forest and never came back, and end up forming a cursed spirit. Lately, Satoru Gojo had vanished off somewhere too. All the special grade missions had piled up on Guido-san, and even the teaching work had been handed over to Megumi Fushiguro. Maybe he had gone back to the clan. Well, come to think of it, Megumi Fushiguro actually was fairly experienced. Akira-san had called him in to teach students before too. Ejichi grabbed an energy drink and took a long swig, then set the bracelet Megumi Fushiguro had handed him the day before for cleaning onto the cabinet behind him, preparing to get back to work. What he did not notice was that the bracelet flashed the moment he put it down. The shadows behind Ejichi suddenly began to churn. The darkened space behind the desk, people's shadows, even the edges of clothing. Every bit of visible shadow slowly peeled away from where it should have been, writhing like something alive as it gathered into a human figure in a black trench coat, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Akira Zenin looked around first, but did not see Megumi Fushiguro anywhere. That string of Buddhist prayer beads was no longer just a medium for barrier techniques. It was also a set of coordinates for his descent. Ejichi. Hearing the familiar voice, Ejichi, who had been completely absorbed in his work, stood up, went to the instant coffee machine, made a cup of coffee, then turned and handed it to Akira Zenin. Akira-san, I'm a little busy right now, so have some coffee first. If there's something you need, we can talk in a bit. With that, Ejichi sat back down and started typing again. After the room stayed quiet for a while, Ejichi suddenly jerked his head up and looked behind him. Akira-san, you're back. Akira Zenin looked at Ijichi with interest. To be precise, my soul has already fused with the core of the realm. What remains now is adapting to it and taking control of the entire realm. The rest is just a matter of time and effort. Well. Ijichi shook his head. I'm just an assistant supervisor. I do not really understand the way you high-level sorcerers talk, but it does look like you're in much better shape now. I'm not sleepy anymore. After all, heaven and binding can't restrain the realm. This body only has about 1 Megumi Fushiguro worth of cursed energy, so it's actually pretty easy to use. After filtering out the parts he did not understand, and also filtering out Megumi Fushiguro being used as a unit of measurement for cursed energy, Ijichi pulled out his phone and looked at Akira Zenin with a questioning expression. Then should I notify everyone now? Not yet. My main consciousness still needs to oversee the adaptation over there. I came here because I had something to do, and I'll be going back afterward. I'll return properly after some time. Then, I wish you all the best. Akira Zenin nodded with a smile, and his whole body melted back into the shadows. When Akira Zenin appeared again, he found himself in a fairly bright living room. Another bracelet sat on the coffee table. Back when he had given Megumi Fushiguro the Buddhist prayer bead bracelets, he had given him 2. But Megumi Fushiguro had passed one on to Tsumaki to keep her safe. From within the realm, Akira Zenin had sensed a trace of malice through the bracelet. He had planned to go to Megumi Fushiguro first and have him bring him here, but who would have thought Megumi Fushiguro had handed his own bracelet over to Ijichi for cleaning? Akira Zenin glanced at the moon outside, then heard the sound of someone turning over in the bedroom nearby and muttered quietly. Good thing the bracelet's in the living room. Then he looked out through the window toward the rooftop of another building. Someone was watching this place from there. Akira Zenin shook his head. After taking out 3 teams of curse users today, his second uncle had patrolled the area a few times before heading off to a nighttime casino. The person on that rooftop had obviously investigated his second uncle's movements. The wind on the rooftop was pleasantly cool, bringing a trace of freshness to the season as summer shifted into autumn. A woman in a black tracksuit stood there, staring at a distant room with a foolish smile on her face. Miss, what exactly are you doing here? Obviously, I'm checking on the condition of my future incarnation. You're not satisfied with your current state. This body can only bring out 70% of my power. Of course, I need a better condition if I'm going to face my Sukuna. Akira Zenin glanced at the woman before him. Since Tsumaki had been under Toji's protection all this time, had Kenjaku actually used some method to wake her up ahead of schedule? In other words, because of you, 1 person has already died, and yet you still want to kill another girl. Yorazu froze for a second, then quickly turned toward the voice behind her. She had not noticed anyone come up behind her at all. She had to have been too focused on observing the vessel just now. Who are you? Tilde. Akira Zenin looked at the woman before him, the one who had pursued Sukuna 1,000 years ago, and silently offered a prayer for the person who had died because of Yorazu's incarnation. I'm her teacher. Chapter 114. Apparently finding Akira Zenin's question rather childish, Yorazu shoved aside the fear from his sudden appearance and looked him over again. You're her teacher. Then you should be honored that I've taken an interest in her body. You've already lost all reverence for life. You really are used to playing teacher, huh? I could tell at a glance that your cursed energy is pathetically weak. And those dull eyes of yours, that's not the gaze of a true powerhouse at all. Akira Zenin raised a brow at that. A dull gaze. A real powerhouse would never show satisfaction in their eyes. They are absolutely solitary, someone others could never reach even if they spent their whole lives trying. Even as she said that, tangible cursed energy began to surge around Yorazu. Black cursed energy gathered at her wrists, then several streams of black fluid split into 4 and shot toward Akira Zenin. Her technique was construction technique. Aside from special cursed tools, it could recreate almost anything she understood. What she used to attack Akira Zenin was a liquid metal, whose volume could be altered through semi-automatic cursed energy control while keeping the substance stable. But all at once, Yorazu felt bursts of violent pain erupt throughout her body. The pain was so intense that it disrupted her control over the technique, and the black fluid aimed at Akira Zenin splashed uselessly onto the ground. Enduring the pain, she focused her enhanced vision and looked ahead. Akira Zenin was still standing there without moving. Yet beneath his feet, countless tiny shadow hands had stretched out. Every two hands formed the rabbit escape hand sign. Only after Akira Zenin was no longer troubled by drowsiness did he realize just how precise his cursed energy control could become. It's just a bunch of tiny rabbits crawling into your body through your pores. First, they'll chew through your skin, then once they reach your blood vessels, they'll spread through the rest of your body. Yorazu's pupils trembled violently. She immediately manifested several tubes and stabbed them into her body, letting a specially made black metal flow through her body together with her blood. At the same time, she generated a self-destructive high-temperature substance across the surface of her skin to wipe out those rabbit escape creatures. Then strands of muscle and blood vessels began sprouting from her body. Flesh and blood intertwined, then merged with a specialized insect shell, finally forming a humanoid mantis larger than before. It was an insect armor forged by drawing on the functions of numerous organisms to drastically enhance her physical abilities. Its dense outer shell also meant the miniature rabbits could no longer find any pores on her body. Now that she had cut off his endless assault, Yorazu let out a long breath and looked at Akira Zenin. "You sneaky little coward, what other tricks do you have? Why are you so pleased with yourself? I just don't feel like competing with you in control precision anymore." Akira Zenin was just about to raise a hand and form a seal when he suddenly remembered that divine treasure had already been handed over to Megumi Fushiguro. Since 10 Directions' sacred realm would directly take control of divine treasure, it was better to let Megumi Fushiguro keep getting used to it a little longer. So he simply stood there and snapped the fingers of his right hand. Domain expansion. As soon as he spoke, Yorazu suddenly felt that something around her had changed. But it was still the same rooftop, only the wind had vanished. Void calamity, shadow misfortune. This was a domain Akira Zenin deployed by expanding Shadow Realm itself as the technique. As for why the surroundings had not changed, it was because, with extremely fine cursed energy control and the barrier knowledge he had accumulated from Shadow Realm Diary, he had directly loaded the technique onto the barrier itself without projecting his innate domain. That saved the enormous amount of cursed energy normally required to project the innate domain and also made deployment faster, but it greatly weakened the domain's strength in a clash. Akira Zenin suddenly seemed to think of something and could not help grinning. If Sukuna could do this, he'd probably turn, losing the field advantage by canceling the projection of the innate domain into a binding condition, and use it to strengthen either his cursed energy control or the power of his technique. The moment she heard that, Yorazu's face turned cold, and the killing intent in her eyes seemed ready to condense into red light. "I'll make you regret that mocking look on your face when you talk about Sukuna." In an instant, liquid metal poured down over the entire rooftop, and within it was a gigantic pitch-black sphere. This was the perfect sphere Yorazu had constructed, the true sphere, something no material could ever achieve under natural conditions. Because every point on its surface was at exactly the same distance from the center, its point of contact with anything was absolutely zero. That gave it absolute destructive power. Domain expansion, threefold affliction. To ensure she killed this strange man in a single blow, Yorazu directly used her domain to grant True Sphere a guaranteed hit effect. The surroundings instantly transformed into a space ringed with grotesque masses of flesh. Then, under Yorazu's eager gaze, it shattered. Even the liquid metal that had been obstructing Akira Zenin's movements was blown away. Yorazu stared at the scene before her in disbelief. "Ah, your sphere broke because its shadow broke too tilde. Shadow." Yorazu instantly caught the key point in Akira Zenin's words and turned to the fragments of True Sphere. There, A spike-shaped shadow had pierced straight through the shadow of true sphere. Then Yorazu was hit by another burst of pain. Except this time, it was a scorching sensation spread across her entire body. She quickly looked down at her feet. There was a reflection of fire near her shadow, even though there were clearly no flames anywhere around her. Shadows, shadows. Yorazu kept turning over his technique in her mind, and did not even notice that his domain effect had already spread over and overwritten her own. He's been attacking by interfering with shadows. Then all I have to do is make sure I don't have a shadow. Wouldn't that make me unbeatable? At once, Yorazu replaced her entire body with a transparent substance. Under her technique, the surrounding light passed straight through her body and fell onto the ground. But when Akira Zenin saw her turn completely transparent, he made no move to respond. The corner of his mouth only twitched slightly as he silently withdrew his domain. Once the domain was withdrawn, the rooftop fell still. Only the soft sound of the wind remained, and Akira Zenin was not attacked by the transparent body. Because within that domain, the causal relationship between shadow and physical form was reversed. To erase your own shadow was the same as suicide. Akira Zenin glanced at the place where Yorazu had just erased herself, then turned to look at the distant moon. From beginning to end, he had simply stood there, barely moving at all. Tsumaki should be a little safer now, and my second uncle can rest too. I've seriously worn myself out worrying about that kid, Megumi Fushiguro's mental state. Chapter 115. The Crucible Where Curses Are Born, Shinjuku, Tokyo. This bustling commercial district was full of overworked salarymen and stylishly dressed men and women. Beside one traffic-packed street, a young man in a tank top stood with his long blonde hair hanging loose, his body covered in curse markings, looking like some Yakuza lackey. He had one hand stretched out, literally carrying an elderly woman across the street. Ignoring the traffic lights, the two of them crossed straight through the lanes and reached the other side. The young man casually loosened his grip and set the old woman down on the ground. The old woman did not mind his rough manner at all, and said gratefully, "Thank you, young man. I forgot my glasses at home. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have made it across the road." But the young man gave no response. He only narrowed his eyes and rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. The old woman called out to him a few times, but he still did not respond. Seems like a good kid, just one who likes to think. The old woman took a piece of pumpkin candy from her basket, wrapped it in paper, set it on the ground, and slowly left. During that whole stretch of time, Ryomen Sukuna had been immersed in his own thoughts. What he had just been doing was probing this body's technique. By tracing the flow of the cursed energy system in this body, examining the curse markings engraved on it, and combining that with Haruta Shijimo's memories and explanations, Sukuna discovered that Haruta Shijimo's technique was this. By accumulating miracles and luck in ordinary times, one obtains miracles in moments of crisis. So he immediately began experimenting with that technique. He poured in the positive energy produced by reverse cursed technique and turned it into this. By actively giving miracles to others, bring miracles to oneself. Sukuna carried out all kinds of experiments for the technique. He helped a child get a cat down from a tree, snatched a box of bread from a store, and gave it to a beggar by the roadside, saved someone who was about to be hit by a car, though the car itself got sliced to pieces, and so on. And just now, when Sukuna helped that old woman across the street, he felt the cursed energy in this body begin circulating through its system on its own. So he directly used the technique once, just to see what would happen. But Sukuna had no intention of standing there waiting. He sank his consciousness straight into his own innate domain. A pool of blood for a pond, bones strewn everywhere. Sukuna sat atop a small hill made of ox bones, looking down at Haruta Shijimo, whom he had deliberately left behind. "Maggot, can you cook?" Haruta Shijimo, who had been sitting in the blood, hurriedly flipped over, slammed his forehead to the ground, and knelt. My lord, actually, since I've always lived alone." Swish, an arm flew out. Haruta Shijimo glanced at his suddenly missing right arm, then at Sukuna's indifferent eyes, and instantly realized that if he kept rambling instead of getting to the point, he would definitely die. His terror was so extreme that it even suppressed the pain of his soul being cut apart. Haruta Shijimo went deathly pale and did not dare keep talking. "Have you ever cooked human flesh?" I have. It was as if being questioned meant he was allowed to speak. Haruta Shijimo answered with all his strength, almost as though he were venting the pain he had just suffered. "Not bad, then." Haruta Shijimo's face lit up with joy the moment he heard that. It meant he could live again. Someone like him, who loved bullying the weak, was already imagining how he would throw his weight around under Sukuna's protection and become his willing hound. Then, with a full 720-degree spin and a stereoscopic view from 2 angles, he clearly saw a human-shaped body blown into chunks. Sukuna casually killed Haruta Shijimo, then nodded thoughtfully. Judging from the fluctuations in his emotions, the way the outside technique had reacted, and the feel of cutting him, this brat's technique was strongly tied to the body. Its connection to the soul was not nearly as strong. "You knew your place, but you were boring." After dealing with Haruta Shijimo's soul, Sukuna opened his eyes and turned to glance behind him, where a person in a loose black coat was standing. "Hey, so this is the so-called miracle." Kenjaku lifted a hand and tossed a package toward Sukuna. 15 fingers, plus some information on the current sorcerers. To be honest, Kenjaku had already stopped expecting much from this finger collection plan. Satoru Gojo had returned to the Gojo clan, Suguru Gido was tied up outside with missions, and although Akira Zenin had unexpectedly come back, he had been drawn away by Yurazu. On top of that, the barriers at Jujutsu High were practically non-existent to her. Collecting these fingers had turned out to be surprisingly easy. It was just that nobody knew where the remaining fingers had been hidden. Not even the slightest information had leaked out. Sukuna did not take the package. Instead, he gave Kenjaku a thoughtful look. If he chose not to attack and simply let her leave, would that count as accumulating the kind of miracle where someone who should have been killed survived only because he chose not to act? Even with a trick, this body can only withstand 1 finger at most. At those words, Kenjaku immediately pulled out a much larger package and threw it to Sukuna, then tossed him a test tube filled with red liquid. It was a special vessel Kenjaku had prepared using the blood of Itadori's father. Sokushinbutsu, and Sukuna picked up the package and held the test tube in his hand. "Collecting this kind of thing, I really don't like the sight of you right now. If you haven't left in 3 seconds, I'll kill you." Kenjaku did not hesitate. She turned and left at once. She had never come here looking for an ally in the first place. The Cursed Spirits team had been wiped out completely in the previous operation, which made her realize just how absurd the current Jujutsu world had become. But the truly interesting thing was the development of Jujutsu that went beyond planning and design. There was also a great deal worth studying in the arm that had been altered by Akira Zenin's abnormal cursed energy. No matter what Sukuna did, as long as he could draw the attention of the Jujutsu world, she could continue lying low, whether to change things herself or simply bear witness to them. After Kenjaku disappeared, Sukuna once again checked the state of his body. The technique isn't reacting, or maybe the amount of miracle is too small. Then he would use it as an experiment. The people here who should have been sliced apart, but did not die because he was testing the technique, would do nicely for seeing whether miracles could be accumulated. Sukuna took out the little notebook and began flipping through the information Kenjaku had gathered. Haruta Shijimo's memories were far too shallow. Oh, limitless, cursed spirit manipulation. Switching techniques within a domain through loading. Now that is a little interesting. Chapter 116. In a makeshift room, the students of Kyoto Jujutsu High sat listening to a lecture. Ever since the entire dormitory and school building were caught up in the aftermath of Satoru Gojo's hollow technique a month ago, they had been studying in this temporary 2-story building. Kikichi Muta, acting as the lecturer, noticed that some of the students below were clearly not paying attention, so he knocked on the blackboard with his hand. As for why he was not using a pointer or a book, it was because he had recently grown very fond of the feeling of directly touching things with his body. Kikichi Muta held up a book so everyone could see the cover. On it were the words, Fundamentals of Domain Studies by Akira Zenin. This book is a summary of the experiments Akira-sensei conducted during his time at Jujutsu High. He completed it before falling into slumber. Please turn to page 2. As everyone knows, the domain is the apex of spellcasting. Many people see it as powerful, sacred, and immutable. But once you break it down, you discover that, under ideal conditions, the domain is actually the most flexible ability. Analysis of domain effects. Guaranteed hit, effect guaranteed hit, command, cursed energy conditions. Cursed energy, concentration cursed energy environment. Isolation neutralization. Ritual isolation, neutralization conceptual isolation, neutralization physical isolation. Conditions for domain expansion. Barrier innate domain ritual. Under ideal circumstances, these conditions are not actually essential for domain expansion. However, because the effects of these conditions are coupled together, omitting any of them is extremely difficult and is usually only done when there is no other choice. The role of each condition is as follows. Barrier requires a certain level of barrier knowledge. Main components. Physical isolation, plus ritual neutralization, plus guaranteed hit command. Secondary component. Cursed energy concentration. Innate domain requires self-exploration. Main components. Cursed energy concentration, plus cursed energy environment, plus conceptual neutralization. Secondary component. Guaranteed hit effect. Ritual requires possessing a ritual and already beginning to explore the core of one's own ritual. Main components. Guaranteed hit effect plus ritual neutralization. Secondary components. Guaranteed hit command plus cursed energy environment. The actual effect of a domain is formed through the interweaving of the main components of each condition and the mutual influence of their secondary components. Conditions with the same main component can substitute for each other in that area. If one part is missing, that component will be weakened. The coupling between secondary components is even stronger, but under extreme conditions, they can function as main components. For example, a simple domain, aside from the Binding Vow, consists only of barrier plus cursed energy manipulation. Because it lacks the ritual neutralization provided by a ritual, the ritual neutralization in the barrier's main components either fails outright or is reduced to ritual dilution. Whether it fails or becomes diluted depends on the barrier being used and the opponent's ritual. In most cases, it fails. Its guaranteed hit command can be used to offset the guaranteed hit command of another domain. However, because it only has guaranteed hit command, it cannot use a simple domain to block a guaranteed hit effect that has already taken effect. A simple domain has guaranteed hit command without guaranteed hit effect, so its guaranteed hit command can only affect bodily movement through distortion. Akira-sensei also expanded on these ideas in domains and correspondence models. He predicted more than 30 theoretical domain models. A domain extension that uses only barrier and innate domain, with the barrier focusing on the main component ritual neutralization, and the innate domain focusing on the main component conceptual neutralization. Because domain extension uses only two components from two conditions, it is theoretically possible to carry out domain expansion at the same time. He also predicted a mental image domain that uses only barrier and innate domain, focusing on guaranteed hit command and cursed energy environment. A field mapping that uses only barrier and ritual, focusing on guaranteed hit command and guaranteed hit effect. An open domain that uses all three conditions, but emphasizes the innate domain's cursed energy concentration and guaranteed hit effect while weakening the barrier's physical isolation. And also, just as Kikichi Muta was getting into it, he suddenly noticed the state of the students listening below. He was about to knock on the blackboard again, but then he saw Kasumi Miwa in the very front row nodding off, so he lightly tapped the lectern instead. I've only just finished the preface. Hi. Kasumi Miwa jolted awake. Students who fall asleep in class always have an uncanny ability to tell when the teacher is talking to them. Still half asleep, Kasumi Miwa frantically flipped through the book in front of her, trying to find the word preface. But seeing her panic made Kikichi Muta panic a little too, and for a moment, he had no idea what to do next. Sigh, if Akira-sensei were here, you guys probably wouldn't be like this. You've got that wrong. Mai, sitting to Kasumi Miwa's left, rolled her eyes. That's because Akira-sensei only teaches when you're out on missions. All he does is tell everyone to open the book, then he starts dozing off first. Slumped weakly over the desk on Kasumi Miwa's right, Momo Nishimiya spoke up. My head hurts. Isn't this supposed to be an elective? Wouldn't it be enough if people like To-Do and Kamo just attended? Why does everyone have to sit through it together? Since this kind of newly introduced elective was usually taught with all grades together. Third years like Noritoshi Kamo and AI To-Do were there as well, aside from the first years who were out on missions. Because once you grasp the method, some of the things in here are within reach for a lot of people. That voice from the doorway made everyone in the classroom turn to look. Back in ancient times, domains were not nearly as rare as they are now. What people used back then was closer to the mental image domain described in the book. The requirements for understanding rituals and for the amount of cursed energy were not nearly as high. I have very high expectations for you, for everyone. Akira-sensei. Akira Zenin smiled with narrowed eyes. Good morning, everyone. It's dreamwalking time tilde. Chapter 117. Akira-sensei, you're back. Akira-sensei, welcome back. Welcome back. As expected of you, Akira-san. Sensei, has your body fully recovered? Unlike the others, when Noritoshi Kamo saw Akira Zenin as he was now, he first smiled and let out a breath of relief. The backbone of Kyoto Jujutsu High was back. Then he rubbed his brow, tense and already getting a headache. If Sensei found out his project still had not made any progress, that would be bad. Akira Zenin first nodded to everyone's warm welcome, then glanced at Noritoshi Kamo. Those narrowed eyes were truly a great weapon for hiding emotion, but unfortunately, as the person who had raised him from childhood, Akira Zenin could read his thoughts with ease. Still, Akira Zenin had no intention of checking the homework he had assigned him the moment he came back. I'm very awake right now. More precisely, this body of Akira Zenin's had been shaped in the shadow realm, using shadows together with a reverse cursed technique, then controlled through his main consciousness. Even the Jujutsu system he was using was a recreation of the 10 Shadows technique based on his memories, and the Shikigami he summoned were also ones he had shaped out of his own shadows. All right, kids, settle down. The classroom quieted at Akira Zenin's voice. Everyone looked at him, waiting for his next instruction. Akira Zenin clapped his hands. Then class is over. Go take a break first tilde. Yay, ×3. The three girls instantly rushed out of the classroom. After giving Akira Zenin a nod, Noritoshi Kamo also slowly left to work on his own assignment. Only AI To-Do remained in his seat, squinting as if deep in thought. Kikichi Muta looked at the lesson plan in his hands, the corner of his eye twitching. More than 20 pages, and he had only just finished the introduction. Now that Akira-sensei was back, fine, maybe he would not lecture. But did he really have to interrupt someone else's lecture too? Sigh. He suddenly remembered what Akira Zenin had been when he was a child before he became this sleepy. It was over. Things were definitely about to get troublesome. Akira Zenin looked at AI To-Do, who was still sitting there. To-Do, you're not leaving. Good, come here for a moment. Hearing that, AI To-Do stood up, walked past the frozen Kikichi Muta and Akira Zenin, and left the classroom. Akira-san sent everyone away the moment he got back. I knew there was something going on. It's about Kikichi Muta, right? Since I had to sort out the lecture materials, I came out a little later than the others. Akira Zenin turned his head and gave AI To-Do a sideways glance. I can only say, as expected of you. Rubbing his chin, Akira Zenin said, because cursed energy itself represents negative emotions, and being a jujutsu sorcerer is dangerous work on top of that. The truth is, Jujutsu sorcerers always keep a certain distance from one another, no matter what. If this keeps going, it's going to cause psychological problems for everyone. Over in Tokyo, Heibara and Itadori help keep the atmosphere light, and Satoru Gojo is the type who is usually carefree and scatterbrained anyway. Over here, I'm not worried about you. Noritoshi has his own things to handle, and the girls will find their own ways to have fun. The main issue is Kikichi. His heavenly restriction was only just lifted, so right now he still cannot really blend in with everyone. Without even realizing it, he interacts with them from the perspective of a lecturer. Stop making excuses. You just want to ship Kikichi Miura and Kasumi Miwa, don't you? AI To Do said with complete confidence. You came to the right person. For someone who promotes his own girlfriend as an idol, this kind of thing is child's play. Oh, let's hear it. AI To Do said, in a bit, go pass a message to Momo Nishimiya. She'll definitely cooperate with you. After that, like this then this. About 10 minutes later, Kikichi Miura finished organizing all the books and lesson materials. He went over the flow of the class one more time, then picked up the lesson plan and headed outside. He had always interacted with everyone as Mekamaru, so now that he was suddenly no longer a robot, he could not help feeling strangely distant from them. It was like those old jokes, like asking whether he preferred AA batteries or AAA batteries would never come up again. He wanted to fit in, but he did not know how to do it. So without thinking, he threw himself into doing his job as well as possible, hoping that with time, the Mekamaru in everyone's minds would gradually be replaced by Kikichi Miura. But just as Kikichi Miura was walking with his head lowered in thought, he suddenly saw AI To Do leaning his upper body against the wall by the doorway in the hall. To Do, why are you still here? Without changing his posture, AI To Do lowered his voice and put on a deliberately mysterious tone. I just remembered there's one question I haven't asked you yet. Is it about that class just now? AI To Do straightened up, turned his head, and stared directly into Kikichi Miura's eyes. Mekamaru, no, Kikichi Miura. What kind of woman do you like? Hi. Kikichi Miura's face turned bright red in an instant. He reflexively glanced around a few times, then let out a breath when he did not see the person he had imagined. As if he had made up his mind, he lifted his head and looked AI To Do straight in the eye. I like someone grounded, cheerful, lively, and gentle. As he spoke, Kikichi Miura began sinking into his memories, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously started to lift. And what about her figure? Slimmer, not too curvy. Preferably blue hair. Kikichi Miura had practically shouted all of that with every ounce of strength in his body, as if he were finally letting out emotions he had bottled up for years. Before he could even process it, he instinctively answered the question AI To Do had cut in with. Oh, tilde. AI To Do did not comment on it, although what Kikichi Miura described was completely outside his own tastes, and even the personality traits sounded a little too ordinary and dull. But the target was far too obvious. With the 530,000 IQ he prided himself on, AI To Do naturally understood that saying such things about his classmate would not be very nice. And besides, Kikichi Miura. Hi. Do you know, what you just described is not your type. It's the flutter of youth. AI To Do clapped his hands and activated Boogie Woogie. The burly man in front of Kikichi Miura was suddenly replaced by a slender blue-haired figure. Kasumi Miwa's face was bright red, her eyes shut, as though she were answering someone's question. That person, preferably someone a little introverted, a little knowledgeable, someone who would not think I'm too ordinary. Absolutely not. Hi. Kasumi Miwa suddenly opened her eyes, completely confused by the situation. Her brain seemed unable to process all the information at once, and she just stood there looking dazed. Akira Zenin strolled out from the side and pulled a tape recorder out of the shadows. The instant he saw the recorder, Kikichi Miura's already flushed face turned completely red with blood rushing to it, and his brain short-circuited on the spot. He reached out at once, trying to stop him. Don't. As if he had not heard a thing, Akira Zenin pressed play. I like someone grounded, cheerful, lively, and gentle. And what about her figure? Slimmer, not too curvy, preferably. Preferably blue hair. Chapter 118. On the rooftop of a building, Megumi Fushiguro held up his phone as he reported the situation. Across from him, a gigantic caterpillar-like cursed spirit was charging straight at him. Every time it wriggled forward, cracks and dents spread through the poured concrete rooftop. In the face of a monster, nearly 2 stories tall, everything else seemed secondary. Its size alone gave it enough destructive force and momentum to make it hard for anyone to handle. And the enormous amount of cursed energy stored inside, it made it feel as though one were standing in an ocean of malice. Yeah, Ijichi, Shinjuku's basically cleared for today, so you can come over now. Also, has the handover for part of Gojo-sensei's assigned area been finished yet? Megumi Fushiguro remained calm as he spoke with Ijichi on the other end of the call. Just as the caterpillar cursed spirit drew near, a glittering golden mirror covered in ornate patterns suddenly appeared behind him and shone toward the curse. Atsu no Kaiwo can manipulate positive energy similar to reverse cursed technique to create extremely high temperature, sunlight. A burst of blinding light erupted. The cursed spirit only had time to let out a vague murmur and a scream before it was burned away without a trace. In truth, aside from paid missions, every sorcerer at Jujutsu High had an area of their own to oversee. Sorcerers jokingly called this routine task of clearing out cursed spirits street sweeping time, and the higher-ups in the Jujutsu world paid a fixed salary for it as well. As a special grade sorcerer, Satoru Gojo naturally had a lot of territory under his care. That was one of the reasons he was always so busy. After obtaining the 10 sacred treasures, Megumi Fushiguro felt his abilities were finally enough, so once Satoru Gojo went home to sort out his thoughts, he took the initiative to take over one of his assigned areas. Shinjuku. It had to be said, Shinjuku truly lived up to its reputation as a crucible for cursed spirits. Beneath all its glitter and bustle churned a sea of negative emotions. Grief, jealousy, disgust, favoritism, selfish desire, anger. All of it tangled together into a chaotic mass that could make any Jujutsu sorcerer shudder. And that really was the case. Grade 2 cursed spirits appeared one after another, and there was even a Grade 1 nearly every week. On top of that, the level of intelligence these cursed spirits displayed was anything but ordinary. Luckily, Megumi Fushiguro was strong enough now that those cursed spirits posed no threat to him at all. But because he had to balance classes, missions, and clearing his assigned area, he ended up relying on Ijichi to drive him back and forth every day. Megumi Fushiguro looked at the marks the curse had left behind on the rooftop and felt a headache coming on. The real trouble was always the cleanup afterward. He would have to leave that to Ijichi. He felt a little guilty for some reason. How did the teachers shamelessly dump all this on the assistant supervisors with a straight face? Then suddenly, the negative emotions that had always been invisible, even to sorcerers, condensed into black curses, forming a demonic cloud that covered the sky above some point in central Shinjuku. Megumi Fushiguro quickly half-summoned Nu, letting shadowy wings spread out behind him, then spoke sharply into the phone. The situation's changed. This is definitely a special grade incident. Ijichi, notify the principal right away and find a way to evacuate the crowds from central Shinjuku. Sukuna had already been in central Shinjuku for nearly 3 days. He had more or less figured out the technique of the brat whose body he had incarnated into, both the technique itself and its extensions. Normally, that technique used luck accumulated by oneself for probabilistic defense. In other words, the target of the technique was the user himself. Once reversed, it became granting miracles to others in order to actively grant miracles to oneself. In that case, the target of the technique was someone else, and if he wanted to accumulate miracles, that person's original misfortune could not have been caused by him. Not bad. Sukuna lowered his gaze as he looked at the people moving around him. Now that the technique experiment is over, these people are useless. Miracles, in the end, those are something you give yourself. Sukuna was just about to casually use his technique to slice up a few fish for amusement when something crunched beneath his foot. He glanced down. It was a piece of pumpkin candy wrapped in newspaper. Hattie. Letting out a faint laugh filled with contempt and vague puzzlement, Sukuna prepared to send out a few more slashes. But just as they were about to fly, a thunderous roar came from somewhere nearby, and water began rushing through the streets like a flood. As the crowd started fleeing in panic, Sukuna saw a bird-like figure flying above the crest of the flood. That, real water, was gushing out from a mirror at his side. A current of water formed through cursed energy, but it's made to seem remarkably real, almost on the level of the construction technique. Still, only the outermost layer is constructed as a thin film of water. The scale is created by filling the rest with cursed energy. Is it meant to drive off the crowd? While Sukuna was still thinking, the figure had already rushed forward and seized his wrist. Was this supposed to stop him from using his technique? But Sukuna's technique was not limited to his hands. Several vicious, brutal slashes instantly cut toward Megumi Fushiguro, only for a translucent cloth to appear beside him and disperse them. Without knowing the enemy's technique, Megumi Fushiguro had switched through Hetsukagami and brought out a veil used to disperse techniques. The outer flood film also crashed down onto the street after losing Hetsukagami's control. Just as Megumi Fushiguro let out a quiet breath of relief after successfully driving away the crowd, he found himself meeting the eyes of the true source of the special grade incident. Megumi Fushiguro sensed a presence from the other man that he had felt once before, back when he was recovering a certain special grade cursed object. Megumi Fushiguro's eyes widened as he realized who the person in front of him was: Sukuna. Sukuna grabbed Megumi Fushiguro's wrist with his right hand and stared straight into his eyes. Does driving away the flock make you happy, little sheepdog? Chapter 119. The more exalted the status, the more fitting the banquet must be. You are pretty good. Ignoring Sukuna's words, Megumi Fushiguro realized his wrist had been caught instead, and quickly switched Hachi no higher to Kyusagusa no Mono no higher. Sukuna's hand was immediately shoved away by a strange force. Megumi Fushiguro moved back a short distance and rubbed his arm hard. To be honest, he did not know whether it was because he had gotten a little carried away after the 10 shadows truly awakened, or because the immense cursed energy enhanced by Ikutama gave him an unreal sense of confidence. But the Sukuna in front of him did not actually feel all that dangerous. Even so, Megumi Fushiguro was used to planning around the worst possible outcome. He immediately pulled out his phone, sent Sukuna to the teacher's group chat, and shared his location as well. If there was a chance to gang up on him in the name of justice, then of course he would take it. There was no reason to worry about fairness when dealing with a curse user. Of course, Sukuna was not just standing there watching Megumi Fushiguro work his phone. It was simply that every slash he sent out was dispersed again by the Hachi no higher Megumi Fushiguro had switched back to. So it was slashing. From the objects around him that had been cut to pieces, Megumi Fushiguro worked out the nature of the opponent's technique. Simple, and therefore troublesome. 0.7 seconds. Sukuna said it with a smile, naming a span of time that seemed to make no sense. But Megumi Fushiguro's pupils shrank the instant he heard it. That was the shortest time he needed to switch divine treasures, and he had only switched twice in front of him. With this treasure, I summon. Megumi Fushiguro did not give in to the subconscious feeling that his opponent was not especially threatening. Sukuna's terrifying powers of observation alone were enough for him to summon Mahoraga without a moment's hesitation. In his eyes, summoning Mahoraga would be more useful than keeping Yatsuka no Tsurugi in his own hand. In truth, this was a gamble. His defense against Sukuna's slashes depended on Hachi no higher, powered by Ikutama. But Mahoraga was special. To bring out its true power, it had to be summoned whole, which meant it would definitely take up one divine treasure slot. That meant Megumi Fushiguro had to dismiss either Hachi no higher or Ikutama before Sukuna fully understood his technique, and use that opening to summon Mahoraga. This time, his gamble paid off. The moment Mahoraga appeared, it drew all of Sukuna's attention. Unlike Megumi Fushiguro, who in Sukuna's eyes had nothing but cursed energy and relied entirely on the effects of cursed tools, Mahoraga was an obvious threat. If Megumi Fushiguro was a fully armed young lion, then Mahoraga was a rampaging war chariot. The instant it was summoned, Mahoraga closed the distance and brought the sword of extermination down on Sukuna. Sukuna raised an arm reinforced with cursed energy to block it. But with only the cursed energy of a single finger at his disposal, Sukuna could not fully withstand Mahoraga's blow, and his arm was severed clean off at the wrist. The moment he saw that, Sukuna first used Dismantle to carve gashes across Mahoraga's body, then healed the wound at his wrist with an extremely refined reverse cursed technique, intending to trap Mahoraga's weapon inside his body and counterattack. But Megumi Fushiguro seized the moment from the side. First, he drove his strengthened hand into the back of Sukuna's head to keep him from using his technique, then followed it up with a cursed energy-filled kick that sent Sukuna flying. Sukuna smashed through 2 buildings before finally coming to a stop. Coughed, you really are troublesome. Instead of healing the several round holes above his neck, Sukuna healed his arm first, then reached into his own chest. Inside his heart was a spherical object. Faintly visible on its surface were patterns like the face of a dried corpse. This was a cursed object Sukuna had made by imitating Kenjaku's method, sealing 15 fingers inside a Sokushin butsu, then using that tube of blood as both the medium and one of the materials to draw the cursed talisman. By replacing his heart with this object and forcing it to fuse with him for a time, he could bring his body and the fingers into a certain level of compatibility. He just had not expected that after only 2 days of getting used to it, he would already have to force it open. It has adapted enough by now. Then I'll just make it part of the body's circulation directly. Sukuna crushed the sphere in his chest with one hand, and a terrifying amount of cursed energy burst out. Then he swung hard at the 2 figures charging toward him. The air, compressed to an extreme degree by cursed energy, howled forward in a violent gale, with each finger dragging a blade-like slash behind it. Even the ground that was only grazed by the edges was left with a series of shocking scars, kicking up countless grains of sand and broken stone. Megumi Fushiguro sensed the incoming slashes through the changes in the environment around him and quickly ducked behind Mahoraga. As the web of slashes swept past, Mahoraga's body was carved open with even deeper and more brutal cuts than before. But that result did not satisfy Sukuna. Judging from the effect of the first slash, that attack just now should have been enough to cut this Shikigami clean in 2. Furub. Sukuna repeated the incantation Megumi Fushiguro had spoken to himself. But Megumi Fushiguro gave him no time to think. He grabbed Sukuna's wrist again with a move like a short grappling hold, and with the boost in cursed energy provided by Ikutama, even Sukuna's movements stalled for an instant. At the same time, Mahoraga seized Sukuna's body with one hand and swung the sword of extermination down with the other. In that split second, Sukuna twisted both arms to an angle that completely defied human anatomy, breaking free of Megumi Fushiguro's hold. After avoiding the slash, he used Cleave, which required direct contact but carried greater power, and cut off the arm Mahoraga had used to grab him. So in the end, as long as the output is high enough, that's all that matters, right? Sukuna looked at Megumi Fushiguro. Your development of your innate technique and your cursed energy are both pretty good, but in every other respect, you're still far behind. Let me, and this little brat I'm using, show you how a technique is really supposed to be used. One of the purple markings beneath Sukuna's eyes, the ones representing miracles, suddenly disappeared. Then he raised both hands into the opening stance for dismantle. Because miracles were a buff-type technique to begin with, once he used one, he could release control of that technique and switch straight into another. A dense mass of slashes came crashing down with overwhelming force. The good news was that this time, the slashes were visible. The bad news was that each and every slash was wrapped in black lightning, powerful enough to distort space. In theory, Black Flash was the ultimate expression of synchronization between the body and cursed energy. But because it was entirely a matter of probability, it was normally impossible to develop or reproduce at will. Under the effects of miracles, however, a probability issue was no issue at all. What Sukuna had done was extend the state of Black Flash into the synchronization between technique activation and cursed energy. This storm of slashes was vastly more destructive than any attack before it. Everything on the road vanished, and even the exposed ground was carved into pieces. When the dust settled, Megumi Fushiguro was still standing there. Amid drifting steam and sizzling sounds, the eyes, muscles, and bones that had been cut open across his body were rapidly regenerating. These slashes were not just overwhelmingly powerful. Each one also seemed to identify weak points on its own and strike at them automatically. The moment Megumi Fushiguro realized Mahoraga probably could not endure it, he immediately withdrew it and switched to a different divine treasure. Because the switching time was 0.7 seconds, he chose the healing of Makaru Kishinotama rather than the dispersal effect of Hachinohire. Oh, so what you're using isn't cursed tools, but a technique. Then let me see what other interesting things you've got. After landing Black Flash, Sukuna was in superb condition and free to taunt as much as he liked, but Megumi Fushiguro had fallen into a dilemma. The first thing that came to mind was to keep switching, repeatedly bringing Mahoraga out so it could adapt to Sukuna's technique, then finish him off afterward. But the flaw in that plan was obvious. He had no idea whether Mahoraga would adapt first or whether his own brain would give out first. That pace of switching divine treasures had already started to make his head throb. On top of that, countless possible divine treasure combinations flashed through his mind. But because he needed Ikutama to provide cursed energy, every combination ended up falling into one of two outcomes. Either it could disperse the attacks but had no means of killing Sukuna, or it could kill Sukuna, but with a high chance that Megumi Fushiguro would die first. What do I do? Less than 5 minutes had passed since the fight began. Even if Gojo-sensei, the fastest one in terms of mobility, saw the message immediately, in terrain like this it would still take him at least 10 minutes to get here. Maybe he could use Hachinohire to disperse the slashes, pull back, and wait for reinforcements. As Megumi Fushiguro searched for an answer, something Akira Zenin had once said suddenly flashed through his mind. Megumi, clear your head. What we use is the 10 Shadows technique, not the 10 Shadows Shikigami. Right, if I want to strengthen the linkage, then why not fight with the 10 Shadows themselves? Megumi Fushiguro immediately switched Makaru Kishinotama to Chikishinotama and Tarutama. At once, countless half-summoned rabbits' escape burst out of his shadow, continuously fusing together into a gigantic semi-humanoid rabbit nearly 30 meters tall, wrapping Megumi Fushiguro inside it. With Tarutama condensing the shadows into form and strengthening shadow manipulation, and Chikishinotama granting a soul to the shadows, the entire rabbit giant gleamed like black jade. Its crimson eyes, if one ignored the overall proportions, radiated an astonishing pressure of their own. Megumi Fushiguro felt as though his soul had spread throughout the whole shadow giant. Controlling it felt utterly natural, as effortless as moving his own arms and fingers. Sukuna laughed as he looked up at the colossal thing before him, nearly 10 stories tall. He could not even tell which part of the shadow giant Megumi Fushiguro was hiding in. It was as if the sorcerer had turned his own body into this thing. Now that's more like it. It's rare for someone to amuse me this much. What's your name? From the giant's broadened field of vision and elevated vantage point, Megumi Fushiguro saw the area Sukuna had just flattened. Even though his flood had driven some people away at the start, not everyone had managed to escape in time. In the end, there simply had not been enough time. The shadow giant clenched its fist, gathering a surge of cursed energy so immense it seemed to pierce the clouds, then smashed it down at Sukuna with all its might. You only need to remember one thing. I'm the one who's going to pound you flat. Chapter 120. Boom! The shadow giant's fist fell like a meteor, carrying overwhelming cursed energy as it smashed down where Sukuna stood. The shattered ruins in that area were instantly pulverized into dust, and the surrounding ground sank nearly 10 meters. Even Sukuna was a little surprised by the sight. Not because the destructive power was beyond his understanding, but because Megumi Fushigiro's use of cursed energy was absurdly wasteful. He was increasing the size of his body to increase his cursed energy consumption, then dumping all of it into brute force reinforcement. The cursed energy wasted from that single blow alone would have been enough for a decently capable Jujutsu sorcerer to use a full domain once. Does this brat's cursed energy never run out? Sukuna kept dodging the giant fists controlled by Megumi Fushiguro, yet even after more than a dozen attacks, there was no sign of his movement slowing. The amount of cursed energy gathered into each strike had not dropped in the slightest either. Sukuna had even lost one hand when he tried to block with a dense barrage of slashes. And that really was the case. Ikutama did not just improve the way Megumi Fushigiro's cursed energy operated. It also linked him to the cursed energy stored by the great serpent Shikigami that had been connected to Ikutama across generations. And among the users of the 10 Shadows, there had once been someone whose cursed energy was far beyond normal standards. After attacking like mad for a while, Megumi Fushiguro saw Sukuna land and instinctively threw another punch. But then he suddenly realized Sukuna had already lured him out of the shopping district, where the civilians had been dispersed, and into a residential area. With his enhanced vision, he could even see a baby stroller inside one of the apartments ahead. Ever since obtaining the divine treasure, he had kept asking himself, after gaining power beyond comprehension, can I still hold on to my humanity? Shit. In the end, that punch never came down. Megumi Fushiguro forcibly redirected it toward an empty street nearby, and the whole road vanished in an instant with a deafening blast. Sukuna gave the place where he had been standing a flat look, then took the chance to move behind the shadow giant and press a hand against its massive neck. Cleave. Another purple marking beneath his eye disappeared, and another slash wrapped in black lightning shot out. Everything within sight was severed by the edge of that attack, yet the shadow giant's neck was only cut halfway before crystallized shadow bones stopped it. Then, under the pressure of incredibly dense cursed energy, it regenerated. The shadow giant had not taken any real damage, but Sukuna noticed that dodging its attacks had become much easier. Its movements have slowed down. No, it is holding back. How naive, how childish. Sensing that Megumi Fushigiro's cursed energy still showed no sign of declining, Sukuna immediately changed strategies instead of continuing to rely on the opponent wasting power. You've never killed anyone by choice, have you? Perhaps Megumi Fushiguro was tired because the shadow giant stopped attacking. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, putting too much weight on things like that is not wise. Why not turn around and admire your own handiwork? The blocks behind Megumi Fushiguro had already been reduced to utter ruin, as if they had been washed clean by a meteor shower. There was no trace of civilization left at all. Only the occasional sound of a car horn from somewhere nearby proved this had once been a city. Megumi Fushiguro did not waver in the slightest. The area he had attacked with full force earlier was one where the crowd had already been dispersed, and it was also an area under close watch by the assistant supervisors. Every Jujutsu sorcerer's fate was tied together. He trusted in his comrades' abilities. Besides, he had already observed the area while attacking. Other than the aftereffects of Sukuna's massive slashes, there should not have been any casualties. Right now, Megumi Fushigiro's eyes were fixed on only one thing: the villain from 1,000 years ago standing before him. Seeing the shadow giant throw another punch, Sukuna shook his head and let out a faint laugh. I've seen through all your moves. There's nothing fresh about them anymore. Against a sorcerer like this, someone who only had overwhelming cursed energy and forced technique manipulation through sheer output, whose technique might be complicated but whose control over cursed energy was poor, and who had no grounding in barrier techniques, using a domain was absolutely the best option. In a battle of domains, it would become a complete one-sided crush. And what did it matter if the outer layer of shadow was thick? Inside a domain, both the main body and the shadow would be struck by the guaranteed hit effect. No, Just after dodging another attack, Sukuna was about to open his domain when he suddenly paused again. Sorcerers from 1,000 years ago believed that shadows were projections of the soul. If this shadow giant was not just hiding the real body well, but the shadow itself really was him, then the slashes of malevolent shrine would not guaranteed hit the body hidden inside the shadow. They would target the entire shadow itself. But Cleave, enhanced with miracles, had already proven that slashes alone could not directly sever the shadow. So you guessed my domain was a slashing type, and planned to counter it by enlarging your whole body and increasing your output to match? Cunning little brat. Then let's see how this works. A giant body can block slashes, but can it withstand misfortune? Domain expansion. As Sukuna formed the hand sign, two of the markings beneath his eyes lost their color. At once, heavy overlapping murmurs began to rise from around him. The layered voices sounded like the calm and solemn chanting of many people speaking as one. But if one listened carefully, they did not inspire peace or comfort. They sounded much closer to wailing. The ground beneath his feet was no longer concrete, but a smooth, mirror-like fluid of unknown material. Countless broken black Buddha statues stood in chaotic clusters all around him, while Sukuna himself stood before a grand and imposing shrine, as though extending an invitation into the underworld. 1,000 Buddhas of Calamity. Chapter 121. This was a domain created by Ryomen Sukuna through his development of Haruta Shijimo's technique. Haruta Shijimo was never qualified to use a domain in the first place. He simply could not meet the conditions required to activate one. His cursed energy was nowhere near sufficient. As for his technique, let alone reaching its core, he did not even fully understand how it worked. Day after day, all he ever said was, "I'm seriously super lucky." And as a wild curse user, his barrier skills were so poor they were practically fetal education dropout level. Yet his innate domain was unexpectedly savage. When Ryomen Sukuna destroyed Haruta Shijimo's soul, he saw that just before death, Haruta Shijimo had briefly projected an innate domain filled with pitch-black Buddha statues. That was what gave him the idea that perhaps this technique's domain could be developed after all. Perhaps that was Haruta Shijimo's technique's final gift to him. At the very moment Ryomen Sukuna expanded his domain, Megumi Fushigiro's punch arrived right in front of his face. And yet, just as that punch was about to connect, a sudden surge of emotion disrupted Megumi Fushigiro's cursed energy control and sent the strike off course. After the massive fist brushed past him, Sukuna casually unleashed a dense barrage of dismantle, knocking the entire shadow giant to the ground in the direction of its own momentum. Megumi Fushiguro hurriedly tried to get back up, but between failing to properly disperse the force and changing direction too abruptly, there was a sharp crack. A burst of pain shot through his leg, and the shadow giant crashed down again. Fracture. What kind of joke was that? Right now, his body and the shadow giant's were synchronized, which meant the shadow giant's leg bones, despite being made entirely of crystallized cursed energy, had actually fractured. It was the technique. But Sukuna's technique was supposed to be slashing, wasn't it? Could this be because of incarnation? Realizing he was inside a domain, Megumi Fushiguro forced himself to think and immediately expanded his own. But the instant chimera Shadow Garden took shape, it already started showing signs of instability. The gap between them in barrier skill, precision of cursed energy control, and sheer processing power was simply too great. His barrier could not unfold as completely as it normally would. The domain clash could only hold for a short time. No, his opponent's was an open domain. What was happening now should be the cancellation of the guaranteed hit command, meaning the effects of the enemy's domain would instead be applied to the outside of his barrier. If that was the case, then the time they could remain locked like this would be even shorter. In other words, the moment the domain battle began, the outcome had already been decided. But Megumi Fushiguro immediately changed his thinking. If he could not defeat Sukuna himself, then he would at least create an advantage for the teachers who were on their way. At once, he recalled a book Akira Zenin had given him during special training. Excerpt from Fundamentals of Domain Studies. Technique burnout happens when the technique motor in the brain is overloaded. In other words, burnout does not mean you have lost the technique itself. It means you are unable to use it. This is similar to damage to the motor speech center. The patient's vocal organs may be perfectly fine, yet they still lose the ability to speak. This also means that a jujutsu sorcerer with multiple techniques cannot freely switch domains back and forth just because they have more than one technique. After all, even if there are two techniques, there is still only one technique motor. Once it overheats, it becomes unusable. At the same time, you should not fall into the trap of assuming that burnout recovery time stays fixed for the same person after domain expansion, as though it were stamped with a fixed time label. Its underlying cause is the overheating of the technique motor. That means recovery time is affected by many factors, including technique efficiency, the ratio between technique output and one's own cursed energy, how long the domain remains active, how heavily the technique is used during domain expansion, one's own recovery efficiency, and so on. Among these, the two most important are the length of the domain expansion and the proportion of technique usage within it. The first needs no explanation. The second is more complicated, but there is a very simple non-quantitative way to judge it. Imagine removing the technique loaded into the domain. The smaller the boost the domain itself gives the user, the greater the proportion taken up by the technique. Megumi Fushiguro immediately began analyzing the traits and effects of Sukuna's domain. A static environment, dense cursed energy concentration, a technique that seemed to inflict debuffs on the opponent, and once the guaranteed hit effect was neutralized, Sukuna had to fight personally. Taken together, Sukuna's domain was the type with a high technique proportion. So long as he could force Sukuna to use his technique at full power, driving up the ratio of technique output to his own cursed energy, the burnout period should be longer. Since the lifting of the Shikigami number limit was not the guaranteed hit effect loaded into Chimera Shadow Garden, Megumi Fushiguro could still use all 10 divine treasures at once within it. And if that was the case, then he had absolute confidence he could hold out through this stretch of time. In the next instant, a giant Yatsuka no Tsurugi appeared in the Shadow Giant's hand. Armor formed from Hache no Hire and Kyusugyusa no Mono no Hire wrapped around it, while Akitsu Kagami and Hetsu Kagami were embedded in its chest and brow respectively. Megumi Fushiguro could feel it. Within his own domain, that sense of danger and anxiety Sukuna had forced onto him had vanished. He could move freely now, without suffering injuries for no reason. Even Sukuna was starting to lose his composure at the sight of that. In this state, he really was not sure he could break Megumi Fushiguro's domain without taking damage himself. If this had been Malevolent Shrine, he could have sliced apart the enemy barrier from the outside with slashes. But if all he could do was impose misfortune on the outer barrier, Sukuna did not hesitate for even a moment. 5 of the 6 purple markings beneath his eyes vanished instantly, not faded, vanished. At the cost of permanently reducing the capacity of miracles, he amplified the effect of the miracle technique. And then, just as the giant controlled by Megumi Fushiguro drove Yatsuka no Tsurugi toward Sukuna with the aid of rushing water and blinding light, the domain shattered. Hi. Megumi Fushiguro stared blankly toward the point where the domain had broken apart. A meteor had slammed into the area. Its force was overwhelming, but how could something with no cursed energy interfere with a domain barrier so easily? Just before the shadow giant dissipated, Megumi Fushiguro caught sight of 4 rod-like objects on the meteor. Those were the inner cargo compartments of Voyager 1, funded by the Zenin Clan and the Gojo clan. It had no destination. Its sole purpose was to carry Sukuna's fingers beyond the solar system. And this meteor, using the cursed energy of those 4 fingers as a wedge point, and combining it with terrifying kinetic force, had pried apart the entire domain. Chapter 122. To be honest, even Sukuna was a little surprised by that meteorite. Miracles really were impossible to predict. Had the meteorite been pulled down because he had just used a miracle? Or was it because he was about to use one, so the meteorite had already changed course earlier and flown here, even bringing back something from the stars that contained cursed energy in order to break the barrier? Judging from the effects of the technique and how complete the domain was, the other side's domain was bound to shatter. But even the caster himself had no way of predicting exactly how it would be broken. Sukuna carefully examined the unconscious Megumi Fushiguro. What a pleasant surprise. An interesting technique, compatible cursed energy frequency, and even the body met the standard. Fine, the miracle technique in this body has already had its upper limit reduced by a binding vow, so changing bodies now is not a bad idea. Sukuna stepped forward, opened the inner compartment on the meteorite, and swallowed the 4 fingers inside in one go. There was no need to worry about this body's tolerance anymore, so he could just use it as a relay point to reduce the risk of changing bodies. Just as Sukuna was starting to get used to the state of the body and preparing to walk toward Megumi Fushiguro's body was suddenly dragged far away by a pulling force. Sukuna narrowed his eyes and looked over. The newcomer wore a black blindfold. His white hair was gathered up by it, and he gave off a slightly flamboyant air. But judging from that bit of cursed energy control just now, he was definitely strong. Sukuna recalled Haruta Shigemo's impression of the modern jujutsu world, along with the notes Kenjaku had given him. A user of the 6 eyes and the limitless technique. Satoru Gojo. After being saved by Satoru Gojo's blue, Megumi Fushiguro jolted awake from his shallow faint. "Gojo-sensei, you're here." Satoru Gojo patted him on the head. "Perfect timing, right tilde. Sai, be careful, his domain is an open one. It should be in burnout right now. Actually, I'm not totally sure anymore." Megumi Fushiguro suddenly remembered that Sukuna seemed to have obtained a few more fingers. In that case, it was hard to tell whether the increase in cursed energy had lowered the ratio of technique output to total cursed energy, improving the performance of the technique motor more significantly, or whether the sudden absorption of the fingers had made the body unstable, making the recovery time of the technique motor noticeably longer. "I got it." Satoru Gojo rested a hand on Megumi Fushiguro's shoulder and gave it a pat, then walked past him toward Ryomen Sukuna. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Satoru Gojo turned back, smiled at the exhausted-looking Megumi Fushiguro, and said, "If you've still got some strength left, and if you can find an opening while we're attacking, then take the chance to stab him hard in the ass with Yatsukanote Tsurugi tilde. Seeing that Megumi Fushiguro seemed to take those words very seriously, he gave a small shake of his head. "But you probably won't be needed here. Go help evacuate the civilians. Go save the people you think should be saved." Megumi Fushiguro nodded hard. "Yeah." By the time Satoru Gojo stopped in front of Sukuna, Sukuna had already brought his body back under control. "Kid, you missed a perfect opportunity." Satoru Gojo looked at Ryomen Sukuna. "You mean I should have blown my adorable student up together with you just now? There's no need for that. Besides, are you really that strong tilde? Sukuna's expression turned even more serious. HMPH, in times without heroes, even fools can make a name for themselves. Heroes, ha! What kind of jujutsu sorcerer calls himself a hero? Don't tell me that's your obsession, you 1,000-year-old fossil." Satoru Gojo bent over laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, no way, is this your technique's effect? Forcing people to laugh so hard they can't stop? Ha 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 tilde. A perfect opening." The moment Sukuna saw Satoru Gojo's exaggerated movement, he instantly shifted to his side and threw a punch at his face. The techniques of the 3 great families were nearly common knowledge in the jujutsu world. Even Haruta Shigemo, a fringe curse user, knew the rough outline of Satoru Gojo's technique. Sukuna was using the opening created by his opponent's movement to attack, so he could personally experience how Satoru Gojo's infinity actually functioned. Almost exactly as Sukuna had expected, his fist sank into something like a swamp of space, slowing to a halt right in front of Satoru Gojo's face. So it's a technique type whose effect is forcibly applied. Miracle is almost unusable now because of that binding vow, which means if I want to break it normally, the only option at the moment is to neutralize it with a domain. But what Sukuna had not expected was that during that split second of thought, his fist actually passed through that invisible barrier and flew straight at Satoru Gojo's face, only to be caught by him. Sukuna looked down at the extremely smooth cross-section at his wrist in a daze. It really was only that one fist that had flown over. What was that, a slash? No, even the fastest slash would still have some delay. But just now, every fractured surface at his wrist had appeared at exactly the same instant. It felt more like it had been forcibly torn off. With so many things happening in such a short time, even Sukuna had trouble connecting the pieces. Neither Kenjaku's information, nor Haruta Shigemo's memories of the Limitless, had ever mentioned anything like this. So you know my intel. Pretty stunned, huh? Too bad I'm not telling you tilde. Satoru Gojo moved in an instant, raising the arm on the same side as Sukuna and gathering cursed energy into it as he struck for Sukuna's neck. This attack was something Satoru Gojo had developed after learning from Yatsuka no Tsurugi how to break the Limitless. By using atomic-level cursed energy control to disrupt the Limitless, he set the position of the speed limit. When that limit was set at a specific point on the opponent's body, forming a cross-section, everything before that point slowed down more and more, while everything beyond it continued moving at its original speed. As a result, that point would split apart directly from the difference in speed within the body itself. And because it was based on an atomic-level technique, the entire cut surface was unnaturally smooth. Is this some kind of extension of the technique's effect? Unable to judge the situation at once, Sukuna could only sum it up roughly for the time being. He immediately dodged Satoru Gojo's attack. Until he understood how the attack worked, there was no telling whether his neck might be cut clean off. Chapter 123. The cut surface was a spherical zone centered on Satoru Gojo, and its range was not very large, only about half a meter beyond the surface of his body. After a chaotic exchange of flying limbs, Sukuna gradually worked out the pattern behind Satoru Gojo's extension of the power of stasis. But all that really did was improve his ability to keep dodging the attacks. In close combat, Satoru Gojo still held an absolute advantage. Blue. As Sukuna fought while retreating, deliberately drawing the two of them toward the overpass, Satoru Gojo found a brief opening in Sukuna's movements and used Blue to yank him sideways toward the wall of a ruined building. Then, while Sukuna was still airborne, he directly set the limit position at Sukuna's neck. Sukuna clearly felt the danger closing in. Drawing on the information he had just pieced together about the technique, he used cursed energy to shove himself aside while simultaneously launching a slash at Satoru Gojo with his recovered technique. Dismantle. Satoru Gojo's power of stasis was triggered immediately, and the limit cross-section he had set on Sukuna was forcibly cancelled. Even though Satoru Gojo followed that by punching Sukuna away again, sending him crashing through the wall and blasting him out the other side of the office building, Sukuna was smiling. I was right. The power of stasis and that strange cross-section technique cannot be used together, and in terms of priority, the power of stasis comes first. But that realization did not help Sukuna much. If that was how it worked, then he would need to keep attacking constantly to lock down the opponent's technique extension. And in close quarters, Sukuna was at a disadvantage. Purple. Sukuna had only just landed on the overpass and steadied himself when he suddenly saw that Satoru Gojo had appeared above him at some point, a beam of purple light reflecting straight into his eyes. Satoru Gojo's real aim with that purple had actually been to punch through Sukuna's brain through his eyes before he noticed. But thanks to Sukuna's absurdly fast reflexes, the attack ended up smashing into his face instead. Seeing Sukuna take a purple, head-on with his face, and come away with nothing more than a collapsed bridge of the nose and some torn flesh, even Satoru Gojo could not help but marvel at how absurdly tough Sukuna was. Narrowing his eyes, he gathered cursed energy and kicked at Sukuna. He had already been using rapid offense to keep Sukuna from counterattacking, but Sukuna had clearly started adapting to that rhythm and was gradually coming to understand the nature of his technique. At this rate, even though he had the advantage in close combat, ordinary methods would make it very difficult to kill this king of curses here and now. A moment later, Satoru Gojo wrapped blue around his hand and fired a quick strike forward, while Sukuna relied on razor-sharp movement to adjust his position and barely evade it. After another fierce exchange, the two ended up standing at opposite ends of the overpass, each taking a moment to recover. Twisting his neck, Sukuna laughed. "Why not use your domain, not confident in yourself?" Satoru Gojo raised a hand and settled back into his stance, ready to attack again. "I'm being considerate toward an old man like you. Wouldn't want you crying later because you can't understand the domain's effect tilde. The truth was, Satoru Gojo genuinely could not predict what would happen if both sides opened their domains. Thanks to the books written by Akira Zenin, open domains were not exactly unfamiliar at Jujutsu High. But understanding the theory and knowing how to use it were two different things. In actual combat, this was the first time he had ever faced someone using an open domain. Meanwhile, Sukuna was deliberately steering Satoru Gojo toward a domain battle. Satoru Gojo had the upper hand in close combat, and if the rhythm slipped even a little, that cross-section technique could deal real damage to him. In other words, Satoru Gojo's win conditions were to keep fighting at close range, create an opening that prevented Sukuna from retaliating and triggering the power of stasis, then use setting the limit to win or else engage in a domain battle. And right now, Sukuna's only path to victory was a domain battle. Experts could use the opponent's domain to plan their own barrier. That meant the one who used their domain second might be able to alter the properties of their own barrier in response and counter it. But the one who used their domain first could force the opponent to take their domain's effect first. So whether you activated your domain first or second, either choice increased the uncertainty of the clash. In other words, when neither side knew exactly what the outcome of the domain battle would be, the ideal situation was for both sides to expand simultaneously. The corner of Sukuna's mouth lifted slightly. Most of the time, he simply butchered fish already lying on the cutting board. Opportunities that required actual hunting were rare indeed. Then first I need to make Satoru Gojo believe that close combat offers him no chance of an absolute victory at all, and guide him into a domain clash. The first step is finding a way to reduce the threat posed by his technique. In fact, a lot of the time, you did not need to understand a specific technique in detail to break it. It was enough to classify it within a broader concept. During the close quarters fight, Sukuna wrapped his domain barrier around his own body, strengthened its compatibility with techniques, and then filled it with an incompletely projected innate domain. That way, although he could not gain the benefit of the domain's guaranteed hit effect, any technique that touched him would flow into the domain barrier with its enhanced compatibility, effectively breaking down the very concept of technique. The drawback, though, is that if I use my own technique at the same time, it will also flow into the barrier. Maybe I can load the technique into the domain first, then use this kind of barrier. Then all at once, Satoru Gojo realized that Sukuna, who had been dodging and avoiding him the entire time, had actually started fighting back. His fists could even neutralize the obstruction of the limitless, and they could not be marked by the limit. In that instant, Satoru Gojo understood what Sukuna had done. By strengthening the barrier's compatibility with techniques, Sukuna had amplified the domain barrier's technique neutralization property. The incompletely projected innate domain had also discarded any alteration of the environment, keeping only the traits of high cursed energy density and concept neutralization. This was domain amplification. Chapter 124. After settling on his plan, Sukuna did not immediately drag Satoru Gojo into a domain clash. Instead, he threw himself back into another round of close quarters combat. His fists, packed with terrifying cursed energy, struck at Satoru Gojo again and again, each blow paired with domain amplification to neutralize the limitless. The moment Satoru Gojo saw that, he simply dispelled the limitless. Borrowing the momentum of Sukuna's attack, he spun and kicked him away, blasting Sukuna into the wall behind him. Before Sukuna could even recover from the shock of that force, Satoru Gojo was already on him again, driving a kick into his stomach. Sukuna scraped wildly across the ground, crashing through several walls before barely managing to stop. Before Sukuna could make another move, Satoru Gojo attacked again. Hovering in midair, he swept a hand upward, and the fractured ground beneath Sukuna surged into the air. The crushing sense of supergravity forced Sukuna flat against it. Then Satoru Gojo swung his hand down again, smashing the entire slab of ground, along with Sukuna on top of it, into another building. The whole structure instantly collapsed into countless chunks of rubble and became ruins in the blink of an eye. Since my technique can't act on you, I'll just use it on the surrounding environment instead. After sending Megumi Fushiguro away to evacuate the crowd, Satoru Gojo's fighting style became even less restrained. There was nothing else he needed to worry about now. All he had to do was eliminate the curse user in front of him. As the smoke cleared, Sukuna, with only torn clothing and no real damage to his body, had already leaped onto the roof of another building. Wisps of white steam rose from his surface wounds as reverse cursed technique healed them. At this point, neither of them cared about the surrounding environment anymore. Sukuna did not hesitate for even a moment before forming hand signs. Seeing that even his relentless assault had failed to put Sukuna down, Satoru Gojo formed hand signs as well. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Domain expansion, unlimited void. In an instant, a grotesque shrine rose from beneath Sukuna's feet. Countless twisted white bones piled up around it, and the ground turned into a shallow sheet of water. There was no black barrier enclosing it. It was still an open domain. It emphasized the innate domain's guaranteed hit effect and cursed energy density, while weakening the physical isolation property of the barrier itself. At the same time, Sukuna also used the complete removal of the barrier shell as a binding vow in exchange for greater range and a more pronounced guaranteed hit effect. Beside Satoru Gojo, a black spherical barrier appeared, enclosing the two of them inside. Standing within his domain, Satoru Gojo stared at Sukuna before him. At that moment, neither of them was being affected by the other's domain. Akira Zenin's prediction had been right. When a closed domain and an open domain collide on equal footing, what interferes with each other are the guaranteed hit commands on both sides. But in that case, Sukuna's domain, with slashing as its technique, would directly attack the outside of unlimited void in the areas where the commands were not cancelled out. Still, Satoru Gojo had complete faith in Akira Zenin's prediction from the books. The moment he expanded his domain, he directly reversed the strength of the barriers inside and outside. The barrier that would normally prevent those inside the domain from escaping was switched into one designed to prevent outside interference from affecting the domain. As a result, the outer shell of the domain became highly resistant to attacks from outside, while inside the domain, the guaranteed hit commands had been cancelled out, making it impossible for Malevolent Shrine to directly attack the inner wall of the barrier. On top of that, Sukuna had to keep his full attention on Satoru Gojo and had no room to manually attack the barrier with slashes. All I need to do is heavily injure Sukuna inside the domain, make him unable to maintain it, and let Unlimited Void hit him. Then it's over. Once he settled on that approach, Satoru Gojo immediately closed in and launched into another brutal close-quarters exchange. But he quickly realized that even inside the domain, Sukuna was still carrying that technique neutralization effect. But as long as it was a matter of cursed energy manipulation, nothing could escape Satoru Gojo's eyes. So that's how it works. First, he loads the technique onto the barrier of the domain, then uses a barrier enhanced for compatibility to perform the amplification. That way, his own technique does not flow into the amplified barrier, which removes the mutual interference. Meanwhile, Sukuna kept dodging while using Malevolent Shrine to attack the outside of Unlimited Void. But aside from waves of violent tremors, nothing happened. Turtle Shell. After that brief remark, Sukuna immediately shrank the boundary of his domain until it pressed right up against the outside of unlimited void, increasing the effectiveness of his slashes. Then he voluntarily released the guaranteed hit command in the area where the two domains overlapped, strengthening the guaranteed hit command on the outside of his domain and further boosting the power of the slashes. BZZZ, boom. Just as expected, under that double reinforcement, unlimited void lasted less than 3 seconds under the violent shaking before it was sliced apart, exposing Satoru Gojo directly to the endless barrage of slashes. The instant, unlimited void collapsed. Satoru Gojo was hit by thousands upon thousands of slashes, and his entire body was reduced to a mass of blood. But Sukuna was not in good shape either. To strengthen the technique's effect on the outside, he had shut off the guaranteed hit command where the domains overlapped, which meant that for the 3 seconds before unlimited void broke, he had taken unlimited void's guaranteed hit effect head-on with his own body. Sensing that Sukuna seemed a little dazed, Satoru Gojo looked like he wanted to smile and mock him, but all he managed was a twitch of the corner of his mouth through flesh that had already been cut to pieces. Satoru Gojo immediately restored his body with reverse cursed technique and charged straight at Sukuna. New wounds kept opening across his body and healing just as fast. Normally, when using cursed energy at full output to reinforce the body, it should be impossible to use reverse cursed technique at the same time. But Satoru Gojo had a method for using cursed energy and reverse cursed technique simultaneously. Hollow Technique Purple. That meant that even though he could not use his technique during burnout, by applying the method behind the hollow technique, he could both reinforce his body with cursed energy to withstand the slashes, and use reverse cursed technique to heal the damage at the same time. Sukuna, his mind still muddled, had only just regained his senses when he realized that Satoru Gojo was already right in front of him. A single punch nearly blasted through his abdomen. The sheer damage made it impossible for Sukuna to maintain his domain, and he was sent flying. At that point, both domains were released at the same time. Wiping away a nosebleed, Sukuna swayed back to his feet. That brief domain clash had made the difference between their techniques painfully clear to him. Satoru Gojo could endure the slashes of Malevolent Shrine by combining cursed energy reinforcement with reverse cursed technique. But Sukuna had endured unlimited void for less than 3 seconds before the pain in his brain became unbearable and his movements started to slow. Chapter 125. Sukuna reassessed his tactics once more. Right now, he could not think of any way to win in the short term other than another domain battle, which meant he had to make full use of the advantages of an open domain. The only way was to destroy unlimited void, while avoiding its effects, then wear Satoru Gojo down through the domain's effects while using enhanced slashes at close range to strike his weak points and lower the efficiency of his reverse cursed technique. For now, I just need to wait for my technique to recover again. Sukuna settled into his stance and waited for Satoru Gojo to attack. With both of them suffering burnout, close combat was still in Sukuna's favor. Satoru Gojo had no reason to pass up that opportunity. But Satoru Gojo's next move shocked Sukuna so badly that his usual calm smile vanished, replaced by a look that was both grim and dazed. Satoru Gojo formed a one-handed sign again. Domain expansion, unlimited void. After what had just happened, Sukuna had no desire to be hit by unlimited void again. He quickly formed signs with both hands, and a barrier covered in net-like patterns instantly enclosed him inside it. Hollow wicker basket. This was the prototype of simple domain. It could neutralize a domain and erase its guaranteed hit effect, and because its barrier took a different form, it was in some ways even sturdier than simple domain. But against an opponent of this level, it was difficult to use hands-free. He had to keep maintaining the hand signs. Although Ryomen Sukuna managed to avoid the effects of unlimited void through hollow wicker basket, it also effectively sealed both of his hands. The best option now would have been to undergo complete incarnation, restoring his body to its 2 faces, 4 arms state, which would also reset his injuries. but he chose to keep watching Satoru Gojo instead, because if he fully incarnated and used his domain again, while Satoru Gojo could still cancel burnout and Sukuna had no way to deal with it, then gaining an extra pair of hands would mean almost nothing. So this is it. He destroys the part of his brain responsible for using techniques, then heals it with reverse cursed technique. That lets him skip burnout entirely. It is basically resetting technique burnout itself. The moment Satoru Gojo saw Sukuna use hollow wicker basket and lock both hands in place, he rushed forward at once, gathering cursed energy to break him down. But just then, Sukuna's hand signs suddenly changed. The barrier of hollow wicker basket gradually faded away, replaced by a true domain barrier. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Now that he understood the principle, Sukuna showed the madness worthy of his name. After all, he was the kind of monster who had seen Kenjaku create a human cursed object just once, and then replicated the entire process himself, learning how to turn himself into a cursed object. Sukuna brushed the dust off his body and looked at Satoru Gojo. "Let me see what other fresh tricks you've got." Satoru Gojo, who had stopped in place, rolled his neck, loosened his shoulders, and took up his stance again. "Then let's see how much you can actually learn." Sukuna grinned and lowered his head slightly, hiding the last marking beneath his left eye as it slowly lost its color. "You brat." Black flash and a dense barrage of slashes once again tore Unlimited Void apart, while Satoru Gojo answered with a full-power red that struck Sukuna right between the brows. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Domain expansion, Unlimited Void. Neither of them hesitated. They expanded their domains again. Then Malevolent Shrine shattered the shell of Unlimited Void, and Satoru Gojo heavily injured Sukuna badly enough that he could no longer maintain his domain. Everything seemed to be repeating in a cycle. After the domains broke apart, the two of them expanded their domains yet again. What Sukuna had actually been waiting for was a drop in Satoru Gojo's condition, because Sukuna himself had already used the Destroy First, then Heal method to reset burnout. He knew it was not something that could be repeated forever. The brain was not like the rest of the body. No matter how precise the cursed energy control was, destroyed portions could never be restored perfectly. Hidden damage was bound to remain. But they had already gone through 4 domain clashes. Even Sukuna's own head had started to buzz, so why was Satoru Gojo still in such good shape? Sukuna suddenly looked around at the surrounding barrier again. "You did not load a technique." The moment he saw Sukuna's expression, Satoru Gojo burst into laughter so ridiculous it practically sounded like a pig squealing. "So you finally noticed? You smashed your brain for nothing twice, head hurting yet tilde. That was right. This was Unlimited Void, developed by Satoru Gojo on the basis of the first stage of Akira Zenin's 10 Directions Sacred Realm, the initial state of the domain with no Shikigami loaded into it, and expanded into a form made entirely of barrier and innate domain. Floating contemplation. Since it did not use a technique at all, naturally there was no such thing as burnout. This was also the kind of mental domain Akira Zenin had predicted, a domain closer to the ancient style of fighting through the environment. Even without a loaded technique, however, its barrier could still interfere with other domains. When facing an open domain, it could still cancel the opponent's technique effects by offsetting the guaranteed hit commands, and it was nowhere near as fragile as simple domain. Using mental domain, this frequently consumed an enormous amount of cursed energy and concentration, but Satoru Gojo's absurdly precise control over cursed energy greatly reduced the difficulty of maintaining it. The moment Satoru Gojo realized Sukuna had learned the method of healing burnout, he changed his strategy. Starting from the 3rd domain clash, he began using floating contemplation, luring Sukuna into repeatedly destroying his own brain and laying the groundwork for victory. "So what do you think? Do you think I'll load a technique into it next time, Sukuna?" "Heavy." "Oh, can't handle the pressure anymore. Are you finally losing your mind?" Satoru Gojo said that, but his expression remained extremely serious as he kept thinking through every possible way Sukuna might still turn this around. This unique domain structure and that old-fashioned looking barrier really are impressive, but this thing should have other uses too. If my guess is right, this domain technique is basically a relay station, isn't it? Domain expansion, technique loading. The surroundings remained the same, a porcelain-like expanse of open ground and a faintly reflective water surface. The shrine still stood behind Sukuna, but now its mouth suddenly opened impossibly wide, revealing the pedestal inside. On top of it stood a thick red candle as wide as a man. As the candle was lit, ox skulls began floating up from the water all around them, and the eyes of every skull ignited with the same flames burning inside the shrine. Malevolent shrine. Just as I thought. Compared to confusing the opponent or interfering with their domain, the barrier you're using feels more like a foundation that can adapt to different techniques. A base used to switch the technique loaded into the domain. Standing in front of the shrine, Sukuna looked down from the higher ground and smiled at Satoru Gojo. You can endure slashes, but what about being scorched from the inside out? Now, the domain effects are fair. How well done do you want to be? Chapter 126. The brain has no pain receptors, but the experience of pain does not depend on pain receptors alone. It is also tied to pain-sensitive structures, the peripheral and central transmission pathways, and the limbic system plays a major role in how pain is felt. And when damage reaches the thalamus, it can produce complex, excruciating pain. Sukuna was doing his best to keep his tone calm, but after being induced to repeatedly destroy brain tissue, his entire body was racked with continuous spontaneous pain. It had to be said, Satoru Gojo's induction plan had been an overwhelming success. An ordinary person would be completely unable to focus under this kind of inescapable phantom pain. Even Sukuna's precision in using his technique had been affected. But what of it? The corner of Sukuna's mouth lifted, as though he could already see the end. All he had to do now was use the same trick again, recreate the situation from their first domain clash, and pour all his strength into blowing apart Gojo's domain from the outside. Then, within the malevolent shrine, he would turn Satoru Gojo's cursed energy itself into ignition points. That was the same as unleashing limitless opening on him from inside his own body, using his own cursed energy against him. It would cause enormous self-ignition and self-detonation damage, while also directly consuming his cursed energy. And burns and poison damage were both obstacles that even reverse cursed technique struggled to overcome. There was no way Satoru Gojo could endure the damage, cut away the parts that had been charred black, and then restore himself at the same time. In other words, even if he did not kill Satoru Gojo instantly, these uniquely dense injuries would still effectively shut down his ability to use reverse cursed technique. A true killing move. I didn't expect this sashimi banquet to end in roasting. It may have lost that fresh sweetness, but a little extra aroma has its charms. Satoru Gojo did not answer. His expression had turned grave. Even he had not expected Sukuna to have so many layers of tricks, especially such flexible control over his domain. He could tell that, after Sukuna altered his domain, the surrounding flames were genuinely dangerous to him. Satoru Gojo listened to the burning crackle of the flames and the dense, thunderous barrage around him, while feeling his domain barrier tremble. Then he looked at Sukuna again, wearing the expression of a glutton waiting for his meal to finish cooking. And suddenly, Satoru Gojo broke into an absurdly exaggerated grin. This is kind of a pain, huh? Then let's go even crazier. Less than 2 seconds left. I know. Before his domain shattered, and before his technique burned out, Satoru Gojo immediately began to chant. Body-mind manas alea. Limitless. The instant the chant ended and the technique began to move, Satoru Gojo's figure suddenly blurred. This was his application of the slash targeting expansion from the Yatsuka no Tsurugi, used to break through the reaction of limitless. He expanded the target of the attribute free limitless, so that it no longer applied to a specific attack or a specific physical object, but to the entire surrounding environment. By using limitless, with the world itself as the target, he directly excluded himself from the world. And if that was the case, then attacks that existed within the world naturally could no longer affect him. In an instant, malevolent shrine melted everything within the domain. Its eruption even altered the terrain itself. The aftershock alone carved out an artificial crater in the middle of the city. But Satoru Gojo had no idea what had happened there. He did not know about Sukuna's wild laughter or his victory speech, and he certainly did not know about the stunned look on Megumi Fushigiro's face at the edge of Shinjuku. To be precise, he could not see anything at all right now, except for the overlapping rings of light around him, layered one after another in all kinds of different forms. The expansion of Limitless was not a physical act of leaving a place. It was an exclusion on the level of the concept of the world itself. At that moment, Satoru Gojo felt an extraordinary sense of freedom in both body and mind. Through those halos, everything could be observed. The insects hidden in the shrubs, the organs inside living bodies as they moved, the faint air currents created by each person's interaction with the outside world, even the soft murmurs produced by the intertwining of different cursed energies. And then Satoru Gojo suddenly realized something. He did not seem to be able to go back. In a place like this, coordinates with only 3 variables were completely useless for locating or moving. So all he could do was drift there quietly, until a huge black sphere suddenly wriggled its way over to him and swallowed him into its body, like a cell engulfing something. When Satoru Gojo opened his eyes, he found himself in a place centered around a pitch-black pool. It was dark like a night without stars. There was no noise, no clamor. Only, if one listened carefully, a low murmur that brushed softly against the ear, like scripture being chanted in a church. Not far away sat a mysterious figure in a pitch-black robe and a mask, quietly cross-legged. Akira. Akira Zenin had just been about to speak, ready with a little joke, when he froze there in a daze. He had originally planned to say something deliberately over the top. This is not a place you should have come to, mortal tilde. But before he could get the words out, the whole plan was thrown off. How did you figure it out? Instinct. Patterns suddenly appeared on Akira Zenin's mask, forming a rather helpless expression. You've got a lot of nerve. You actually detached yourself from the world without setting any anchors. Good thing nothing had time to collapse, and your information points were distinct enough. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to save you. If it had come to that, you'd have been left drifting forever in an endless conceptual void. Satoru Gojo shook his head, crouched down, and curiously scooped up a handful of the black liquid from the ground. The liquid trembled violently, as though something had provoked it. Then it split apart into a dense swarm of tiny, faceless lizards, which scattered out of his hand and fled in every direction. It's fine, nothing happened right. That said, where is this place? Akira Zenin let out a sigh and rested his chin on one hand as he thought for a moment. Just think of this place as a permanent domain that carries all of my cursed energy. Tilde. While playing with the shadow lizards crawling all over the ground, Satoru Gojo spoke toward Akira Zenin. A domain is basically an extension of the self, and this place is outside the world. So does that mean the world has already rejected you? More or less. Right now, all I can do is use marked anchor points to transfer a single body. Anything beyond that could cause a disaster. Watching Satoru Gojo happily toying with the constantly shifting shadow mass, Akira Zenin could not help thinking that this guy really had an absurdly steady heart. He did not look anything like someone in the middle of a fight with Sukuna. All right, I'll send you back. If you stay in the shadow realm too long, you'll be assimilated. Satoru Gojo sprang to his feet. How? Akira Zenin smiled. Good thing I prepared 2 anchor points earlier. One is already occupied by the body currently in use, so I'll use the other one to send you back. Megumi should still be somewhere near Shinjuku. The bracelet is with him right now. You'll appear right beside him, and with your speed, there's still time. Satoru Gojo lightly tapped his forehead a few times with his fist. Okay, after this little experience, I've got some new ideas. Just wait for my good news. Akira Zenin's tone was calm, and he wore a faint smile, perhaps with a trace of relief mixed in. Good luck. Chapter 127. While Satoru Gojo and Sukuna were fighting, Megumi Fushiguro had already coordinated with the Jujutsu High support staff and the relevant personnel, using the excuse of a military experiment gone wrong to evacuate everyone approaching the battle area by every means available. Megumi Fushiguro could already picture how the people involved would end up kneeling in apology on the news once all this was over. The battlefield itself was terrifying. Even out on the edge of Shinjuku, wave after wave of heat came rolling through the gaps between the buildings. It was impossible to imagine what things looked like at the center of it all. Sigh. Looking at the scene, as grim as a living hell, Megumi Fushiguro could not help letting out a sigh. What are you sighing for? I was thinking about how long this is going to take to rebuild. Sukuna really is terrifying. You are seriously not worried about me at all. Ouch, my feelings are hurt tilde. Since Gojo-sensei is the one handling it personally, all we really need to think about is dealing with the aftermath, right? Megumi Fushiguro suddenly realized that a familiar voice had come from low at his right side. At some point, Satoru Gojo had appeared beside him, sprawled there like some long-legged frog. Satoru Gojo gave a quick grin, planted all four limbs, and sprang back to his feet. He patted Megumi Fushiguro on the shoulder, then started walking toward the battlefield again. There was a tiny little accident. I will be right back tilde. The center of what had once been the battlefield had been vaporized into a smooth hemispherical crater. The ground had turned to lava, and it still had not cooled, bubbling and flowing inside the pit. Sukuna sat outside the crater, holding a box of fries he had picked up from who knew where. He squeezed ketchup over them, then stuffed half of it straight into his mouth. Sukuna looked speechlessly at the blackened strips in his hand. The temperature here was too high. They had burned bitter, and the ketchup clung to his tongue. The taste was weird, too. He casually tossed the rest into the crater. Oh well, that was a satisfying fight. The Jujutsu sorcerers of this era really do have some skill. Then suddenly, he realized everything around him had started breaking apart, and he himself took a heavy hit out of nowhere, coughing up a mouthful of blood on the spot. What was this? Sukuna hurriedly compared the situation to scenes from his memory. This kind of attack, he had seen something similar 1,000 years ago from the Fuji clan assassination unit, Jitsugetsu-sei. It was related to space, but even more violent. It had shredded his internal organs directly. He needed to restore himself with the reverse cursed technique immediately. If it is space-related then, dismantle. Still in his zero state, Sukuna unleashed a slash crackling with black flash. The effect of black flash tearing through space was like dropping a stone into a river and splitting the current apart, carving out a narrow wedge of calm amid the invisible assault. The little cover left in the area was destroyed again. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, a figure slowly appeared. Hollow technique, ripples. A savage grin spread across Sukuna's face. A ghost. Satoru Gojo settled into his stance. At this point, there was no longer any need to worry about getting others caught in the crossfire. No, more like this is round 2. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Without giving the other side time to react, the two domains crashed into each other again. Malevolent Shrine. Unlimited Void. Within the overlapping section of their domains, the two of them clashed once more. After dodging Satoru Gojo's long-range attack, Sukuna answered with a punch of his own. With shattered stone flying everywhere, Sukuna's lips curled upward. Isn't this the same as just now? How many lives do you have left for me to deal with? In the next instant, Satoru Gojo rushed in and drove a kick into him, sending Sukuna skidding back several meters. It is a little different this time, tilde want to learn. As Sukuna controlled his domain to keep blasting apart the outer shell of Satoru Gojo's domain, he continued fighting him with domain amplification. Oh. To describe a point in 3-dimensional space, you need 3 numbers in the coordinate system. In the simplest case, those 3 numbers represent that point's projection along the 3 dimensions. By extension, if you want to describe a point in four-dimensional space, then you need four numbers. Technique disclosure. Sukuna narrowed his eyes. This disclosure was not quite what he had expected. Satoru Gojo ignored the question and threw himself back into close combat. The technique he was about to use had never been attempted before, so he needed to disclose it first, raise his state, and fully free up his processing power. A point in n-dimensional space requires n variables to represent it. Conversely, n variables can also be contained within a single point in n-dimensional space. Your domain is already on the verge of collapse. You have 20 seconds left. Show me what you have left. Sukuna laughed wildly in response, while Satoru Gojo kept explaining as if they were not even having the same conversation. To define an ordinary particle on the physical level, you first need 3 numbers for its positional coordinates, then another 3 numbers to describe its momentum along 3 directions. In other words, 6 variables are enough to describe the state of a physical particle at time t. And conversely, its behavior can also be represented by a single point in 6-dimensional space. Higher dimensional space is just a construct used to assist calculation. But after going through that one experience of leaving the world, I can now use a barrier and domain to simulate the corresponding phase space of a system. Then, with the help of Hamilton's canonical equations, I can use the theory Akira mentioned in Conjectures on the Analysis of Barrier Arts through the 6 eyes to microscopically manipulate the generalized momentum of every particle inside the domain tilde. Sukuna's brow tightened more and more. At first, he had still been trying hard to follow Satoru Gojo's technique disclosure. But by the end, he was completely overwhelmed by Satoru Gojo's terrifying top student energy. What the hell are you even talking about? Can we not just talk properly about jujutsu? My brain itches. The part I just healed from the burnout feels like it is about to grow back completely. It had to be said, Satoru Gojo's words really did affect Sukuna. Sukuna liked to think things through, and even the attacks from his barrier started to slow down. What is this supposed to mean? Are you trying to stall for time by throwing words at me? Satoru Gojo drove Sukuna back with a punch. I'm just telling you to study harder, so the times don't leave you behind. Satoru Gojo formed another hand seal and directly changed the nature of his domain barrier. The outer shell of unlimited void began to shift. By simulating a state outside the world, he made the shell like a Klein bottle with no distinction between inside and outside. As a result, through the overlap and interaction of the concepts of inside and outside, the barrier simultaneously took on the traits of both a closed domain and an open domain. A sphere of pale blue light floated quietly behind Satoru Gojo. It looked like an enlarged 6 eyes, silently watching everything before it. The moment Satoru Gojo's domain changed, Sukuna immediately began analyzing it. But having never experienced a higher dimension himself, no matter how strong his ability to learn was, at most, he could only construct a hypothetical simulation. Even so, Sukuna still grasped the core of the issue. No matter what form it took, a clash between domains would ultimately come down to barrier interference and technique compatibility. So what? Making the barrier shell intangible only turns this battle into a war of attrition. Why so impatient? Right now, I've only brought out the tool called the system phase space barrier. Domain reversal. Satoru Gojo directly manipulated every quantity within the entire domain, reversing the direction of every vector. At the same time, the barrier whose inside and outside had been made intangible changed once again. When the shell of this high-dimensional barrier switched between inside and outside, the distortion of dimensional projection caused it to enter an indecipherable state. As a result, for that stretch of time, Satoru Gojo's domain and Sukuna's domain would be unable to interfere with each other. Both of them would be hit by the guaranteed effects of the other's domain at the same time. All forms are formless. The instant the words fell, the effects of both domains landed on their opponent simultaneously. Satoru Gojo ignited from the inside out, like the burning candle on the shrine behind Sukuna. Yet even that pain, far beyond the limits of the human body, did not bring any sign of agony to Satoru Gojo's face. He only bared his teeth in wild laughter, staring at Sukuna through blurred flames. As for Sukuna, he only took one look at the sphere of light behind Satoru Gojo as it suddenly expanded, and the plan he had just been about to think through vanished from his mind. Unlimited void forces information into the opponent. All forms are formless, strips the opponent's information away. Little by little, Sukuna's memories began to fade. His train of thought scattered, and soon he lost the ability to think or work out a counter. Even the intention to attack slipped from his mind, and his hands slowly relaxed. After that, his muscle memory, his personality, even the information of his soul was stripped away piece by piece. The fierceness in his eyes faded into calm, then confusion gave way to clarity. In the end, he unconsciously sat down cross-legged, staring straight ahead with a gaze that seemed curious about everything. Satoru Gojo, now almost burned into charcoal, immediately released his domain. He coughed a few times in a hoarse voice, then collapsed to the ground and poured everything he had into reverse cursed technique just to stay alive. Only 4 seconds, that is seriously insane. At that moment, a huge black bug came writhing over. Akira Zenin jumped down from it, took out the Makaru Kishinotama, and placed it on Satoru Gojo's forehead. Divine treasures were unique, shared among the 10 shadows. And Akira Zenin, who possessed the 10 Directions' sacred realm, was even more skilled at using them. You really went all out. Satoru Gojo had only just stabilized his condition, and his eardrums still had not healed. He only tugged at the corner of his mouth, dry and cracked all over. About half an hour later, Akira Zenin sat off to the side, flipping through a book from who knew where, occasionally jotting down notes. All done. Ah, tilde tilde, that feels good, tilde tilde. What are you yelping about over there? What are we supposed to do about all this stuff you wrecked? You want me to pay for half the city? I'm worried you'll find it annoying. Those old higher-ups are definitely going to use this as an excuse to come after you like crazy. Satoru Gojo dug the black charcoal out of his ear with his finger. They're just like this chunk of charcoal. Once they're nothing but harmful, you just dig them out, tilde tilde. Then Satoru Gojo looked over at Sukuna, who was still sitting upright nearby. Besides, I've got a better idea. Let the one who actually caused all this pay it back. Chapter 128. After unilaterally deciding Sukuna's next stop, Satoru Gojo thought for a moment. Actually, I think we should leave the rest to the higher-ups. That's about the only thing they're still good for anyway. Akira Zenin nodded. We can also use this chance to weed out the dead weight. How? There's no way you can fight the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago without taking any damage. You can use this opportunity to announce to the outside world that you were severely injured and won't be able to move around normally for a while. That way, those conservatives, who have been treating me as a controllable backup because I haven't done anything, will most likely start making moves. Satoru Gojo laughed. Your habit of slacking off has actually turned out to be unexpectedly effective. Looks like it'll be time to close the net soon. As long as the people left behind put in some effort, the Jujutsu world should still keep running. Exactly, and I'm also planning to bring in some outside personnel. This actually works out perfectly. What works out perfectly? After that fight just now, my spell circuit is seriously overloaded. I probably won't be able to use cursed techniques for a while, tilde tilde. Akira Zenin glanced at Satoru Gojo, but didn't see anything unusual. His cursed energy was circulating normally, and his spell circuits were running smoothly as well. Seriously? Satoru Gojo tore a strip of dark blue fabric from his clothes, wrapped it over his eyes, and curled his lips into a smile. Seriously, tilde tilde. On a small country road, the early rice in the surrounding fields had already been harvested, and the farmers were enjoying a rare break. The place was a little too open, but the stillness of the rice paddies gave it a quiet kind of charm. Excuse me, miss, please wait a moment. A woman in a black robe stopped when she heard the voice, though she didn't turn around. May I ask what this is about? The man in a Jujutsu high teacher's uniform narrowed his eyes and looked her over from head to toe. Right after finishing a mission, Suguru Gito had suddenly seen a message in the teacher's group chat. Seriously, Megumi Fushiguro ran into Ryomen Sukuna half a day ago. If Satoru Gojo hadn't just sent an OK emoji, he would already have been rushing back at full speed. But as he passed by this stretch of rice fields, something in his backpack had started vibrating nonstop. Do you need help with something? A long robe doesn't seem very practical in a place like this. No, I'm allergic to UV rays, so I need to keep my skin covered. I'm on my way home now. Kenjaku's voice grew softer and softer. She glanced at the two fly heads resting on her shoulders. What terrible luck. The Jujutsu world's attention should have been drawn to Sukuna by now. After giving a small shake of her head, Kenjaku simply turned around and looked at the man behind her with the strange bangs. How did you figure it out? Suguru Gito smiled. You deliberately avoided looking at the fly heads, but two of them landed on your shoulders. A normal person wouldn't stay that calm. You know that's not what I meant. Suguru Gito took a transparent box out of his bag. Inside was an embryo that was almost fully formed. Kenjaku narrowed her eyes and gave it a quick look. I see, cursed womb death paintings. Suguru Gito nodded. The death painting womb choso. Akira gave this to me before. He said that if it came across a curse user with an extremely high threat level, it would start trembling under the barrier's effect. Kenjaku smiled, her expression restrained. With Jujutsu sorcerers this powerful now, I gave up on my plans long ago. I was on my way to the countryside to live off the land and spend the next 100 years in peace. Why not let me go? I can release the Binding Vow. Suguru Gito didn't respond. After a moment of thought, he asked another question instead. How do you see Jujutsu sorcerers and ordinary people? Humans and monkeys. Suguru Gito narrowed his eyes. But Kenjaku suddenly laughed. Ha, just kidding. Jujutsu sorcerers and ordinary people are probably just two kinds of people with different possibilities. Different possibilities. By possibilities, I mean this. In theory, if you raise saplings under the same conditions, with the same education, the same resources, and everything else being equal, they'll generally grow into timber of about the same quality. So you think Jujutsu sorcerers have greater potential? Kenjaku shook her head. No, the plasticity of thought has limits. I'm actually conducting experiments on that right now. A lot of the thinking and methods used by ordinary people can actually guide the development of Jujutsu. And I also agree with Akira Zenin's philosophy. A Jujutsu sorcerer who doesn't understand theory and can't do research isn't a good Jujutsu sorcerer. When it comes down to it, those Jujutsu sorcerers who only know mechanical training, stacking up experience, relying on instinct and fighting nonstop look more like low-level animals to me now, creatures using a cursed technique's black box. Like a monkey using a phone to beat someone with it. Funny, isn't it? Hearing that, Suguru Gito let go of the hand he had been using inside his bag to send a message. Even experiments need proper methods. Every life deserves respect. Noritoshi Kamo. Kenjaku shook her head. You're still too young. Some paths can't be walked by good people. Do you still need to keep stalling for time until someone gets here? There's an abyss waiting ahead, Jujutsu sorcerer. You underestimate the special grade. No, you overestimate yourself. Chapter 129. Suguru Gito, the user of cursed spirit manipulation, has shown extremely strong close combat ability based on his mission record. In many cases, he can end a fight using only cursed energy and taijutsu. In his tactical planning for humanoid opponents, his technique usually plays a supporting role. Kenjaku rapidly ran through every piece of related information in her mind. That was her habit and her principle as well. A fight without a reasonable chance of success, or one where the conditions for victory were not in place, had no meaning. And information on Suguru Gito was far too easy to obtain. As a model worker when it came to missions, both the governor's office and the mission bureau had extensive records on him. For a sorcerer, the advantage created by an information gap was enormous. Since Suguru Gito had identified her as Noritoshi Kamo, she could start by using the already known blood manipulation technique, then use anti-gravity system, at the critical moment to finish things. And under no circumstances could she let him get close. Several threads of blood spread outward, wiping out the cursed spirits gathered around her. But Kenjaku then saw that Suguru Gido did not close the distance to take advantage of his physical strength. Instead, he formed a hand seal with both hands. Domain expansion. As Suguru Gido spoke, the ground grew darker and darker, becoming more and more muddy, like a swamp made of cursed energy. If one looked closely, countless grotesque cursed spirits could be seen weaving through it, swimming through the mire in almost cheerful fashion. Sea of karmic spirits. You gave up your obvious advantage and chose to enter an unknown domain clash instead. If I don't respond, that would be rather lacking in taste. Suguru Gido rubbed his head. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just that when I see you, for some reason I don't feel like fighting you at close range. It gives me a headache. Seeing the wave of cursed energy rushing toward her, Kenjaku also expanded her domain. Behind her, a withered tree of flesh burst from the earth, made of densely packed human faces and torsos. As its branches and leaves of human skin slowly unfurled, cursed energy carrying an overpowering stench of blood instantly filled the entire space. On that tree of flesh, a tree made from sin and spirits, countless grotesque figures of different shapes, all joined together by flesh, continuously swayed their twisted limbs. Womb profusion. Hidden among all beings, containing all dharmas, endowed with all merits. Just as a child rests within the mother's womb. So they're both domains without any overt effect, which means your domain is more specialized in function. Suguru Gido paused slightly. In truth, the other party was helping him carry out technique disclosure. Was she using a preemptive declaration to weaken the effect of any technique he might reveal? Then Suguru Gido smiled, unconcerned. With a wave of his right hand, the cursed energy in the pitch-black sea beside him began to spin, gathering in front of him. Seeing this, Kenjaku also raised a hand and activated her technique. The maximum of cursed spirit manipulation, Uzumaki. It compresses the absorbed cursed spirits into one and bombards the enemy with ultradense cursed energy. You've voluntarily abandoned the versatility that makes cursed spirit manipulation so useful. It's nothing more than a way to recycle low-grade cursed spirits. Suguru Gido nodded. However, its real value is that when Uzumaki is used on a grade 1 or higher cursed spirit, it can extract the technique. Extracting techniques carries risk. A body can only contain so many techniques. Sorry, what I meant was another use for Uzumaki. Oh. Think about it differently. Uzumaki extracts the technique and briefly engraves it into the body, while the cursed energy is left behind to attack the enemy. So what if what's extracted is only the cursed energy? Then the technique imprint is left behind where the attack originally landed, but without a vessel, it dissipates instantly. So in other words, if the timing is right, you can switch the vessel for that technique imprint. In the end, you're still just using a cursed spirit's technique. Before she could finish, Kenjaku suddenly narrowed her eyes. Suguru Gido laughed. So you figured it out, you really are impressive. First, use the barrier of the domain as a temporary vessel. Then replace the cursed energy, the cursed spirit, originally used with the energy generated by reverse cursed technique, allowing it to become the vessel for the technique. That way, you can create a positive cursed spirit. Or rather, a divine spirit. Hearing that, Kenjaku did not attack immediately. Instead, she looked at Suguru Gido with clear interest. That line of thought was indeed unusual. If something like a positive cursed spirit truly could exist, then the whole world would gain a new variable. Suddenly, something jumped out from the cursed energy swamp beneath them. It was a book covered in eyes, with centipede-like legs constantly twitching on either side. Suguru Gido called it into his hand. As Uzumaki absorbed it, a blurry talisman-like imprint slowly appeared on the barrier of the domain. During that process, Suguru Gido continuously filled it with reverse cursed technique. Once the cursed energy had been completely replaced, a man appeared there wearing pale green gauze robes with wide sleeves, his eyes gently closed. And just like that, the cursed spirit born from students' hatred of books has become the god of knowledge, Sugawara no Michizane. Kenjaku stared at the sight before her, slightly dazed. This was not the real Sugawara no Michizane. It was the image students held of the god of learning they prayed to before exams. It was practically the same principle as a special grade imaginary cursed spirit. And with the appearance of the god of knowledge, the changes in Suguru Gido's domain barrier, along with its precision, became so drastic that Kenjaku could not immediately determine whether she could break through the outer shell of his domain in a short time. Interesting. But perhaps because she had thought of something, Kenjaku saw that Suguru Gido's astonishing Uzumaki had not been used for a direct attack, but instead to create a positive cursed spirit. So she also canceled the attack she had been preparing. Fighting itself is whatever, but if I fall behind when it comes to developing techniques, that would leave a bad taste in my mouth. The withered tree of flesh behind her swayed continuously. Streams of blood ran slowly through the grooves in its bark, gathering and reshaping at the end. Blood manipulation technique is a technique that controls blood. But once blood comes into contact with water, the lowered concentration of blood cells makes it impossible to control. According to your friend's way of thinking, you should look for characteristics inside a weakness. If you think about it from that angle and combine it with some modern concepts, then the true target of blood manipulation technique is not blood but cells. In other words, if your control is precise enough, you can develop it with cells as the foundation, especially after creating blood with reverse cursed technique. With the domain increasing the precision of her control, the blood behind Kenjaku formed 3 humanoid bodies. They were heavily built, with powerful muscles, their entire bodies covered in armor created through chitin mineralization. They looked somewhat similar to Yorazu's bioarmor. Maximum Avatar. After sensing the 3 additional bodies she now had, Kenjaku smiled. Using blood to draw talismans is a clever little trick, yes, but in the end, you still never pursued the true essence of the technique. Wow, you're amazing, Tgthegood. The sudden voice inside the barrier made both Kenjaku and Suguru Gido turn at once. Suguru Gido was puzzled by how the newcomer had gotten inside the opposing barriers, but the moment he saw who it was, he relaxed. Kenjaku, on the other hand, broke out in a cold sweat. The memory of almost getting beaten to death with a single staff strike came rushing back. How did you get in? What confused her was not that Akira Zenin had entered the domain, but that he had done so completely without a sound. From the look of things, he might even have been here for quite a while. Akira Zenin raised a hand. A barrier like the one Satoru Gojo used for domain reversal clung to it. Domain amplification formed from a voidification barrier, just learned it. The moment she saw that, Kenjaku immediately dispelled her domain. At the same time, Suguru Gido also released his domain at Akira Zenin's signal. Kenjaku knew very well how terrifying Akira Zenin's hand-to-hand combat became when reinforced with cursed energy. Besides, with Avatar still in play, this body was not all that important. After calmly devoting herself to its development, she had discovered that by combining the maximum technique of blood manipulation with her own technique and her own knowledge, she could create all kinds of bodies. She no longer needed to take over hosts to achieve technique freedom. But the moment she released the domain, Kenjaku regretted it. She raised a finger at Akira Zenin. For the first time, her composed expression fell away, replaced by sheer disbelief. You. Smiling, Akira Zenin pulled out a plastic bag. Inside, neatly soaked in liquid, were several brain worms. Their bodies looked no different from human brains, but each one had 4 spider-like legs, and where a face should have been was a wide mouth full of perfectly even teeth. These are your backups, right? Haha, brain clones. Kenjaku's eye twitched. All 6 are here, how is that possible? Akira Zenin shrugged. When you made the brain clones, you used the sludge, left over from my last cursed energy outburst, didn't you? Kenjaku said nothing. She had indeed used that sludge, taking advantage of its ability to half-convert physical matter into something like a cursed spirit, then cultivated these brainworms with her technique. But not even Abe, no Seimei, had been able to determine the locations of the cursed objects he made once they were hidden inside those barriers. Was the connection between that unusual cursed energy and Akira Zenin really that strong? It was absurd. After confirming that Suguru Gido was uninjured and merely sitting there recovering his strength, Akira Zenin looked back at Kenjaku. "I want to ask you something." Seeing that Akira Zenin still had not made a move, Kenjaku nodded. "What is it? How many holes does a straw have?" Given the situation, the question was so out of place that Kenjaku froze for a moment, then slowly narrowed her eyes. Meanwhile, Akira Zenin casually swung the bag of brain worms in his hand, humming some tune under his breath. If Kenjaku treated the straw as a single through hole you could look through, she would answer 1. If she thought pinching one end still left an opening on the other, she would answer 2. But either answer would prove that she was still a person who relied on experience, because the question never defined what a hole actually was. The moment you discuss it, you inevitably start from an experiential prototype of a hole, then build outward from there. Relying on experience was not a problem in itself, but for a monster that had lived 1,000 years to still instinctively depend on it, that meant she had never truly escaped the cognitive framework of a short-lived species. To Akira Zenin, that meant there was no room left for alteration. So, a non-material concept like holes, you're really bringing in Lewis's philosophical discussion of holes here. That's a little too self-indulgent. Akira Zenin stopped swinging the bag and leaned forward slightly. "Get to the point." Kenjaku lowered her eyes, as though she had given up on running. "I think a straw is just like a roll of tape. Both can be continuously deformed into a ring without piercing them or sticking anything together. In topology, they're homeomorphic." Akira Zenin could not help laughing. "So you really didn't live all those years for nothing." Kenjaku pushed back the hood of her cloak and looked toward a certain area in the southeast. "Unlike Tenjin, I truly have lived for 1,000 years. In that case, how about helping me with some research?" Akira Zenin rubbed at his chin a few times. To be honest, when Kenjaku faced Yuji, she would consciously or unconsciously reveal a kind of maternal quality. And now, she was even wearing the tiger mom's body. If you thought about it that way, Yuji might have ended up finding a mother in a very unconventional sense, though the reunion had something undeniably cultish about it. Kenjaku ignored the obvious mischief on Akira Zenin's face. "You want to work with someone like me, a person whose name is stained throughout history?" Akira Zenin shook his head. "Don't misunderstand. It would be a waste to let all the knowledge you possess disappear. I just want to squeeze out whatever value you have left." Kenjaku fell silent again. "You really are direct. I have one condition." Kenjaku's words broke the brief silence. But Akira Zenin immediately lifted a hand and wagged his index finger. "You should understand that negotiation only works when strength backs it up. You have backup plans, but I have comrades too. Satoru Gojo, Suguru Gido, Megumi Fushiguro, Yurakatsu, Maki, Toji, Yuji Panda, Noritoshi Kamo, Ai Tadu, Kikichi Muta, Mai Momo Miwa." As Akira Zenin listed the names one by one, Kenjaku's expression turned serious again. No matter how she looked at it, the jujutsu world of this era was absurdly stacked. She had meant to lie low for a while, only to be found immediately. Even her backup measures had already been wiped out. The current jujutsu world really is impressive, both in vitality and in strength. Even though Kenjaku's tone had softened, Akira Zenin showed none of his usual joking manner. "I'm only saying this." He looked at Kenjaku calmly. "You're not qualified to negotiate with me." Chapter 130. Little Birdcage Restaurant. Now fully recovered, Satoru Gojo looked up at the familiar place. The homemade sign was still standing out front, though the neon lights around it had been redone yet again. He stepped inside, only to find that Akira Zenin was not in one of the private rooms. Instead, he had set up an extremely small curtain in the simple main hall and was sitting there reading a newspaper. As for why he had put up a curtain, a shadow hand was extending out from beneath him, holding a cup of coffee to his mouth. As usual, Satoru Gojo raised a hand, ready to use blue to snatch the fries off Akira Zenin's table. But the instant he moved, the curtain was dropped. That forced him to stop himself at once. "Aren't you worried I might not stop in time and let other people see?" Akira Zenin glanced at him. "It's fine. Just say you were performing the acrobatic trick, dragon sucking water. How do you have time to come out?" That curse user started voluntarily teaching the first years, and she's actually seriously memorizing the experimental code of ethics you gave her. With entertainment, a goal and leverage all in place, of course she'd be motivated. "I'll be keeping an eye on her from now on." Satoru Gojo could tell Akira Zenin was in a much better mood now, though he was still spending his days drinking coffee all over the place. Then he remembered that he still had to sort through the higher-ups in the jujutsu world and stabilize the situation, and instantly felt a little unbalanced inside. "Your heavenly restriction is gone now, so why aren't you taking missions tilde? You're one to talk, why aren't you going?" "Me?" Satoru Gojo practically melted onto the table like a cartoon character. "I'm just an ordinary jujutsu sorcerer without a technique right now. You can really bear to send me on missions, tilde. So right now, all the special grade incidents are being handled by Suguru, Megumi, and Yuta. That's the workload for all 5 of us." Probably. "Man, that really is rough on them, tilde." But because of technique compatibility, Suguru gets the most assignments. After a brief silence, the two of them suddenly looked at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. "Ha, Suguru has it so bad." Right, ha. The people around them kept glancing over at the two maniacs. Some hurriedly packed up their things, ready to get away from this place of trouble. In a remote mountain area, Suguru Gido had just absorbed a special grade cursed spirit and was sitting there, taking alternating bites of wasabi and swallowing cursed spirit balls. Ha-chew. Suguru Gido suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. "A cold, no, something's off." "Akira probably wouldn't be that bad. It's Satoru, isn't it?" Suguru Gido opened a notebook and drew a circle around one spot with a red pen. 11 more missions this month. Keep going, next place. I want meat. You need a balance of meat and vegetables if you want to grow properly." Shijimo Sukuna blankly opened his mouth and looked at the cauliflower beside him. He reached out with a trembling hand, grabbed it, and desperately tried to stuff it into his mouth. But this cauliflower seemed even stronger than a special grade jujutsu sorcerer. It kept interfering with Sukuna's astonishing precision in cursed energy manipulation, always knocking his hand just off target and sending it past his mouth. Yuhebara watched Sukuna fooling around and shook his head lightly, then took out a large piece of lightly golden grilled skirt steak. Sukuna stared blankly at the meat. The cauliflower in his hand went straight into his mouth, and his jaw moved up and down mechanically as he chewed. The moment Sukuna finished the vegetables and yanked the meat over, Yuhebara looked at Kento Nanami. "You're leaving today." "Yeah, I booked the plane ticket the day before yesterday when the bonus was paid out. It's this afternoon." Isn't it already afternoon?" Kento Nanami glanced at his pocket watch. "The flight takes off at 17:30. I just need to get back and pick up my books by 15:30. That leaves 3 minutes and 57 seconds. Hearing a plan scheduled down to the second, Yuhebara's mouth twitched slightly. "Yeah, I'll make sure this guy turns over a new leaf. At least for the next 100 years, there probably won't be any cursed spirits that can't be handled anymore." With a piece of meat hanging from his mouth, Shijimo Sukuna looked over with a blank, confused gaze. After being affected by all forms are formless, this kid's brain structure had changed, and all his memories had vanished. Even after learning some basic knowledge, he still seemed a little slow. "Turn over what leaf?" "Just eat your meat." "Oh, it's about time." Kento Nanami glanced at his pocket watch. "I'm leaving this threat in your care." "Haha, you can't call him a threat. What kind of attitude someone is raised with is what kind of person they become. It's because you're the one watching him that I can relax enough to go on vacation. Don't worry about it, cheer up a little, bye tilde. Emma. Kento Nanami stood up and headed for the taxi. As he did, he glanced back at the fly head perched on a waiter's shoulder nearby and casually waved a hand, dispersing it. This is nice. Jujutsu sorcerers have lived through another day. The end. There are extras. Chapter 131. Late at night, Tokyo, Toshima Ward, near Asakusa Station. It was already past the last subway, and the station sat in darkness, completely deserted. A modified black stretch sedan was driving through the area. 6 people sat inside the car, facing each other in pairs, all dressed in dark combat uniforms. This was the type Accursed Spirit Response combat suit. Its outer layer was made from a material developed by the Zenin Cursed Energy Research Institute, with extremely high cursed energy capacity. It could buffer cursed energy attacks by raising the material's phase when struck. The middle layer contained a small amount of reverse cursed technique energy. The inner layer was engraved with a barrier that reduced cursed energy leakage. Not long ago, the Zenin Cursed Energy Research Institute and Kikichi Cursed Energy Equipment had developed mass-producible, standardized cursed tools that even ordinary people could use. The Jujutsu world had already partnered with the authorities to establish a cursed spirit handling division made up entirely of windows and ordinary people. GDU. Inside the car, Kengo Ishio, who had already taken part in 2 cursed spirit suppression operations, watched the rookie across from him nervously wiping down his equipment again and again, and could not help smiling. Makoto-kun first mission, scared. The youthful-looking Makoto Harayama jolted upright the moment he heard his name and stared straight ahead. Yes. Haha, don't worry. With Captain Takana here, any problem can be solved. Is that so? Of course. The captain was in the very first batch to go through special training. He's led 6 cursed spirit suppression operations already. Not only did he complete every mission, his teams all came back with 0 casualties. Off to the side, Dato Yamano, who had a slightly rough edge to him, chimed in. Of course the captain's amazing. He was invited to the Zenin Research Institute, and the Zenin Clan had personally awarded him the Exorcist Medal. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups poach him into our second squad ? Wearing tactical goggles, Osamu Ikiai lowered the drone in his hand and shot him a glance. Quit acting bitter. Even if Captain Takana hadn't come, you still wouldn't be able to command the whole team. Dato Yamano smacked his forehead. What kind of person do you take me for? Why would I fight over a job that exhausting? Then he changed the subject and looked at Kengo Ishio. I heard old Kengo finally had a breakthrough. Which girl is it? Kengo Ishio leaned back and let out a breath, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Kimizuki from the equipment division. Once we get back this time. Just then, Kenshi Takanashi, who had been sitting to the side with his head lowered and eyes closed, reviewing the previous battle in his mind, seemed to finish sorting out his thoughts. He gave a slight nod, then looked at the rookie. If you're nervous, try to keep your movements under control. Cursed spirits are very sensitive to behavior tied to negative emotions. Understood. Kenshi Takanashi seemed to have no awareness at all that he had just cut off his team's conversation. He turned to the young man, who had been silent the whole time. Kaisai, repeat the mission objective. Kaisai nodded. His eyes seemed to be forcibly suppressing a look of despair. At the same time, the inside of the car suddenly fell silent, as if all the noise from a moment ago had only been an illusion. The target is the special grade illusory cursed spirit listed in the Cursed Spirit Compendium, Dadomki. According to the records, Dadomki is extremely sensitive to sightlines. Anyone caught in its gaze will have body tissue stolen. At the same time, it can stuff its eyes into the gaps inside a target's body, eventually causing death through suffocation, blocked blood flow, organ damage, and so on. Osamu Ikiai let out a sigh. Special grade, something beyond common sense. Why are they sending a department that was only just established to deal with this? When they first joined GDU, they had been briefed through animated training materials. The monsters classified as special grade were clearly not the kind of thing that numbers alone could handle, especially not with only a 6-man squad, not counting the driver. Dato Yamano pulled on his combat mask and checked the blades strapped to his suit. Because those Jujutsu sorcerer big shots don't have the time to spare. Heck, you can't exactly say they're using our lives as test data. Even though this is GDU's first time dealing with a special grade, headquarters did provide the proper equipment, didn't they? Unlike the others, Kenshi Takanashi's tone was completely calm. Kengo Ishio immediately sat up straight. Use the anti-curse spirit M21 for long-range sniping. Understood. Makoto Harayama. Here. You'll handle mid-range suppression with me. Ikiai Asamu. Here. Use the drone together with the anti-cursed spirit individual telescope to monitor the target and coordinate with Kengo Ishio's actions. Understood. Kaisai, work with Dato. Keep calculating at all times and use the barrier interference device whenever necessary to disrupt cursed energy fluctuations and interrupt the cursed spirit's domain. This is the first time this equipment has ever been used in live combat. We need to record its operating condition whenever possible. Don't worry. Continuous fluctuations in cursed energy density have a huge impact on cursed spirits, especially ones that rely on instinct to deploy domains. Got it. Dato Yamano, you tangle with the cursed spirit at close range when necessary. Understood, leave it to me. Tokyo was a little chilly in the middle of the night. The squad had already been staking out the area for 2 days, but they still had not seen so much as a trace of Hyaku Megami. The mood over the radio had gone from tense to lively and finally to silence. Here, on the roof of a 12-story apartment building, Kengo Ishio handed a bottle of milk to Ikiai Asamu, who was observing through the drone. Ikiai Asamu took the bottle, looking surprised. It's warm, where'd you get this? I went to a convenience store during the day, then kept it in the temperature control case. You've got to be kidding me. That thing is meant to keep special bullet materials active, not keep food warm. He shook his head, then downed the hot drink in one go. And cursed spirits aren't ghosts that only come out at night. If you miss the timing for long-range support, let's see whether the captain says anything to you. It's fine, you're an accomplice now too. Hathy. This is the support team. No abnormalities so far. All teams report your status. Kenshi Takanashi's voice came through the comms, cutting off their conversation. Engagement team, no abnormalities. Reconnaissance team, no abnormalities. Good, all teams, remain on alert and proceed according to the original plan. Roger. Understood. Wait, reconnaissance team, the drone has detected something abnormal. Once he shifted into work mode, Ikiai Asamu reported with machine-like efficiency. Using point 2 as the reference, target at the 12 o'clock direction, distance 1.5 kilometers. From the perspective of the specially made cursed energy reconnaissance drone, it was a bloated humanoid shape. Its entire body was packed with eyes. Its bizarre legs moved in constant alternation, while 8 arms flailed wildly in front of it with no pattern at all. Perhaps because there was no one else nearby besides them, the cursed spirit was moving straight toward their position. It also left behind something like slime wherever it passed. The channel instantly erupted into chaos as the captain fired off orders one after another. Kengo Ishio set up a massive black sniper rifle, then opened the temperature-controlled case beside him. Inside were 3 slender silver bullets. This was Kikichi cursed energy equipment, a firearm developed specifically for agile cursed spirits. It did not emphasize caliber. Instead, it focused on muzzle velocity and penetration, which made the whole weapon unusually slim. Following the designated bearing, Kengo Ishio looked through the specially made scope and caught sight of the target's true form. That's disgusting. The moment Kengo Ishio was in position, Ikiai Asamu immediately called out the data. Target at 10 o'clock, distance 1.2 kilometers, wind speed 7. As soon as he heard the report, Kengo Ishio pulled the trigger without hesitation. The shot went straight for Dadomki's head. Because the Zenin Clan's Guide to Exorcising Cursed Spirits stated that cursed spirits of semi-grade 1 and above, once they possessed a cursed technique, would develop an area similar to the cursed technique motor in the human brain, used to control that cursed technique. That region was called the cursed spirit cerebrum. While that allowed the cursed spirit to use a cursed technique, greatly increased its intelligence, and strengthened its control over cursed energy, it also created an additional weak point. Far in the distance, a burst of dim blood mist exploded from Dodonki's head as it sprinted forward. It was as if firecrackers had been stuffed into its skull, producing a series of muffled pops. The silver bullet had lodged directly in its brain. The barrier engraved on it continuously absorbed the surrounding cursed energy and used it to trigger explosions. Heavily wounded, Dodonki froze in place, then let out a shrill, explosive scream. The attack had come without any warning, and it could not understand what had happened. The people it sensed were clearly still some distance away. Seeing the target rolling around on the ground, Kengo Ishio took out another bullet. "This thing really does work." Ikiai Osamu nodded. "Yeah, 40 million per round." Cough cough. Watching through the drone feed, Ikiai Osamu saw black smoke pouring from Dodonki's head. In particular, the bullet hole was still absorbing that black smoke, preventing it from recovering. He could not help but think that Kikichi cursed energy equipment really was reliable. At this rate, 3 shots should be enough to exorcise it outright. Which just proves my aim is that good tilde. After seeing how effective the weapon was, Kengo Ishio finally shook off his fear of special grade and carefully, but skillfully pushed the slender bullet into the chamber. But when he looked through the scope again, his face turned deathly pale, and he could not get another word out. A ghastly white eyeball filled his entire field of vision. The crushing pressure coming from inside his body left him able to spit out only a fragment of speech. Eyes. Ikiai Osamu tore his gaze away from the drone feed and turned to look. Several eyeballs of different sizes had appeared in Kengo Ishio's mouth, nostrils, and ear canals. He was desperately pounding at his own neck in agony, struggling to breathe. If not for the cursed energy protective layer in his combat suit, his whole body would probably already have been burst apart by those eyeballs. Those eyes stared at the two of them with hatred and a trace of contempt. The reconnaissance team is under attack by the enemy's cursed technique. The reconnaissance team is under attack by the enemy's cursed technique. Ikiai Osamu hurriedly reported it over the comms, then immediately pulled a somewhat thick needle from the tactical medical kit. After feeling around beneath Kengo Ishio's jaw, he drove it in without hesitation. Once he pulled the needle back out, Kengo Ishio, who had been on the verge of suffocating, stopped hammering at his neck, and the look on his face eased considerably. But after doing all that, Ikiai Osamu also began to feel it. Breathing was getting harder and harder. Kenshi Takanashi, who was rushing toward the cursed spirit's location, froze the moment he heard the report. Trouble had started at the safest rear position first. That was not right. According to the records in the Cursed Spirit Compendium, Dodonki's cursed technique had a range of 100 meters, but the rear team was kilometers away from the cursed spirit. He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing the blind spot. When Jujutsu sorcerers exorcised cursed spirits in the past, they generally did not fight at ultra-long range. On top of that, the sorcerers who dealt with special-grade cursed spirits were themselves extremely powerful, so the recorded range of a cursed technique was not always accurate. But this was not the time to be thinking about that. Based on an analysis of Dodonki's jutsu, both stealing internal organs and stuffing eyeballs into the opponent's body were actually spatial displacement type techniques. This kind of technique depended heavily on one condition. It had to accurately identify its target. Kenshi Takanashi immediately shouted, "Kengo, Ikiai, lower the cursed energy protection on the outside of your suits to the minimum, now. Release the reverse cursed technique in the inner layer immediately, then get out of there." Makoto Harayama, who was standing nearby, looked confused. The reconnaissance team had not died instantly to the special grade Cursed Spirits technique precisely because of the cursed energy protective layer in their combat suits, if they lowered it. Unlike the new recruit, the reconnaissance team did not hesitate for even a second. They carried out the captain's order at once. Then, reconnaissance team reporting, eyeball proliferation has stopped, we have now relocated. Kenshi Takanashi finally let out a breath of relief. Since the enemy's technique relied on identifying the target, then all he had to do was make it lose that target. According to the records, after Toji swallowed a cursed spirit, the cursed spirit inside its body could no longer be detected. Because of that, introduction to cursed energy stated. An object wrapped in something with completely zero cursed energy can be shielded from cursed energy-related detection. However, just as water in nature almost always contains impurities, any object that comes into contact with humans will inevitably accumulate cursed energy to some extent. It is only a matter of how much. But based on the principle that reverse cursed technique can cancel out cursed energy, as long as the amount is controlled properly, it becomes possible to create a dynamic, zero cursed energy object. Much like directly using hydrogen and oxygen to create pure water. In other words, when the cursed energy in the outer layer of the combat suit and the tiny amount of reverse cursed technique in the inner layer canceled each other out, they created a shielding layer, making Dodonki unable to continue sensing the reconnaissance team. Once the reconnaissance team had successfully withdrawn, the diversion team also arrived near the cursed spirit. Dodonki was still dazed from suddenly losing its target when it saw a fully armed human charging at it with a long blade, all while making noises like a screeching monkey. Dodonki stretched out a hand and used its technique on this bizarre human. But after a ripple passed through the air, what appeared in its hand was not the heart it had expected, but a piece of cloth glowing with white fluorescent light. That glow even carried a faint burning pain. Dato Yamano bared his teeth in a savage grin as he wielded the anti-cursed spirit blade, cutting enhancement type I. The long blade vibrated constantly, and with one light slash, it cut off the hand Dodonki had extended. Caught off guard, cursed energy technology kid. The moment Dodonki realized its technique had failed, it tried to retaliate with its other 7 hands. But before it could, Kenshi Takanashi interrupted it with a shot from the anti-cursed spirit rifle. And when it tried to deploy its domain, it found that the cursed energy around it had become utterly unfamiliar. The usual feeling it relied on to expand its domain was no longer usable. That was because Mizuki Shu, standing nearby, had already activated the barrier interference device. During that brief opening, Dato Yamano slashed again, cutting open a wound along the bullet hole in Dodonki's head, which was still widening. Then he pulled 2 silver grenades from his waist, yanked out the pins, and stuffed them inside. Anti-cursed spirit grenade type I. It inflicted massive damage on cursed spirits through an enormous amount of cursed energy and a built-in, simple domain. After shoving the grenades into its head, Dato Yamano turned and ran, tackling the nearest Mizuki Shu to the ground and pinning him beneath his body. Dodonki was still standing there in a daze, unable to understand why its domain had failed to activate, when its head suddenly swelled to an enormous size. Then, a huge burst of pale blue fire erupted from inside its body. After the deafening explosion, the target had vanished from the cursed spirit detection scope, and Kenshi Takanashi hurried over. He found Mizuki Shu clutching the box-like barrier interference device tightly. Aside from being a little blackened, he seemed mostly fine. "Where's Dato?" At that, Mizuki Shu looked just as blank. Then the two of them spotted Dato Yamano lying unconscious in the mud nearby, apparently blown over by the blast. "Dato, how are you?" After being shaken awake, Dato Yamano weakly lifted a hand. "Captain, did we win?" Kenshi Takanashi nodded. "We won. Ordinary people have exorcised a special grade cursed spirit for the first time. You'll be written into the history books." Dato Yamano gently shook his head. "Can you hear my last words?" Kenshi Takanashi and Mizuki Shu both leaned down. I. Want to go to Yoshinoya later and get a king-size gyudon, then waste the whole day living it up at an internet cafe tilde. Kenshi Takanashi punched him on the head. You little punk. Damn, that hurt. Pay me compensation. Ha ha ha. Chapter 132. What are you doing here? I'm probably waiting for someone. Probably. Because I don't know either. A gloomy young man in a white lab coat sat on a bench, looking at the police officer in front of him. Akira Zenin, male, 29 years old. An honest, well-behaved man. For various reasons, time had always been incredibly tight for him, so much so that he had never even held a girl's hand, let alone had a sweet romance. And now, under someone else's prodding, he had come to take part in a blind date. He had already been sitting on that bench all morning waiting for the other person. As for why the police had shown up, a little girl had called them. The moment the little girl saw the police arrive, she burst into tears as if she had just survived a disaster, pointing at Akira Zenin and insisting that he was planning to use her for human experimentation. The young police officer, Yamano Teru, knew the instant he saw Akira Zenin that something was definitely wrong with this man. Because from just one accidental glance, a whole string of images had flashed through his mind. Drug injections, data records, failed experiments, a calm shake of the head, disposal of waste, corpses sinking into Tokyo Bay. This man was either a psychopathic murderer or an obsessive scientist. Teru Yamano even felt like he had already been marked by him. And he had a completely inexplicable feeling. If this man wanted to, he would definitely die. The kind of death where he would not even have time to write a last note. The moment the young officer sensed that bizarre danger, he instinctively pulled the little girl behind him protectively. You're waiting for someone, but you don't know who you're waiting for, and you don't even know roughly when they'll show up. That makes this very hard for me. Could it be that he was short on experimental materials, wanted to randomly pick a passerby, but had not found a suitable one yet? Then take a look at this, here. As if performing a magic trick, Akira Zenin produced a business card and handed it over. Teru Yamano adjusted his gloves so that not a single patch of skin was exposed, then reached out and took the card. Zenin New Energy Research Institute. Teru Yamano blinked. He had no idea what it was, but it did not sound like biology or medical research. Was he even a professor? After a series of identity checks and apologies, the police officer left with the little girl. But that was far from the end of it. The young couple sitting on the bench to Akira Zenin's right had long since gone weak in the legs from fright. And now that the police were gone, so was their emotional support. Asaka, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I need to go first. The boy suddenly sprang to his feet, gave Asaka Kobayashi a sharp 90-degree bow, then turned and ran off without a trace, leaving the girl alone in total disarray. Asaka Kobayashi. Akira Zenin. That had nothing to do with him, okay. Even the flowers and plants in the park next door could testify to that. Watching the boy who had been halfway through confessing suddenly turn and bolt, vanishing at a speed that vaguely surpassed the tiger of West Junior High, tears began to gather uncontrollably in Asaka Kobayashi's eyes. Do not misunderstand. She was not crying because of the boy who ran away. She was crying because now she was the only one left beside Akira Zenin. And just as she was reaching her limit, a figure passed by her, blocking part of the midday sunlight. In the future, find someone you can entrust your whole life to. Okay. The voice was not warm, but it was unexpectedly gentle, a little like the shade under a tree at noon in summer. By the time she came back to herself, that figure had already receded into a tiny silhouette. Akira Zenin left the park. He actually knew that Satoru Gojo had threatened him into coming to Confession Park for one reason only: to make him leave the lab and enjoy life a little. This was what had happened. The day before, Akira Zenin got a call from Naobito Zenin. Because the old man had been blocked by Akira Zenin, he had gone straight to Satoru Gojo and used his phone to contact him. Junichi and the others aren't worried, so what are you in such a hurry for? What am I in a hurry for? What am I in a hurry for? Take a look at yourself. you're almost pushing 40. When Junichi was your age, you were already able to subdue Mahoraga. I knew I should never have let you become classmates with that bastard Satoru Gojo. Cough, I mean, no normal person should be hanging around with the head of the Gojo clan. At that moment, Satoru Gojo took the phone. How about this, Akira-chan? I'll point you toward the bright road. I'll send you a location in a bit. After that, someone from the Gojo clan will come and get to know you tilde. Then Satoru Gojo hung up on the spot. To avoid Naobito's nagging, Akira Zenin had no choice but to go along with Satoru Gojo and come here. Isn't this just helping me out in the open? Old man Naobito too. The truth was, both of them had noticed that although he was no longer drowsy, he still carried that gloomy air and spent every day buried in the lab, so they wanted him to get out and spend some time around other people. Akira Zenin headed toward the Research Institute, carefully observing his surroundings along the way. With the appearance of the GDU organization, the work of Jujutsu sorcerers had gradually shifted from cleanup to support. Cursed spirits below Grade 1 no longer drained the energy of Jujutsu sorcerers, and immature Jujutsu sorcerers no longer had to carry out missions alone. Compared to the past, everyone had a lot more free time now. Yuta and Rika had already taken funding from the Gojo clan and were off on an absurdly extravagant world trip. As for Kikichi and Kasumi, they spent every day sitting in Gundams, flying all over the sky as the GDU's top-tier support. Actually, support missions like that did not require Kikichi in the first place. Just count it as a bit of romance between young people. Akira Zenin removed the cursed energy protecting his eyes, raised a hand to his forehead to block the sunlight, and faintly saw a human-shaped figure fly across the sky. Youth really is wonderful. The future is full of promise. Escribe una reseña.